The creature had become much slower, and they could see how it moved. It was indeed a great opportunity. Because its speed had been lowered, the creature failed to hurt Chen Zichen. When it landed, it watched the group of people coldly and did not seem to panic at all. All four of them showed their weapons and started to attack. However, the black metal wolf suddenly howled and quickly jumped again, its speed as fast as before. "Damn it, this creature is so weird that the time curse did not even work on it," exclaimed Yi Yufeng, looking frightened. Chen Zichen and Chen Nangxing were also pale. They could also tell that the speed of the wolf was not affected by the beast's soul. However, Han Sen did not think the wolf was immune to time curse. In fact, the time curse was already working on it. Since it did not slow down, it was very likely that in the beginning the wolf never used all it had got. It was trying to lure the whole group to come closer before it killed them all. The black metal wolf quickly flashed in front of Chen Nangxing, who was fast enough to summon a large copper shield more than 3 feet tall to block its claws. Crack! The 5 inches thick shield, which seemed extremely sturdy, was suddenly ripped open by the wolf claw like a piece of paper. "My sacred blood shield!" Chen Nangxing cried in anger. Chen Zichen and Yi Yufeng each cut at the wolf that just landed with a sword. As the sword flashed, the metal wolf had already thrown itself at Han Sen. Although Han Sen was holding the spinning spear, seeing what had happened with the sacred blood shield, he did not dare to block the wolf with the spear. His heart started to race, and incredible power filled his body. Han Sen stepped forward using Sparticle and dodged the metal wolf's attack. After it landed, the wolf did not immediately attack again. It turned around and gazed at Han Sen, obviously surprised that Han Sen could dodge the attack. In addition to the metal wolf, Chen Nangxing, Chen Zichen, and Yi Yufeng did not expect Han Sen to be able to avoid the wolf's attack either. Even they felt it was quite challenging to achieve that. As evolvers with their mutant geno points maxed out, the 4 men working for the Chens were all killed under the wolf's claws. The fact that Han Sen was able to run away as an unevolved person amazed them. "Go back!" Yi Yufeng quickly shouted and started to run toward the entrance. Although the wolf was under the influence of time curse, they could still see no hope to kill it. Yi Yufeng and Chen Nangxing were quick, but just as they moved, the wolf appeared in front of them like a phantom, blocking the way to go out. "Damn it, I will fight it out with it." Chen Nangxing raised the copper shield, which was already falling apart, to the metal wolf. None of the guys dared to slack. Wielding their weapons, they knew very well that if they could not bypass the wolf, none of them could live. However, the behavior of the wolf showed them some hope. The reason they could not kill the wolf before was that they could not even hit it. However, if the wolf chose to block their way, it had to bear their attacks. This way, maybe they would have a chance to kill it. Shortly, they found that things were not as smooth as they thought it would be. The wolf not only dodged all their attacks, but also clawed at Chen Nangxing's shield in the blink of an eye. "Crack! Give me a beast's soul!" Yi Yufeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Obviously, he had great faith in his strike. Bang! The dagger hit the wolf's neck and exploded. Thousands of smaller blades flew in all directions at the wolf with great speed. Han Sen was a bit shocked. No wonder Yi Yufeng was so confident. The dagger turned out to be a one-use beast soul like the ghost butterfly boomerang. It seemed it was also a sacred blood weapon. Otherwise, Yi Yufeng would not be so sure of himself. What happened next made Yi Yufeng turn pale. Thousands of small blades hit the wolf's body and clanked. With the weapon's sharpness and speed, it did not even cut the hair of the wolf, but fell on the floor like broken glass. How is that possible? Yi Yufeng almost stared his eyes out. Chen Nangxing and Chen Zichen were also dumbstruck. Obviously, they could also tell how good the dagger was. However, the wolf's performance made them feel desperate. Only Han Sen, who had determined the wolf to be a super creature, had guessed the result, and did not look surprised at all. After being attacked, the metal wolf was agitated. It howled again and came at Yi Yufeng. Blood suddenly spilled. Yi Yufeng used all his force to run. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his leg was clawed and blood started to well. Chen Zichen and Chen Nangxing had taken the opportunity to go out of the opening in the green gold wall, and quickly ran out. Because he was injured in the leg, Yi Yufeng could not run fast. Being the last one, he could no longer dodge the second attack from the wolf. Feeling desperate, Yi Yufeng raised his sword and wanted to cut the wolf before he died. Although it was pointless, he did not want to go down doing nothing. The sacred blood sword was useless against the wolf and immediately bounced back, almost cutting Yi Yufeng himself. Seeing the claws almost at his chest, although Yi Yufeng was wearing sacred blood armor, he did not think it could protect himself. "This is the end of me," he thought. All of a sudden, Yi Yufeng felt someone pulled him in the back away from the claws. Bang! Yi Yufeng was thrown out toward the exit. Getting up, he saw Han Sen standing opposite the wolf. Dollar. Yi Yufeng was dazed. He did not believe Dollar would have saved him. Go. Why are you standing there? Han Sen exclaimed with his eyes fixed on the wolf. The reason he saved Yi Yufeng was not because he liked the man, but because he had thought of a method to kill the super creature, and Yi Yufeng and his time curse would be a great help in Han Sen's plan. Yi Yufeng looked at Han Sen with complicated feelings and limped outside. As he ran, he kept looking back and saw the black metal wolf had thrown itself at Han Sen at the same high speed. Yi Yufeng did not have the heart to watch. Although he felt terrible, Han Sen was already doomed. If he did not leave fast enough, his life saved by Han Sen would also end there. Yi Yufeng gritted his teeth and ran as fast as his injured leg could carry him. Seeing Yi Yufeng had run out as well, Chen Zichen and Chen Nangsing were dazed. Yi Yufeng was injured in the leg, and they thought it was unlikely that he could survive. Yi Yufeng did not bother to talk to the brothers and looked to the entrance. However, he did not see Han Sen come out. No need to look. That guy cannot make it, said Chen Nangsing. Shut up. Although Yi Yufeng was thinking the same, he did not want to hear Chen Nangsing say it out loud. Yi Yufeng could not understand why Dollar had chosen to save Yi at the risk of his own life in the end. When Chen Nangsing was about to lose his temper, he suddenly heard footsteps from the nest. Is the wolf coming out? Chen Nangsing suddenly panicked and quickly ran back, forgetting about Yi Yufeng's offense. Yi Yufeng looked down and was surprised by a golden figure. It was none other than Dollar. Dollar, it turns out you are also an evolver. You've been hiding it from us, said Chen Nangsing. Dollar, if you need anything in the future, simply ask. I will remember this forever, Yi Yufeng said to Han Sen seriously. I do have something that I need to ask of you, said Han Sen bluntly. You have saved my life, so it is fair that I give my life back to you. Although Yi Yufeng also believed that going down equaled death, he agreed to do it anyway. Han Sen smiled and said, I am asking you to come because I know there is a way for us to fight the wolf. If I am asking you to die for me, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Before Yi Yufeng spoke, Chen Zichen asked, Dollar, you really think we could kill the wolf? If it is just Yi Yufeng and me, I think we have a 50% chance. If you and your brother join us, then we should have a 70% chance, said Han Sen, sure of himself. 70%. Chen Nangsing looked at Han Sen incredulously and said, It was the four of us just now, and we even lost some sacred blood beast souls. Why would anything change when we try a second time? Last time, we did not know the wolf very well, but now we do, so we can design tactics according to its characteristics, which would increase our chance. Han Sen smiled and explained. Chen Zichen pondered and said, Although that is right, I'm afraid tactics wouldn't work on the wolf. Its speed and strength are simply overwhelming. What if we add this into the equation? Han Sen summoned the Flame Lieutenant. The Flame Lieutenant appeared next to Han Sen. All the beast souls nearby suddenly had a red glow. Is this a sacred blood aura? The three guys were surprised to see Flame Lieutenant and feel the abilities of their beast souls enhanced. Exactly. The sacred blood or a beast soul could increase the power of all beast souls within a certain range. If we use it together with the time curse, we will further slow the wolf down. If we design properly, we will have a chance to kill it, said Han Sen. Chen Nangsing looked at the Flame Lieutenant in surprise. A sacred blood aura was as rare as a three-legged person. All the gangs would die for even a mutant aura. The effect of a mutant beast soul aura was already incredible for a gang, let alone a sacred blood one. The fact that Han Sen had one to himself seemed to be a huge waste from Chen Nangsing's perspective. Dollar was a lone wolf, while the aura was meant for a group. The more people there were, the more power the aura had. With the sacred blood aura, we can indeed give it a shot. Nangsing, you have another sacred blood shield, right? I do have a backup, but it is my last one. These soul shields are hard to find. Chen Nangsing felt reluctant to use his backup shield, afraid that it would be ruined by the wolf again. With the beast soul aura, the shield would be strengthened and could last longer. In addition, you don't even need to use it much. Just block the wolf when it is critical and take the shield back afterwards. As for how to distribute the gains, the meat of the wolf is mine, and whoever kills the wolf gets to keep the beast soul. Sounds fair, Han Sen proposed. The wolf must be a super creature. He wanted both the beast soul and life essence. He was not sure if he could get the beast soul, but he could not let anyone know about the life essence. The four of them explained all the beast souls they owned each and designed a plan to fight the wolf according to its characteristics. It took them a long while to finalize the plan. Remember, if we don't hit the wolf, go back immediately. Do not try to take risks. We can always go back as long as the wolf remained in the nest. No need to hurry. Chen Zichen repeated the plan before they went down. He was afraid that Han Sen and Yi Yufeng would disturb the plan to snatch the beast's soul. We'll do everything as we planned, Han Sen agreed, because he did not believe any of the others had what it takes to kill a super creature. The four of them entered the nest one by one as they planned. This time, Chen Nangsing was the first. Chen Nangsing was walking with a sacred blood shield over his head. His task was to block the first attack from the metal wolf so that Yifeng had the time to use Time Curse on the wolf. As for Han Sen, although he was holding the spinning spear, he did not plan to use it. After all, a gear would not be enhanced by the aura because it was not a beast soul. Therefore, it was impossible for him to use it to kill a super creature. Han Sen was hiding the sacred blood sword and devil sword, planning to cut the wolf if he could find its weak spot. Holding a black round shield, Chen Nangsing walked into the nest, feeling nervous. This shield was much smaller than his copper one. Thinking of the incredible strength and speed of the wolf, he did not feel secure at all. With a howling, a black shadow suddenly dashed from a cell, leaving Chen Nangsing no chance to dodge. Chen Nangsing quickly raised the shield to protect himself. Bang! Feeling a strong force hitting the shield, Chen Nangsing was knocked dozens of feet away despite that he was pushing the shield with his shoulder. Chen Nangsing hit the wall and rolled over to get up, seeing 3 long marks added to the surface of his shield, which was obviously clawed by the wolf. With the buff from the Flame Lieutenant, the shield had become much stronger. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed already. Chen Nangsing quickly looked to the wolf and saw that Yifeng had finished using Time Curse on it. Seeing that the wolf had become much slower, Chen Nangsing let out a sigh of relief. However, the wolf quickly threw itself again at Chen Nangsing. Although it had been slowed down, the speed was still frightening. Holding their weapons, Han Sen and Yifeng rapidly launched attacks at the wolf. Under the buff of Flame Lieutenant, the Time Curse had slowed the wolf down significantly. However, the super creature could still manage to dodge all the attacks of the 4 and fight back at times. Although it was 1 against 4, the wolf still had the advantage. The 4 of them had to collaborate with one another to cope with the creature. Fortunately, they had planned ahead of time and did not panic. Damn it, why is the wolf so fierce? Chen Nangsing was clawed again at his shoulder. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, his shoulder was scratched deeply and blood was flowing. Bang! Han Sen stabbed his spear at the wolf, which was the first time they had ever hit the creature. However, the spinning force was useless on it. The metal wolf shook its body and got rid of the spear, its fur completely intact. Retreat immediately, Chen Zichen exclaimed. All 4 of them were injured to different extent, so it would make no sense for them to keep going. According to their original plan, they fought as they backed out. Eventually, they made it into a small channel. Although the wolf tried to chase after them, the channel was too narrow for it, so it gave up. After resting and healing for 2 days on the ground, the 4 of them went back to fight the wolf with no success. However, although they were not able to beat the wolf, they had learned more and more about the creature through the repeated efforts. They could hit the wolf more and more often, and they got injured less and less frequent. However, they could never hurt the wolf. Even sacred blood weapons left no mark on its body. The creature is so strong. I'm afraid we could not kill it even if we continue to try, said Chen Nangsing, dejected after several failures. Chen Zichen and Yifeng remained silent. In fact, they agreed with Chen Nangsing. The metal wolf was so incredibly strong that they could never hurt it. However, they had gone too far to give up. Everyone looked to Han Sen. Naturally, Han Sen did not want to give up. Although they were not able to hurt the metal wolf, they had hit it multiple times. Han Sen had closely observed the reaction of the wolf. Although super creatures had incredible fitness levels, some were weaker than others. This metal wolf was more or less on the same level as the baby golden growler. It was only fast, but lacking otherwise compared to the adult golden growler. All kinds of creatures had their own weaknesses, but since the overall fitness of a super creature was too good, their weaknesses could be overlooked. For example, when Han Sen first encountered the baby golden growler, he could not even injure its eyes. This time, the situation was similar, but better. After repeated provocations, Han Sen gradually discovered the weaker part of the wolf. However, it was only relatively weak. Even in its weaker part, Han Sen felt like it would take more than 35.0 in fitness, plus the sacred blood sword, devil sword and flame lieutenant, to cause any injury. Han Sen had learned that the weakest part in the metal wolf's body was its jaw. Han Sen felt like Metal Wolf was always carefully protecting its jaw, so it would not be difficult to hit it there. Fortunately, because the group of people were too weak for the Metal Wolf to stay alarmed. It had fought the group lots of times and started to think that they could never hurt it. This was what Han Sen had been trying to achieve. The reason he did not use the Sacred Blood Sword and Devil Sword was to wait for this to happen. He would only have one chance. If he could not make it, the wolf would be guarded in the future. Therefore, Han Sen had been holding back and waiting for the best chance to make the fatal attack. Han Sen could tell that the Chen brothers were having second thoughts and did not feel hopeful anymore. If it was not for the fact that Han Sen had saved his life, Yi Feng would probably give up as well. How about we just let it go? Chen Nangxing said after hesitating for a long while. After all, they could not stay in First God's sanctuary for too long, otherwise their body would suffer irreversible damage. They could not waste all their time there. Chen Zichen also said, You see that the metal wolf has really tough skin. Even if we have the chance, we can never injure it. We have tried almost stabbing it everywhere, but it simply did not work. It would be a waste of time if we continue to try. Han Sen pondered and said, You can choose to stay or leave as you wish. Then, Han Sen looked to Yi Feng and asked, What's your plan? At this point, Han Sen had known the wolf very well. Even without the two brothers, he could beat the wolf. However, without the time curse, Han Sen was not so sure. After all, the wolf was too fast for Han Sen to hit it in the jaw. Yi Feng said quietly, You have saved my life, so it is only natural that I do whatever you say. If you need me, I'll be here. In that case, help me and let's try again. Han Sen was glad that Yi Feng said that. Without the time curse, Han Sen was not sure how likely he was to succeed. Yi Feng nodded and did not speak. Chen Zichen and Chen Nangxing felt awkward and got up. We'll leave now. Wish you success. Although they said that, they did not believe that the two of them could kill the metal wolf. Chen Nangxing even believed that without the two brothers, and Yi Feng might be in danger. After all, neither of them had a sacred blood shield, so there was no way they could defend themselves. Before leaving, Chen Zichen gazed at Han Sen and Yi Feng, hesitated and said, We have spent more than a month together. No matter what you think, I have a lot of respect for the two of you. Here is a word that I would like to share, if you don't mind. Please, said Han Sen. We don't belong in the First God's sanctuary and should not waste too much time here, Chen Zichen said and got up to fare Han Sen and Yi Feng well. Chen Zichen's words reminded Han Sen. Since he had not evolved, he would not suffer from the punishment of God's sanctuary. However, Han Sen did not know how long ago Yi Feng evolved. If Yi Feng kept staying, he might suffer irreversible damage in his body. Han Sen told Yi Feng, If you don't feel well, leave with them. I should be able to last a few days more, said Yi Feng. Then let's rest for 2 hours and try again. After resting for a while, Han Sen and Yi Feng again entered the nest. In the broken wall, Han Sen told Yi Feng, I will lure the wolf out, and all you need to do is to summon the time curse. You don't have to fight the wolf this time. Okay, replied Yi Feng and did not say anything more. Han Sen took a deep breath and entered the opening. He was walking in an odd way. He was not following a straight line, but swinging left and right. It looked like he was a cripple. Han Sen had integrated kiting skills and the skeleton's disordered movements into his walking, making his opponent unable to tell where he was really going. Even if the metal wolf rushed out, Han Sen was sure that he could dodge its attack. Suddenly, the wolf threw itself at Han Sen like a ghost. However, the direction it went was off because of the skills Han Sen used, so Han Sen was able to avoid its attack. Yi Feng was fast enough to attach Time Curse to the wolf. With the help of Flame Lieutenant, the wolf had become much slower, and Han Sen could see where it was moving. Han Sen immediately stabbed his spear at the wolf. Because they had fought multiple times, the wolf knew that the spear could not injure. It simply slightly moved aside before throwing itself at Han Sen again. However, Han Sen had used the kiting skills to avoid its snap and knew very well where the wolf would be going. After releasing the Time Curse, Yi Feng initially wanted to help Han Sen fight. However, after watching for a while, Yi Feng stopped in surprise. After spending more than a month with Han Sen, Yi Feng thought Han Sen should be a strong evolver with his sacred Geno points maxed out. However, Han Sen would not be much stronger than the two brothers and himself. Originally, Yi Feng did not think they could do well in this last shot. After all, they were missing 2 people, and it would be an issue how to distract the wolf. However, Han Sen was distracting the wolf himself, which showed Yi Feng something he had never seen before. Since the 4 of them were working together previously, Yi Feng had not been able to tell Han Sen's strength. With Han Sen facing the wolf alone, Yi Feng felt shocked. Even with the Flame Lieutenant and Time Curse used, Han Sen, who had shapeshifted, was still much slower than the wolf. Normally speaking, Han Sen would not be able to dodge all the attacks from the wolf. However, Han Sen managed to avoid all the wolf's attacks easily, without sweating. Yi Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Han Sen was much slower than the wolf, so how could he easily avoid its attacks? Yi Feng felt more and more puzzled. Han Sen's footwork did not seem to be too strong. Even at his best, he was still slower than the wolf. However, Yi Feng felt like no matter how fast the wolf was, it was impossible for it to hit Han Sen. Yi Feng felt more and more odd, his brows knitted. Suddenly, Yi Feng thought of something and appeared to be shocked. He couldn't help exclaiming, Is that Heavenly Go? Is Dollar a descendant of that person? Although Yi Yufeng had heard about Heavenly Go, he had never witnessed it being used. Therefore, he was not sure if Han Sen was using Heavenly Go. The techniques Han Sen was using made him feel it should be similar to the legendary Heavenly Go. Although Han Sen was slower than the wolf, he could easily dodge its snaps. When Yi Yufeng looked closely, it almost felt like the wolf was controlled by Han Sen. If Yi Yufeng tried to help Han Sen, he might even disrupt Han Sen's plan. Han Sen had never practiced Heavenly Go. He had just learned kiting skills from Queen and had no idea what Queen was practicing. However, Han Sen did not have time to think about that. All his focus was on the metal wolf. For this one chance, Han Sen had been holding back for more than a month and refrained from using his sacred blood sword and devil sword. Because the spinning spear could not be enhanced by the Flame Lieutenant, and the fact that Han Sen was holding back himself, he posed the least threats to the wolf. Facing him alone, the wolf was the least guarded at this point, which was exactly what Han Sen needed. Even if the Chen brothers did not ask to leave, Han Sen would also try to fight the metal wolf alone. Only by doing this could he execute his plan. Watching the target stepping into his scheme, Han Sen's eyes were as calm as water. Although his heart was beating rapidly because of heresy mantra, his mind was extremely peaceful. The wolf was roaring from time to time. For so many days, the wolf had been disturbed by the group repeatedly, so it had wanted to eat them alive for a while. At this point, Han Sen was facing the wolf alone. But the wolf even hit him, which made the wolf snap harder. Seeing the creature getting agitated, Han Sen was delighted. The more frantic the wolf was, the more likely he was to succeed. Gradually, the wolf was led to the designed spot by Han Sen. In other words, Han Sen was forced into a corner by himself. It was a narrow corner between two stone walls. The two walls formulated an angle of 45 degrees, and there was a large stone about 3 feet tall in front of Han Sen. If the wolf wanted to attack Han Sen, and must jump over the large stone. In order to do that, the wolf had to jump much higher than usual, which would force it to expose its jaw to Han Sen. Coming back from death was Han Sen's only option, and Han Sen's only chance. The wolf was extremely enraged. Seeing that Han Sen, who was super sly, forced into the corner and had nowhere to go, the wolf couldn't help jumping over and throwing itself at Han Sen, trying to kill him with one blow. Yi Yufeng, who was watching, suddenly became pale. As he tried to rush over, he realized it was too late. Yi Yufeng had to watch the wolf going at Han Sen. Staring at the wolf coming at him, Han Sen stayed still like a stone. The moment that the jaw of the wolf was exposed to Han Sen, he flipped his wrist, and a silver sword covered in black smoke suddenly reached forward. This move was so unexpected that even a human could not see it coming, let alone a creature. In addition, before Han Sen attacked, he almost seemed indifferent. There was no way of telling his murderous intent. It was a great contrast between how fierce this move was and how cool he seemed. Thump. With the use of heresy mantra, Han Sen's heart ran like an engine, making horrendous sounds, which could even be heard outside of his body. Veins stood out on the body of the bloody slayer. Han Sen felt that his muscle and bones were on fire, generating tremendous heat. Using overload at its extreme, Han Sen's body was like a volcano. If Han Sen went a hair over, his body would explode. Whoosh! The tip of the sword cut the black fur with friction. There were even sparkles. Kill! Han Sen roared and motivated every last ounce of energy in his body, pushing the sword through the fur into the flesh of the wolf. Blood started to flow along the blade. Suddenly, the wolf turned its head back and threw itself at Han Sen, determined. It seemed that the wolf was going for mutual destruction, knowing itself could not survive. Dodging the wolf's attack, Han Sen swept the spear across at the wolf, sending it into the air. Before the wolf fell, Han Sen lifted its body higher with the spear. Bam bam bam. The wolf was strapped by the spear so fast that it could not even land. Han Sen knew that the spinning spear could not break the wolf's fur, so it was pointless to stab the creature. He was simply beating the wolf hard to make its wound tear. More blood flowed from the wolf's jaw. Yi Yufeng was dashing among the creatures. When he approached Han Sen, he saw Han Sen whipping the metal wolf, which used to be invincible, and had now lost the ability to fight back. Suddenly, Han Sen turned the spear around and drove it into the wolf's injured throat, nailing the wolf's body to the stone wall. Bang! The wolf's body hit and smashed the wall. The spear was driven into the wolf's injury with a strong spinning force. Blood spurted from the wolf's throat. The creature had lost all its energy and even stopped struggling. With blood and sparkles, the head of the spear eventually hit the wolf's brain. Larva of super creature cursed wolf killed. Beast soul of cursed wolf gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Watching the body of the cursed wolf dissolving, Han Sen quickly grabbed the black life essence, overjoyed. Super beast soul. Super beast soul. I have another super beast soul. Han Sen almost wanted to shout to express his joy. However, Han Sen stopped himself and put away the life essence before Yi Yufeng saw it. Han Sen did not want to leak the existence of the super creatures. It would cost so much trouble. As Yi Yufeng and Han Sen slaughtered the creatures, there was nothing that could stop the two of them. The two of them quickly got to where the egg was. What they saw made them feel shocked. Where the egg should be was empty. Han Sen and Yi Yufeng both felt awed. With all the creatures still alive, it was unlikely that the egg was gone. It was hard for them to believe that someone could hide himself from all the creatures and break the egg. In addition, Yi Yufeng was the one who found the nest first. Before he was there, the green gold wall was still intact, so no one could have entered the place. Did the Chen brothers manage to break the egg without alarming any creatures when they came down the first time? Yi Yufeng murmured to himself, but felt his guess was unlikely. Han Sen suddenly had a thought. Was the cursed wolf hatched from the egg? When Han Sen returned to the shelter, he had gained 2 more sacred Geno points and now had 85. After going back to his room, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of the cursed wolf excitedly. Type of beast soul of cursed wolf, weapon. A black dagger suddenly appeared in Han Sen's hand. Although it was just a bit more than a foot long, it was heavier than an average broadsword. The blade was so thin that it was almost transparent, making Han Sen feel cold when looking at it. Han Sen wielded the dagger, and a Z steel block was sliced in half with no resistance. Without a good target, Han Sen could not tell what other strengths of the weapon were. Super Beast Soul Weapon. Han Sen almost laughed out loud as he had been overjoyed with his new gain, which was exactly what he needed at the moment in order to hunt super creatures. With this dagger, he would never worry that he had nothing to kill a super creature with. If he ran into the baby golden growler again, Han Sen could kill it without a doubt. However, it would not be easy for him to go to that island again. In addition, he was not sure whether the baby golden growler would stay on the island. Han Sen had to give up the thought. Although super creatures were rare, he should be able to find one if he was paying attention. There was no need for him to go that far. The most important thing was to become stronger himself. Save me, brother Han, his schoolmates started to beg Han Sen. Han Sen was a bit upset. He was not sure if the guy was crazy. They were in a military academy, and the students should be completely safe. The students named Wang Dai was also in the senior year. He was top 3 in martial arts department, and rather well known on campus. With his good looks, the guy had a bright future ahead of him. However, since Wang Dai started to go to Gladiator, everything has changed. In order to enter the VIP section, Wang Dai needed to pay a large amount of membership fee. Since he was from a wealthy family, and had earned quite some money in God's sanctuary himself, Wang Dai paid the membership fee and entered the VIP section. In an ordinary game, there was only winning and losing. However, in the VIP section, a large sum of money must be submitted before the game started as the stake. He had met both strong and weak opponents and earned some money. Later on, he became more and more obsessed. Not only had he lost all his money, he had owed the system a huge debt. He had also signed some deadly contracts. At this point, Wang Dai had owed so much money that it was impossible that he could give it back. In 2 days, staff of Gladiator would take Wang Dai to take part in a life and death battle. Although Wang Dai was just a student, because of the contracts he had signed, Gladiator was allowed to take him away. Brother, wait, I could pay you. Wang Dai quickly pulled Han Sen's sleeve and exclaimed in terror. I know you don't have any money left. And even if you do, money cannot buy human life, said Han Sen calmly. No, brother, although I don't have money left, I could give you sacred blood beast souls, said Wang Dai in a trembling voice, unwilling to let go of Han Sen's arm. Sacred blood beast souls could not be traded for a human life. Brother, I have a sacred blood beast soul add-on. Han Sen wanted to say no, but hesitated when hearing sacred blood beast soul add-on. All the add-ons he had witnessed were extremely strong, like King Xuan's water spirit and Yi Yufeng's time curse. Little brother, you must be calling me for some favor, Huangfu Pinking said, smiling. Sister, you are so insightful and intelligent to be able to tell this. You are definitely the best candidate to inherit Ares Martial Hall. Just tell me what you want. You're no good at flattering. Huangfu Pinking grinned, her face glowing like a blooming flower. Sister, then I'll be straightforward. Can you tell me a thing or two about the VIP section of Gladiator? Asked Han Sen. You went to the VIP section. Huangfu Pinking suddenly became mad. Didn't I warn you against it repeatedly? Not me, but one of my schoolmates. Han Sen told Huangfu Pinking everything about Wang Dai. Consider this person dead already. Don't get in the middle of this. How so? If he wins the battle, his debt would go away, right? Han Sen continued to ask. You think those perverts would let him win? Huangfu Pinking curled her lips and said, All I could tell you is that whoever goes there is a Toro waiting to be slaughtered. Less than 1% could survive. If I'm willing to spend some money, will it be possible to get him out? Han Sen thought about it and asked. He'd rather not see Wang Dai die. You think a snake is going to give up on its prey? Hyunfu Pinking said grimly. This is not your business. We can do nothing about. What if I fight on behalf of him? Han Sen asked tentatively. He did not want to let go of the Sacred Blood Beast Soul add-on, which was almost impossible to find on the market, and would be a great help in hunting super creatures. You know him very well. Hyunfu Pinking gazed at Han Sen. Not really. Han Sen told Hyunfu Pinking about Wang Dai's proposal to hire Han Sen with the beast souls. You didn't agree yet, right? Hyunfu Pinking asked with her brows knitted. Not yet, but I really want that beast soul add-on. If you go there, it is impossible that he would survive. To be honest with you, the people Wang Dai will be facing there are actually evolvers. It is the same if you go on his behalf. Do you think you stand any chance? This is fraud, said Han Sen, frowning. It is. And what can you do about it? Those people are so powerful that neither of us could afford to mess with them. Just give up the idea, said Hyunfu Pinking. If the opponent is someone who has just evolved, maybe I could win, he said calmly. Han Sen received the video shortly. He clicked play and saw two guys fighting in a ring. One guy was as strong as a tower. He was at least 8 feet tall. The extremely muscular body made him look like Iron Man himself. The beast's soul weapon used by his opponent only left a shallow mark on his skin. The muscular man then lifted his opponent up and easily ripped the poor guy apart like tearing apart a chicken. Blood rained like crazy. Audience outside the ring were cheering excitedly, shouting and hitting the fence. Then the video was followed by another one. The protagonist was still the extremely muscular man. His opponent was beheaded immediately this time. Who is this person? Han Sen turned off the video and asked Hyunfu Pinking. It is not important who he is. The key is that if you entered the life and death battle, he is very likely to be your opponent, said Hyunfu Pinking. In fact, Hyunfu Pinking was exaggerating a little bit. The perverts enjoyed watching a bloody and slow kill instead of a sequel, which would be way less fun. Therefore, when they sought an opponent for the unevolved, they would prefer to choose an evolver without all his geno points maxed out. This way, the unevolved would still have some chance to struggle. However, the man in the video that Hyunfu Pinking showed Han Sen was a top evolver, famous for his cruelty, hence popular among the perverts. The man was not for every unevolved person. The reason Hyunfu Pinking said that was to dissuade Han Sen from risking his life. Can you make sure that he will be my opponent if I enter the battle? Han Sen asked seriously. Of course, said Hyunfu Pinking resolutely. She did not want Han Sen to take any chance. Okay then. I have decided that I will enter the battle on behalf of Wang Dai. Han Sen's calm words made Hyunfu Pinking feel dumbstruck and speechless. Hyunfu Pinking did not know what was wrong with Han Sen to make such a decision. Although that man just evolved 1 or 2 years ago and thus had a low count of geno points among evolvers, his fitness index should still be around 40, which was way beyond any unevolved person. Attacks from an unevolved person were basically useless on that man. In addition, the man had practiced a hyper-geno art called Iron Jacket, which could change the structure of one's body cells. The user would have incredible defense and could not even be hurt by a weapon. Han Sen would stand no chance facing this guy. Why? Give me a reason, said Hyunfu Pinking, a bit annoyed. Because I can defeat him, Han Sen said calmly. This man was strong, and even as strong as the turtle. However, one thing the guy was lacking was his speed. More importantly, Han Sen was not the same person he used to be. He had gained enough strength and even a super beast soul dagger from the cursed wolf. After seeing the videos of the man, Han Sen was certain that he could defeat this person. In fact, Han Sen with his new dagger was the man's worst enemy. The man had strong fitness but low speed, which made him Han Sen's favorite target. Sister, please arrange for that evolver to be my opponent, said Han Sen. Okay, Hyunfu Pinking agreed. She sighed and said, I hope that Ning Yu is not there. To be honest, although Ning Yu is a gentle person, I always feel uneasy around him. I would rather be around Son of Heaven who has a terrible temper. Hyunfu Pinking arrived at the VIP section and saw Ning Yu there. It was impossible for her to avoid Ning Yu at this point. Brother, Hyunfu Pinking called. Every time she saw Ning Yu, she would feel nervous. Although Ning Yu was the gentle person, the sight of him always sent a chill down her spine since she was little. Therefore, Hyunfu Pinking was oddly closer to Son of Heaven who was cranky and arrogant. Hyunfu Pinking could not even explain why herself. Brother, I have a favor to ask. Pinking, anything for you if it's not against the rules, Ning Yu said with a smile. After saying that, Ning Yu could no longer hold back coughing. His face looked even more pale. Brother, are you getting better these days? Hyunfu Pinking couldn't help feeling worried. Doesn't matter, I've gotten used to it. Ningyu smiled and said, what is the favor? Brother, someone I know is brought to the VIP section. Hyunfu Pinking said hurriedly. Pinking, you should know that some rules could not be broken. Ningyu said and coughed. Brother, I am not asking you to let him go, but to make Tai Kwang his opponent. Hyunfu Pinking gritted her teeth and said, although she did not believe it was a good idea, she had to respect Han Sen's will. He is your enemy. Ningyu looked at Hyunfu Pinking in surprise. No. Hyunfu Pinking quickly shook her head. Is he an evolver? No. Ningyu looked interested. Interesting. What is his name? Han Sen. Brother, can you do it? As long as no rules are broken. Whatever you want. Ningyu smiled at Hyunfu Pinking with doting gaze. So, it's a yes. Hyunfu Pinking became overjoyed. Ningyu nodded, the corner of his lips twitching under the handkerchief. The VIP section was where the dark side of human nature was let loose. The space was filled with audience, with the ring washed repeatedly by blood in the center. No one could see the faces of the audience. Although one can also watch the live broadcast with membership via Skynet, many people still preferred the true experience and the taste of blood. The name Tai Kwang was famous in the VIP section. It was not because he was truly strong. Among revolvers, Tai Kwang was still a rookie with good potentials at best. However, in the VIP section, for the unevolved were unable to pay their debt, Tai Kwang was a nightmare. Satan was the nickname that people gave Tai Kwang after watching his fight. The cruelty Tai Kwang showed in the battles had earned him the nickname. In the past battles, none of Tai Kwang's opponents had an intact body. They were either ripped apart or torn off the heads. Whenever something like that happened, the audience would become fanatic. Cheers would fill the entire space. It did not matter who Tai Kwang's opponent was. What everyone wanted to see was the cruelty of the Satan. I will tear your head off. When Tai Kwang was standing on the ring again, he pointed at his opponent and shouted out his favorite line. All the audience started to cheer for the upcoming blood and death. In fact, compared to Tai Kwang, the audience were the real devils. In a room above the ring, Ningyu was drinking a cup of wine as red as blood on the couch, overlooking the ring with his smiling eyes. Han Sen. He should be that person brother used to hate. Ass Freak, head of the Steel Armor Special Squad, and an unevolved person. Interesting. Ningyu watched Han Sen walking to the ring with a mysterious smile. Looking at Tai Kwang was roaring like a monster. Han Sen was extremely calm. Either the excited cheers or the fierce movements of Tai Kwang could not affect Han Sen at all. No matter how fierce Tai Kwang was, he was still weaker than the Golden Growler. Han Sen would not feel pressure just because Tai Kwang was taller. There were too many large creatures in God's sanctuary. Han Sen shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen and was suddenly crowned with a ruby crown. Holding the dagger of the cursed wolf, Han Sen watched Tai Kwang, who was trying to provoke him quietly. Although Tai Kwang had seen the beast soul summoned by Han Sen, he did not mean to use a beast soul himself. With his fitness level, he did not need to use any beast soul to abuse an unevolved person. The crazy audience also enjoyed seeing him tearing his opponents apart with bare hands. Tai Kwang himself also loved that feeling. The moment when the laser curtain disappeared, Tai Kwang quickly walked to Han Sen with a cruel smile, his fingers apart. Tai Kwang almost did not try to defend himself at all, because he did not think it was necessary. The Hyper-Geno art, iron armor, that he practiced would protect him against any sacred blood weapons from First God's sanctuary. Even a strong unevolved person could only leave a scratch on his body using a sacred blood weapon. The scratch would only make Tai Kwang more excited. Watching Tai Kwang approaching Han Sen, Hyunfu Pinking couldn't help feeling nervous, her palms sweating. Although Han Sen had repeatedly confirmed that he could beat Tai Kwang, Hyunfu Pinking still felt it was not realistic. Tai Kwang evolved with his sacred Geno points maxed out. An unevolved person was simply too much weaker than him. Watching Tai Kwang getting closer to Han Sen with his fingers apart, they shouted in madness. Rip the bastard apart. Kill him. Rip his head off. F&K his ass. It was like a scene in the hell. Thousands of devils were shouting with desire. In the eyes of Han Sen, who had shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen, Tai Kwang was not fast at all. The moment when Tai Kwang was about to grab Han Sen's shoulders, Han Sen used Heresy Mantra to make his heart thump. Blood started to pump from his heart and his body became tense. Boom. Using Sparticle, Han Sen's foot became a blur. A black thing flashed at Tai Kwang's neck and Han Sen had already come to the back of his opponent. Rat, although you have some tricks, my flesh is like iron and your crappy daggers could not even shave for me. Tai Kwang turned around and roared at Han Sen. Is that true? Han Sen looked at Tai Kwang with a blank face. When Tai Kwang was about to say something, he could only make a sound like a blocked pipe. His neck broke and blood sprayed out. The audience became silent. The cruel look had disappeared on Tai Kwang's face. The evolver was terrified and shocked, trying to cover his injury with his hand. However, the injury was too deep and wide. No matter how Tai Kwang tried to stop the bleeding, it simply did not work. Momentarily, the evolver fell to the ground and started to twitch. After a brief silence, the audience cheered and roared even louder. Han Sen took back the beast's souls and walked down the ring, also surprised about the sharpness of the dagger, which easily slit the throat of an evolver like Tai Kwang who had practiced a defensive hyper-geno art for evolvers. The weapon was so sharp that it was cutting iron like butter. Fu Pinking looked at Han Sen who had left incredulously, unable to believe what had happened. Interesting. Bring him to me. Han Sen was brought to a room and saw Ning Yu smiling and Fu Pinking standing nervously next to Ning Yu. Hello, my name is Ning Yu. Ning Yu walked to Han Sen and reached out his right hand, looking harmless. Han Sen. Han Sen shook Ning Yu's hand. The vibe he got from Ning Yu was different from what Fu Pinking had described. Han Sen could not tell what kind of vibe it was. He did not feel uneasy around Ning Yu like Fu Pinking. Instead, he felt Ning Yu was like a poppy flower, making people tremble but couldn't help feeling attracted. He received an invite from Ning Yu to join a hunting campaign organized by Starry Group. Initially, Han Sen wanted to reject, but Ning Yu offered him something that Han Sen could not say no to. Starry Group could help Han Yan get admitted to a posh school right away before Han Sen became an aristocrat. Han Sen's original plan was to become a sacred blood aristocrat before he served in the military, which would allow him to send his sister to a posh school in time. However, Han Sen was trying to evolve with his super geno points maxed out. This way, he was not sure if he could still make it. He had tried everything he could and used some connections, but nothing worked. Ning Yu's proposal made it impossible for Han Sen to turn him down. At the same time, Han Sen felt more guarded against Ning Yu, who is definitely a manipulative person. He knew what it was that Han Sen wanted and offered it to Han Sen, making it impossible for Han Sen to say no to him. Ning Yu, if you're trying to kill a super creature with the dagger, it will also be a great opportunity for me. Even without your offer, I would still have said yes, so your calculation is wasted. Han Sen accepted Ning Yu's offer and felt expectant. If Ning Yu was trying to kill a super creature and Han Sen had the only weapon that could possibly kill a super creature in First God's Sanctuary, it would be hard to say who the winner would be. Han Sen signed an agreement with Ning Yu. Starry Group would get Han Yan admitted first, and Han Sen needed to go to the Faith Shelter South to steal Armor Shelter to join the staff of Starry Group. To Han Sen's surprise, Ning Yu asked the staff to take the 2 sacred blood beast souls that Han Sen earned from Wang Dai to Faith Shelter as well. In addition, Ning Yu had also summoned a few strong fighters of Starry Group located near Faith Shelter to join them. Because Ning Yu himself was too far away from Faith Shelter, he would not join the campaign himself. The leader was someone with his sacred geno points maxed out named Yang Cheng. In addition to Yang Cheng, there were 2 more people with their sacred geno points maxed out. The others had a high sacred geno point count as well. There were 8 in total including Han Sen, making Han Sen feel amazed by the power of Starry Group. Yang Cheng did not tell Han Sen where they were going or what their target was. Han Sen did not ask either but followed the group into the mountains. It seemed that Yang Cheng and the rest did not like Han Sen very much, which Han Sen could understand. After all, he was not in Starry Group. To seek help from an outsider must be shameful in their eyes. Han Sen did not mind that. He was not interested in his companions at all. All he could think about was the Beast Soul add-on he got from Wang Dai. We will enter the primeval forest soon. Be careful not to be stung by the poisonous bugs. Their poison is still largely incurable. Before entering the primeval forest, Yang Cheng said to Han Sen. It was not because Yang Cheng liked Han Sen, but because Ning Yu had told Yang to guarantee Han Sen's safety, as long as Han Sen still had the Beast Soul dagger. That was why the rest of the group did not feel good about Han Sen. They thought Han Sen was just a lucky guy who had gained a strong Beast Soul. In less than 2 days, the group reached a huge mountain. Everyone's face became grim and they all looked to Han Sen. Mr. Han, our target is in the mountain, but it is not an easy target. Just stay here and we will draw it out. Find an opportunity to hurt it. Remember, safety first. We are about to see the creature. I'm sure you can tell me what kind of creature it is now, Han Sen said to Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting smiled and said, it doesn't matter what you know. All you need to do is to stab it, and the rest is none of your concerns. The creature will not stay still for me to stab it, will it? Han Sen frowned and said, it more or less will, said Zhu Ting casually. In a couple of hours, Han Sen saw the group coming down from the mountain. They were very slow and constantly pausing, because they were too far away, and Han Sen's sight was blocked by trees. He could not tell what they were doing. Han Sen walked to the side, wanting to see more clearly, while Zhu Ting pulled him and said, "Stop it. Hide right here and wait for Yang Cheng to draw it here. This creature has very strong eyesight. If it sees you, everything will be ruined." Han Sen felt even more curious. He wondered what kind of creature it must be. There was no way for Han Sen to tell, so he had to wait. The group gradually approached them. A while later, Han Sen saw the creature following them, which made Han Sen dumbstruck. It was a giant snail the size of a car. Its shell was translucent like a piece of jade, and its meat under the shell was red like fire. Its 2 eyes were as big as the headlights of a car. The snail was chasing the rest of the group, but its speed was not great. Although it was much faster than a real snail, it was about as fast as an ordinary adult. There was no way it could catch up with the guys. Standing in different directions, Yang Cheng and his team members were shooting arrows and throwing daggers at the giant snail, trying to keep the creature at a distance from themselves. However, all the weapons were basically useless on either the shell or the meat. An arrow hit the shell of the snail and broke into pieces. Luckily, the arrow was a Z-steel weapon. If it were a beast soul, its owner would be crying by now. The weapons that hit the red meat bounced back like they had hit rubber. The speed that they bounced back was even higher than when they hit the turtle. Although the giant snail seemed very strong, it seemed pointless to be careful. Han Sen wondered why the guys would draw it over instead of asking Han Sen to go over and stab it. Although Han Sen felt confused, he knew that the group were doing it for some reason. Therefore, Han Sen was waiting patiently. Stay still. Wait for them to draw the creature by the boulder. Take the chance to stab it once. Remember, be fast. After the stab, whether you have heard it or not, retreat immediately. As the snail approached the boulder, Han Sen summoned the cursed wolf dagger and leaned against the boulder, waiting for the snail to pass by. Zhu Ting also held his breath and leaned against the boulder. Shortly, the giant snail was led to the boulder. When it passed by, Yang Cheng whistled, which was their agreed signal. The giant snail had its back facing Han Sen, a piece of red meat exposed under the white shell like a skirt. The dagger immediately came at the meat. Before the dagger touched it, the snail seemed to feel something and tried to withdraw its tail. However, it was too late. The black daggers had already cut the meat and left a foot-long injury. Han Sen felt like he was cutting beef tendons. Although the meat was cut, the injury was not deep, and the snail quickly hid in the shell, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Han Sen wielded the dagger at the shell, trying to smack it. "Run!" Zhu Ting became shocked and mad. Before Han Sen even made the cut, he shouted and pulled Han Sen away. Suddenly, the snail which had just hidden in the shell came out of the shell and flew toward Han Sen. Its body was red and looked like a snake with a pair of wings. It flew toward Han Sen like a red lightning bolt. Seeing the flying snake almost in his face, Han Sen quickly slashed the cursed wolf dagger at it. To Han Sen's surprise, the flying snake quickly zigzagged and dodged Han Sen's strike. Without slowing down, it threw itself at Han Sen once again. Han Sen frowned. He did not have time to think, so he used heresy mantra and quickly rolled around on the ground to move away from the flying snake. The snake did not even pause, but continued to attack Han Sen. Zhu Ting threw a bunch of Z-steel flying daggers to the snake, which did not work at all. All the flying daggers were bounced away. Yang Cheng and the rest quickly ran over and shouted, "Run! You'll be safe 300 feet away from the shell." Han Sen still did not know much about the flying snake. He no longer dared to take any risks and started to run. Han Sen did not follow a straight line. Although the flying snake was chasing after him in the sky, Han Sen's route made it impossible for it to attack. Eventually, Han Sen made it 300 feet away from the shell. Like the group had said, once Han Sen got there, the snake stopped chasing after Han Sen. Yang Cheng and the rest let out a sigh of relief and took Han Sen away from the mountain. "What happened? Didn't I tell you to run after the strike? You almost got us killed," Zhu Ting shouted at Han Sen, pointing at his nose, after they reached a safe place. "Sorry, I just want to try if I can cut the shell open," said Han Sen apologetically. Although Han Sen did not believe the snake could kill him, he did go against the plan, which was his fault. "Well, you think too much of yourself. It's good enough that you can hurt its body." "The shell," said Zhu Ting satirically. Zhu Ting did not think there was a single weapon in First God's sanctuary that could scratch the shell. "That's enough. It's good that nothing has happened." Yang Cheng stopped Zhu Ting and said to the rest, "Our mission is completed. We'll take a rest and prepare to go back to the shelter. You are not going to kill the creature." Han Sen was dazed. He did not expect the group would go back like this. "Kill? You think you can kill the creature with just a sharp dagger? Such a naive boy," Zhu Ting snorted. Yang Yongcheng gave Zhu Ting a stare to stop him and then said to Han Sen, Mr. Han, you have seen that we do not have the ability to kill the creature, so we'll have to wait for young Master Ning Yu to organize another campaign to kill it. Han Sen suddenly understood that Ning Yu only asked him to come to test whether his daggers could hurt the creature instead of killing it. Ning Yu himself was probably traveling to Faith Shelter at the moment to organize another campaign to kill the creature. Han Sen did not say another thing and followed the group back. At this point, he was sure that the giant snail must also be a super creature. It seems that the Nings do know something about super creatures. Otherwise, why would they have spent so much time and effort to look for a nest and killed this creature? Obviously, they're after something, Han Sen thought to himself. However, he was not sure whether the Nings had ever killed a super creature or gained super genes. If the answer was no, how did they know about the existence of super genes? Or was it just a speculation? Han Sen thought about it and felt it was unlikely. At mealtime, Zhu Ting hunted a mutant creature and barbecued the meat. Although Zhu Ting was a jackass, he had great cooking skills. The barbecue he made was way better than what Han Sen could make. The meat was tender and juicy, definitely top-notch. Han Sen never expected this annoying companion to have such skills. However, Yang Yongcheng and the rest seemed to have known about Zhu Ting's strength. Maybe they had enjoyed his barbecue several times already. The group were chatting while eating. Some even took out liquor bottles. After Han Sen took several bites, he started to feel something was fishy. The temperature of his body was rising, which was almost impossible for someone who practiced jade skin. If this happened, it meant something was wrong with his body. Very soon, Han Sen realized what the issue was. He did nothing on the way back and had been eating what he brought with him. The only thing that could go wrong was Zhu Ting's barbecue. Ning Yu, if you try to kill me like this, then you think too little of me. Han Sen used jade skin and the coolness had turned his body back to normal. He then pretended nothing had happened and continued to eat the barbecue. After everyone had finished the barbecue, Han Sen saw that nothing was wrong with Yang Yongcheng and the rest. As Han Sen was hesitating whether he should pretend, he heard a thump. Quickly, Han Sen saw Yang Yongcheng and others fell to the ground as if they were high. They only twitched a little before they stopped moving. Zhu Ting. Han Sen looked to the only sober person besides himself in surprise. Taking my knockout drops and you haven't fallen. A strong fighter indeed, Zhu Ting said to Han Sen with a smile, looking rather surprised. Who on earth are you? Han Sen had now understood that Zhu Ting was probably a spy in Starry Group. Otherwise, he would not poison the rest of the group as well. However, Han Sen still did not know which force he belonged to. Han Sen did not expect Zhu Ting to be a spy. Someone as petty as him did not seem to be spy material. Zhu Ting paused and said, "It does not matter who I am. The key is you should know who owns you. What do you want?" Han Sen stared at Zhu Ting and asked. "Now you have two options. One is to give me the beast's soul dagger and the other is to die. I am a fair person. You can choose yourself." Zhu Ting was still smiling. "Do you take me for a moron? If I give you the dagger, I will only die faster," Han Sen sneered. "It is possible that you live after giving me the dagger, but if you do not give it to me, you will die for sure. Even if I cannot have the dagger, I will not let Ning Yu have it," said Zhu Ting. He summoned a beast soul sword and cut it at Han Sen's neck. When the blade was about to touch Han Sen's neck, Han Sen flipped his wrist and the dagger hit the sword. With a crack, Zhu Ting's sword was broken. "What the?" Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen in surprise. He obviously did not realize Han Sen had such strength after taking the knockout drops. The knockout drops he used had no scent or taste. After taking it, one would not be knocked out immediately, but after a while. The drug was a family secret, which had never failed Zhu Ting before. Zhu Ting had soaked the barbecue with the drug and watched Han Sen eating the meat. It was simply impossible that Han Sen was not affected. Han Sen did not think that much and stabbed the dagger at Zhu Ting. For someone who wanted to kill him, Han Sen would not have mercy. The strike was fast and fierce, but Zhu Ting moved in an incredible angle and dodged the dagger. Han Sen felt like he had seen this footwork somewhere before. 7 twists. You are one of the Chens. Han Sen immediately remembered where he had seen Zhu Ting's footwork. Chen Zichen had once used the same technique. You know about the Chens in 7 twists. Zhu Ting also seemed surprised. He did not expect Han Sen to be able to recognize his footwork. "So, you are indeed one of the Chens?" Han Sen asked. "It does not matter if that is true. You can tell me what your connection to the Chens is. If you're lucky, maybe I will spare your life," said Zhu Ting quietly. "It seems that your drug did not work on me," replied Han Sen. "Now you should think about how you can make me spare your life." Zhu Ting smiled and said, "You think it is impressive that you are not knocked out. That drug only makes you sleep. The poison I am talking about is nothing like that." Zhu Ting put his hand in front of his nose, looking enchanted. Did you smell the fragrance? It is no perfume, but real poison. Have you heard about hypergeno art called deadly perfume? It makes the user develop genes that produce poison. Every person would have his unique poison, so even if you have also practiced deadly perfume, you cannot produce the antidote of my poison. And as far as I know, I am the only person who had survived after practicing deadly perfume, which is now a forbidden technique. I do not believe that you can drug me with a scent, said Han Sen calmly. Initially I could not, but since you have been drugged with the knockout drops, it will bring out the deadly perfume in you. Zhu Ting smiled and said, so, I am a dead man already? Han Sen asked. Can you tell me who you are? That is not necessarily true. Since I can produce the poison, I can also make the antidote. If you give me the beast's soul dagger, I will let you live. Zhu Ting squinted his eyes and said, what if I do not want to give it to you? Zhu Ting looked Han Sen up and down and suddenly chuckled. In fact, we can also collaborate. What did Ning Yu offer you? I can offer you the same and save you from my poison. What do you think of these terms? I still need to ask, how am I supposed to believe you? Han Sen said quietly. He was only trying to know as much information as he could. The poison did not have much effect on him due to jade skin. You should know that when I used the sword on you, I was not trying to kill you. It was just a bluff, said Zhu Ting. Han Sen did not say anything. Obviously, he knew that Zhu Ting did not use real force. However, the sword was a sacred blood sword, so Han Sen still cut it in half. Okay, I will tell you something you do not know about. In fact, I bet you have no idea what kind of creature Ning Yu was asking you to kill. Zhu Ting sighed and said, isn't it just a sacred blood creature? Han Sen's heart leapt, but his face remained still. Sacred blood creature? Maybe. At least no one knows if they are sacred blood creatures so far. Zhu Ting grinned and said, what do you mean? Han Sen frowned. Have you thought about why some sacred blood creatures were significantly stronger than others, like the one in the primeval forests? Even so many people with their sacred geno points maxed out could do nothing about it. We were not even on the same level with it. Don't you feel that is strange? Zhu Ting paused and said slowly, have you ever wondered that maybe there are beings beyond sacred blood creatures? Han Sen did not even bother to reply him, quickly stabbing his dagger at Zhu Ting. Zhu Ting snorted and urged the fragrance to spread. He thought Han Sen, who had already been poisoned, would get worse at this point. However, the fragrance seemed to have no effect on Han Sen. Boom. Han Sen ignored him and punched him in the face. Zhu Ting's nose started to bleed, and the fist was imprinted on his face. Zhu Ting was shocked. He thought he would be caught or killed or interrogated. But Han Sen did not ask him anything before beating him up, making his nose run. Zhu Ting wanted to fight back, which only brought him harder hits. Stop it. Make it stop. Ask whatever you want. Ouch. What do you want to know? Zhu Ting screamed as he begged. The questions can wait. I am mad at you, so I will see how much beating you can take first, replied Han Sen casually. He reached out and dislocated Zhu Ting's shoulder. Zhu Ting was yelling and cursing. He regretted so much that he had made Han Sen his target. Such a pervert. He was not even trying to interrogate him, but just beating him up. Unable to use any force, Zhu Ting could not even commit suicide. Eventually, maybe Han Sen got tired. He left Zhu Ting lying on the ground in the weirdest shape, covered in tears, while he sat down on a rock next to Zhu Ting. Being tortured by Han Sen, he doubted whether Han Sen had more interest in torturing him than knowing the answers. Pervert. Moron. Idiot. Zhu Ting cursed Han Sen with all the words he knew inwardly, but replied in compliance, I don't know much about it. I just heard from the older generations that when God's sanctuary was first discovered, my ancestor found something that proved there should be another level beyond sacred blood. The Chens had worked hard to prove that speculation, but the creatures we suspect to be of the higher level are simply so strong that no weapons in first God's sanctuary could hurt them. Isn't your family named Zhu? How come you are one of the Chens? Han Sen gazed at Zhu Ting. I'm a bastard, so I took my mother's family name. Do you know Chen Zichen? We have the same father, Zhu Ting said hastily. Why did you become a spy in Starry Group? Don't tell me it's because that's fun. The ancestor of the Nings worked in the same department as my ancestor. When they discovered those things, they were together, which was why the Nings had the same speculation and had also paid a lot to prove it. You know that Starry Group is very strong, and the Chens are not on the same level as them. With me as the spy, if they discovered something, we could also benefit from it. What is the name of the department? Han Sen asked casually, but his heart was racing, because he thought of the work permit of his great-grandpa. Seeing Han Sen's face became grim, Zhu Ting added, I heard it's something rather secretive. His great-grandpa, the man of the Nings, and the man of the Chens should be working in the same department. Very likely, they found something in God's sanctuary. Since Hansen's great-grandpa left the words super gene, maybe the other two persons had left the same message, or even more details. After all, the work permit of Hansen's grandpa showed that he was just an investigator. Maybe the other two persons were the team leads. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Starry Group had accumulated such fortune in a few generations. Mr. Han, I have told you everything you want to know. Please let me go, Zhu Ting begged. Since it is none of my business that you are a spy, I would have let you go. However, you tried to hurt me, so I can't just do that. I will hand you over to Yang Cheng, and it's up to you whether you can live or not. Hansen smiled and said. Zhu Ting suddenly shuddered, gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Han, how about I pay for my own life? Could you name the price? The thought of Ning Yu made Zhu Ting shudder. If he ended up in Ning's hand, he would rather die. Although Hansen was cruel, he was as lovely as a child in the kindergarten compared to Ning Yu, according to what Zhu Ting knew about the young master. 100 million for my life, what do you think? Zhu Ting gritted his teeth and said. Hansen did not speak but smiled at Zhu Ting. 200 million. Zhu Ting said the number as if he were selling his own daughter. Hansen immediately walked to Yang Cheng, checking whether he was about to wake up. No matter how Zhu Ting yelled, Hansen ignored him. It was impossible that Zhu Ting had brought so much cash with him in God's sanctuary. Hansen did not believe he had even 20,000. Just by listening to Zhu Ting, Hansen knew that he did not plan to pay. That arrow will do, Hansen said casually. Which arrow? Zhu Ting pretended to be confused but felt shocked. Zhu Ting did have an arrow, a sacred blood one. He cherished the arrow like a treasure and did not use it often. After all, a sacred blood beast soul arrow was very rare, even more rare than a beast soul bowl. Many archers were hoping to get a sacred blood beast soul arrow but could not. When they were in danger against the giant snail, Zhu Ting summoned the arrow but did not make a shot, afraid that the arrow would be broken against the snail shell. After they became safe, Zhu Ting quickly took it back. He probably held the arrow for just 10 seconds. Zhu Ting could not believe that under such intense circumstances, Hansen still saw the arrow and recognized it to be a sacred blood beast soul. Hansen immediately grabbed Zhu Ting's ear and was about to cut it off. Yes, okay, you can have it, Zhu Ting screamed immediately. If you talk more crap, you can have it for yourself, Hansen said quietly, not letting go of his ear. Meeting you is my worst luck, said Zhu Ting with a sad look. Sacred blood beast soul of bony fish gained. Mr. Han, I have given you the beast soul you asked for. Can you let me go? Zhu Ting looked at Hansen and asked, worried. Did I say that I will let you go? Hansen curled his lips and said, didn't we agree to trade this sacred blood beast soul arrow for my life? You can't eat your own words, said Zhu Ting, cursing inwardly. It's for your life, not your freedom. Hansen's words startled Zhu Ting. Go make your drug and wake them up, Hansen said to Zhu Ting and summoned the horn bow and the bony fish arrow, playing with them. After recovering, Zhu Ting did not feel anything weird. Looking left and right, he wondered how he could run away. Glancing at Hansen, Zhu Ting suddenly felt terrified and gave up the thought of running. Hansen was aiming the spiked white bony fish arrow at him. Just with a glance, Zhu Ting felt the arrow would hit him anytime. Zhu Ting quickly took out a dozen small bottles, mixed the powder in them with a certain proportion and blew it into everyone's nose. After waking up, the rest of the group quickly understood what had happened. They shot murderous looks at Zhu Ting, and someone even drew his weapon out. Hansen stopped him. That person asked Hansen, Mr. Han, what are you doing? If it were not for the fact that Hansen had saved them, they would have killed Hansen in madness as well. He paid me for his life, so you will let him survive, said Hansen quietly. In addition, if you want to kill him, you should ask your young master first. The group of people marched back, taking Zhu Ting as their prisoner. Zhu Ting suddenly had a mysterious look on his face and said, rest assured, I will not ask you to cut me loose. I am only telling you these to make you understand that you can never give the dagger to Ning Yu. Also, you'd better not try killing that creature. If you do, never give Ning Yu the beast's soul or meat. Once the Nings have the ability to kill those creatures, do you think they will let you live and compete with them? Hansen knew what Zhu Ting wanted. He said all that to talk Hansen out of helping Ning Yu. However, Zhu Ting's worry was unnecessary. Hansen never planned to kill a super creature for Ning Yu. Hansen asked Zhu Ting a few more questions, but Zhu Ting did not say much. He did not beg Hansen to let him go either. Very soon, Zhu Ting fell asleep. The second night after Zhu Ting told Hansen those words, Zhu Ting was tied up with special ropes managed to run away. The person who was in charge of watching him died on the spot with all his skin black. Obviously, the guard was poisoned. Zhu Ting was kept close to the rest of the group, but no one heard a thing. The guard never made a move or sound either. Yang Cheng only found his body when it was Yang Cheng's turn to watch Xu Ting. Damn it. Yang Cheng's face was stern. Han Sen also frowned. He had been underestimating Xu Ting as well. With such a belief, Xu Ting should have left on the first night. However, he deliberately waited until he told Han Sen those words. When they returned to the Faith Shelter, Ning Yu had already arrived there. When Yang Cheng told Ning Yu what had happened, Ning Yu only smiled and thanked Han Sen for saving his men. Ning Yu also told Han Sen that all the procedures had been completed for Han Yan to be admitted to a posh school. Then, Ning Yu had prepared everything and left for the primeval forest again. During the process, he did not mention anything about the cursed wolf dagger, nor did he ask which creature the beast's soul was from. It was as if Ning Yu had no interest in the dagger and only wanted Han Sen to kill the creature with them. Han Sen admired Ning Yu's patience, no matter Ning actually had no interest in the dagger or was simply pretending. Such patience was a rare quality. People like Ning Yu would always launch a deadly strike in the most unexpected way. This time, the group leaving for the primeval forest was even smaller than last time. Including Ning Yu and Han Sen, they were only 5. 2 of the 5 were new guys, so Han Sen only knew Yang Cheng and Ning Yu. The 3 persons had all maxed out on their super geno points. Before they left, they all finished their evolution in the evolution pool in the shelter and became evolvers. It looks like Ning Yu wants to kill the creature badly. When they were on a break, Han Sen would focus on the beast souls he had gained. Among all his beast souls, there was only one that he did not know how to use, which was the Beetle Knight. Doppelganger, how does it work? Maybe he will live on my behalf when I die. Or, can he do something for me like a stunt double? Watching the Beetle Knight in his mind, Han Sen thought. As Han Sen was thinking, he went to the creek to get some water. Looking at his reflection in the water, he was reminded of something. When he was fighting the Beetle Knight would constantly go to the lake. It did not look like the creature was taking a bath, since the weather was so shallow that only its feet would get wet as it rode on its mount. Doppelganger, lake. Maybe the Beetle Knight did not go to the lake for the water, but for the reflection. On this thought, Han Sen's heart leapt. Damn it, this is so straightforward. But it never came to me for so long. I've been so stupid, Han Sen almost shouted, looking at his reflection in the water. He wanted to test his speculation right away, but the rest of the group were still nearby. Han Sen had to calm himself down, return to the camp, and start to boil the water. Han Sen, do you believe in fate? A little. Like a normal person, Han Sen felt reverent of fate, but did not completely believe in it. Maybe you don't believe this, but I believed we would be friends the first time I saw you. Ning Yu smiled and said, my great-grandfather had a good friend whose family name is also Han. That friend saved my great-grandfather's life. Maybe we can be friends like that as well, and this time, allow me to save you. Han Sen was dazed. All of a sudden, a million thoughts came to him. What is the name of the friend? Maybe he is in my family, Han Sen probed with a smile. Han Jingjai, Ning Yu said without hesitation. That is such a coincidence. The name of my great-grandfather was also Han Jingjai. They are not the same person, are they? Han Sen simply asked. It should be easy for Ning Yu to find out such information, so there was no need to hide. Ning Yu said in a gentle manner, they should not be the same person. The friend of my great-grandfather is much older than your great-grandfather, and he never got married. Han Sen was confused by Ning Yu's reply. In that age, the God's Sanctuary was only just discovered. Before mankind started to gain Geno points and hyper-Geno arts were developed. Han Jingjai was already a famous Qigong master. Qigong master. Han Sen became dumbstruck. He had learned in history class that the Qigong masters were all basically just con artists. It's not what you think. Han Jingjai had incredible skills and was the instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force, Ning Yu said with a smile, knowing what Han Sen was thinking. The instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force. Han Sen became more shocked. Blue Blood Special Force was still the elite force in the Alliance. Even an ordinary member of the Blue Blood Special Force was surpasser. It was easy to tell how good the troop was. The instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force at this point was a famous demigod. Han Sen became more confused. If his great-grandfather was really the Han Jingjai whom Ning Yu was talking about, it seemed unlikely for the Hans to be so poor. In addition, Han Sen had never heard about any Qigong in the family. Han Sen wanted to ask more about the instructor Han, but it was already time to set out on the journey again. Ning Yu got up and told everyone to depart. What am I missing? Han Sen felt like he must be missing something in these connections. Han Sen had to put the thoughts away because they had already reached the primeval forest. Ning Yu and Han Sen were carefully protected by the 3 other members, who had already become evolvers. With higher fitness index, they felt the tasks much easier. When they were about to reach the mountaintop, everyone became careful. Hush! Yang Cheng, who was leading the group, signaled them to be silent when they were about to reach the mountaintop. The mountaintop was a stone platform about half an acre. The giant snail with the jade shell and red body was resting, hidden in the shell. The red meat was concealed completely. Young Master, Mr. Han, wait here for a second. We will draw it out, whispered Yang Cheng. Be careful, safety first. Ning Yu nodded. The three evolvers agreed and approached the creature. They summoned beast soul bows and started to shoot Z-steel arrows at the shell. Boom boom boom. The Z-steel arrows were smashed against the shell. All three revolvers shapeshifted into humanoid figures. With their fitness level as evolvers, they became extremely strong. After taking several arrows, the snail stretched its red meat from the shell and fixed its eyes on the evolvers. All of a sudden, it rushed toward them. The evolvers felt more confident since they basically represented the strongest humans in First God's sanctuary. Therefore, they were not as scared of the creature. Very soon, they found that they were too naive. The strong physique of Evolver did not make it easier for them to fight the creature. The person quickly wielded his broadsword at the snake. Yang Cheng and the other person also started to attack. The rat snake did not even try to dodge and let the weapons cut into its meat. The evolvers became overjoyed. Currently, their fitness index should be over 30. With a sacred blood weapon, they might not be able to cut the shell, but they believe the weapons should hurt the soft meat. However, as their weapons hit the meat, they realized how wrong they were. The thin blade cut the soft meat as if it had cut into glue. Not only was the meat intact, but all the force they used on the weapons was also absorbed. Then, the red snake suddenly changed its shape. The red meat moved like liquid and wrapped the three weapons up. The evolvers tried to retrieve their weapons, but found it was impossible. The weapons were bundled together with a strong force that they could not be taken out. What was more frightening was that the red meat started to develop tentacles looking like snake heads, moving toward the guys. The evolvers had to give up their weapons and come back. When they tried to summon their beast soul weapons, they found it was no longer possible. The three weapons were wrapped inside the red meat and melting. The red meat did not stop its attack. Its body could be twisted into any shape to attack in any form, making it impossible for people to defend themselves. On the other hand, the three evolvers did not dare to touch it. They didn't even dare to use their weapons and were suddenly trapped in an awkward position. Once the red meat touched them, even their armor started to melt, which looked horrendous. Fortunately, it was not as fast as the cursed wolf. Otherwise, the three revolvers would have died 1,000,000 times. Even so, the evolvers were hardly able to make it to the place where Han Sen and Ning Yu were hiding. Han Sen shapeshifted into Fairy Queen and seized the cursed wolf dagger, wanting to go out and help the evolvers. In fact, he was trying to look for an opportunity to kill the creature himself. Before Han Sen dashed out, Ning Yu pulled him and said calmly, "Don't hurry. This is not the time. Wait for them to draw the creature here, find a good spot, and make sure you kill it in one strike." Han Sen glanced at Ning Yu and saw the guy had a blank face, as if he was chatting in his living room. The fact that Ning Yu was not nervous at all made Han Sen feel that the three evolvers were nothing to him. Seeing through Han Sen's thoughts, Ning Yu said calmly, "If you go out now, then the risks they are taking will be wasted." Before Han Sen replied, Ning Yu summoned a slim sword and walked toward the creature. Han Sen was surprised. Ning Yu was so sick and had not evolved yet, so why would he go there himself? Holding the slim sword, Ning Yu quickly stabbed at the creature at an incredible speed, which actually hit it. His sword was not stuck in the red meat either. Impressive, this Ning Yu. Although they are twins, he is much stronger than Son of Heaven. Han Sen felt a bit shocked. He could tell that Ning Yu had not evolved, but Ning Yu was able to distract the creature and avoid its attacks. In addition, his sword skills were unexpected. Although he only had one move, he always attacked in the most surprising angle. Only his sword could be retrieved from the red meat which none of the evolvers dared to touch. Although the creature was not hurt by his sword, it became irritated. Under the extremely intense circumstance, Ning Yu looked so calm that Han Sen could not tell that he was in a deadly battle. The behaviors of the evolvers became more and more organized since Ning Yu joined them. They moved around the creature and gradually led it to Han Sen. After watching for a while, Han Sen learned that speed should be Ning Yu's main strength, which should be around 20. While his other items should be around 15. Seeing that the creature was led to him, Han Sen gripped his dagger. Han Sen dashed out without hesitation and quickly slashed the dagger at the meat. The meat that the evolvers could not hurt using sacred blood weapons was cut deeply by Han Sen's dagger. The injury was about 3 inches deep and blood immediately flowed. The creature screeched and quickly shrank its body. To everyone's surprise, after the red meat contracted, the injury disappeared as if it was glued up. Han Sen joined the rest of the group. However, it seemed that the creature was scared by the cursed wolf dagger and did not dare to touch it again. It kept moving away from Han Sen and attacked the rest. Although Han Sen found opportunities to stab it a few more times, it was useless. The red meat had an incredible ability to cure itself. "That's it. My shape-shifting time limit is up," exclaimed an evolver. Ningyu's pupils contracted. He commanded coldly, "Let's retreat." Hearing Ningyu, the evolvers started to go back together with the young master. However, Han Sen marched forward instead, making his way to the creature. Han Sen more or less have learned the strengths and shortcomings of the creature. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. The shape-shifting time limit of the evolvers was up, so that they no longer dared to fight the creature closely. As long as Han Sen could face the creature alone, he will have his opportunity. "Mr. Han, let's go back first. We will organize another campaign," Ningyu exclaimed at Han Sen with his brows knitted. "It's okay. You go back first. It fears my dagger, so I can try again," replied Han Sen, throwing himself at the red meat. Han Sen took this opportunity to make another cut at the red meat. This time, it seemed he had cut a vital part of the creature, which immediately screeched and returned to its shell, never coming out again. Han Sen approached the shell and quickly cut at it. Ding! Han Sen felt a strong force came through, almost made it impossible for him to hold the dagger, while the shell was only left with a white mark. "Let me try with dagger." Yang Cheng approached Han Sen and yelled. Han Sen did not answer, backed up, and looked at the rest of the group. "Your strength is not enough to break its shell. You can choose to lend us the dagger or sell it to us. After we succeed, you can have half of the benefits," said Ningyu. Before Han Sen replied, a tentacle of the red meat reached from under the shell at an evolver. That person was paying attention to Han Sen's reaction and did not dodge in time. He was caught by the red meat and quickly drawn into the shell. Blood was spilled, and screams were heard. The person became quiet in a moment, shocking the rest of the group. As Ningyu was about to say something, the creature moved toward the cliff with the shell on its back. "Mr. Han, what do you think of my suggestion?" Ningyu asked. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in lending or selling the dagger," Han Sen said quietly. 5 sacred blood beast souls for the dagger, and you still get to keep half of the meat after we kill the creature," Ningyu said and suddenly stabbed the sword at Han Sen's throat. This move was so unexpected in the middle of a sentence that even an evolver like Yang Cheng would probably have been killed. However, Han Sen was an expert in this aspect. The moment when Ningyu moved, Han Sen had wielded his dagger as well. Crack! Ningyu's sword was cut in half by the cursed wolf dagger. Ningyu looked surprised, but did not stop attacking Han Sen. "Even if you kill me, you will not be able to obtain the dagger," said Han Sen. "I'd rather not have it than let others have it." Ningyu's sword became more and more swift and deadly. The two evolvers also did their best to attack Han Sen in the fiercest way possible. Thuanfu Pinking was right. You are indeed a scary person. However, there is one thing that you did wrong. What is that? Ningyu did not stop his sword. "You misunderstood who is in charge here," Han Sen said calmly. The dagger in his hand moved like water, cutting the spear in Yang Cheng's hand. In a flash, Han Sen moved to the other evolver and beheaded him. Blood sputtered everywhere. Ningyu froze for a second. Yang Cheng yelped. They could not imagine that Han Sen could improve his strength so tremendously in a sudden. When besieged by 2 evolvers and Ningyu, Han Sen even killed an evolver. "You are also an evolver." Yang Cheng widened his eyes. After all the calculation, he failed to predict Han Sen's strength. At the ring of the VIP section, Han Sen only showed how sharp the dagger was. Ningyu did not know that Han Sen had the strength of an evolver as well. "Any last word?" Han Sen did not reply but asked. Ningyu coughed and said, "Maybe you do not know that there is a type of beast soul called doppelganger. The person standing in front of you is merely a doppelganger. Even if you kill me right away, you will only be destroying a beast's soul. So how about we have a nice talk instead? If you do not believe me, I could prove it to you that I am just a beast's soul," Ningyu said to Han Sen with his brows knitted. "I believe you," said Han Sen and immediately beheaded Ningyu with his dagger. In Faith's shelter, Ningyu, who was drinking tea, muttered to himself, "There goes my only sacred blood doppelganger beast soul. My teacher is right, I am still not calm enough." Ningyu took a sip of his tea but could not stop thinking about Han Sen. Han Sen quickly summoned the wings of purple-feathered dragon and flew down the cliff. Han Sen had learned everything about the creature and knew that he could kill it. The cursed wolf dagger, 43 super geno points, heresy mantra and overload, together gave Han Sen the ability to fight some super creatures. The creature turned itself again into tentacles, trying to tie Han Sen up. However, the dagger kept cutting at the tentacles, none of which managed to approach Han Sen. With extremely fierce strength, the dagger kept cutting the jade shell and deepening the marks on the shell. The metal sounds were almost non-stop. Boom. Eventually, after taking hundreds or thousands of hits, the jade shell was broken by the dagger into pieces and fell underneath the cliff. Without the protection of the jade shell, the red meat issued a screech and threw itself at Hansen in the form of tentacles. The creature suddenly screamed. It could no longer attach its body to the cliff and fell. Super creature blood snail killed. Beast soul of super creature blood snail gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Hearing the voice in his mind, Hansen almost moaned in happiness. It was indeed a super creature. He not only gained its life essence, but also had the beast soul. Amazing. Mr. Han, how about we find a place to talk? Before Hansen left Faith's shelter, Ningyu was standing in front of him, with a gentle smile per usual, as if nothing had happened between Hansen and him. Is there anything to talk about between us? Hansen looked around and did not see any suspicious person. I am alone, and you could decide where we have the talk. Ningyu smiled and said, Young master, do you really think I could kill the creature alone? Hansen licked his lips and said, Previously I did not believe that. However, after that day, I no longer dared to think so. You know clearly when I came back and whether I had brought any meat back. What more do I need to say? Naturally, Ningyu knew what Hansen meant. The creature was huge and had a lot of meat. Hansen returned on the same day. If he had obtained the meat, it was impossible for him to finish eating it. However, Hansen brought nothing back, but the creature disappeared. Hansen was not afraid that Ningyu would not believe him. So far, no one knew that the body of a super creature would disappear after being killed. No matter how smart Ningyu was, he would not know there was no meat to begin with. Maybe I should go to the Devil Desert. Hansen was still thinking about the Sacred Blood Fox King and the Sacred Blood Black Feathered Beast King. Either would make a great snack for the Worm King. Hansen had always wanted to kill the Fox King but had never found a good opportunity. A while back, he was unable to kill it. When he was capable of killing it, he could not find the creature. The Sacred Blood Black Feathered Beast King was a creature that could produce a rare flying Sacred Blood Beast soul. It was quite a shame that Hansen did not kill it last time. If Hansen could gain the beast soul of the Sacred Blood Black Feathered Beast King, he could sell the wings of the Purple Feathered Dragon, which had been seen by too many people. Since Hansen had reached a conclusion, he did not go back to Steel Armor Shelter, but went to Devil Desert directly. Foxes, black feathered beasts, where are you? Hansen rode on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and entered the Devil Desert. Although the Golden Rock Worm King had not transformed yet, it was of a significant size and marched much faster in the sand compared to Meowth. Entering the desert again, Hansen did not know how to describe his feeling. He used to be chased by the Sacred Blood Fox King in despair, but could kill it with a single shot these days, no matter how sly it was. Shortly after Hansen entered the Devil Desert, he saw many dead creatures. It seemed that some people had already cleared the path. As Hansen was wondering if he should choose a different direction, he heard roars of creatures and shouting of humans. Since the sounds were not far, Hansen commanded the Golden Rock Worm King to go over there. Hansen saw the group of people who were hunting. The group was led by Yuan and King. The Golden Rock Worm King was so eye-catching that Yuan and King saw it from afar. They recognized that it was Hansen's pet and felt relieved. Since they were hunting rock snakes, they did not say hi and fought harder. The group was quite organized as if they were soldiers. It was easy for them to hunt the rock snakes, so Hansen did not join them, but watched on a dune nearby. As Hansen was deep in his thought, Yuan and King had finished hunting the rock snakes and walked over to Hansen. I plan to hunt some sacred blood creatures in Devil Desert and max out my sacred Geno points. Didn't expect to see you here. Hansen came off from the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and said with a smile, Oh, you're going deeper into the desert. Take us with you. We will just watch you and don't worry about us stealing your creatures, Yuan said, looking at Hansen expectantly. Okay, we can go together. You can hunt the creatures as well, which should be fun. Hansen smiled and said. Hansen was actually thinking, sorry, Yuan and King. Kill as many as mutant creatures you want, but sacred blood creatures are all mine. Don't be pissed if we snatch a creature from you, said Yuan, grinning. If you have that kind of ability, I will be more happy than mad, Hansen said with a smile. Maxing out on sacred Geno points is not a big deal at all, not to mention you have not achieved that yet, said the young man with his lips curled. Entering God's sanctuary earlier does not mean you are stronger. Since you have said we are free to hunt the creatures, let's see who could hunt a sacred blood creature first, the teenager insisted. Okay, Hansen nodded and said, still smiling. The group of people continued their way into the Devil Desert. Yuan whispered to Hansen when the teenager was not nearby. Brother, Hai Yun is arrogant because his grandfather is Hai Mingwei. Don't pay him any mind. Senator Hai Mingwei. Hansen was surprised to hear that. Hai Mingwei was a senator and demigod, probably the best fighter among all humans. When Han Sen just entered God's sanctuary, Hai Mingwei became the first human who had killed a demigod sacred blood creature. So far, no one could follow that example. Hai Yun is the only boy in his generation, which is why the entire clan takes his education very seriously. Since he is randomly assigned to steel armor shelter, both my family and King's family told us to keep him safe. Just don't pay him any mind, brother. Han Sen nodded. He did not mean to take Hai Yun seriously anyway. Each time Hai Yun killed a creature, he would shoot a challenging glance at Han Sen. However, Han Sen remained calm and acted as if he did not see it. The biggest thing Hai Yun killed was 1 or 2 mutant creatures, which Han Sen was not interested in at all. He was not in the mood to play a child's game. The third day into the desert, when they were marching, Han Sen suddenly looked surprised as he gazed at the horizon. He stopped his mount and summoned the horn bow and the bony fish arrow. Brother, what had happened? Seeing Han Sen acting like that, everyone else became alarmed. However, they did not see anything nearby. Black-feathered beasts. The king is also here. Han Sen pointed to the horizon and said. Han Sen was quite pleased. This was not far from where he ran into the black-feathered beasts last time. It was great that he saw them again. He would never miss this opportunity. The rest of the group looked in the direction that Han Sen was pointing. All they could see was some black dots. I wonder if that is true. You are so far from the creatures. Even if you could see them, what's the point of taking out your bow? You could not even hurt an ordinary creature at such a distance, let alone a sacred blood creature, said Hai Yun with his lips curled. Han Sen did not reply but pulled the horn bow to its full. Aiming at the horizon for a while, Han Sen suddenly shot the bony fish arrow. A gray shadow flew toward the sky and immediately disappeared in people's sight. No one knew where the arrow went. Sacred blood creature black-feathered beast king killed. Beast soul of black-feathered beast king gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han Sen was surprised to gain the beast soul of the creature. Brother, did you really kill the sacred blood black-feathered beast? King could not believe what had happened. He stared his eyes wide, as he did not see what the black-feathered beast looked like. Han Sen nodded. Hai Yun snorted and urged his mount to run where the arrow fell. He did not believe that before he even saw the beasts, Han Sen had already killed their sacred blood king. Yuan and King were worried about Hai Yun and quickly summoned everyone to go after him. As the group of people approached the spot, they eventually saw a tornado of black-feathered beasts hovering in the sky, screeching. In the center of the tornado stood a boulder 100 feet tall. A giant black-feathered beast was impaled on the boulder with an arrow, the same arrow that Han Sen shot just now. Hai Yun widened his eyes and felt incredulous. The rest of the group were also dumbstruck. How strong must Han Sen be to kill a sacred blood creature more than a mile away? There are so many masters in the alliance. This is nothing, said Han Sen casually and quickly rushed into the black-feathered beasts, trying to snatch the body of the beast king. Han Sen did not take the body up but summoned the golden rock worm king. He pointed at the black-feathered beast king's body and the worm king immediately threw itself at the body excitedly. Recently, the golden rock worm king had stopped eating. It lost its interest in all meat but the meat of sacred blood creatures. Han Sen thought it was time for the worm king to evolve. The black-feathered beast was huge in size. It would take Han Sen a long while to gain a sacred blood geno point. He thought it was better if he just feed the whole body to the worm king. After swallowing the black-feathered beast king, the golden rock worm king stayed still and started to squirm. It really is about to transform. Han Sen became overjoyed and took the worm king back. Sen, if you have maxed out on super geno points, you can sell me the sacred blood meat. It is such a waste feeding it to your pet, said Yuan. It is too late. Maybe next time, Han Sen said with a smile. He did not think feeding his pet was a waste at all. With the super pet armor, a strong pet would be a tremendous help to Han Sen. I have some private business and will not keep going. We will have to part our ways here. Han Sen planned to go to the underground cave where he used to hunt ghost butterflies. Maybe he could gain a few beast soul boomerangs. After parting way with King and Yuan, Han Sen went to check out the underground cave. Again, he saw the ghost butterflies with blue flames flickering on their wings. Han Sen summoned Meowth, put super pet armor on it, and ordered it to rush to the butterflies. Groups of butterflies were awakened and became fireballs rushing toward Meowth. Blue flames hit Meowth as if they had hit a glass shield and bounced off immediately. Super pet armor was indeed outstanding. Boom. Sacred blood ghost butterfly killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost butterfly gained. Meat inedible. Checking Meowth, Han Sen found his pet was still going forward as if nothing had happened. Super pet armor is simply wonderful. The explosion of the sacred blood ghost butterfly did not even leave any mark on the pet armor, let alone hurt Meowth. The pet armor was basically invincible. Han Sen did not bring the rest of the group over, not because he did not want others to learn about the cave, but because he did not want them to see the super pet armor or Meowth. Watching Meowth having fun hunting the butterflies like a kitty cat, Han Sen followed his pet delightedly, enjoying the gains without lifting a finger. Deeper inside the cave, darkness prevented Han Sen to see the end. The cave was extremely deep, and water kept flowing down. Although there were some sideways, the main cave never changed its direction, but went straight down to the center of the earth. Han Sen hesitated slightly and decided to let Meowth scout. According to Han Sen's previous experience, there are generally very strong creatures in deep caves like this one. Han Sen looked up and his pupils suddenly contracted as his glance swept across. Using the torch, Han Sen saw someone sitting opposite him. "Who is there?" Han Sen yelled at the person, but there was no response. Looking around vigilantly, Han Sen felt something must be wrong. The reason Han Sen was able to see the person was that the person was glowing. The man had his skin and muscles intact, although water had left his body cells. Because his skin was glowing, he did not even look like a mummy. The clothing on the man was very strange, much different from modern clothing. The material and style of his clothing were like the ancient clothes humans wore before they ever left planet Earth. However, Han Sen decided that this idea was ridiculous. At that time, men did not even have the ability to survive in the universe, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary. Beside his left hand, there was something that looked like a scroll. At this point, Han Sen was certain that it was a dead man. Since there was no danger he could sense, Han Sen hesitated, landed on the platform, and picked up the scroll. There were lots of miniature characters written on the scroll, at least 30,000 characters on the 3 feet long scroll. The majority of the characters were embroidered using some special threads, while the last portion was written by a certain kind of liquid. The handwriting of the 2 parts was also quite different. Quite a weird dead guy. Han Sen checked the dead man out again. The dead man was about 30 or 40 years old. Although he looked dried up, Han Sen was still able to tell that he must have looked handsome when he was alive. Han Sen reached his hand toward the dead man. He was no stranger to death and did not mind doing something like this. However, the moment Han Sen touched the clothes of the dead man, the material immediately turned into dust. Pulled by Han Sen, the clothes were immediately blown away. The dead man was naked right now, but his whole body looked sacred and solemn. Han Sen then summoned the cursed wolf dagger and cut a hole in the stone wall. He placed the body into the hole, filled the hole with rocks, and said, "Since I damaged your clothes, I will give you a place to rest. As for the scroll, you would not need it as a dead man. I will take it back to have a look. Maybe I can find out who you are and ask your family to bury you properly." Han Sen spent 2 more days in Devil Desert and found no more sacred blood creatures. He went to the area where the sacred blood fox king used to be and failed to find it. To Han Sen's surprise, Golden Rock Worm King had accomplished its transformation. Super Golden Rock Worm King, pet. Seeing the Golden Rock Worm King that had finished its transformation, Han Sen felt dumbstruck. Its gigantic body had become much smaller after transformation. It used to be the size of a bus but had shrunk to the size of a car. Behind its body, it had also developed a tail like a scorpion's. Behind its back, 2 pairs of golden wings buzzed like a bee's so fast that they were almost invisible. Ferocious was the word Han Sen was thinking when seeing the Super Golden Rock Worm King. Super Pet plus Super Pet Armor, I don't know who can stop my maxing out on Super Geno points. Han Sen felt quite proud. He cannot wait to find more super creatures to kill. Many people were fleeing from the shelter with a terrorized look. Some people were even injured. Han Sen would not feel much if it were just a few people. However, more and more people started to flood out of the shelter, which was abnormal. "Brother, what's happening?" Han Sen pulled someone passing by and asked. "Creature." A creature came to the shelter. The person said, frightened. Han Sen paused. It was common for a creature to make its way into a shelter in 2nd or 3rd God's sanctuary. However, in 1st God's sanctuary, creatures would not even approach a shelter. Han Sen had never heard of any incidents in which a creature attacked humans in the shelter. In fact, he thought it had never happened before. Han Sen gritted his teeth and went against the crowds, entering Steel Armor Shelter. He saw a giant golden lion raging among the buildings of the shelter from afar. Although many strong men were attacking it, none could stop it. The golden lion was still killing like crazy. Golden Growler. You must be the little golden growler. Watching the grown golden growler, which was as tall as a 2-story building, Han Sen felt surprised and pleased. He was pleased that he got to meet the baby golden growler again, as he now had the ability to kill it. This golden growler was simply a godsend. However, Han Sen was surprised how big the golden growler had grown. Watching the golden growler crushing buildings and rooms, Han Sen's hearts raced, because the golden growler was about to reach his room in the shelter. Han Sen did not care about anything else but the archer crow he was feeding, which should not be revealed in public no matter what. Han Sen summoned the Super Golden Rock Worm King in super pet armor. He shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen and summoned the cursed wolf dagger. Blood flowed and became a river. It looks like Apocalypse in steel armor shelter. Retreat. Littlefinger ordered everyone to retreat. It was not because he did not want to buy more time for the merchants and ladies who did not have much ability to fight, but because he could no longer keep fighting. The situation of Steel Armor Gang and the Disciples was not any better than the Fist Gang. Plus, Steel Armor Gang had suffered the most loss. Many members of the Steel Armor Gang were military school students. The education they received gave them more courage to sacrifice themselves. However, no matter how brave they were, it was simply useless in front of Golden Growler. The Steel Armor Gang had become the last line of defense. As the members were becoming desperate and about to make suicidal attacks, they suddenly saw the murderous Golden Lion stop. Everyone was dazed. The Golden Lion raised its head, staring into the sky, and had an angry look on its face. What could possibly cause the anger of such a frightening creature? Everyone followed the Golden Lion's sight and became dumbstruck. A monster in jade armor fell from the sky. Although it was much smaller than the Golden Lion, it looked even more vicious. On the back of the armored beast stood a man with golden hair and red armor, who looked like Apollo. Han Sen. Many people who knew Han Sen couldn't help but yelp. Seeing the look in the Golden Growler's eyes, Han Sen knew that the creature had recognized himself. The lion's eyes were filled with hatred. Han Sen was sure the creature wanted to rip himself apart. Let's finish everything here and now. The Golden Growler clashed with the transformed Golden Rock Worm King. Although the Worm King was just about 1/10 the size of Golden Growler, it did not back off after the clash. The 8 sharp claws dug deep into the fur of the Golden Growler. Roar! The Golden Growler felt the pain and howled. The cursed wolf dagger almost became one with Han Sen and went toward an eye of the Golden Growler. Previously, Han Sen could not even break the eyes of the baby Golden Growler. However, Han Sen had become much stronger. With the Super Beast Soul cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Han Sen was not who he used to be. The dagger was stabbed into the eye of the Golden Growler hard, as if it was stabbed into rubber. Han Sen used all he got and pushed the dagger inward. Roar! As blood flowed, the Golden Growler howled, trying to hit Han Sen with its forepaw. The moment Han Sen pierced the golden eye, he had already kicked the Golden Growler's face in order to retreat. When he was in the air, the Worm King threw itself under Han Sen's feet, helping its master avoid the Golden Growler's paw. With a bleeding eye, the Golden Growler had incredible hatred in its only eye left. With a roar, it quickly hit Han Sen and the Golden Rock Worm King again at an incredible speed. Han Sen looked cold. Stepping on the Golden Rock Worm King's back, he dodged the paw and stabbed at its other eye. When the Golden Growler tried to take its paw back to hit Han Sen, the Rock Worm King had already dug its claws into the lion's paw, its tail piercing its fur, making the Golden Growler scream. Han Sen threw himself at the lion, piercing the other eye of the Golden Growler. Blood suddenly colored the golden eye red. Roar! Growling continuously, the Golden Growler quickly rushed toward a direction, knocking down countless buildings. It eventually broke out of the shelter and ran away. Watching Golden Growler leaving embarrassed, loud cheers exploded in the shelter. Many were shouting Han Sen's name. However, Han Sen had no time to respond. Standing on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King, Han Sen quickly chased after the Golden Growler. This time, he will not let the creature off the hook again. Buzzing its 4 wings, the Golden Rock Worm King quickly went after the Golden Growler. When it was about to catch up with the lion, Han Sen deliberately slowed down a little bit as he did not want anyone to see him kill the Golden Growler. Han Sen wondered if the Golden Growler would disappear like other super creatures, which would look suspicious to other people. Han Sen was confident to kill the Golden Growler at this point. All he needed to do was to wait for the Golden Growler to run to a desolated spot, which would be the moment he made his move. Being blind, the Golden Growler could no longer tell which direction it was going. Its eyes were bleeding, but the blood was going back into its injuries. It looked like it was healing. All the rocks and trees were knocked away by the Golden Growler. The creature eventually entered Dark Swamp. Watching the Golden Growler going deeper into the swamp where there was no one nearby, Han Sen no longer hesitated and ordered the Golden Rock Worm King to go at the blind Golden Growler. Its 4 wings buzzing, the Golden Rock Worm King strangled the Golden Growler with its barbed tail. The tail pierced the creature's neck and the blood started to flow. Meanwhile, the 8 sharp claws the Rock Worm King locked the Golden Growler's head down, stabbing inside its skull. The golden growler cried in despair, trying to hit the golden rockworm king with its paw. However, it only made some noises of metal on metal. Golden blood jetted out like a spring, mixed with pieces of inner organs. Roar! The golden growler cried, waving its paws and trying to kill its enemy. However, it could no longer tell where the enemy was. As its blood left its body, the golden growler quickly became weak. Hansen jumped on its head and stabbed the dagger into its brain, accelerating its death. After all, the golden growler had not grown as strong as its mother. It was only at the same level as the cursed wolf. Compared to the invincible large golden growler, it was still much lacking. If the golden growler had become as strong as its parent, Hansen was afraid that the entire steel armor shelter would be crushed by the creature. At that point, Hansen could not guarantee he would be able to stop it. Super creature golden growler killed. Beast soul of golden growler gained. Life essence available. Meat edible. Watching the dead golden growler, Hansen was dazed. This time, the voice was different from before. Hansen was happy that he was able to gain the beast soul of the golden growler. However, after killing several super creatures, it was the first time the body of the creature did not disappear. In addition, the voice had always told him that the meat of super creature was inedible, yet this time it said something different. If the meat was indeed edible, Hansen wondered why the voice did not say it could bring him more super geno points. In conclusion, the voice was kind of weird. Hansen did not dare to hesitate much longer. He quickly dissected the body of the golden growler with the cursed wolf dagger, searching for its life essence. Hansen almost tore its entire body up to find the golden crystal in its skull. Although the golden crystal was much smaller than that of its parent, it was still the size of a basketball. Hansen quickly licked at the crystal. As he drank the golden liquid, he felt his entire body was on fire. The body of this creature is so big that I wonder when I can finish eating it. Watching the golden growler cut into pieces by him, Hansen felt worried. Any piece in front of him was taller than himself. Hansen wondered how he could eat it. Let me try some first. Hansen picked a tender piece and made a thin slice. Without time to cook, Hansen decided to taste it raw. Very soon, Hansen found out sadly that the meat was as tough as ever. Hansen chewed the meat and felt as if he was chewing calfskin. There was no way his teeth could tear up the meat. He hesitated and summoned Holy Angel, wondering if she would eat it. Hansen saw the little girl started to grow as she ate the meat of the golden growler. Her hair became longer and chest fuller. Her legs became longer, and a pair of white wings started to grow on her back. Hansen felt the little girl looked more and more like the creature she used to be. Her wings became bigger and her body more curvaceous. Jade armor started to formulate on her body as well. Holy Angel. She really had become the Holy Angel. Hansen was dumbstruck and did not know what to say. After eating a small part of the golden growler meat, the little girl had grown into a woman. However, the change had not stopped. The Holy Angel was still bearing her face in the meat. As she ate, the figure of Holy Angel started to shift again. Her blonde hair became almost transparent, her white armor became golden, and even her eyes and halo became pure gold. The Holy Angel turned into an elegant goddess, covered in a sacred aura. After eating all the meat of the golden growler, the Holy Angel turned and walked to Hansen. She approached Hansen until their faces met. Watching the gorgeous yet ice-cold face of the beauty, Hansen was wondering what she wanted to do. All of a sudden, the Holy Angel held Hansen's face with both hands and covered his mouth with her red lips. Damn it, I am molested by a pet. Hansen stared his eyes wide, feeling incredulous. As Hansen was having complex feelings, he suddenly felt suction from the mouth of the Holy Angel. She sucked the piece of meat that he just swallowed out from Hansen's stomach. Holy Angel released Hansen and swallowed the piece of meat, which seemed to make her look more mysterious and pretty. Evolution of Holy Angel complete. Hansen heard the voice in his mind. Checking the data of Holy Angel, Hansen was dazed. Holy Angel, super pet. Hansen could understand that the Holy Angel had evolved into a super creature after eating the meat of the golden growler. However, after she had already become a super pet, the system said she could even evolve further, which was beyond Hansen's comprehension. A super pet must be the top being in First God's sanctuary. If the Holy Angel could evolve even further, what would she become? Watching the innocent girl standing in front of him, Hansen did not know what to think. After finishing evolution, the Holy Angel had dismissed her transformed state and become the little girl again, looking at Hansen with her eyes wide. Hansen was shocked. Technically speaking, a pet could not decide its state for itself. Some intelligent pets could react automatically under emergencies, which was also quite rare and limited. Dismissing its own transformed state like the Holy Angel was simply beyond the ability of a pet. Han Sen regarded the holy angel with his brows knitted and took her back. Fortunately, the beast's soul did not resist. This is so strange. I believe it's the golden growler. Other super creatures all disappeared after being killed. But the golden growler had edible meat. There must be some mysteries. Ning Yu slowly walked into the cold liquid of the evolution pool. Initially, he did not want to become an evolver so soon. Once he finished evolution, he must leave First God's sanctuary in a short amount of time, otherwise his body would be damaged permanently. However, Ning Yu still chose to evolve at this point. He had so many doubts about Han Sen that he felt it was worthwhile for him to evolve. Although he had summoned 13 evolvers with their sacred geno points maxed out who worked for Starry Group in different shelters, Ning Yu still chose to evolve himself as well. Ning Yu did not want to give Han Sen any opportunity of survival. He only trusted himself with this mission. Although Starry Group was powerful, they did not want to mess with the special squad unless they had to, especially in the case that Han Sen worked for King Xuan. Ning Yu could not do anything to Han Sen in the alliance, so he had to do it in God's sanctuary. Ning Yu had so many doubts about Han Sen. If Han Sen had become an evolver when they first met, he had been staying in First God's sanctuary for too long, which should have already caused his body harm. No one would be so dumb. If he had not become an evolver, he did already have the strength beyond an unevolved person. Ning Yu could only think of one possibility, which was that Han Sen had already acquired super genes. Ning Yu even suspected that the dagger of Han Sen was a beast soul beyond sacred blood beast soul. Otherwise, how could it be so sharp? However, Ning Yu did not dare to tell anyone about it. After reading about the news that Han Sen had beaten the Golden Lion, Ning Yu was even more certain that Han Sen had acquired the power beyond sacred genes. Meanwhile, the beast soul of the Golden Growler was a mount. The super mount had not only incredible speed, but also adjustable size. At Han Sen's command, the Golden Growler could be as large as a small hill. Its smallest was still the size of an elephant. The ride was so comfortable, like he was in an advanced private aircraft, even when the mount was running at its full speed. This is the ride that gets me, girls. Han Sen felt excited. Maybe he could take Jai Yanran for a ride on the Golden Growler sometime and maybe even do something naughty with her. What would the term be if we do it on the lion's back? Han Sen wondered. After playing around for a while, Han Sen took the Golden Growler back and started to look for information on the Skynet using his comlink. After resting for 2 days, Han Sen started to plan to transfer the beast souls of Dollar back to his own identity. Su Xiaoqiao, who had now become the team lead of Bullseye, was hunting a mutant creature with a group of people. Suddenly, someone dashed from a forest in front of him and cut the mutant creature in half. Dollar, you did not evolve. Very soon. So, I want to sell all my beast souls and need your help, Han Sen said, and transferred all his beast souls and gear to Su Xiaoqiao. Hearing the voice telling him about Sacred Blood Beast Soul after Sacred Blood Beast Soul, Su Xiaoqiao was completely dumbstruck. When Han Sen was about to leave, Su Xiaoqiao came to himself and exclaimed, "Dollar, you're not afraid that I will keep the beast souls for myself?" "No, I'm not," said Han Sen casually without turning back. Su Xiaoqiao quickly asked, "You haven't given me a price yet. And where should I find you after they're sold?" "Do an auction. I only want S-class licenses of the Evolver level. I will go find you," Han Sen said and disappeared in the mountains. At this point, Ning Yu had also come to Steel Armor Shelter to find Han Sen. When hearing the news, he also looked into the background of Su Xiaoqiao and reached the same conclusion as others. "Young master, Su Xiaoqiao is going to do the auction tomorrow. Should we attend the auction?" Liu Lin asked. The sacred blood beast souls of Dollar were quite famous and coveted by many. Ning Yu was deep in his thoughts. He murmured, "Dollar, Han Sen, these two. Go get me the information you gathered on both of them." "Young master, you're saying that Han Sen is Dollar?" Liu Lin was dazed. "We will know the answer to that question very soon. Go prepare for the auction," Ning Yu said quietly. Every once in a while, Steel Armor Gang would organize an auction. It was rather easy for Su Xiaoqiao to conduct another one with the trained personnel. On the day of the auction, almost everyone with some status in Steel Armor Shelter came. Ning Yu and Liu Lin were covering their faces, observing in the crowd. Ning Yu's gaze lingered on Han Sen. It seemed that he was trying to tell something from Han Sen's look. The 4 items that Han Sen gave Su Xiaoqiao were Sacred Blood Black Beetle Armor, Bloody Slayer, Meowth, and Spinning Spear. Too many people knew that Han Sen had made the last shot at the Purple Feathered Dragon and claimed to not have gained the beast's soul, which was why Han Sen did not give the pair of wings to Su Xiaoqiao. "He recognized me," Ning Yu said quietly. "Really?" Liu Lin looked to Han Sen, who was talking to King incredulously. Han Sen only glanced at them and did not even look twice. Since Ning Yu was dressed like this, Liu Lin did not believe that Han Sen could recognize Ning Yu. In addition, Han Sen did not look like he had seen Ning Yu given how calm he was. Ning Yu smiled and did not say anything. However, he took back the beast's soul armor and revealed his face. Ning Yu is probably here to kill me, Han Sen thought after sitting down. However, he did not know what Ning Yu was about to do. It was steel armor shelter and Han Sen was at home. Would Ning Yu harm him in public? After the auction started, Han Sen had not been able to close his mouth. His initial plan was to purchase all the beast's souls himself. It was his money anyway. Su Xiaoqiao would get a small cut was all. He did not expect the prices would go so high though. Even the Black Beetle armor, which was of the lowest value, was already worth 5 S-class licenses of the Evolver level, and more. King, are you crazy? Although the Sacred Blood armor is precious, I'm sure it's not so precious. When King bid 8 S-class licenses of the Evolver level, Han Sen thought he was out of his mind. Haha, brother, it is more than just Sacred Blood armor. This is Dollar's signature and only his name would be worth this much. Many people around King seemed to agree with him, especially Hai Yun who was standing S-class licenses like water. When he bid 10 licenses, everyone was silent. Han Sen was dazed and thought, 10 S-class licenses of the Evolver level. It must be billions of dollars, while the Sacred Blood armor would probably only be worth 200 to 300 million. Han Sen wanted to purchase his own beast souls back initially, but he was having second thoughts. S-class licenses were rare items that could hardly be purchased. Even if he had no use of them, he could always trade them for beast souls in Second God's Sanctuary. 10 licenses were a price that Han Sen could not say no to. Having given up the idea of purchasing the Black Beetle armor, Han Sen decided to let Hai Yun keep it. The bidding for the Bloody Slayer was even more heated. Hai Yun had raised the price to 15 licenses without even blinking. Han Sen felt what had happened was beyond his understanding. He even doubted whether the S-class licenses had been depreciating. Hai Yun, are these beast souls really worth it? Han Sen asked Hai Yun. These are dollars, so they're different. Hai Yun was overjoyed that he won the auction of the Bloody Slayer. Hai Yun, you already have 2. Do not try to steal the last one from us, said King half seriously. Whoever gives the higher price would win it. If you pay more, you can have it, Hai Yun said. During the auction of Meowth, Han Sen felt torn. Although Meowth was no longer that useful to Han Sen, it was his pet for the longest time. Han Sen did not want to let Meowth go. Very soon, Meowth's price was raised to 15 licenses by Hai Yun. Everyone became silent. Few people had that many S-class licenses, which could not even be bought with money. 4 universal S-class licenses. Han Sen gritted his teeth and set a price. He resisted the temptation of 15 S-class licenses and would like to get Meowth back at all costs. Universal S-class licenses. Han Sen, you would pay this much. Are you also a fan? Both Yuan and King were shocked. Not really a fan. I am just into pets, Han Sen smiled and said. 20 S-class licenses, which should have a higher value. Hai Yun still would not give up. That is hard to say. Su Xiaoqiao hesitated. Universal licenses win. All of a sudden, a voice came from the gate of the venue. Everyone turned and saw someone wearing a mask. Dollar. Su Xiaoqiao was surprised to see the person. The person looked exactly like Dollar when he was giving Su Xiaoqiao the beast souls. Su Xiaoqiao naturally recognized him. Dollar left after saying that. After all, it was just a doppelganger created by Han Sen using Beetle Knight. The shorter it appeared in front of people, the better. Should we follow him? Liu Lin looked to Ning Yu. Ning Yu shook his head and said, no need. Our target is Han Sen. Han Sen saw someone following the Beetle Knight but paid no mind to it. The Beetle Knight was a sacred blood beast soul and was controlled by Han Sen, so it was not difficult to get rid of the followers. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hai Yun. Dollar had said himself that he preferred universal licenses. Su Xiaoqiao looked around and said, 4 universal licenses from Han Sen. Going once. Eventually, Han Sen won the auction of Meowth and had his beloved back. Even the Sacred Blood Gear Spinning Spear was bought by Hai Yun with 2 Sacred Blood licenses. Han Sen did not expect this guy to be such a diehard fan of Dollar. Han Sen had earned 27 S-class licenses of the Evolver level, and all he paid was 2 Sacred Blood Beast Souls and 1 Sacred Blood Gear. The price was simply unimaginable. If I was not afraid of his family, I would never have let Hai Yun taken the 2 Beast Souls of Dollar. I should have bought at least 1. King couldn't stop complaining after the auction was concluded. Han Sen felt shocked. It turned out the price was not high enough in the rich kids' eyes. They gave up only because they did not want to cross Hai Yun. When Han Sen, King, and Yuan just walked out of the venue, a dozen people laid siege to them. Are you looking for trouble? King frowned and exclaimed. Ningyu walked out and said calmly, King Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. It is personal between Han Sen and me. Feel free to leave and I will apologize to you later. Ningyu, what did Han Sen do? King and Yuan both frowned. Han Sen snatched our creature, Ningyu said quietly. It is just a creature. Name the price and I will pay for him, King said immediately. It is not about money, but about getting things straight. I hope you can understand, Ningyu said with no emotions. Su Xiaoqiao rushed out with his men from Steel Armor Gang. How dare you try to cross Han Sen here? You must be blind. This is Steel Armor Shelter and you should go back to where you are. Very soon, the gang members had besieged Ningyu's men. Thank you so much. I will always remember how good you are to me. If you ever need me in the future, I'll be there. However, this matter is between Ningyu and me, and I will take care of it myself. Han Sen quickly stopped the Steel Armor Gang. Although others cannot tell, Han Sen had known evolvers very well and could tell that the men Ningyu had brought were all evolvers with their sacred geno points maxed out. If they were really in a fight, although there were more people in the gang would still suffer a greater loss. King Yuan, let me handle this myself, Han Sen said to his two friends. Let's find another place to have a talk, said Han Sen calmly. So brave, Ningyu said and commanded the evolvers to force Han Sen out of Steel Armor Shelter. Han Sen, what do you plan to do? Ningyu looked at Han Sen. I'll let you capture me. What do you think of this plan? Every time Starry Group finds a creature that is suspected to be something beyond sacred blood creatures, we would give it a number and record it. This is no. 107. You mean this giant flower? Han Sen checked out the red flower, which looked like a plant in every way. Although it was huge in size, there was no way it could be a creature. Give me the dagger now, and you don't need to go inside, Ningyu said calmly. I do not want to give you my dagger, and I don't want to go inside either, Han Sen replied. You can try to kill us all and run away, Ningyu said with a smile. Ningyu's words made the evolvers laugh. They all pointed their weapons at Han Sen, indicating that they could take Han Sen's life anytime. No one believed that Han Sen could run away under the siege of 14 evolvers. In addition, Han Sen's upper body was chained with the special Z-steel locks on his joints. Give me the dagger or go in the valley. Your pick, Ningyu said quietly. I choose to kill. Han Sen shook his body and twisted in the weirdest angle. All the locks that were on his joints fell from his body. After removing the locks, Han Sen quickly summoned the cursed wolf dagger and stabbed it at Ningyu. Ningyu did not look surprised. He summoned a slim sword and wielded it at Han Sen. The 13 evolvers also summoned their own weapons and started to attack Han Sen. If Han Sen insisted to kill Ningyu with his dagger, he would be facing 13 weapons himself. The fitness level of Han Sen was slightly weaker than the Sacred Blood evolvers. Although he could increase his strength and speed using Heresy Mantra and Overload, his original fitness was not improved. What a shame. I did not want to kill, but... Han Sen sighed and said. He was speaking his mind. Before figuring out the relationship between the Nings and the Hans, Han Sen did not want to kill. However, he was left with no choice. Same as Ningyu, Han Sen was the kind of person that would leave no mercy when he decided to kill. Retreat. Ningyu suddenly had a bad feeling. Although there was no way that Han Sen could block so many weapons, for some reason, Ningyu felt danger. As the weapons were about to reach Han Sen's body, it was too late for Han Sen to run away, and for the evolvers to take back their weapons. Despite Ningyu's command, his men could no longer stop themselves. Boom! A giant monster in jade armor that looked like the cross between a scorpion and a bee suddenly appeared next to Han Sen, knocking away all the weapons about to hit Han Sen. The weapons used by the Sacred Blood evolvers were top-notch in First God's Sanctuary, but none of them could hurt that monster. Instead, the evolvers were knocked back. Crack! A pair of claws that looked like the sickles of the death crossed above Liu Lin's shoulders, sending his head into the air. Liu Lin's eyes were stared wide even after death, filled with terror. The fierce Super Golden Rock Worm King killed his way into the group. Its 4 wings buzzing, the Worm King danced with its 8 claws moving up and 50 down. It was a true slaughter. Wearing super pet armor, the Super Golden Rock Worm King did not even look like something that belonged to First God's Sanctuary. Even the Sacred Blood evolvers could not hurt it. Instead, anywhere the Worm King went, limbs would fall, and blood would jet out. In front of absolute strength, even the Kuei sword skills were completely useless. As tough as Ningyu, he felt shocked when seeing the Sacred Blood evolvers that Starry Group took a lot of time and effort to cultivate slaughtered like this. What shook him even more was the existence of the Super Golden Rock Worm King. Could it be something beyond a Sacred Blood pet? Ningyu sighed and gave up, standing still and waiting for death to come. Ningyu, what's so special in this valley? Han Sen asked, with his dagger on Ningyu's neck. Just kill me. Don't ask. Ning Yu did not move a muscle, not even opening his eyes. It is not that easy to die either, Han Sen said calmly. Suddenly, a beast soul was summoned and rushed to Ning Yu. Ning Yu's expression suddenly changed after he heard what Han Sen said. He quickly opened his eyes and saw an ugly dark purple beast soul that looked like an alligator in his face. Boom! The beast soul did not pause and entered Ning Yu's body. The giant creature sent itself into Han Sen's chest with ease. Ning Yu felt his whole body was stabbed and impaled, like someone was slicing his muscle. However, that feeling only lasted for a second. Shortly, the ugly beast soul came out of Ning Yu's body and curled up next to Han Sen, its spooky eyes fixed on Ning Yu. Without hesitation, Ning Yu turned his sword around and stabbed it at his own chest, trying to kill himself. Roar! The ugly beast soul opened its mouth. Suddenly, Ning Yu lost the control of his body. He spread his hands and dropped the sword on the ground. Han Sen gazed at Ning Yu and met his eyes. Kill me. It is impossible that you get anything you want from me, Ning Yu said calmly. Ning Yu, do you recognize this? Han Sen realized that ordinary questions could not shake Ning Yu's will. He pondered, took out the red crystal pendant that looked like a cat or fox, and showed it to Ning Yu. The moment Ning Yu saw the pendant, his expression suddenly changed. From what the Aqua Reaper had read from Ning Yu's mind, Han Sen heard crazy exclamation, 9-life cat. How could it be the 9-life cat? It is impossible. I have investigated into your background. There is no way that you are the offspring of Instructor Han. Why is it impossible? Seeing that Ning Yu's guard was down, Han Sen asked immediately. Ning Yu seemed to be dazed by Han Sen's question. A long while later, he suddenly stammered, yes, you should be his offspring. Yes, you are. Otherwise, how could you be so strong? And how could you? Ning Yu suddenly looked up at Han Sen with a complicated look. If you showed me the 9-life cat earlier, we would never end up this way. Instructor Han is a benefactor of the Nings. If I knew earlier that you are his descendant, I would never dare to disrespect you. Han Sen snorted and said, even if he had saved the Nings, it was a long time ago. If I don't have the strength to defend myself, I don't think you would mind killing me. Ning Yu shook his head and said, we have a family instruction saying that if we meet any descendant of Instructor Han, we have to treat the person as a benefactor. The Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to you. Han Sen was very surprised. He could sense what Ning Yu was thinking with the Aqua Reaper. Han Sen knew that Ning Yu was telling the truth. You have looked into my background, so you should know about the acquisition of my family business by Starry Group. Why have you targeted us? Han Sen stared at Ning Yu and asked. Han Jingjai's deeds were ancient history, but he had to know about his father's death. Ning Yu paused and said, you are not saying that my family murdered your father. Whether you believe it or not, I can tell you for sure that there is nothing of the sort. To be blunt, if it was my family that killed your father, my brother would have killed you as soon as he saw you the shelter. No one would let the son of his victim hang around. Han Sen frowned slightly. In fact, what Ning Yu said was what had always puzzled him. Son of Heaven had looked into his background a long time ago. If Starry Group had murdered his father, there was no way that Son of Heaven would let him live. After all, it was a piece of cake for Son of Heaven to kill him at the time. Ning Yu continued, however, your father's accident had nothing to do with Starry Group. Even the manager who was in charge of the acquisition felt surprised about your father's accident. However, even without the accident, Starry Group had prepared a lot of financial means to acquire your family business. If Starry Group needed to kill someone for such a small acquisition, then it will have nothing to do all day but murder. Ning Yu paused and said, I'm not saying this to beg for my life. It is simply something that we are not responsible for. Han Sen frowned at Ning Yu for a while, pointed to the vines and flower and asked, what is that about? The giant flower and its vines are a strong creature. Initially, I wanted to force you fight it. If you manage to kill it, I could take the opportunity and gain its body. However, if you are killed, I would be able to get rid of a huge threat and learn more about the creature, said Ning Yu. Han Sen looked at the flower and vines again with interest and asked Ning Yu with his eyes squinted, do you want to live? Do you dare to let me live? Asked Ning Yu. This is number 107. Your family should know a lot of places like this. Give me the information and I will let you go, Han Sen said. Okay. Ning Yu did not even ask whether Han Sen would let him go after receiving the information before telling Han Sen all the locations. With the information accumulated by the Nings for generations, Han Sen could easily locate the super creatures. You can go. Han Sen commanded the Aqua Reaper to loosen the control on Ning Yu. However, the Aqua Reaper was still inhabiting on Ning Yu. Unless Ning Yu's strength surpassed the Aqua Reaper, Han Sen could still order the Aqua Reaper to control Ning Yu to commit suicide from 1,000 miles away. Ning Yu was dazed. He did not expect Han Sen to let him go for real. Momentarily, Ning Yu knew what Han Sen was thinking but did not react. All he said was, the offspring of Instructor Han would only be a friend of the Nings and never an enemy. Ning Yu turned to leave without explanation. Han Sen turned his eyes to the giant flower and vines in the valley. He did not mean to take the risks himself. Han Sen raised his hand and summoned the Holy Angel. He had always been wondering how strong Holy Angel was, and this was the perfect opportunity. At Han Sen's command, the Holy Angel quickly transformed. Her armor, hair, and eyes all turned golden. Flapping her golden wings, she flew toward the giant flower. Her speed was not fast. The moment she reached the vines, all the vines in the valley started to shake. Hundreds of vines as thick as arms swept over at her at an incredible speed. Holy Angel suddenly moved. She flapped her wings hard, and the hundreds of vines suddenly looked slow in comparison as the gorgeous figure flashed across. Boom! As the Holy Angel brushed by the vines, they broke one by one. The giant flower quickly shrank and made spooky noises. The remaining vines started to shake and came at her again like the chains of death. However, that was completely useless. As the Holy Angel flew by, she waved her hand and the vines were cut off as if they were grass. Instantaneously, the Holy Angel had made her way to the flower with ease. Roar! The flower suddenly turned into the mouth of a beast with fangs bared. It quickly swallowed the Holy Angel that was approaching. Han Sen regretted that he did not put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel. After all, this was very likely to be a super creature. If the Holy Angel who had just evolved was swallowed like this, it would be a gigantic loss for Han Sen. In addition to being a super pet, such a pretty humanoid pet was extremely valuable itself. As Han Sen was regretting, he suddenly saw the flower split from the middle. The gorgeous figure came out of the flower as regal as a queen. Her body was not even colored by the gushing blood. Super creature purgatory flower killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Surprisingly, the voice sounded in Han Sen's mind, making him feel emotional. Back in the days, he could not even break the eyes of the baby golden growler, while now even his pet could kill a super creature like killing an ant, which made Han Sen felt unreal. Amazing. Truly amazing. This girl is even more incredible than the Golden Rock Worm King, which is also a super pet. Han Sen did not come back to himself until the Holy Angel returned to him. He hugged her in excitement and was about to kiss her on her cheeks. Han Sen did not have any lewd thoughts. It was just an unconscious move. However, although the Holy Angel let Han Sen hug her, she raised her hand to Han Sen's lips, so Han Sen only kissed her cold armor. Han Sen was dazed and looked at her gorgeous face, which was completely emotionless. Han Sen frowned and took back the Holy Angel. Walking deeper into the valley, Han Sen saw a basketball-sized green crystal, which was the life essence of the disappeared purgatory flower. Han Sen took the crystal up and started to lick. The cool liquid turned into a coolness and filled Han Sen's body as he drank. Han Sen felt like his whole body was cleansed. Life essence of purgatory flower consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Shortly, Han Sen heard the exciting voice, which drove him to lick the life essence harder. After consuming the entire piece of life essence, Han Sen had acquired 8 more super geno points. At this point, he had 68 super geno points in total. Although Han Sen had not been to a test center for a while, he estimated that his fitness index should be approaching 30, which was the same as a sacred blood evolver. If you come too late, you would not even be a worthy enemy, let alone friend. Han Sen suddenly thought of what Son of Heaven said and smiled. After returning to the shelter, Han Sen contacted Lin Beifeng as he had promised to sell Lin Beifeng the Phantom Ant armor, which he no longer needed. Lin Beifeng was overjoyed getting his hands on the Phantom and armor. It would still be 2 to 3 years before he maxed out on Sacred Blood Geno points, so he could use the armor for a long time. The practical reasons notwithstanding, Lin Beifeng was happy with how it looked anyways. Han Sen did not take cash from Lin Beifeng, but asked Lin Beifeng to collect some Sacred Blood meat so that Han Sen could fill up his Sacred Blood Geno points, which he now had 85. Han Sen had to prepare for the graduation test and other procedures, so he would to stay in steel armor shelter for a while. That phoenix-like creature is the closest to steel armor shelter. I will kill it when I have time. If I put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel, she should be able to resist the flames. If I could have a beast soul from that creature, then it will be so good. Han Sen thought to himself. When Han Sen returned to Blackhawk, his roommates were all in the dormitory. It was rare that none of them was in God's sanctuary, so they went to the cafeteria to hang out. They had agreed beforehand that none of the guys could bring a +1. Han Sen, where do you plan to go after graduation? Shi Jiking asked Han Sen with one arm throwing around Han Sen's shoulders, tipsy. I will let the AI decide for me, Han Sen said helplessly. Although Han Sen wanted to serve on the warship where Jai Yanran was, even if he had to be just a soldier, he could not even find out which warship Jai Yanran was on. Han Sen did not plan to have a career in the military, so it did not matter where he went if he could not see Jai Yanran, as long as he was not sent to the front to become cannon fodder. Even if he was sent to the front, he was still an elite who graduated from military school, so he would still be an officer instead of a common soldier. The roommates were talking and laughing, chatting about their dreams and ambitions. They didn't return to the dormitory until midnight. Han Sen rarely had time to enjoy school life. In these days, he was focused on learning theoretical knowledge as well as the ancient language. Even in such an era when martial arts had been highly developed, none of the demigods dared to say they could tear apart the vacuum with their own body. If I could practice Dongshuan Sutra, no one in the alliance would be my match. I don't even need to be as good as Dongshuan. If I am half as good as him, I would be invincible in the alliance still. Even demigods meant nothing to me. Although Han Sen had controlled his strength very well, he was still the absolute #1 in the test and became a major in the military. Each military school only had a few quotas for that kind of honor. However, based on Han Sen's grades and his contribution to the school, his rank was well deserved. In 48 hours, the AI would make a decision about his assignment. Brother Han, I'm sorry. When it was time for Han Sen to check where he was assigned, Wang Mingmeng came to him with her head bowed. Han Sen felt she did not dare to look at him. Her voice was so low that Han Sen could barely tell what she was saying. Brother Han, I'm sorry. I used my connections to assign you to the Warframe force where I'm about to go to without your consent. Brother, I'm so sorry. Wang Mingmeng was basically whispering. Her face was red and she was avoiding eye contact. That's no big deal. The Warframe force that you will go to is definitely a good one. I probably should thank you for that, said Han Sen, searching for his assignment information. However, the information shown on the display made Han Sen pause. Sister, is the Warframe force you're going to join called Daphne? Han Sen looked at the information AI displayed incredulously. Daphne, we're supposed to go to the Royal Warframe force. Wang Mingmeng looked to the display without doubt and was also shocked by the information. It clearly said that Han Sen was assigned to the cookhouse of Warship Daphne. So strange. Did they make a mistake? Wang Mingmeng became anxious and dialed a number with her comlink. Shortly, Wang Mingmeng had an odd look on her face. Who did this? Han Sen asked calmly. The information display was very weird. It did not tell him about the exact location or even the number of the troops. All he knew was that he was going to serve at the cookhouse of a warship called Daphne. A major who graduated from a military school was assigned to a cookhouse. That was rare but possible. However, it was only possible for the several top warships in the alliance, which did not include Daphne. Han Sen would not believe it if no one had tempered his assignment. I don't know. The connections I used were not able to do anything. Your assignment was decided by the central AI. No one could change it without top authority. Wang Mingmeng suddenly stared her eyes wide and looked at him. Brother, did you ask anyone to do this? If it were me, I would not have asked you who it was. Han Sen pondered and asked, is it possible for me to find out who did this? Wang Mingmeng shook her head, looking confused, and said, we do not have enough authority to access that information. However, only a few people would be able to do this. Is it possible that Starry Group was behind it? Han Sen asked again. That is unlikely. Although the Nings had some influence in the military, they would not have such high authority, and we would be able to know it if it were them. Wang Mingmeng shook her head and said, then there is no need to think about it. I'm okay with any post. If someone wanted me to go there, I'll go have a look. Han Sen had a relaxed attitude about it, since he would not be able to resist someone who could pull this anyway. Even the cookhouse needs a major. I wonder what kind of place Daphne is. The roommates of 304 had a last supper with Wang Mingmeng and her friends. Everyone was feeling a bit sentimental. In the end, they went to a holographic karaoke. Shi Jiking sang a song called The Brother Who Shared My Bunk, which made the girls wet their eyes. Brothers, our time had just begun. On the way to conquer the universe, we will meet again. When we see each other, I hope you will still remember my face, because everywhere else of my body would be decorated with medals. Han Sen did not remember much other than that. Although he was able to stay sober using jade skin, Han Sen chose not to do that. Sometimes, he did not need to be sober in life, and this was one of those times. When Han Sen left Blackhawk, he did not tell any of his friends, but walked out of the gate alone. Little birdie, here I come. Han Sen set out on his way riding the Golden Growler, feeling quite excited. When there was no one around, Han Sen commanded Golden Growler to turn into its largest form and run at full speed. Han Sen could not even begin to describe how fast it was. Each step it took would bring Han Sen 50 feet closer to his destination. Han Sen felt the golden growler was some kind of ancient monster. With the golden growler, Han Sen was confident that he could hunt a lot of super creatures within 3 months. Otherwise, it would take him a lot of time to just travel. Initially, Han Sen was going to hunt the phoenix-like creature, but he had only been there once. Last time he was here, they went to the carbonized tree first and then found the snow mountain. However, when Han Sen reached the area, he did not see any burned tree or other familiar signs. Then he had to look for the snow mountain according to his vague memory. After an entire day of searching, he did not spot any mountains. It looks like someone is over there. Han Sen looked up and saw 4 mounts coming his way. On the back of the mounts were 2 men and 2 women. Judging from the mounts and their armor, they were not ordinary people. Whoever dares to come to the Devil Desert should be extraordinary anyways. The young man with thick eyebrows like caterpillars asked, "Friend, can you sell us some of your water?" The other 2 women and 1 man stared at the water bags next to Han Sen, licking their dried-up lips. It was easy to find food with lots of creatures around in the desert. However, water was rare. The group of people had been lost in the Devil Desert for a month, and it was the first time they saw someone. The first thing they were asking was not the way out, but water. Without speaking, Han Sen threw the bag of water at Jia Chengfeng and continued to eat. "Thanks so much." Jia Chengfeng was overjoyed. Initially, he planned to pay a lot for the water. They were in a desert after all, where water meant life. Jia Chengfeng did not expect the guy to be so generous. "Don't." Jia Chengfeng took the water back and was about to share it with the rest. The other guy, who was thin, stopped them. He then took out some test paper and dipped it into the water to see if it was poisoned. When he saw the result, the thin guy named Xiao Lingfeng let out a sigh of relief and let everyone drink. "Friend, do you know how to get out of the desert? If you could take us out, I can pay you well. The payment is unnecessary. I need to hunt here so I'm not going out. Follow that direction and you could get out of the desert in 3 to 4 days, Han Sen said, pointing at a direction. "Friend, if you are willing to lead the way, I can pay you a sacred blood beast soul," Xiao Lingfeng said. Seeing Han Sen was unimpressed, both Xiao Lingfeng and Jia Chengfeng were surprised. The 2 girls also looked to Han Sen, feeling incredulous. "Lead the way for us and we can make sure you join the Iron Fist Martial Hall. Iron Fist Demigod will instruct you himself," said Xiao Lingfeng, pointing at Jia Chengfeng. Being able to be instructed by Jia Sidao himself was the dream of many among the celebrities and aristocrats. However, Han Sen was not really interested in it. If it was before, Han Sen would consider it. Jia Sidao was a demigod after all, and Iron Fist was one of the most well-known hyper-geno arts. However, since he got his hands on Dongshuan Sutra, Han Sen had been studying the ancient language. Although he still did not understand everything, the parts that he understood made him overjoyed. Rather than wasting his time on learning Iron Fist, Han Sen would rather spend his time on the ancient language. If he could understand Dongshuan Sutra, it would be very easy for him to become a demigod himself. However strong Iron Fist was, it could never make him tear the vacuum apart, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary using his own body. "I thank you for that, but I really have my own thing to do. Friend, maybe you don't believe me. That is okay. I will teach you some skills in Iron Fist right now. How about you lead the way after learning?" Jia Chengfeng thought about it and decided that Han Sen must think they were lying, which was the only explanation for him being dismissive. Han Sen was speechless, as he was really not interested in learning Iron Fist. However, since the group of people did not mean him harm, Han Sen did not want to let them down. He asked Jia Chengfeng, "On your way here, have you seen a snow mountain? I'm looking for that mountain, and if you could take me to find it, I could take you out after finishing my business." Hearing Han Sen's words, one of the girls suddenly looked at him and asked, "Are you talking about a large mountain with only its top covered in snow?" "Yes, did you see it?" Han Sen was overjoyed. "Look, it's right there." After traveling for a day, Jia Yan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a mountain far away. Han Sen had much better eyesight than Jia Yan. In fact, he had seen that mountain a long time ago. However, Han Sen frowned because the mountain looked different from the one he remembered. "We can't go any farther. It is the habitat of the evil demons in front of us." Jia Chengfeng was leading the way, stopped and asked everyone to pause. On the black mountain walls, there were many thickly dotted holes, which would make a person with trypophobia vomit. There were many red centipedes as thick as arms climbing out of the holes. The centipedes were about 6 feet long and looked extremely ugly, crawling around on the mountain walls. Han Sen took a closer look at them. Although they looked like centipedes, they had a triangular head on each end of their body which was made of red bones. Connecting each bone was a pair of red hands with only 3 fingers. As they moved, the small hands were moving like the feet of centipedes, which was creepy to look at. These creatures are very petty. If you started to attack them, the whole group will come this way. You might be able to run away on your sacred blood mount, but we will die for sure. You're right. Since that's the case, you can leave first. I will join you after I kill them. Han Sen pondered and said, You don't think you can really kill the king alone, do you? Jia Yan stared at Han Sen with her eyes wide. Here's the water. Leave now. If I fail and die here, you will have enough water to go out. Han Sen threw the majority of the water bags to the guys, only saving a few for himself. The group looked at Han Sen in surprise. Han Sen had given the majority of his water to them. If they took the water away, it would be difficult for Han Sen to leave the desert with the remaining water after killing the evil demons, if he could kill the creatures at all. The 4 persons were all confused, not understanding what Han Sen was thinking. They had no idea about the golden growler's real speed. If the mount went at its full speed, the remaining water was enough for Han Sen to come and go several times. Han Sen, think about it. These creatures are very fast in the desert. Even with your sacred blood mount, you might not be able to outrun them. Jia Chengfeng also said, If you don't leave now, I will start to shoot. Han Sen aimed his arrow at the evil demons. Let's go. This guy is crazy. Xiao Lingfeng did not think Han Sen was joking and quickly pulled his sister away. Jia Chengfeng also pulled Jia Yan away with him. The bony fish arrow flashed across the sky and reached one of the 2 heads of the giant evil demon king. The evil demon king quickly stood up like a snake, all the 3-fingered hands under its body facing the incoming arrow. A pair of hands grabbed the bony fish arrow, which continued to spin, making strident noises. However, momentarily, many hands covered the arrow and held it down. Hearing the sound made by the evil demon king, the group of 4 covered their ears and turned back to look at the mountain. The guy really did it. Jia Chengfeng muttered to himself, looking in the direction of the mountain. He has saved our lives. Should we really leave him alone? Jia Yan was hesitant. What can we do? You all know how strong the evil demons are. Han Sen was more happy than surprised to see his arrow held by the evil demon king. An ordinary sacred blood creature would not be able to stop his arrow, which meant this evil demon king was very likely to be a super creature. Although he was in the wrong spot and failed to see the fire bird, another super creature would be more than welcomed. He jumped on the back of the golden growler, which shook its body and roared, growing into a small hill and rushing at the group of evil demons. The giant body of the lion stamped on the evil demons, killing countless creatures as it ran. The group of evil demons were like a red pond in the eyes of the golden growler. Although the golden growler was a mount and did not have the ability to attack, it was so huge in size and so tough that even the walls of the shelter could not withstand it. Hearing the voice telling him creatures killed, Han Sen occasionally gained a few beast souls. The seemingly impressive evil demons were even weaker than earthworms under the paws of the golden growler. Han Sen looked at the golden rockworm king fighting the evil demon king. Circling around the demon king in the air, the golden rock worm king attacked it with 8 sharp claws. The evil demon king had extended the better half of its body out of the hole, squeaking with its head high. Moving its hands, the evil demon king was trying to capture the super pet. However, the golden rock worm king was fast and flexible. Although the evil demon king tried a few times, it failed to capture the super pet and lost a few hands to its sharp claws instead. Although the super pet hurt the evil demon king a couple of times, it did not have the absolute advantage. The 2 monsters kept fighting each other, squeaking at times. With the super pet armor, the evil demon king could only manage to scratch the armor and could not hurt the super pet. Boom! The gorgeous figure of the holy angel flashed on the mountain wall. She waved her hand and cut the evil demon king, which was held down by the golden rock worm king, in half. Half of the body of the evil demon king quickly fell from the mountain and made a huge pit in the sand. However, when it landed, the half of the body was still moving. With poisonous blood flowing, it threw itself once again at the golden rock worm king, and even the super pet armor was left with some marks. The holy angel used her hand like a sword. Momentarily, the half of the body was sliced into pieces and stopped moving. The triangular head was even cut into 4 pieces and exploded. This time, the evil demon king was completely quiet. Watching the evil demon king killed, Han Sen looked to the hall on the mountain wall, upset. The other half of the evil demon king's body had disappeared, and Han Sen did not hear the voice telling him the creature was killed. And the pieces of the body in the sand were corrupting quickly, which seemed abnormal. Without any hesitation, Han Sen took the golden growler and the golden rockworm king back and entered the hole with Holy Angel. The group of people returned to the area of the mountain. What they saw made them feel so appalled that they could not shut their mouths. The bodies of evil demons were everywhere. The blood had formed a river and the bodies had become a hill. White sand was colored into burgundy by the poisonous blood. Half of the evil demon king's body was lying on the ground. Although corrupted, it still looked shocking. Han Sen lighted a torch and looked around in the cave. He suddenly saw an alloy case in the corner. Someone had been here before. Han Sen was surprised. The case looked like it was the advanced product from the Alliance. It was made of top-notch Z steel that was not only tough but also light in weight, making the case more portable than Z steel armor and weapons. Han Sen checked the style of the case, which looked expensive but old. He did not think it was produced recently. Who could come to this place with the group of evil demons outside? Although modern technology was useless in God's sanctuary, Han Sen did not dare to be reckless. He stepped back and asked the Holy Angel to open the case. The Holy Angel was fearless. She reached her hand in the gap and pulled the case open. Nothing weird happened. In the case, there were 3 bottles and a crystal card. Geno Solutions. Han Sen looked at the 3 bottles and felt surprised. Although there were 3 bottles, only one of them was filled with purple Geno Solution. One of the bottles was empty, and one was broken. As Han Sen was hesitating whether he should leave already, he felt the giant cave was shaking and then heard noises like thunder. The rumbles became louder and louder, sounding quite scary. Han Sen pondered and took back the Holy Angel. He shapeshifted into the color shifter and leaned against the mountain wall, turning into a part of the rocks. No one could tell he was there. The rumbling continued for a while before it softened. Very soon, Han Sen saw the evil demon king came from a wide hole. The huge body slithered out, which was still more than 60 feet long. The injury on the end of its body was still there but had already healed. Suddenly, he saw something else coming from the same hole where the evil demon king was. It was a creature that looked like a white rhinoceros with 3 pairs of legs, looking magnificent. On the back of the white rhinoceros sat a person. Han Sen was shocked to see someone else riding a creature in this place, who was also getting along with the evil demon king. Everything seemed so odd. Han Sen could tell that the white rhinoceros was definitely a creature instead of a beast's sole pet. The creature had a murderous scent which the pet did not have. The woman sounded like she was not a human herself, but Han Sen had never heard a creature would look exactly like a human and could talk. The evil demon king, which only had half its body left, followed the woman into the hole. Han Sen had now understood that the demon was a bait the woman sent. Who is that woman? She is so strange. I have never heard that human could control a creature, which is also a super creature. How is that even possible? A long while after the evil demon king disappeared, he slowly moved his body toward that hole. Han Sen carefully entered the hole, which was rather wide. Very soon, Han Sen saw the woman in the white rhinoceros again. In addition to the woman in the white rhinoceros, many man-made tools were laid around, such as tents, walks, and bowls. It seemed like the woman had spent quite some time in the cave. Han Sen stopped breathing and integrated himself with the stone wall, observing the woman, someone who could command a super creature. Even Han Sen felt surprised by his discovery. It was hard to believe that such a person even existed. There was a white mask made of bones on the woman's face, and a pair of purple horns were standing in her long hair like crescents. Shura royalty. How can this be? What shocked Han Sen was the fact that Ashura had made her way into God's sanctuary, which was not supposed to happen. It was not to say that Shura did not have teleport devices. Even if they had none, it would be easy for them to grab one from human in the wars. However, Shura was rejected by God's sanctuary itself. Even with a teleport device, no Shura would choose to enter this space. Human had conducted an experiment to teleport Shura prisoners into God's sanctuary, who immediately got sick with the symptoms of flu. As their immune system went down, they all died in God's sanctuary within 3 days, adults and children alike, no matter how strong they were. However, this Shura royalty seemed to have lived in God's sanctuary for a long time already. Han Sen was scared by the idea that Shura might be able to survive in God's sanctuary. Shura's physique was much better than human in the first place. If they were able to survive in God's sanctuary and gain Geno points, the consequences would be dire. An ordinary Shura adult had the same physique as a human evolver, and a strong Shura fighter would be the same as a human surpasser. With such physique, it would be easy for Shura to kill all creatures and leave none for human. Among black, white, golden, and purple horns were the Shura royalties who had the strongest physique. Once older than 10, they could be over 100 in fitness index. Although Han Sen did not know how old this Shura woman was, she must be more than 10 years old, which meant she definitely had a fitness index beyond 100. Once Shura like her entered in first God's sanctuary and started a fight with human, Han Sen could imagine what would happen. Even Han Sen, who only had a fitness index below 30, could already become invincible in first God's sanctuary. Han Sen was covered in cold sweat on the thought as unspeakable fear filled his heart. It was beyond his personal interests. If Shura were able to survive in First God's Sanctuary, it would be the nightmare for the entire mankind. As Han Sen was trying to leave, to his surprise, the Shura girl suddenly let out a scream. He turned to look at her and saw her kneeling on the floor, moaning in pain. Her body kept shaking as she huddled up. The evil demon and the white rhinoceros seemed to be so scared that they each ran away into a stone channel like rabbits. Bang! Han Sen heard a loud noise. The Shura girl, who was holding her head and moaning in pain, suddenly started to bang her head against the floor, smashing the rock into pieces. Han Sen watched the girl hitting her head against the rock repeatedly, and was shocked. It is Shura girl, a lunatic. Watching the Shura girl banging her head on the floor, Han Sen could not help feeling an urge to kill her. She looked like she was having a reoccurrence of some disease. Maybe he could take the opportunity to kill her. Boom! With another hard bang, a large pit was formed as all the rocks within a range of 12 feet were crushed. After that, the Shura girl did not move anymore, but fell in the pit and fainted. The evil demon and the white rhinoceros then came out of the stone channels. The evil demon approached the unconscious Shura girl, hesitated, and suddenly opened its mouth and bit at her. Han Sen was dumbfounded. He did not know what was going on. A moment ago, the evil demon was following the Shura girl like a puppy dog, while all of a sudden, it was about to eat her. Maybe this creature was extremely intelligent and knew how strong she was, so it pretended to be enslaved by her until it could find an opportunity to eat her alive. The evil demon caught half of the Shura girl's body, so her hair was falling in the air. Han Sen saw clearly that the pair of purple horns were gone. Han Sen could not believe it and rubbed his eyes. As he looked at her one more time, he still did not see the purple horns that represented Shura royalty. What has happened? Did I make a mistake earlier? Han Sen was filled with doubts, but the evil demon was already ready to swallow the girl like a snake. Seeing that the evil demon king was about to eat the girl, Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned the holy angel and the cursed wolf dagger, dashing at the evil demon king. The evil demon king knew how strong the holy angel was and dodged her attack immediately. However, Han Sen was already in its face. The white rhinoceros roared and quickly threw itself at Han Sen, running with its 6 hooves. As Han Sen pointed at the rhinoceros, the golden rock worm king flew at it. Taking this opportunity, Han Sen stepped aside and touched the head of the fainted girl, trying to make sure whether she was Shura. Han Sen felt nothing. The pair of purple horns simply disappeared without leaving any trace. Han Sen felt her head again and again. He could not believe what had happened. He was sure that he did see a pair of purple horns shaped like crescents. However, they were gone just like that. Shura's horns could not be retracted. Otherwise, there would be 1,000,000 for Shura spies among human. The horns of Shura were connected to their brain. Even if they cut the horns off, there would still be scars where the horns used to be. He wanted to leave the girl alone, but there was no safe space in the cave given 4 monsters were fighting inside. Han Sen had to hold her in his arms for the moment. The evil demon was almost beaten by Holy Angel. Lots of its hands were cut off. Although they were both super creatures, the Holy Angel was obviously the top of the top, even comparable to the adult Golden Growler. The evil demon, however, was more or less on the same level as the Aqua Reaper. In addition, the evil demon was hurt in the first place, so it was no match of the Holy Angel. On the other side, the Golden Rock Worm King was against the White Rhinoceros. To Han Sen's surprise, the Rock Worm King was at a disadvantage. In terms of both speed and fitness, the Rhinoceros was stronger. Han Sen put the super pad armor on the rock worm and enhanced its defense. This way, it could compete against the white rhinoceros. Han Sen rushed over to fight the evil demon with the cursed wolf dagger in his hand and his wings flapping. He decided to take the weakest link out first and leave the tough ones for later. Bang! The giant body of the evil demon suddenly became limp. It fell to the bottom, making the entire space shake. Super creature evil demon killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Holding the girl under one arm and the life essence of the evil demon in the other, Han Sen dashed to the tent, which was already damaged by fallen stones. He found a quilt in the tent, took it out, and placed the girl on it. He then ran toward the life essence covered under the piece of cloth. Fortune, such a fortune. Han Sen almost jumped up, unable to believe his own eyes. Han Sen bent over and licked at the yellow crystal, trying to make sure that it was life essence. As the yellow liquid was swallowed by Han Sen, he suddenly heard the voice. Life essence of super creature earth dragon beast consumed. Han Sen was overjoyed. He was finally relaxed as these were truly life essence. Mine, they're all mine. Han Sen summoned Meowth in its transformed state, put a bag around neck and started to fill it with life essence. The golden growler was too big in size, so it would be inconvenient for it to leave the cave. Han Sen had to put the burden on Meowth. 3 life essence crystals, in addition to the ones from the evil demon and the white rhinoceros which was about to be killed. Han Sen was almost certain that he would be able to gain 5 crystals of life essence at once. These 5 crystals might even make him max out on Super Geno points. Han Sen paused as he suddenly felt something was wrong when moving the crystals into the bag. Han Sen turned around and was suddenly dumbstruck. The girl had already sat up. She tilted her head and regarded Han Sen with her wide eyes blinking. Han Sen was so happy that he had forgotten about the girl. Seeing she had woken up, Han Sen suddenly remembered that she was possibly a Shira royalty and was then covered in cold sweat. "Hello." Han Sen forced a smile and said hi to the girl, thinking, I should not have such bad luck. She does not look like a Shira royalty either. The girl did not respond, still staring at Han Sen with her eyes wide as if she had never seen human before. Han Sen's heart sank. He wondered what she was thinking. "This thing, you have no use of it, so I will take it away," Han Sen said to the girl, holding the blue life essence high. This time, to Han Sen's joy, the girl unexpectedly nodded. He put the life essence away and said, "You were unconscious just now. That creature tried to eat you and I saved you." The girl was so strange that Han Sen did not know where she came from. It would not hurt if he started to sweet talk. As the saying goes, no one would slap a smiling face. The girl blinked and said nothing, watching Han Sen transferring the life essence to his bag. Roar! The white rhinoceros suddenly screamed. Han Sen saw the head of the white rhinoceros sent into the air by the holy angel. The golden rockworm king was still clinging to the body of the white rhinoceros, its tail digging into the rhino's meat and its claws holding the rhino's stomach. Super creature white jade 6-legged rhinoceros killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Han Sen heard the voice again. The next moment, Han Sen became pale because the girl suddenly moved. She was so incredibly fast that even with Han Sen's eyesight, he almost lost track of her moves. As the girl stepped forward, she almost appeared in front of the golden rockworm king instantaneously, throwing a punch at the pet. She was so swift that the golden rockworm king had no time to dodge, and Han Sen did not even manage to take back his pet in time. Boom! The tender fist of the girl hit the golden rockworm king hard. The hole was left on both the super pet armor and the worm king. Han Sen took the golden rockworm king, holy angel, and Meowth back in his mind and ran away immediately. Han Sen just started running when the girl stood in front of him in the blink of an eye, her face almost hitting his. As Han Sen stepped back, the girl did not attack him, but stared at him with her big eyes. There was no hostility on her face. Han Sen suddenly had a thought and did not summon the Worm King and Holy Angel. If this girl was trying to attack him, she should have done that a long time ago. However, she did not attack Han Sen, who was the closest to her, but hit Golden Rock Worm King. That probably meant she had no intention to hit Han Sen. "Sister, my name is Han Sen. How shall I call you?" Han Sen asked with a forced smile, as he felt awkward but did not know what to say. "Zero." Han Sen did not have much hope, but to his surprise, the girl answered him. "Zero," the girl said and squatted down, writing 0 on the floor with her finger, which turned out to be standard Alliance language. Seeing the word written by the girl, Han Sen felt more relaxed. "Zero, this is your first name, right? What is your last name?" Han Sen asked. "Just 0, the girl said without explaining further. She was still staring at Han Sen as if there was something on his face. Han Sen thought 0 did not seem to be too intelligent. He licked his lips and said with a fake smile, "We are friends, not enemies, right?" "Friends, not enemies," 0 nodded and said. Han Sen was overjoyed, spread his hands and said, "We are good friends, so we don't fight, right?" "Good friends, no fight." 0 nodded again, agreeing with Han Sen. Han Sen was even more pleased as he felt 0 was indeed a bit dumb, like a 3-year-old. Did she hurt her brain when she bangs her head on the floor? Han Sen was secretly happy. He walked 2 steps and pointed at the life essence on the floor, asking, "Tell me, can I take these?" This time, 0 did not speak but nodded. Obviously, she had agreed. Han Sen was on top of the world. Originally, he thought there would be no gain this time as both Golden Rock Worm King and Super Pet armor were severely damaged, and it was still questionable whether he could survive. Life essence was out of the question. However, things suddenly took a turn. He still had a chance to take away all the crystals of life essence, which was a great surprise to him. Han Sen waved at 0, walking out with Meowth. Although 0 meant him no harm, Han Sen did not know where she came from, and she was troubled mentally. Who knows if she would become mad again? Han Sen decided to be as far away from her as possible. However, when Hansen arrived at the channel where he came from, he found Zero right behind him. It seemed that she was following him silently. In his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen felt a strong headache as he looked at Zero, who was sitting opposite him. Back to the day when they were in the cave, Zero insisted on following him in silence. She would walk as Hansen did and stop when he stopped. Hansen even tried to run away on the back of the Golden Growler during the middle of the night while she was sleeping. However, after riding the Golden Growler non-stop for more than half a day, as he started to cook lunch, Zero was already waiting next to his pot with her eyes wide. She would go wherever Hansen went like a tag-along. She did not seem to be completely dumb. At least when Hansen went to the bathroom, Zero would not follow him. In the end, Hansen had to take her back to his room in Steel Armor Shelter and watch her with a headache. He had found out nothing about her. As they were eating, Hansen asked Zero, who was filling her mouth with food, "So, why did you choose to follow me?" Surprisingly, Zero put down the bowl in her hand and stood up. Then Hansen saw her unbutton her blouse and pull it down. "Don't. I'm not that kind of person. You think you can tempt me with your beauty. I'm telling you there is no way you could achieve that. I am a..." Hansen covered his eyes with both hands and said, while peeking through his fingers. Zero had already pulled her blouse down. She was wearing nothing underneath. However, she had already turned her back to Hansen. Hansen suddenly widened his eyes. On the gorgeous and flawless back of Zero, Hansen saw a tattoo, a red tattoo. The tattoo was the shape of a beast which looked like a cat or fox. Zero pulled her blouse back to cover her nude body up, walked to Hansen, and reached her hand toward Hansen's chest. "What are you doing?" Hansen was startled, trying to jump back. However, Zero was too fast. She immediately reached into Hansen's collar and pulled the 9-life cat pendant Hansen was wearing. She then released it and stepped back, pointing at the pendant. "You're saying you followed me because of this pendant. What do you have to do with it?" Hansen looked at Zero incredulously. Zero did not talk to Hansen again but sat back to eat, as if he had heard nothing. Hansen strongly suspected that Zero was not dumb at all. Hansen had never managed to get any information that she did not want to share. What's the relationship between her and Han Jingjai? Hansen looked at the 9-life cat dependent with complex emotions. However, Hansen felt like there was no way for Zero to be connected to Han Jingjai. Han Jingjai was someone who lived centuries ago, while Zero was so young. The connection was simply impossible. "I'm leaving now. You can stay here or teleport back yourself." Hansen used the teleport device in his room and teleported back to the teleport station. For several days, Hansen wandered around in Devil Desert, but found no sacred blood creature at all. After he finished eating the life essence, he eventually had 99 super Geno points, 1 point from maxing out. What bad luck. However, Zero was following him quietly like a shadow. Hansen saw a mountain from afar which looked like a volcano covered with white snow on top. It was exactly the mountain where he had seen the phoenix-like creature. Hansen became overjoyed. As long as he killed the creature, he would be able to gain the last super Geno point that he was missing and evolve. At that time, he could get rid of the horrendous time bomb, Zero. The Golden Rock Worm King and Super Pet Armor were almost destroyed by Zero. Currently, they were restoring in Hansen's mind and could not be used in a short amount of time. Hansen quickly summoned the Holy Angel and sent her to probe on the mountain. Hansen still had a lot of reservations about the Firebird and did not want to take the risks himself. The Holy Angel flapped her wings and went to the top of that mountain. She suddenly heard a shrill bird song from the mountaintop as she approached. The Firebird tweeted and came after the Holy Angel. The girl and the bird started to fight in the air. The Holy Angel kept dodging the attacks from the Firebird, unwilling to catch on the flames. On the other hand, the Firebird was also being very cautious, unwilling to show any weakness in front of the Holy Angel. Although the fight seemed to be rather fierce, the two did not exchange too many movements. Hansen saw that even the Holy Angel was afraid of the flames of the Firebird and did not dare to take the risks himself. Hansen shot a glance at Zero, who was standing next to him, and felt quite upset. After seeing Zero, Hansen's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, "I wonder if you would help me if I ask her to kill the Firebird. She is not interested in the life essence anyway, so I don't need to worry about her keeping the life essence for herself." Zero, can you do me a favor?" Hansen cleared his throat and asked. Zero did not even look at Hansen. She suddenly jumped up and reached the mountain in just a few moves. With a long jump, she reached out a hand and grabbed at the Firebird that was fighting the Holy Angel. After Zero threw herself at the Firebird like a cannonball, she went through the burning body of the Firebird and appeared on the other side, landing heavily on the mountain's feet and even broke a part of the mountain. In Zero's hand, there was a red and golden spirit wiggling like flames. The Firebird quickly issued a scream as its body made up of flames simply exploded and turned into fireworks. Zero jumped back to Hansen and threw the spirit at him without saying anything. She then stood next to Hansen like she always did. Thank you so much. Hansen flushed. He never treated Zero well, while Zero finished what he was trying to accomplish for a long time, which embarrassed him a bit. Hansen quickly summoned the cursed wolf daggers and slashed it at the spirit. Super creature Desert Bird killed. Beast soul of Desert Bird gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. He caught a red and gold crystal the size of a bullet in his hand and threw it in his mouth without hesitation. Although it was kind of a waste, he had no use of the life essence even if he saved it for later. There was no way he could sell it to someone else either. Therefore, Hansen simply ate the whole thing. Life essence of Desert Bird consumed. 1 super Geno point gained. Super Geno points maxed out. Hansen realized that he had finally maxed out on his super Geno points, even earlier than he maxed out on sacred Geno points. Hansen looked to his mind with joy and saw his newly gained super beast soul. Type of beast soul of super creature Desert Bird, aura. Hansen almost laughed out loud. It was a beast soul aura, which was very rare. Hansen had felt the effect of Flame Lieutenant was somewhat lacking. Having gained a super beast soul aura, he had something to replace it with. In the central office of the special squad, Zhang Zhenhong was handling some urgent files when he heard a knock on the door. Jiang Sheng, if it is not important, don't disturb me today, Zhang Zhenhong said after seeing it was his assistant Jiang Sheng. Director, the head of a special squad submitted a beast soul trade application. Jiang Sheng said with a complex expression. Don't bother me with this kind of thing. Ask him to do it on the internal platform by the rules. Do I need to teach you that? Zhang Zhenhong was quite upset that Jiang Sheng would bother him with such trivial matter and said harshly. The head of that special squad wanted to trade for a quota of protection for his family member. Jiang Sheng knew Zhang Zhenhong's temper quite well and understood he was under a lot of pressure, so Jiang Sheng was not upset. Director, that person did not want protection at the moment, but a few years later. Nonsense. Why would he apply for something coming into effect in a few years? Is he trying to add to our workload? Zhang Zhenhong thumped the desk in madness. Director, I think you should probably first look at the list of beast souls he submitted. Jiang Sheng placed a document in front of Zhang Zhenhong. What is there to look at? Initially, Zhang Zhenhong was quite annoyed. However, after glancing at the list, he swallowed his words back and widened his eyes. Currently, Hansen had 7 super beast souls in total. They were Water Reaper, Cursed Wolf, Golden Growler, Golden Rockworm King, Holy Angel, and Desert Bird. The sacred blood beast souls would not be that useful in Second God's Sanctuary, so Hansen traded most of them away, only keeping Beetle Knight, Fairy Queen, and Meowth. Initially, Hansen also wanted to keep Purple Feathered Dragon and Color Shifter. However, after looking through the information about Second God's Sanctuary, Hansen found that there were a lot of flying creatures in Second God's Sanctuary, many of which had much higher speed than the wings he had currently. Therefore, the sacred blood wings were not that valuable anymore. In addition, he had 2 super pets which could both fly. He could totally do without the beast soul wings. Color Shifter was not that useful in Second God's Sanctuary either. If he was to hide himself, changing the color alone was no longer enough in Second God's Sanctuary, where there were many creatures that had very strong sense of smell and perception. They could probably sense his body temperature. In the end, Hansen gave up the Color Shifter as well. Keeping Meowth was simply for sentimental reasons. He had really considered Meowth as his own pet. Hansen walked out of his room and entered the Evolution Palace and Steel Armor Shelter. In the Evolution Palace that looked like an ancient temple, a mysterious statue of Beast Head was guarding the pool from each corner, spouting liquid that was almost transparent from their mouths. Without hesitation, Hansen took off all of his clothes and walked into the pool, immersing his body in the lukewarm liquid in the evolution pool. In the liquid, Hansen felt he had become an embryo. He felt like an unborn baby, all of his body cells developing joyfully, bringing him to a rebirth. The feeling was hard to describe. There was no heat or coldness, and no stimulations. The growth was so natural that it felt a part of his own growth. It felt like puberty again, but it was not a real puberty. The growth was inside out. In the liquid, he did not feel suffocated at all, but extremely comfortable. Hansen felt like he was a sacred soul that had reborn with all his sins purified. The feeling was so wonderful that Hansen almost moaned out loud. No wonder so many people are pursuing evolution of the body. The feeling of evolution is magnificent. It is almost like a rebirth, making the old body shine with youth again. Han-sen thought. However, he knew it was not finished yet. He had to wait until he heard the voice, which would tell him this evolution was successful. In addition, Han-sen wanted to enjoy this fantastic feeling for a while longer. It was as good as having sex with the woman he loved, but it was a completely different feeling. It was more like a person who had been sick for a long time was suddenly cured. All the pains and sickness went away in a moment. The cleanse was so thorough that one might even cry. Han-sen did not cry, but he totally enjoyed it. Evolution successful. Status of Evolver gained. 100 years added to lifespan. Super Body King Spirit gained. Han-sen was dumbstruck by the two words King Spirit. There were many evolvers among humans. In fact, the majority of humans were evolvers. Unevolved persons were usually between 16 and 30 years old, while the majority of humans between 20 to 300 years old were evolvers. Most people would stay in this status their whole life, and only a few could become surpasser. It was not because average evolvers could not gain 100 Geno points, but because Third God's Sanctuary was too dangerous. After returning to his room, Han-sen held the black crystal in his hand. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and put the black crystal into his mouth. He swallowed the black crystal as if he had swallowed an ordinary stone. There was no heat or coolness or swelling. It was almost like the black crystal had no use at all. Han-sen did not dare to be careless. There were many radioactive minerals in the universe that might affect the functions of one's body in the long run. One might get severely sick or even die. Han-sen took a deep breath and looked around in the room, making sure that he had nothing left except for Zero. Han-sen smiled to Zero, who was regarding him with wide eyes, and teleported out of steel armor shelter. Zero followed Han-sen out, but Han-sen paid her no mind. He ran to the self-service scanner at the teleport station, swiped the card for a scan, and then scanned his own body. After seeing the holographic image in the scanner, Han-sen was dazed. He scanned a couple times more and the result was the same. There was no black crystal in his body. Han-sen looked to his mind and saw the Cursed Wolf, Golden Growler, Holy Angel, and other Super Beast souls were sitting in a circle, staring at one thing greedily with fierce looks. Meowth and Beetle Knight were standing afar, clearly coveting the item as well. However, they were afraid of the 7 Super Beast souls and did not dare to come any closer. Han-sen's eyes fell on the item in the center of the Super Beast souls and became overjoyed. The black crystal which he failed to find in his own body had somehow entered his mind and hovering there. What the beast souls were eyeing was exactly the black crystal. How did this end up in my mind? Can I still take it out? Han-sen focused his mind on the black crystal, but it did not move at all. Obviously, it was not like a beast soul which would respond to Han-sen's thought. Han-sen looked around and found that he had sold most of his beast souls, except for the super beast souls, Meowth, and Beetle Knight, as well as a few primitive beast souls that he did not manage to sell. Those primitive beast souls were shivering far away from the crystal, unable to bear the horrendous aura of the super beast souls. If they could, they probably would have wet themselves already. As the copper beast was walking toward the black crystal in fear, a figure suddenly moved on its own, grabbing the black crystal before the primitive beast. It was the Holy Angel. Han-sen frowned. Ever since the Holy Angel swallowed the meat of the Golden Growler, she became somewhat different. Sometimes she would act voluntarily, although it was still within certain boundaries. Han-sen initially wanted to order the Holy Angel to let go of the black crystal but hesitated as the Holy Angel looked at him expectantly with puppy eyes, yearning for the black crystal. Thinking of the fact that the Holy Angel could further evolve, Han-sen decided to let her have it. Since she wanted it so much, it should not be harmful to her. With Han-sen's order, Holy Angel became overjoyed and swallowed the black crystal in her hand. After the Holy Angel swallowed the black crystal, she suddenly huddled up, her body glistening with holy aura as if she were in heaven. The aura quickly turned into a gigantic cocoon of light, hugging the Holy Angel, and then everything became calm again. The cocoon of light was hovering in Han-sen's mind, throbbing with a special rhythm of life. All the other beast souls became disappointed and scattered. The most disappointed among them was the copper-toothed beast. Han-sen looked at the cocoon of light, which did not seem to be changing anymore. Han-sen decided not to pay attention to his mind for a while. I wonder what the Holy Angel would become after another evolution. Han-sen felt expectant and excited. After going out of the scanning device, Han-sen looked at Zero, who was waiting for him outside, and thought, "This time I enter God's Sanctuary again, I will appear in second God's Sanctuary, so there would be no way for you to follow me anymore." In order to get rid of Zero, Han-sen directly walked toward the teleport device, took a deep breath, and chose to teleport. This was his first time to enter second God's Sanctuary, so the location he would be teleported to was random. Han Sen was praying that he would be sent to somewhere ruled by humans, which would be much more conducive to his cultivation. If unfortunately, he was sent to a place where there were all creatures with no human, or where there was a large spirit shelter, it would be difficult for him to even survive. After a temporary lightheadedness, Han Sen was no longer in the teleport device. What he saw was a huge ice cave. The ice around him was as tough as glass, probably having been frozen for centuries. Ice cones and columns were hanging from the ceiling of the ice cave. There was nothing but coldness, except for the teleport device under Han Sen's feet. What is this damned place? Han Sen looked around and only saw one hole leading to the outside. Han Sen still had hope and wanted to crawl out of the hole to have a look. Before Han Sen acted, he suddenly saw a blur in the teleport device, and someone else appeared there. No, it is impossible that she's an evolver. How can she end up here? Even if she was an evolver, it is highly unlikely for her to end up at the same spot as me. The chance is so slim and there must be something wrong. Han Sen was lost, gazing at Zero. Han Sen believed there were only two possibilities. One was that Zero was abnormal. The other was that his 9-life cat pendant was problematic. On the top of the largest mountain, he could see a white fairytale-like castle vaguely through the flying snowflakes. Han Sen's face suddenly became grim. Spirit shelter. Han Sen suddenly had an idea, which was not good news to him. Since Han Sen had not spotted a human building but saw a spirit shelter, it was unlikely for him to meet any fellow man. Judging from the looks of the castle, it was probably owned by advanced spirits. If the spirits were too strong and had a large troop of creatures, Han Sen believed he would suffer in his early development. "Why are you standing there?" A hasty but low voice sounded from Han Sen's back. Han Sen turned to look and saw a man with his full body covered in Arctic suit waving at them from the depths of the hole. Han Sen suddenly felt a bit pleased to finally see a human. He took Zero to walk over to the guy. When he was ready to speak, the guy suddenly pulled them inside the ice channel. "Let's go. Let's talk inside so that we don't alarm the ice-armored beasts. They have sensitive ears and could hear a voice 1,000 feet away in snowstorm. My name is Zuyu, and I came here more than a year ago, so I have more experience than you. Here's a piece of advice: do not wander around. This damn place is hell. Whoever sent here are just down in luck. This place faces the ocean in 3 directions. Only the direction of the spirit shelter leads to land. Besides, we don't even know where we are. Even if we bypass the spirit shelter, it would be hard for us to locate a human shelter. We would be more than likely to die on the way. Wait here for a couple of days. When more people arrived, we would be able to go farther to hunt. People here are nice, so as long as you do your part, the meat would be shared to you. So stay and gain some Geno points. Know this place better and then consider hunting on your own. Thank you so much for the instructions, friend." Han Sen thanked Zuyu for being so straightforward. "Call me Zuyu." Zuyu smiled and said. After going back to the ice cave, Han Sen chatted some more with Zuyu and got the basic idea about the place. Then he teleported back to the Alliance together with Zero. Han Sen decided to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat. In addition to all the benefits he could get, he would be able to let his sister continue her study at the posh school with confidence. Before taking Zero home, Han Sen took her to the testing hall. He planned to do a simple strength test himself and ask Zero to take the test to determine how strong she was. It was easy to do a strength test. If one punched at the device as hard as one could for 3 to 5 times, the device would come up with an accurate average of one's strength score. Han Sen picked an empty room, pointed at the device and said to Zero, "Hit it with all you got." Zero followed instructions as always, walked to the device, raised her tender fist, and hit the target hard. Han Sen quickly looked to the numbers, 97.0472, which was lower than what Han Sen had thought. He thought Zero's fitness should be over 100, while it was less than 100. Han Sen asked Zero to give it a few more shots, and the number was lower than the first one. The second shot showed 96.8964, and the rest were between the two numbers. Han Sen walked to the device himself and hit it hard. When he looked at the number, it kept go up and the stayed 70.0006, which made Han Sen quite pleased. This was his maximum estimate. He then made a few more punches and found that there was almost no variation between the numbers, with the largest difference being 0.0002. Han Sen hesitated and summoned the Fairy Queen to shapeshift. Then he used Heresy Mantra and Overload to hit the target with all he got. Boom. With a huge sound, the number kept flipping up and ended at 81.6735, which made Han Sen overjoyed. Han Sen's number was not that far from Zero's. Although there was still a difference of a dozen points, Han Sen had already got the ability to fight her. Even if she suddenly went mad, Han Sen still could handle it to some extent. Furthermore, he had become an evolver, which meant not only his fitness was enhanced greatly, his potentials were also increased. He took Zero back to his home, which was not the old house of his family, but a 3-bedroom penthouse Han Sen bought himself. Originally, he planned to use it with his girlfriend, but it turned out to be vacant. A few days back, Han Sen regretted that he had bought this penthouse. Currently, it became handy to accommodate Zero. Can you stay here alone? Call me with comlink if you need anything. Han Sen taught her how to use the comlink and regarded her, fearing that she might insist on following him. He was about to report to Daphne, and she could not appear in the military. Okay, Zero replied and nodded. Does it count as keeping a mistress? Han Sen touched his chin and thought to himself. Considering that Zero looked only about 15 years old, not even an adult yet, Han Sen felt his thought was too evil. He shook his head and dismissed the thought. The next morning, Han Sen left to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat, which was the last important matter he needed to tend to before serving. It was very crowded in the certification bureau. All the service windows had long lines in front of them, but the majority of the people were there for the certification as mutant evolvers and primitive evolvers. Although the mutant evolvers also had the status of aristocrat, their status was significantly lower than sacred blood aristocrats. Men were doing better and better in First God's Sanctuary, and more people were able to kill a super creature. However, those who could max out on sacred geno points were still quite limited. It so happened that the young man in the line next to them had also come to the window. He walked up, raised his voice on, and said to the staff, I am here to be certified as a mutant evolver. After that, the young man glanced at Han Sen provocatively, as if he were saying, I am a mutant evolver and what are you? Han Sen did not even bother to say anything. He simply walked to the window, handed in his identification card and whispered to the staff, would you please handle my request to be certified as a sacred blood evolver? Although Han Sen's voice was low, the young man quickly changed his expression. People around them also looked to Han Sen in surprise. The staff member who had been working long hours also raised his eyes and checked Han Sen out. A sacred blood evolver was still quite rare at this point. On a small planet such as Raka, 3 to 5 sacred blood evolvers per year would be considered a significant number already. 20 years old, graduate of Black Hawk Military Academy, and a major. As he said that, the young man and others were in doubt looked at Han Sen in a much different way. Black Hawk Military Academy was a top school in the eyes of ordinary people. A graduate of Black Hawk was undoubtedly the elite among the elite. The face of the young man turned purple. He wished he could hide in a hole somewhere. Everyone else looked at Han Sen with admiration, and girls and women even started to wink at Han Sen. This is the true elite of the Alliance, a sacred blood aristocrat of 20 years old. So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I wish to marry him. I don't mind if I only have one night with him. I wonder how much it would cost to sleep with him for a night. A few days later, in a spaceship, Han Sen was reading materials of ancient languages using his comlink. He should report to Daphne, but the location for reporting was in a remote galaxy called Dongian. It was already the periphery of the Alliance. If people went beyond Dongian, there was no Shura but many undeveloped galaxies. Han Sen did not know what Daphne's mission was to be located so far away. However, Han Sen had smelled trouble. If the warships were serving in some special regions, the traffic would become an obstacle for him to return home. Many people serving special missions would not even return home once during the entire service. It had been a long time since he last logged in Gladiator. Han Sen first checked his friend list, wishing to see Queen there. He had improved significantly in fitness, so maybe he would last longer with her. Unfortunately, Queen's name was grayed out. His only friend online was QHZ. Han Sen used to be very interested in fighting QHZ, but he started to feel bored at this point. The fitness level of QHZ was around 40. Even if he had grown as well, it was hard for him to reach Han Sen's level. Kian Hejin was talking to a middle-aged man at this point. The man was named Lu Bin, a prominent figure in Ares Martial Hall and even the entire martial hall industry. Although Lu Bin was just an evolver, he had great talent in leg skills. Killer kicks invented by him was masterful, and had been designated as one of the routine skills in the Alliance military. The reason the leg skills were impressive was that Lu Bin himself was a veteran who had been through a lot of combats against Shura and suffered numerous injuries. The killer kicks was a set of leg skills refined in blood and fire. After retiring, Lu Bin was hired by Ares Martial Hall as an instructor to teach leg skills, since killer kicks was one of the top leg skills for unevolved persons. However, because most students had never been through life and death situations like Lu Bin, it was very hard for them to understand the essence of killer kicks. Han Sen controlled his strength at the same level as Kian Hejin, but he still felt awkward when fighting the guy. It was not because Han Sen had lowered his power. With Han Sen's ability to control his own body, he could use his strength well no matter which level his strength was. However, fighting Kian Hejin like this made Han Sen feel awkward. Although he had lowered his fitness level, Han Sen still had his judgment. In Han Sen's eyes, Kian Hejin had too many weaknesses, which made Han Sen lose the desire to win. Even if he lowered his strengths, Han Sen could still see too many opportunities to beat his opponent. It was simply too easy to win. Han Sen could not reduce his judgment, so a fight like this made him feel bored. His fitness was too much greater than yours. Haven't you noticed that he had intentionally suppressed his strength to fight you? That is impossible. Kian Hejin suddenly paused. Reflecting on what had happened just now, he felt like what Lu Bin said did make sense. Otherwise, he would not have that kind of pressure. I'll show you. Lu Bin did not explain anymore but sent Han Sen an invite. In fact, after watching the fight between Han Sen and Kian Hejin, Lu Bin felt an urge to fight. In order to kill someone, you must be determined. With that kind of determination, the murderous intent would be natural. If you tried to hide your intention to kill, your determination must be hindered. And if you did not have the determination, your moves would not be as swift. Although he was very swift, he did not leak any intention to kill. That kind of ability was impressive. Even Lu Bin, who had been through a million fights, had only seen that kind quality in two persons. One of the two was himself, and the other was a Shira fighter who was black-horned. Although the Shira was only a black-horned fighter, that was the worst fight Lu Bin had ever been through. In the end, although Lu Bin was able to survive, he suffered too bad an injury to keep serving, which was why he left his favorite place, the military. Suddenly seeing someone else with the same kind of ability, Lu Bin was reminded of the bloody fight and felt an itch. Invited by a stranger, Han Sen did not think that much. Since he would have chosen random match anyway, he simply accepted the invite. Han Sen entered the Colosseum, looked to the opposite direction, and saw his opponent smiling at him. Han Sen couldn't help feeling nervous because he also smelled someone like himself. Friend, which troop were you at? Before the fight started, Lu Bin did not rush to begin, but smiled and asked. He thought Han Sen should also be a veteran. Otherwise it was unlikely he would have this kind of ability. In fact, that was why Lu Bin felt close to Han Sen in the first place. Military secret, Han Sen said calmly. He was not being arrogant, but it was really a military secret. Lu Bin suddenly became very calm and made a side kick as sharp as a blade at Han Sen. He was so fast and fierce that it was nerve-wracking. The scarier part was that the kick was so sudden that no one saw it coming. That's what killer kicks looked like. Many students who had been instructed by Lu Bin could not help but doubt whether they had learned the skills correctly after watching Lu Bin do it. A soldier on warship suddenly raised his arm to block Lu Bin's kick. Although he took 2 steps back, he only lost 2 points in health. Quite an opponent. He was able to block Lu Bin's kick in time. I wonder who he is. Lu Bin's comrades all felt unexpected. However, no one could answer this question. Even Kian Hejin did not know a soldier on warship was. Han Sen also felt very excited. He did not expect the stranger who sent him an invite was an expert killer with excellent leg skills. Even Han Sen felt it was hard to predict Lu Bin's kicks in the beginning, which was why he was having a hard time defending himself. When fighting someone like this, there was only one way to win. May the brave one live. Boom. Han Sen no longer stepped back, but made a kick himself, his leg hitting Lu Bin's and making a loud sound. Lu Bin's leg skills were practical, which meant the skills not that unusual. Having learned Panorama, which was an encyclopedia of all kinds of commonly seen skills, Han Sen felt it was easy to mimic Lu Bin's killer kicks. In fact, many people could easily imitate the skills, but the true difficulty was how to use it well. Depending on one's capability and mentality, the same leg skills were different when used by different people. It was especially true when it came to these kicks that were designed for life and death battles. This is it. Hiding back is not a soldier's way. Lu Bin yelled in excitement, his legs kicking again as swiftly as wind. Han Sen was also extremely excited. Killer kicks against killer kicks. Although only 2 persons were fighting, the audience felt there were 2 troops present, making them thrilled and terrified at the same time. The long legs went up and down like blades, making sounds like metal. Every exchange made the heart of the audience tremble. It was hard to imagine that it was just a simulated fight. The majority of killer kicks was common skills, so the focus was on mentality rather than techniques. Only 7 kicks of killer kicks were exceptions, which were called 7 kill by Lu Bin. The 7 kicks were almost finished in one moment without any pause. One should manage to kick 7 times in one breath. It was extremely pleasing to look at, like a battle axe splitting the earth. Boom. Han Sen was unable to block 7 kill and fell back immediately. His health went down significantly, almost reaching the bottom instantaneously. Victory! Wang Daking was excited, and others started to cheer already. However, the cheers only lasted a second. A soldier on worship was already on the ground suddenly stood up. His health bar was almost empty, with only a hair left. The number was down to 2%. Great leg skills. What's the name of it? Han Sen asked Lu Bin seriously. 7 kill. Lu Bin laughed and said, "This is my very best work. It is impressive that you could block 6 kicks. 7 kill, noted." Staring at Lu Bin, he said slowly, "Let's do this one more time." "As you wish." Lu Bin could no longer resist the murderous urge. He dashed and jumped up with no hesitation, kicking at Han Sen as if his leg was the battle axe that splitted heaven and earth. Han Sen did not move, his eyes fixed on Lu Bin. When the kick was about to fall on his head, Han Sen suddenly moved. A magnificent step. Using Sparticle, Han Sen made an incredibly fast step. 7 kill. Han Sen exclaimed, jumping up like Lu Bin did and kicked at his opponent. The strength of the kicks from above was too strong for even Lu Bin, the inventor of 7 kill. After taking 5 takes, Lu Bin could hardly lift his legs. The stubbornness of the veteran made him raise his arms, trying to block the 2 last kicks with his teeth gritted. Boom boom. With 2 loud sounds, Han Sen's last 2 kicks were also blocked by Lu Bin. However, Lu Bin's arms were broken in the process and fell limp. The 8th kick, gasped Wang Daking. The reason 7 kill was called that was because after 7 kicks, one's force would be used up and there would be nothing left to make the 8th kick. However, a soldier on warship kicked the 8th times in the air, which was unbelievable. Not only Wang Daking, but all those who had seen and learned 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, because there was no way for one to leverage on anything in the air. Who is he? Everyone was staring at a soldier on warship, who gradually faded away and left the gladiator platform. The audience could hardly contain themselves. They were either Lu Bin's friends or his students, so they all knew how hard 7 kill were. Many people could not even accomplish 7 kill, let alone the unbelievable 8th kill. The reason that Han Sen could make the 8th kick was not that he was better at 7 kill than Lu Bin. In fact, in terms of 7 kill, Han Sen was still weaker. The reason was simply that Han Sen had studied 7 twists of the chens, which allowed one to leverage on the air for 7 times if one practiced it well. Han Sen had seen 7 twists used by Chen Zichen and Zhu Ting and was very interested in that martial arts. However, Han Sen did not find anything similar after a lot of research. In the end, he found a way to leverage on the air briefly. However, that cannot be compared to 7 twists at all. Han Sen was only able to accomplish that based on his understanding of 7 twists, which was his limit already. In fact, Han Sen really wanted to learn 7 twists, but the family secret like this was so hard to get his hands on. After traveling through half of the Alliance and spaceship, Han Sen arrived at Galaxy Dongyan. When he saw Daphne at a space harbor, Han Sen was dazed. Initially, Han Sen believed that since even a soldier of its cookhouse was a major, Daphne should at least be an advanced warship, if not the best in the Alliance. However, the Daphne he saw was more like a corvette. Although it looked advanced, it did not possess the same size a main ship did. The interior space of Daphne was indeed luxurious, equipped with lots of devices that Han Sen did not recognize. Only when he saw the incredible warframes assigned to the soldiers on board, Han Sen knew the place was unusual. All ordinary soldiers were equipped with military super-biological warframes made by the renowned Digging. The military line was much better than the civil line. These warframes were on the same level as Silver Killer, and the performance of SKTS not even be compared with them. And these warframes were already the worst on board. New soldier Han Sen is here to report to the cookhouse. Han Sen saluted to the squad leader of the cookhouse. The squad leader was around 30 years old and quite fat. He was almost as wide as he was tall. Han Sen felt that was the perfect expression to describe him. Have you learned to cook before? I have only learned how to deal with the meat of creatures briefly at school, sir, answered Han Sen. The cookhouse is not like other places, so you could relax a little bit. The entire staff of the cookhouse were easygoing. Because of what they did, they were not as uptight as other soldiers and had less training as well. The mission of Daphne this time was to look for a remnant of crystallizer civilization. Before humans even entered the interstellar era, the crystallizers had built an empire in the universe. They used to be the master of a dozen galaxies, but they eventually became extinct for some reasons no one knew. People could only feel how great they were from the relics they left behind. After a couple of days, Han Sen had become friends with the soldiers of the cookhouse. When he was taking a break, he saw the fat squad leader holding his comlink watching a video, and felt curious. What else other than the video of 8 kill? Our fatty has a grand vision. He would love to become a fatty who could fly, Vice Squad Leader Liu Mingling joked. What 8 kill? Han Sen glanced at the video and couldn't help opening his mouth, because the video the fat squad leader was watching was exactly the fight between Liu Bin and himself. F#K off. I just want to learn killer kicks, grunted the fat squad leader. Seeing his round body and short legs, Han Sen could not imagine what it would look like if fat squad leader jumped in the air to make 7 kicks. Han Sen had not been to the warship for long, so he had not met the captain yet. Taking the document to the captain's cabin, Han Sen had been wondering who it was. In order to become a captain of such a high-level warship, one had to be at least a general, even though this warship was not that big. This is the nutrition plan for next month, and we need the captain's signature. Han Sen came to the sanctuary's desk and showed her the document. Sure, the captain had told me about it. She's busy right now, so you can just go ahead and put the file there. The secretary checked the document and said to Han Sen. Okay, Han Sen replied, turned around and walked to the captain's cabin with the document in his hand. He knocked on the door, but there was no one answering. Since the secretary told him to put it inside, Han Sen pushed the door open and entered the room. However, after the door was pushed open, Han Sen saw someone leaning against the desk opposite the door smiling at him. Han Sen was suddenly dumbstruck and then became overjoyed. He shut the door close, threw the document away, dashed to the person, and held her tightly in his arms. Oh my god, I am not dreaming, right? How? Why are you here? Han Sen was so excited that he did not even know what he was talking about. He did not imagine that he would meet Jai Yanran at this place. Jai Yanran, who was wearing white captain's suit, was standing right there, gorgeous as always, but more handsome than when she was a student. I'm sorry, I brought you here without your consent, and I could only arrange for you to become a soldier in the cookhouse. However, this is everything I could do. Although I know it's not fair to you, I could not stand another day without you being close to me. I am selfish and wanton, but would you forgive me? Jai Yanran threw her arms around Han Sen's neck and hung herself on him like a koala bear, her tone full of guilt and love. I love that you are selfish and wanton. Han Sen quickly kissed her on the lips and spanked her ass a little. Jai Yanran's face became pink. Embarrassed, she said, don't mess around. There is a surveillance camera here. No way, there is a surveillance camera in the captain's cabin. Han Sen said incredulously. Jai Yanran blinked and said, Daphne is warship that carries out exploration missions. Even as the captain, I do not have the absolute power. In fact, I am only in a supportive role. Those who are really in charge are the experts and scholars on crystallizer civilization. So, you're just a driver of a flying bus, Han Sen said, not letting Jai Yanran go. She did not mind people watching. He did not care because it was more than natural for him to kiss and hug his wife. Jai Yanran curled her lips and said, that's one way to put it. My main mission is to send the scholars and experts to their destination, provide them with staff members and help. When it comes to excavation and fieldwork, it is completely up to the experts. You should have heard that the mental power of crystallizers is so powerful that they could control objects with their mind. Jai Yanran thought about it and said, I've heard something about it. Han Sen asked curiously again, is that all true? Maybe, I don't know for sure. But one thing was certain, crystallizers have many crystal technologies. The most commonly seen is a sort of memory crystal. Humans with strong mental power could put their memory inside the memory crystal and read from it. That is much more advanced than our AI, Jai Yanran explained. Han Sen knew that Jai Yanran would never harm himself, so he put the crystal on his forehead, ready to perceive anything. The next second, Han Sen suddenly felt electricity was generated from the crystal and penetrated his scope, making his brain a bit numb, which scared him into taking the crystal away from his forehead. Jai Yanran took a file from her desk and placed it in front of Han Sen. She turned the pages over quickly and asked Han Sen to look at the contents. After going through the entire file, she closed the file and put it back, asking, what is the 6th word on the 3rd line of page 13? You were so fast. How could I possibly? As Han Sen was about to say how could he possibly remember, he suddenly had the memory of that page in his mind. He remembered clearly that the 6th word of the 3rd line was black. How is that possible? Is it the crystal? Han Sen looked at the purple crystal in surprise. These must be highly confidential. Is it okay you're telling me? Han Sen asked Jai Yanran. These are indeed confidential, and you do not have the clearance yet. However, you're my boyfriend and I am no selfless captain, just a woman. But don't tell anyone about these, otherwise I would be in trouble. Jai Yanran spit out her little tongue. Didn't you say there is a surveillance camera? Ha, how dare you play me? You are so done. Han Sen suddenly understood that he was played by Jai Yanran, grabbed her, held her down to the desk and spanked her hard. I did not lie to you. There is really a surveillance camera. It's just I turned it off temporarily. I know you would be so promiscuous. Trying to ignore the sensation on her ass, Jai Yanran whispered. All right, I will show you how promiscuous I could be. Han Sen suddenly pulled Jai Yanran's white captain pants down. When Han Sen left the captain's cabin, he felt very refreshed and relaxed. The thought of the captain's suit and tender skin of Jai Yanran gave Han Sen an urge to return to captain's cabin and stay there forever. However, that was quite unlikely. Jai Yanran had already told Han Sen some information about Daphne. Although Jai Yanran was the captain, she was too young and inexperienced. If it were not for her family, she would not even be recognized as the captain because she was just a rookie evolver. In addition, Daphne was a special warship. There was a professor that had the same power as Jai Yanran, so she had to obey him at times. In addition, if others knew Han Sen was Jai Yanran's lover and that he was on the ship because of her, they would probably think even less of Jai Yanran, making it harder for her to stay in the management role. Han Sen knew it was not easy for Jai Yanran to get him on board, so he was unwilling to see her getting in trouble because of him. When there was no one around, they could call each other using the special comlink on board. Occasionally, they could even meet each other in secret, to which Han Sen was looking forward. Feels like a clandestine love affair. Han Sen thought to himself contentedly and started to hum a little song. Boom. Han Sen was still thinking about the romance just now. Because it was on the warship, he let his guard down completely and wasn't paying attention. As he turned around the corner, he bumped into someone immediately. Han Sen had just been through some strenuous exercise, so his legs were still limp. You're lucky that I'm in a great mood, so I will just let you off the hook for the time being. Han Sen continued to walk forward joyfully. What's wrong with you? I was talking to you. Did you not hear me? Which department are you from? The man became mad and quickly grabbed Han Sen. What does it have to do with you? Han Sen frowned and said. Although he was being careless, he was not walking fast. There was no way he would bump into someone directly. The main reason that the guy bumped into him was that the guy did not change his course at all after seeing him. Otherwise, with Han Sen's reflex, there was no way they would bump into each other so hard. You don't even look like a soldier. Stand straight. The man snorted. Whether the cookhouse soldiers look like soldiers, it is up to me instead of the Warframe department. Colonel Wang, please mind your own department's business. The fat squad leader suddenly appeared and said to the guy coldly. Colonel Luo, I can't even point it out when your soldier is bumping into people and humming songs. Is that what you're saying? Wang Hu stared at fat squad leader coldly. Yes, that's our hobby. Bite me. The fat squad leader's reply even surprised Han Sen. Wang Hu's face suddenly turned purple as he was rendered speechless. Why are you staying here? The fat squad leader said to Han Sen and took him away. Wang Hu bristled. When the fat squad leader and Han Sen walked far, Wang Hu murmured to himself, why did Jai Yanran keep a cookhouse soldier in her office for so long? If it were not for the stupid fatty, I should have fished more information. Great job, Colonel. After returning to the cookhouse, Han Sen gave the fat squad leader a thumbs up. Great my ass. I asked you to send a nutrition plan. What took you so long? The fat squad leader said, upset. After the captain reviewed the plan, she asked me a few questions. Since I'm new here, I know nothing and gave her all the wrong answers, which was why it took so long. She even scolded me a little. After that I bumped into Colonel Wang. You are such a saver to be there on time. Han Sen had thought his excuse out for a while. Do not cross Wang Hu in the future, said the fat squad leader. Thank you, Colonel. Although Han Sen was not afraid of Wang Hu, it was a troublesome situation. He was very grateful that the fat squad leader took him away. Jai Yanran had told him that everyone on Daphne had a complicated background, so he should not take anyone lightly. You are one of mine, so I will not let anyone else touch you. If you need to be disciplined, I'll be the one to do so. The fat squad leader hit Han Sen on the back and said, go do your job. Because it was about 3 months until they could reach the planet where the ruins were, Han Sen swapped a few shifts and applied to enter God's sanctuary. This time he teleported to God's sanctuary. He was still in the ice cave. This time, however, there were 7 to 8 people in the ice cave, chatting with each other. Ziyu was also there. Han Sen, what took you so long? Here, I will introduce everyone to you. Maybe it was because of the difficult living conditions. Everyone knew the benefit of help each other. The majority of the group were very easygoing and easy to talk to. Genius, you are here as well. The young man suddenly exclaimed at Han Sen. You are. Han Sen regarded the young man and found his face did not ring a bell. My name is Liu Feng. I also graduated from Blackhawk 1 year before you did, but my grades were just average, so it makes sense that you don't know me." Liu Feng smiled and said, "What genius." "Liu Feng, Han Sen is your schoolmate?" Zuyu asked in surprise. Liu Feng told the group about Han Sen's needs at Blackhawk. After a long while, Zuyu lamented, "I did not realize that you are a graduate of a top school, and even graduated as a major. You should have a much brighter future than this. This place would make it so difficult for you to go any further." "Not necessarily. As long as we occupy that spirit shelter, we will have everything," Han Sen smiled and said. There was teleport device in the spirit shelter, so if they could occupy the place, they could turn that into a human shelter. All they needed to do was to withstand the attacks from creatures nearby. "Young man, this is much more difficult than that. This is Second God's Sanctuary, not a military school where kids hang. You can really die here. Don't think that you are going to conquer everything because you are somebody in a military school. I will give it to you if you hunt any creature back. You don't even need to take the spirit shelter down." Genius, don't pay him any mind. He used to be quite talented and evolved with sacred Geno points maxed out, but ended up here and was trapped for nearly 20 years. He did not even have many mutant Geno points, so he had lost the will to fight, said Zuyu. Han Sen looked to the middle-aged man, surprised. A sacred evolver 20 years ago, that was much harder to achieve than a sacred evolver today. And he must be truly something. Even that kind of person became this way, which made Han Sen feel sad. The middle-aged man kept silent, squatting in the corner, taking one puff after another from the cigarette in his hand. "With so many people here, why don't we go hunting?" Han Sen asked. "We are waiting for Uncle King. I told you last time, he was the strongest among us. If we go together with him, it will be safer. Uncle King looks after the young. I will introduce you later. You can hunt with us today, right? How come I never saw the girl from the other day? Did she give up?" "I'm not so sure." Han Sen knew he was talking about Zero. After Han Sen boarded Daphne, he could no longer use his private comlink to contact anyone, so Han Sen had told Zero to enter God's Sanctuary in 2 months to meet him. Han Sen did not expect to be able to enter God's Sanctuary so soon, and he had no way to tell her to come, so he will have to wait until the agreed time. "I will walk around myself to get familiar with the environment first." Han Sen walked outside directly, not planning to hunt together with the rest of the group. If he made no efforts, he would not be shared the gains. If he made efforts, it would be very suspicious for someone who just evolved to have his fitness. Therefore, Han Sen decided to hunt on his own, not following the rest of the group. "Haven't I told you already? You are not familiar with this place, and it's too dangerous outside. Even if you want to hunt yourself, you should follow us for a few times and go along later. Otherwise, it is truly too dangerous," said Zuyu. Han Sen knew they meant well, but he had his own concerns and did not want to waste time on meaningless stuff. "I have already looked it up on the Skynet and learned something about this place. I will just take a walk and be back in a minute." When Han Sen was far from the ice cave, he summoned Meowth to run to the mountain. Before long, he suddenly heard a beast roar. A white creature with ice-like armor covering its back was growling at Han Sen and Meowth. "Is this the ice-armored beast Zuyu was talking about?" Han Sen gazed at the creature, which looked a lot like what Zuyu had described. As Han Sen was thinking, the ice-armored beast rushed toward Han Sen, growling. Its speed was even faster than the sacred blood beast creatures in First God's Sanctuary. Han Sen stepped back, while Meowth had already thrown itself at the ice-armored beast. The two beasts started to fight in ice and snow. Meowth only had a slight advantage, and it would take a while for Meowth to beat its opponent. Han Sen frowned secretly. The ice-armored beast was just a primitive creature, but it already had the same strength as Meowth, which was a sacred blood beast from First God's Sanctuary. Indeed, Second God's Sanctuary was not the same thing as the first. Wherever covered by the ice armor on the ice-armored beast, Meowth's claws and teeth could not penetrate. Meowth could only choose the places covered by white fur to attack, making the ice-armored beast all bloody and miserable. Meowth itself also suffered some scratches, which were not serious. Han Sen had a brief understanding about the ability of the ice-armored beast, and was ready to kill it himself. However, the ice-armored beast suddenly roared, and all its injuries started to heal quickly. In the meantime, the ice armor also spread to cover all its body. It turned into a crystal statue. Even its claws became transparent. Although it looked the same, the ice-armored beast had a completely different aura. It suddenly turned from an average beast to a super boss. Berserk! Han Sen was both surprised and overjoyed. Unlike First God's Sanctuary, some creatures could enter a berserk state in Second God's Sanctuary. The state was like the hyper-geno arts that could change the structure of body cells. In the berserk state, the structure of creatures' body cells would change significantly, enhancing the creature's strengths and ability to fight. Of course, if one were able to hunt a creature at the berserk state, the beast's soul gained would also be at the berserk state, which would be much stronger than an average beast of the same level. After its whole body was covered with ice armor, even the claws of Meowth could only leave a few shallow marks. The ice-armored beast suddenly became fearless, ignoring Meowth's attacks, going crazy and trying to devour the pet. Han Sen took Meowth back, because it was no longer the match of the berserk ice-armored beast. In addition, Han Sen wanted to try for himself how strong the berserk beast was. After losing its target Meowth, the ice-armored beast fixed its eyes on Han Sen. With a growl, it quickly ran toward Han Sen on all four hooves. When it was 50 feet from Han Sen, it suddenly jumped at him. "Careful, Han Sen." A yelp came from somewhere close. A woman wearing Arctic suit started to run to Han Sen while exclaiming. Han Sen turned to look at the woman and was suddenly dazed, unable to believe his eyes. It turned out that young Manly was here as well. After she evolved, she was also randomly sent to this place. "Idiot, what are you looking at? Just run." Young Manly saw that Han Sen turned to look at herself at such a critical moment and became shocked and anxious. If her shout did not save him, but harmed him, then it would be the worst thing ever. Watching the berserk ice-armored beast almost at his face, with its claws reflecting cold light, Han Sen was still staring at young Manly, which made her scared and mad. However, she could not even make it in time if she wanted to save him. At this point, young Manly regretted that she came out directly after hearing Han Sen was here as well. If she did not do that, Han Sen might be able to dodge these attacks. However, he was now doomed. She came much earlier than Han Sen did and knew how strong ice-armored beasts were. In addition, this one was a berserk beast. Even a sacred evolver could not take one blow from a berserk ice-armored beast before having his neck snapped. Watching the ice-armored beast making the attack, young Manly almost wanted to close her eyes. However, the next second, she stared her eyes wide. Han Sen was staring at her blankly but punched at the incoming berserk beast without even looking at it. The punch ended right in the beast's face. Boom. The berserk ice-armored beast that looked very fierce was blown away like it was a puppet, crushing a huge chunk of iceberg and then sliding on the ice for a dozen feet, plowing deeply in the snow. Blood was everywhere and the beast stopped moving. Young Manly froze up, staring at Han Sen as if she was looking at the ghost. She did not move for a long while in the storm, killing a berserk ice-armored beast with one blow. Young Manly could not believe that this person was Han Sen who had just become an evolver. Berserk ice-armored beast killed. Beast soul of berserk ice-armored beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen smiled. The beast's soul gained from the first creature he killed in Second God's Sanctuary. This was definitely a good sign. Young Manly, I did not expect you would be here as well. Is there a special squad here? Han Sen did not mind the body of the beast and asked young Manly. Young Manly had just come to herself, looking at Han Sen and the body of the beast, and said, "Before you come, I am the only special squad member. When I just heard you are here, I did not believe it. It turns out you are really in this shithole as well. You know where this is. What is the closest human shelter?" Han Sen asked. That was what he really wanted to know. "I don't know. I don't even know where in Second God's Sanctuary we are. At least so far. No one was able to walk out of here to find other people." Young Manly shook her head and said, "This place is all right. If there are not a lot of people, no one could steal creatures from us." Han Sen shrugged and walked to the body of the berserk ice-armored beast. "But first you need to." Young Manly was trying to say that you first need to kill the creature, but thinking of Han Sen's punch, she swallowed the rest of her sentence back. Han Sen summoned the golden growler, put the body of the ice-armored beast on its back and then rode on it himself. He waved to young Manly and asked, "Is there any place nearby that we could hide from the storm? Let's take a break and eat some meat." Young Manly hesitated, but jumped on the golden growler's back, guiding Han Sen to a cave nearby. Han Sen dissected the ice-armored beast's body with the cursed wolf dagger, took out the tools to make fire, and started to barbecue some meat with a beast's soul arrow as the skewer. He used a pot for making soup as well. Did he really just evolve? Young Manly was still thinking of the punch Han Sen used to kill the berserk ice-armored beast. As a sacred evolver, she could not achieve that at all. Even she punched the beast 100 times, there was no way she could kill a berserk ice-armored beast. "Have you heard of the name Han Jingshai?" Han Sen looked at young Manly and asked casually. Hearing the name, young Manly's expression suddenly changed. Although she quickly came back to normal, Han Sen still noticed it. Which Han Jingjai? Young Manly frowned and asked. Instructor Han Jingjai of Blue Blood Special Force, the Qigong Master, Han Sen replied. You know about Han Jingjai? Young Manly expression changed again. She was surprised that Han Sen knew the name Han Jingjai. So, she knows about Han Jingjai as well. Han Sen thought and said quietly, my great-grandfather is also named Han Jingjai. What? Instructor Han is your great-grandfather? That is impossible, Young Manly exclaimed. What's with the reaction? I only said my great-grandfather's name is Han Jingjai, but I did not say he is that instructor of Blue Blood Special Force. Han Sen smiled at Young Manly. Young Manly suddenly became silent, watching Han Sen while biting her lips. If Han Sen was really the descendant of Han Jingjai, it was not strange that he had that kind of power. However, in Young Manly's eyes, it was simply impossible, given that Han Jingjai did not have any children to begin with. Han Sen handed a meat skewer to Young Manly, but Young Manly did not reach out her hand. She bit her lip and said, I did not make any contribution, so this is not mine. Han Sen smiled, put the arrow in her hand and said, you used to be my subordinate, and I expect you to keep following me. I can't guarantee anything else but food. Young Manly looked at the skewer, wanting to give it back to Han Sen in a dignified way. But her hand did not move. She was looking down on Han Sen in the first place. After Qin Xuan left, she gave the position of the head of the special squad to Han Sen instead of Yang, which made Young Manly even more upset about Han Sen. Although later on, Young Manly realized Han Sen's abilities. As an arrogant lady, she was not willing to bow her head to him. If it was before, Young Manly would have thrown the meat back to Han Sen's face on hearing his words, because there was no way that Young Manly would willingly take orders from Han Sen. However, after a long time spent in Second God's Sanctuary, Young Manly had suffered a lot and came to understand how hard it was to hunt anything in this place. After eating 4 pieces meat and drinking a bowl of soup, she then stopped, gritted her teeth, and asked Han Sen, tell me, what do you want? Don't act as if I am going to rape you. I just want you to become my subordinate and do some things for me. Han Sen looked at Young Manly, not knowing what to say. The look on the woman's face was like some heroine who was going to sacrifice herself for her country. What can I do? Young Manly paused. There are many things you can do. For example, you could manage the spirit shelter after I conquer it, collect some protection fee, sell some meat, and recruit a couple of people. Han Sen pointed at the spirit shelter on the big mountain. Young Manly could not help saying coldly, you are ahead of yourself. Don't expect to conquer the spirit shelter just because you could kill a berserk beast. There are at least a dozen mutant creatures and an aristocrat spirit inside the shelter. Do you have any idea what kind of beings they are? Any mutant creature has a fitness level of at least 50, and the stronger ones among them would be 70 or 80. You are right, and thinking in the right direction. However, I don't have so much time to waste. That's why I want to conquer that spirit shelter in 1 month, Han Sen said calmly. Take the remaining meat and go back first. Han Sen ate some barbecued meat, but because the ice-armored beast was too big in size, the meat he ate did not even bring him a single primitive geno points, so he simply decided to stop eating. Me, bring this back alone. Young Manly looked at Han Sen incredulously. Initially, she thought Han Sen would ask something in return for giving her such benefit. Otherwise, should I ask you to join me to conquer the spirit shelter? Han Sen looked at her with a smile. Young Manly became flushed, squeezing her fists tight without saying a word. Although Han Sen did not say it, she found that she had become a burden, a useless burden. Moreover, it was in front of someone she used to despise, which made Young Manly so ashamed that she wished she could disappear in a hole. Wait for me to come back. Han Sen naturally did not understand what she was thinking. In his view, Young Manly was someone trustworthy in the shelter, so he simply wanted to get her assistance. He did not have any other thoughts. Han Sen had long forgotten about those things in the past, because Young Manly did not really do anything to him. To the contrary, she even taught him archery. Han Sen packed his stuff and waved goodbye to Young Manly, walking out of the cave and disappearing in the storm. Watching Han Sen leave, Young Manly's expression became complicated. She did not realize until this very moment that each time she saw Han Sen, he was changing. Han Sen marched toward the big snow mountain where the spirit shelter was located. It would be the best if he could take it down himself. If he was not lucky, he could at least do some hunting and wait for Zero to come. Although the path to the mountain looked straightforward, it actually took a lot of time to reach. When Han Sen had rode on the Golden Growler for more than half a day, he had not reached the mountain yet. In front of him, there was suddenly a huge ice cliff more than 1,000 feet wide in front of him. Looking down the cliff, Han Sen couldn't see the bottom of it. The deeper it got, the narrower it was. Gradually, it became a black line that looked like the entrance to hell. When Han Sen was about to summon the Golden Rock Worm King to carry him over in the air, he suddenly heard a weird noise from deep down the cliff. The noise was consistent and rapid, as if someone was chiseling the ice repeatedly. Han Sen looked down the cliff, and the noise became more and more clear. Before long, Han Sen saw what was making the noise. On the ice wall of the cliff, a huge furry white spider quickly climbed up the ice cliff, waving its sickle-like claws. It seemed that it had noticed Han Sen and thought of him as its prey. Not knowing how strong the spider was, Han Sen summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and commanded it to charge the spider. Although it seemed impressive, the white spider should be just a primitive creature. After a few blows, the Golden Rock Worm King cut the white spider into pieces. Primitive creature Snow Spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Han Sen was pleased. Although the snow spider was huge as a spider, it was just slightly larger than a basketball. Although its legs were long, Han Sen did not think there was much meat in them, so it was very easy to eat. Looking at the cuts made by the Golden Rock Worm King, Han Sen saw jelly-like transparent meat and couldn't help swallowing. Based on his years of experience, this was the best kind of meat, tasty and sweet. As Han Sen was about to collect the body of the spider, he quickly felt something was wrong, because the crackling sounds did not disappear, but became more rapid. Han Sen looked up and saw that waves of snow spiders were coming out of the ice cliff like an avalanche. Han Sen was not afraid of these snow spiders at all. No matter how many they were, they could only make his meal better. However, when Han Sen was about to take action, he suddenly saw a white leg as thick as a utility pole dotted with foot-long barbs reaching above, followed by a few spider legs equally huge. Han Sen almost jumped on the back of Golden Rock Worm King without thinking, rising in the air on the back of his pet. Looking down, he saw a giant snow spider coming out of the ice cliff. It was so big in size that it could probably swallow a man with one bite. Han Sen did not know whether the huge spider was a mutant creature or a sacred blood creature. He would not be afraid of a mutant creature, but a sacred blood creature might pose a challenge. When Han Sen was observing the giant snow spider, it suddenly opened its mouth. A white rope as thick as a baby's arm flew at Han Sen and the Golden Rock Worm King. Damn it, run! Han Sen wanted to order the Golden Rock Worm King to fly higher, but it was too late already. The white robe had already caught one of the Golden Rock Worm King's claws. The Golden Rock Worm King quickly tried to cut the rope with its other claws. However, its sharp claws turned out to be glued together by the white rope. The snow spider tugged on the white robe hard. Although it was quickly flapping its 4 wings, the Golden Rock Worm King could not resist the strength of the spider, and was pulled down toward the spider by the white robe. Sacred blood creature. Han Sen was shocked. He did not have the ability to kill a sacred blood creature yet. It was unnecessary to risk his life. Seeing that he was about to be dragged toward the spider together with the Golden Rock Worm King, Han Sen no longer dared to hesitate and summoned the desert bird and cursed wolf dagger. The desert bird flapped its wings and turned into a red and golden firebird, hovering over Han Sen's head, giving the cursed wolf dagger and Golden Rock Worm King a golden red glow. With the effect of the aura from the desert bird, the Golden Rock Worm King's wings became stronger. Flapping its wings hard, it was trying to get rid of the spider's tugging. However, strength like that was obviously not enough. The Golden Rock Worm King was still dragged toward the mouth of the spider, only at a lower speed. Han Sen was standing on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and quickly shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen. Using Heresy Mantra and Overload at the same time, his entire body was filled with incredible strength all of a sudden. His muscles shaking and heart pounding. Cut! Han Sen slashed the cursed wolf dagger at the white rope. He felt that the dagger was stuck in something stiff and sticky, but he could not let go at this point. So, he had to make the slash even harder. The white robe was deformed significantly and broke eventually. The broken rope bounced back to the mouth of the giant snow spider. Han Sen quickly took back the Golden Rock Worm King that had just regained its freedom, landed on the snow, and quickly ran away. Sacred blood creatures should have a fitness index at least above 80. Many sacred blood creatures even had a fitness level above 100. This giant snow spider clearly had surpassed 80. Han Sen did not want to take the risks himself. Even if he wanted to kill it, he should wait for 0 to come. Seeing Han Sen was running away, the giant snow spider opened its mouth again, and another white shadow came at Han Sen. Han Sen was nimble enough to dodge the white rope and quickly ran forward. Snow spiders chased after him like an avalanche. The giant snow spider was especially fast, coming forward 100 feet with each move. Didn't they say there were only an aristocrat spirit and a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter? How come there is a sacred blood spider? Han Sen felt quite upset. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The aristocrat spirit couldn't not control a sacred blood creature, so it was only natural that the giant snow spider was running wild. Hansen could not get rid of the giant snow spider. After running for a while, there was no way to go anymore. Cliffs were everywhere. Hansen wanted to summon the golden rock worm king to carry him over, but he suddenly heard a shrill bird song from under the cliff. With sounds of flapping, a giant black feathered bird as dark as ink flew up from the cliff, its wings 100 feet across. That's #T. God, you don't need to play with me like this. Can we be friends or not? Birds were the type of creatures that Hansen feared the most. Back in the days, he was almost killed by a silver bird and had to escape by jumping into a river. Running into a huge bird again, Hansen felt ominous. Indeed, the black bird immediately threw itself at Hansen after coming up. Its speed was like a black tornado, fast and fierce and scary. Even if he were thinking with his butts, Hansen would know this was a sacred blood creature, given the bird dared to snatch food from the giant snow spider. Judging by the speed of the black birds, Hansen knew it must be something extraordinary. Lamenting his bad luck, Hansen had no way to go with the giant snow spider chasing him in the back and the black bird blocking the road in the front. If he were to summon the golden rock worm king to carry him into the air at this point, he would be feeding himself to the blackbird. No matter how fast the golden rock worm king was, there was no way it could be faster than this sacred blood creature. Hansen decided not to escape. After shapeshifting into the fairy queen, his golden pupils started to sparkle, taking in every move of the giant snow spider and blackbird. The moment when the blackbird dashed down, Hansen quickly moved away from its claws. As the spider silk was thrown at Hansen, he managed to dodge it as well. Hansen moved left and right, but did not seem to be too awkward. He managed to dodge all the attacks from the two sacred blood creatures without getting hurt. If young Manly was there to witness that, she would probably stare her eyes out. Among evolvers, maybe only those who had a fitness index above 100 could achieve that. Although Hansen did not have the physique as strong as the creatures, he was a human equipped with intelligence and techniques. As long as the difference was not too huge, it was not hard for him to face these creatures. Hansen had used Sparkle to its extreme. More importantly, the kiting skills he learned from Queen turned him into a Go player, leading the two stronger sacred blood creatures into his traps. Ever since he had learned kiting skills from Queen, Hansen had been studying it in depth. Every step, every turn, and every pause were made with a strong sense of purpose. Although it might be too early to tell, the benefits were becoming more and more obvious. The spider silk did not touch Hansen, but caught the claws of the blackbird. Flapping desperately with its wings, the blackbird did not manage to hit Hansen, but hit the giant snow spider, which was led there by Hansen instead. There had been more and more coincidences like this. The two sacred blood creatures did not manage to hurt Hansen, but injured each other quite a lot. Gradually, the two sacred blood creatures became mad at each other and ignored Hansen. As they were fighting themselves, Hansen took the opportunity to run away. At this point, Hansen was in no rush to run, but observed the two creatures fighting it out. Their fitness levels were definitely both over 100. With their fierce movements, the ice walls and rocks were smashed as they went, with crackling and booming everywhere. The blackbird was entangled with the spider silk everywhere and became slower and slower. The giant snow spider was also pierced in several places by the blackbird, its transparent blood flowing non-stop. Hansen was dazed and quickly ran toward the edge of the cliff. It was foggy down the cliff, so Hansen could not see what was happening there, nor did he know what had happened to the two sacred blood creatures. He waited for a while but did not hear anything fall. There was no screaming either. The fog was not moving. What is happening? Hansen could not decide what to do, looking at the cold fog. The two sacred blood creatures should have all been injured seriously, so there was an opportunity for him. However, Hansen was not sure whether they were alive or dead, nor did he know what was underneath, which was why he did not dare to go down. However, some godsent fortune would be lost if he did not go. That's it. One needs to be daring to survive. These are two sacred blood creatures, so there is no way I should miss this. In addition, I am quite capable myself. Even if there was still a sacred blood creature remaining, I could at least escape even if I could not kill it. Hansen gritted his teeth and summoned the golden rock worm king, flying down the ice cliff on the back of his pet into the cold fog. Hansen stared his eyes wide. Both the snow spider and blackbird were almost dying, but it was not because their previous opponent, Under the huge ice cliff, there was a pond of ice water, from which emerged a monster that looked like a squid with lots of tentacles. Both the snow spider and blackbird were caught by the tentacles, although they were struggling. Because of their previous injuries or the fact that they were weaker than the monster, they were not able to get rid of the tentacles. Instead, the tentacles were getting tighter and tighter. Very soon, the creatures were about to be killed. Fortunately, the monster did not seem to have any other means to attack other than tightening its tentacles. It could not strangle the two sacred blood creatures immediately. However, it was still just a matter of time. Han-sen was dumbstruck by the fact that there were 3 sacred blood creatures, each scarier than the last. It seemed that this area of ice and snow was far more dangerous than Han-sen had thought. Initially, Han-sen thought if he could take down the aristocrat spirit shelter, he could do whatever he wanted to this area. However, it seemed that he had been too naive. Han-sen stared at the blackbird and the giant snow spider that were about to be strangled to death. If he gave them a blow at the right moment, he might be able to get himself a sacred blood beast soul. However, before Han-sen found the perfect opportunity, there was a beast roar from the other end of the ice valley followed by loud hoofbeat. Is there another sacred blood creature? Han-sen was shocked. Very soon, Han-sen found he made a mistake. There were no sacred blood creatures, but arrays of ice-armored beasts running his way like trained soldiers. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. The ice-armored beasts threw themselves at the monster with tentacles, biting the tentacles. The monster swept its tentacles across and got rid of a few ice-armored beasts, but more came up to attack it. After the ice-armored beasts, Han-sen saw giant polar bears, unicorn wolves, and wendigos. Each creature looked very strong and fierce. At the end of the force was a red-striped white tiger on the back of which sat an elegant woman in glamorous priest robe. The woman had purple eyes and hair, holding a short staff that seemed to be made of crystal. Her eyes fixed on the monster, blackbird, and snow spider. The priest lady pointed her staff at the monster. The polar bears, wolves, and wendigos roared loudly and threw themselves at the monster. By nature, creatures of lower levels had fear toward creatures of higher level than them, so they would not dare to fight a more advanced creature. However, those polar bears, ice-armored beasts, and wendigos that seemed like mutant creatures had no fear toward the sacred blood monster of tentacles. Under the command of the priest lady, they took death calmly and fought the monster together. Spirit. Han-sen was hiding behind an ice wall, watching the priest lady in surprise. The spirit had almost transparent skin. Her eyes were like cats and her ears were pointy. There was no way she would be mistaken for human. Han-sen only knew there was an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter on the mountain, which should be her. The creatures also looked similar to what Han-sen had heard. However, Han-sen had no idea what she wanted to do. Judging by the number of the creatures, she should have used all the force of her shelter. Although there were a lot of creatures on her side, they were not the monster's match. The ice-armored beasts could not even break the skin of the monster. The attacks from the mutant creatures only left some shadow marks on the tentacles, which did not seem too effective. To the contrary, once the monster swept its tentacles across, a few ice-armored beasts would be blown away and injured seriously if they were not killed already. As Han-sen was wondering why the aristocrat spirit did this, she suddenly raised her crystal staff. The crystal staff issued ripples which gradually wrapped her body. Momentarily, all of the runes on her robe were brought to life and started to glow, surrounding her with light. As the light gradually became dim, Han-sen saw what she looked like and stared his eyes wide. The crystal staff had now turned into a crystal spear with red stripes. The aristocrat spirit held the spear backward on the side of her body, her eyes fixed on the monster of tentacles. Kill, the aristocrat spirit shouted coldly. Her mount, the red-striped white tiger, quickly ran toward the monster of tentacles and reached it immediately. Holding onto the 2 sacred blood creatures and under the siege of so many mutant creatures, the monster of tentacles could not focus, although it was not injured. It failed to see that the red-striped white tiger had already come at its head. Riding on the tiger in the air, the aristocrat's spirit gazed at the monster's head coldly. The moment when the tiger brushed by the monster, the spear in the spirit's hand eventually moved. Like a cold lightning bolt, the crystal spear was stabbed into a squinted eye of the monster. With a growl, the monster suddenly waved a dozen huge tentacles madly, whipping the 2 sacred blood creatures and the mutant creatures away. However, the aristocrat spirit stayed still. Her tiger leveraged on the monster and charged the monster again. The other eye of the monster was stabbed as well, so it issued another painful scream. This time, instead of using its tentacles, it quickly shrank into the ice water pond, carrying the aristocrat spirit with it, making a huge splash. Han-sen was dumbfounded. The aristocrat spirit was even stronger than he thought. She should have a fitness level around 80, which made her a top aristocrat spirit. More importantly, the aristocrat spirit was extremely skilled at martial arts. When she was fighting, she had top-notch footwork and spear skills comparable to any human evolver. Shortly, the pond became calm. With another splash, the aristocrat spirit emerged from the cold pond, dripping all over. Her purple hair was soaked, stuck to the crystal armor, making her look attractive in a different way. Han-sen saw very clearly that the aristocrat spirit had only hurt the weakness of the monster, which is its eyes. The monster was only forced back into the pond. She did not have the ability to kill it. The snow spider and the black bird, which were severely injured, tried to escape in the chaos. However, the creatures from the spirit shelter threw themselves at the two sacred blood creatures, preventing them from leaving. If it were under any other circumstances, either the snow spider or the black bird could easily fight or even kill these creatures. However, they had just been severely injured and almost killed by the monster, which made it hard for them to even breach the siege of the creatures. The aristocrat spirit did not pause at all, attacking the snow spider with the spear in her hands. Han-sen suddenly understood that the aristocrat spirit had the same plan as he did. She wanted to get rid of the monster in order to pick up some easy gains. Go ahead. I wonder who the real winner would be. Han-sen watched the fight from behind the ice wall and chuckled inwardly. Although both the snow spider and blackbird were dying, they were, after all, sacred blood creatures. With her primitive and mutant creatures, the aristocrat's spirit still suffered a great loss trying to kill them. Bodies of ice-armored beasts were lying everywhere. More than half of the ice-armored beasts had been injured or died. Several mutant creatures were also killed and injured. The aristocrat's spirit did not change her expression, as if she did not care about the death of the creatures at all. She was focused on looking for the weaknesses of the two sacred blood creatures. It seemed that she wanted to enslave the two sacred blood creatures, which was why she did not want to kill them. The snow spider suddenly made a weird sound at the aristocrat spirit, taking back all 8 spider legs, and lay on its stomach. Seeing the behavior of the snow spider, the aristocrat's spirit immediately brandished her spear to signal the creatures to stop their attacks on the snow spider and turn to the black bird instead. The aristocrat spirit walked up to the snow spider and held the spear horizontally. With ripples passing her body, her armor turned into the priest rope again, and the red stripes disappeared from the crystal spear, which then turned to a staff. She held the sparkling crystal staff high and touched the head of the snow spider with the gemstone sitting on top of the staff. The snow spider shivered, wanting to get away from the sparkling staff, but in the end, it only squeaked softly and accepted. Seeing her staff was about to touch the head of the spider, the female spirit could not help smiling. However, at this very moment, she quickly changed her expression. Moving quickly to the right, she was already too late. A figure suddenly flashed past the aristocrat spirit, holding a dagger that looked like a wolf tooth backward and slashing it at her neck. The aristocrat spirit stepped back, her staff falling to the ground. She covered her snow-white neck with both hands, staring at the grinning man with the dagger in his hand. Blood was welling between her fingers. "Thank you so much for your help. I will never forget you. I will go to your place another time to thank you by asking for your service," Han-sen said to the female spirit with a smile. Without any pause, he jumped to the kneeling snow spider and stabbed his dagger into its face. Squeak! The snow spider squeaked painfully, trying to stand up, but it was too late. Han-sen moved the dagger to slice the spider's head open, and blood and brains squirted from the injury. The snow spider fell to the ground. Sacred blood creature snow spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han-sen lamented the fact that he did not gain a beast soul when hearing the voice. Seeing that Han-sen killed the sacred blood snow spider, the aristocrat spirit bristled and tried to say something. However, when she opened her mouth, blood jetted out, and she turned into scattering sparkles with no words left. "Rest in peace," Han-sen said quietly, running toward the other sacred blood creature, the black bird. The creatures that followed the aristocrat's spirit scattered and ran away after she was killed. Han-sen did not have time to pay them any mind. Both primitive and mutant creatures were always abundant, which he had plenty of opportunities to kill. However, it was very hard to find a sacred blood creature, so he could not let this chance go. The black bird was no stronger than the snow spider. It did not cost Han-sen any efforts to behead it. Young sacred blood creature evil-blooded condor killed. Beast soul of evil-blooded condor gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred blood geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han-sen was so thrilled that he almost jumped. A sacred blood creature beast soul. That was his first sacred blood beast soul in second god's sanctuary. A sacred blood beast soul in second god's sanctuary was much stronger than a super beast soul from first god's sanctuary. Without the ability to kill super creatures in second god's sanctuary yet, this was already the best beast soul Han Sen could get his hands on at this point. The other creatures had all run away, and Han Sen was in no mood to chase after them. He could not wait to see what type of beast soul his newly gained one was. Han Sen was looking forward to having a shape-shifting beast soul the most, or a beast soul armor would do as well. The former could enhance his ability to fight to a great extent, while the latter could increase his survival rates significantly. Type of beast soul of evil-blooded condor, glyph. Seeing the introduction to the newly gained beast soul, Han Sen was dazed. What kind of beast soul is a beast soul glyph? Because there were too many types of beast souls, all they learned in school was some common types. As human became stronger and stronger in God's sanctuary, more creatures had been killed and more types of beast souls were known. There were many newly discovered beast souls that one had to explore oneself. Of course, if one reported the discovery of a new type of beast soul to the Alliance, some rewards could be claimed after the type was verified. Han Sen looked at his body carefully and saw that he had a new tattoo of black condor, which was spreading its wings and ready to attack. The condor looked so fierce and gloomy that he almost felt like it was real and would claw out someone's heart at any minute. The tattoo stretched from the back of Han Sen to his chest, taking up the better half of his upper body, making him look like a badass fighter. Han Sen tried to make a punch but did not feel any enhancement in his strength, nor did he feel anything odd about his body. The glyph did not have any burden on his body like shape-shifting beast souls either. What is this glyph for? Han Sen frowned slightly, unable to figure it out at the moment. He had to look something up when he was back on the warship Daphne. Checking the bodies of the snow spider and evil-blooded condor, Han Sen was ready to summon the golden growler and take the meat back, in case the monster with tentacles came back. However, he suddenly heard a crackling sound in his mind, as if something was broken. Han Sen was dazed and suddenly remembered something. He looked to his mind and saw the cocoon of light that the holy angel turned into had been broken. The cute Lolita walked out with the black crystal in her hand, looking exactly the same, without any change. That was fast. Han Sen was quite surprised, wanting to check on the holy angel. However, she suddenly left the black crystal and flew out of Han Sen's mind on her own, throwing herself at the body of the snow spider. Hey, what are you trying to do? Han Sen quickly stopped her. The holy angel held onto the leg of the snow spider, pleading with her eyes full of tear. Although she could not speak, her vulnerable look made Han Sen soften his attitude. All right, you go ahead. Han Sen thought that the snow spider was so big in size that it would take him several days to gain a sacred Geno point, so it was much easier for her to eat it. After all, it was just a sacred blood creature instead of a super creature. He will have plenty of such opportunities in the future. In addition, there was also the body of the evil-blooded condor, which would take him at least 2 or 3 months to eat as well. The Lolita gained Han Sen's permission and became so excited that she immediately opened her mouth and bit at the leg of the snow spider. Han Sen was in no mood to watch her eating and quickly checked her current status. Super Beast Soul Archangel, Pet. Seeing such a simple introduction, Han Sen felt completely dumbstruck. Archangel sounded a lot more impressive than Holy Angel, and there was no problem with the Super Beast Soul status, or pet, or the note can further evolve. Maybe she had turned into a Super Beast Soul of Second God's Sanctuary. Thinking of that possibility, Han Sen's heart started to race. If that was true, it was to say that he already owned a Super Beast Soul of Second God's Sanctuary. As long as he made her transform, he would have the ability to kill a super creature in Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen turned to look at the Lolita and found her already eating the meat of the condor. The gigantic evil-blooded condor was devoured almost completely, with only a leg left. The snow spider was long gone. Stop it, Han Sen quickly exclaimed. He was only lost in his thought for a little while, yet the Lolita had already almost finished 2 sacred blood creatures. How efficient. The little girl stood next to Han Sen looking upset and dissatisfied, her eyes glancing at the bird leg from time to time, licking her pink lips. You foodie, this bird leg is mine and you don't get to take another bite. Han Sen squeezed her tender cheeks and sent her back to his mind. At the same time, he summoned the golden growler in its biggest form, putting the bodies of the ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures on its back. In the ice cave, the berserk ice-armored beast that young Manly took back made quite a splash among the old-timers. An evolver who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary was able to kill a berserk ice-armored beast, which was simply unbelievable. Some people were saying how impressive the young people nowadays were, while others thought it was just good luck. Young Manly did not explain anything. Even if she said that Han Sen killed the berserk beast with one punch, these people would not believe it. Actually, no one would believe a fresh evolver could kill a berserk ice-armored beast with just one punch. Even a sacred evolver could not achieve that. As people were still talking about Han Sen and the berserk ice-armored beast, they heard loud noises that sounded like an earthquake. Did the creatures find this place and come here to attack us? Many people were shocked, going close to the teleport device, ready to leave God's sanctuary in case of any danger. After a while, the rumbles stopped. They heard a voice shouting, "Manly, give me a hand." Young Manly clearly could tell that it was Han Sen's voice. She quickly walked outside the ice cave. Others were also wondering what was happening, so some of them also followed out. When they came out of the ice cave, all of them stared their eyes wide. They could not believe what they were seeing and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. A golden lion that looked like a small hill was carrying piles of bodies of ice-armored beasts, and other mutant creatures such as giant snow wolf and ice bear. On top of the bodies stood a young figure. It was Han Sen, who disregarded people's advice and went hunting alone. Han Sen, brother, these are all yours, Ziyu asked with his voice trembling. This was so hard to believe that he could not register the fact even though he had rubbed his eyes hard. Everyone else had almost the same reaction. Many of them had been here for more than a decade, but none of them had witnessed so many gains. In addition, there were even bodies of mutant creatures. Many of them felt unreal like Ziyu, feeling they were in a dream. Han Sen told them about how he encountered the sacred blood snow spider, evil-blooded condor, monster of tentacles, and aristocrat's spirit. However, he was telling them the adapted version, in which he only witnessed a fight between the four and grabbed some gains when they were all seriously injured. Look, this is the bird leg of that blackbird bitten off by another creature. Unfortunately, it still ran away, so I only have this leg. Han Sen raised the bird leg that was the leftover of the archangel, as if he was showing off. Everyone looked to Han Sen admiringly, saying that Han Sen was so lucky that he collected so many bodies of ice-armored beasts and mutant creatures and even a sacred blood bird leg. Lady Luck was really looking after him. No one suspected what Han Sen said. Some people had been here for decades, and many of them had seen the snow spider and the blackbird. Some people had even seen the aristocrat's spirit. For someone who just came here to know these details, Han Sen must have seen them with his own eyes. Otherwise, how could he possibly know? Brother, such luck. Ziyu looked at the piles of bodies lustfully. What do you plan to do with these? You can't eat all of them, make yourself. How about you sell some of them to us, and we can give you a good price? As Ziyu said it, everyone's eyes were focused on Han Sen. I am going to sell these creatures, but only to the insiders. If anyone else wanted to buy them, they have to double the price. Also, I only accept St. Hall licenses and Geno solutions beyond a class, said Han Sen quietly. He did not bring all the meat back just to gain some money. Brother, what do you mean? Everyone was dazed, and Ziyu asked eventually. I am going to set up a gang. Whoever in the gang could purchase meat with the insider price, and they can also use their points, Han Sen said casually. In the future, he would definitely conquer the spirit shelter. It would take more than just himself to rule the spirit shelter, because he could not stay there all the time. He would rather recruit every master fighter at this place to follow him and guard the spirit shelter for him. This way, in the future, no matter how many people were teleported to this place, they had to follow his order. What? A class St. Hall license of the evolver level for an ice-armored beast. Why don't you go rob someone instead? The man shouted madly immediately. Many people also accused Han Sen of being shameless. Some even tried to snatch a body on the back of the golden growler. This was just human nature. Many people could go through hardship with you together, but could not share your wealth, let alone watch you become fortunate. Ouch. Han Sen made a sudden move, and the cursed wolf dagger suddenly cut off the hand of someone who had touched the golden growler to snatch a body. The shrill scream made everyone feel dumbstruck. They all stopped moving and looked to Han Sen, and the man with a broken arm was rolling around on the floor. Without my permission, I dare you touch my properties. If your hands touched it, you would lose your hands. If your feet moved, you would lose your feet. If your head came close, you would lose your head, Han Sen said coldly with the blood the cursed wolf dagger. Damn it. He got some nerve to use violence. Let us kill the bastard. You injured our friend. Are you even a human being? Kill this animal, son of a bitch. Han Sen suddenly became the person whom everyone hated, as if he was so guilty that everyone would kill him the first chance they got. Ziyu and a few others tried to stop the rest of the group. Because they were so few, 4 or 5 persons had already thrown themselves at Han Sen, who were all old-timers who had been in this place for more than 2 decades. Of course, they were not trying to avenge the person who had lost his hand, but to take all the bodies for themselves after getting rid of Han Sen. In their eyes, Han Sen was no more than a brat who got lucky. Since he had just entered Second God's Sanctuary, there was no way that he was their match. It would be a piece of cake to kill Han Sen. Those people summoned their beast souls and tried to kill him with each move, ready to take Han Sen's life. These bodies were so attractive, especially to those who had not seen so much mutant meat in decades. On top of that, there was even a sacred blood bird leg. Lust had gone to their heads. Han Sen did not change his expression at all, smiling coldly. He had thought of this possibility when he brought back the meat and did not feel surprised at all. It was not even necessary to get angry. Young Manly's face became stern. She summoned a bow and arrow ready to help Han Sen. These people were the ones she despised the most. Because most people could potentially gain some benefits, they became self-righteous in grabbing what belonged to others. These people were nothing different from robbers, and even worse than robbers. At least robbers got the bad name that they deserved, while these people tried to justify their behaviors. However, before Young Manly could even shoot an arrow, Han Sen suddenly moved. Instantaneously, he dashed between the first 5 people who made their attacks. Ouch! 5 screams were made at the same time, so they sounded like it came from the same person. The first 5 people who threw themselves at Han Sen all lost their right hands, which were holding their weapons. Blood jetted out, and the 5 persons were rolling around on the ground with their left hands covering their broken arms, pleading and crying. Everyone was dumbstruck by Han Sen, who had a straight face, and the 5 screaming persons, shocked at what had happened. Those 5 people had been in Second God's Sanctuary for more than a decade. They were all quite experienced. Although it was hard to get some meat in this place, their fitness level must be over 40 after so many years. However, after one move, all of them lost their right hands, which made everyone shocked. Uncle King is here. Uncle King, you must help us. This bastard hurt his own kind. Uncle King, we have always helped each other, and he is cruel even to one of us. He's just an animal. For an evolver who had a lifespan of 300 years old, 80 years old was indeed just middle-aged. Seeing the man called Uncle King, Young Manly became nervous, put down her bow and arrow and said hastily, "Uncle King, don't listen to them. They were trying to steal Han Sen's." Before Young Manly even finished her words, Uncle King gestured her to stop. Seeing Uncle King's behavior, the rest of the group became excited and blamed Han Sen for everything with exaggeration, as if it was a felony for Han Sen not to share his gains with them for free. Their behavior of stealing was also beautified as a move for justice. Young Manly looked upset. Uncle King should be the first person who was teleported to this place. He had been here for a few decades and had the most Geno points among the group. He was also the only person who had killed a mutant creature. According to Uncle King himself, his fitness level was around 60, but Young Manly believed it should be more than that. In addition, Uncle King had also practiced strong hyper-Geno arts designed for evolvers, so he was not any average evolver. Uncle King, this is not all Han Sen's fault. Zuyu gritted his teeth and said in Han Sen's favor. However, Uncle King gestured him to silence as well and walked to Han Sen. Young Manly's face became even more grim. She quickly walked to Han Sen, showing her attitude. The rest of the group were celebrating Han Sen's mishap with expectation and greed. As long as Uncle King got rid of Han Sen, they should be able to split the meat. Uncle King had always been generous, so they should all be able to get some. Seeing Uncle King walking straight to Han Sen, many people were shouting inwardly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Although Han Sen had some extraordinary performance and an impressive dagger, no one believed he could beat Uncle King, who was absolutely stronger than him. When Uncle King was less than 6 feet from Han Sen, under everyone's watch and expectation, he drew a Z-steel knife that looked ancient. With the surprising, suspicious, puzzled, confused, uneasy, and frightened looks from different people, Uncle King wielded the weapon and cut off the heads of the 5 people who were rolling around and screaming. Then, Uncle King bowed to Han Sen reverently. "Young Master Han, Ning King has come too late. I deserve any punishment from you." Everyone was shocked at the moment. Uncle King was the strongest person in the group. The only one who had killed a mutant creature, acted as if he was Han Sen's servant. Everyone felt they needed more brain power to understand that. The Nings of the Starry Group. Han Sen frowned slightly. That was the only Nings he knew of. Uncle King said respectively, "Yes, I am the eldest among the 6 sons of the Nings, also the most useless one. My 2 nephews did not know who you were and had acted inappropriately. My father wanted to apologize in person but was afraid that you did not like to be disturbed, so he did not go. However, he told us that no matter which one of us in the family had the luck to meet you, we must treat you as our patron. Whatever you need, we would support you no matter how much it costs." As Uncle King said that, the rest of the group were completely shocked. Everyone had heard about Starry Group, which was one of the largest corporations in the alliance. No one had thought that Uncle King was one of the Nings. What was even more unexpected was that even the Nings had to treat Han Sen this way. Everyone was wondering what was Han Sen's background. Many people got scared and became pale at this point. They wanted to rob someone whom even the Nings needed to be reverent to. If Han Sen wanted to get his revenge, it would be so easy not only in God's sanctuary, but also in the alliance. Everyone was covered in cold sweat and felt their legs were limp. You did not know that before, so it was okay. We will talk about the future later, Han Sen commented neutrally. He knew that the reason for Uncle King to treat himself like that was not because of who he was, but the potential relationship between him and Han Jingjai. Han Sen could not tell whether Uncle King meant what he said, so he did not feel happy at all. In the future, whatever young Master Han needs, please let us know. The Nings will not disappoint you. Han Sen nodded and turned to Young Manly. Young Manly, I will give this much meat to you. Organize our gang as soon as possible, but it will not be necessary to recruit some of these people. Han Sen had no doubt in Young Manly's ability. She used to manage a big gang like Steel Armor Gang really well. There were not a lot of people present, so even if they all joined the gang, it would be still a piece of cake for Young Manly. Okay, Young Manly counted all the bodies and felt puzzled. Since the Nings treated him like this, maybe he was really related to Han Jingjai. However, thinking about it, Young Manly felt it was unlikely. Everyone knew that Han Jingjai did not have a wife or kids. Han Sen did not mind what Young Manly was thinking. After giving everything to her, he teleported back to the Alliance, wanting to figure out what was the use of a beast soul glyph as soon as possible. Han Sen, when did you come back? Qiu Cheng said hi to Han Sen while heading out the moment Han Sen went back to the dormitory. I've just come back. Where are you heading? Han Sen asked casually. Where else than the drill? It is the end of the month and at this time there is always a drill going on for everyone to join. Whoever gets the first place will be rewarded by Vice Captain Chen. I'm just going to check it out. Your timing is perfect. Let's go together. Qiu Cheng dragged Han Sen out. Initially, Han Sen did not want to go. However, since everyone was getting along pretty well in the cookhouse, he did not want to turn Qiu Cheng down and followed him to the training hall of the warship. Han Sen and Qiu Cheng came to the training hall, which was almost full of soldiers already. It seemed that many people were interested in the drill. Since everyone in the cookhouse was present, Qiu Cheng and Han Sen sat next to them. Han Sen took a look at the training hall and found the training field was a closed one. Also, he found the training item familiar. Isn't this the device called Sprint that Professor Yan designed? Han Sen saw the metal walls in the training field and felt surprised that the device was put into use so soon. A soldier was quickly jumping and running on the metal walls, but he did not even make it halfway before he got shocked and fell, rolling out of the device. Who else wants to give it a try? If you can pass this test at level 10, I will reward you with an S-Class St. Hall license of the Evolver level. Chen Shaoxin said with a smile, sitting at the rostrum of the training hall. The reward was a lot, but none of the soldiers moved, looking at each other. Sprint at level X with a gravity of 40 added was simply too difficult. Many soldiers had already tried, and many among them were great evolvers. However, none of them was able to make it to even half the way. Warframe Department, Warship Crew, Coast Guard, and Medical Team had all sent someone to try. Now only the cookhouse has not tried yet. I think we should give them a chance, someone suddenly said. Han Sen thought the voice was familiar, looked to that direction, and found he was Wang Hu, the head of the Warframe Department who he met last time. The fat squad leader became slightly pale. There had been many great soldiers who had tried the device and failed, so Wang Hu was clearly bringing the cookhouse up to set them up. However, there was no way the fat squad leader could argue with that. After hearing Wang Hu's words, Chen Shaoxin looked at the fat squad leader and said with a smile, "That is right. Luo, you are having a lot of fun just now, so it's time for you to move around. I think you have a great team, so you will definitely do well." "Yes, Captain." The fat squad leader stood up and saluted, cursing Wang Hu inwardly. Although everyone in the cookhouse was an evolver with high ranks, they were not the best fighters, because that's not what they did. They were only there to see other people train but did not expect to be set up by Wang Hu. Although the fat squad leader wanted to go himself, the rule regulated that no team leads shall participate. In addition, with his round figure, he would probably lose even worse if he were to participate. "Fatty, isn't there a new recruit in your cookhouse? Let him make an appearance. It doesn't matter what the result is. We just want to meet him." As the fat squad leader was hesitating whom to pick, Wang Hu spoke again. The fat squad leader frowned and wanted to say something. However, Han Sen said calmly, "It's okay. I can try. I want to anyway." Han Sen got up, shot a glance at Wang Hu, and entered the training field. Han Sen entered the training field, and the gravity trainer was turned up. He suddenly felt a lot more burden. Everyone's eyes were suddenly on Han Sen. Han Sen had asked Jai Yanran about Wang Hu in private, because as sensitive as he was, he could feel the hostility Wang Hu held against himself. That was abnormal. Han Sen was merely a new recruit and had not offended Wang Hu ever. He had not even met Wang Hu before. Han Sen did not feel that the hostility simply came from the bump. What Jai Yanran told Han Sen corroborated Han Sen's assumption. Wang Hu was connected to the expert panel. Although he was the head of the Warframe department, he was elected because of the suggestion of the expert panel. Wang Hu himself had selected all the soldiers in his department. It was fair to say that the Warframe department worked for the expert panel. There were many scholars and experts pissed at Jai Yanran, which was a known fact. After all, Jai Yanran had just become an evolver. Although she came from a prominent family, that did not help the fieldwork, which was why the expert panel did not like her very much. In addition, the old captain whom Jai Yanran had replaced was very close to the expert panel, so that had also added to the prejudice the expert panel held against Jai Yanran. Because of Jai Yanran's family, no one dared to say anything. However, if Jai Yanran herself made some serious mistakes, it would be natural for her to be removed from Daphne. If he acted poorly, Jai Yanran would be humiliated. It was not an option for his girlfriend to be humiliated. Not just that, he needed to make her proud. Otherwise, he would not call himself her boyfriend. Han Sen knew very well what Wang Hu was trying to do, but he did not care. You want to watch? I'll let you watch. Han Sen made the first step on the metal wall, dashing on the white zone which was only 1 foot wide. Han Sen was very fast, unlike the previous soldiers who were trying to control their speed so that they had more time to observe and decide how to go ahead. Han Sen did the opposite thing. He was fast from the beginning, going forward on the randomly laid metal walls. A newbie is just a newbie. Going like this, he would fall in seconds. Many people were thinking in their head. Watching Han Sen going as fast as this, Wang Hu could not help but feel surprised, wondering if Han Sen was a true idiot or trying to fall as fast as possible. Even Chen Xiaoshan frowned slightly. If this was all he could do, it would be a waste of Jai Yanran's energy. Chen Xiaoshan was quite disappointed. Just a dozen seconds later, almost every soldier widened their eyes. Han Sen was jumping up and down on the carefully placed metal walls, fast and steady. He managed to fulfill many actions that looked extremely scary flawlessly with a sense of rhythm. As he stepped on the leaning or reversed metal walls, he was so smooth that people almost forgot that it was sprint at level 10. When the difficulty and speed reached a certain level, it was credible to watch someone go like this. Going through one challenge after another at such high speed made people's blood boil. Everyone wished they were in the moment with Han Sen. Very well done, Han Sen. The fat squad leader was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Han Sen had not made a single mistake from the beginning to the end. He was simply acting like the tutorial the AI simulated. This new recruit is great. Being someone close to the GIS, Chen Xiaoshan was happy to see Han Sen's performance and smiled. Quartermaster Zhao Ping also nodded and said, "Great indeed." Director Lin Haifeng said, "What a great newbie. It is such a shame that he was sent to the cookhouse." Momentarily, Han Sen had already gone through half of sprint without even lowering his speed. He kept running forward as if he could not stop himself. All the soldiers had become extremely excited. With the fat squad leader leading them, they started to clapping to cheer him up. As they were clapping, Han Sen's moves felt even more arithmetic. Each of the step was on the beat, which was great to watch. When Han Sen finished sprint on the last metal wall, the clapping became applause. Many soldiers even stood up. "Very nicely done. You deserve the reward. Here is the S-Class St. Hall license." Chen Xiaoshan walked to Han Sen and gave him the license. "Thank you, Captain." Han Sen took the license and saluted. "No need. You deserve it." Chen Xiaoshan patted Han Sen on the shoulder and smiled. "You have very nice moves. Have you practiced this before?" "Sir, the system called Sprint is one of the products developed by Professor Yan from Blackhawk Military Academy. I am his student and one of the testers of the system," Han Sen said truthfully. "That is why. So you came from a famous teacher. Then tell us about the system," Chen Xiaoshan said with approval. Chen Xiaoshan himself was the student of a famous professor, so he liked someone with Han Sen's background. Han Sen introduced this system Sprint to the soldiers as he was told to. He was someone who had used the system since it was developed, so he knew every detail about the system. After his introduction, the soldiers had a more profound understanding about the system and was less fearful of the challenge. Wang Hu gazed at Han Sen, who was content among the crowds with a cold look, curled his lips and said contentedly, "Dumbass, show off as much as you could." The more you show, the faster you will die. Wang thought he had seen through Han Sen's strength, so he felt quite content. In the eyes of Wang Hu, who had passed 80 in his fitness, Han Sen, whose fitness should be only around 40 or 50, was nothing. This S-Class St. Hall license was different from an ordinary license in that he was able to use it on Daphne to trade for the hyper-geno arts and geno solutions stored on the warship. Han Sen did not hesitate and chose hyper-geno art. When he was picking, he had a slight trouble, because Daphne was not the St. Hall. Only 3 to 4 types of S-Class hyper-geno arts were stored on board, so Han Sen had not too many options. Microcrystal, it was a hyper-geno art that could change the entire body. It could turn human body cells into microcrystal. When practiced well, the user's entire body would be turned into crystal. No weapon could injure the user, not even laser guns. In fact, most modern weapons would be useless in front of someone who practiced microcrystal. Of course, was very difficult to practice microcrystal. Without 3 to 5 years, one could not even get started with the hyper-geno art. Normally speaking, it took 1 to 2 decades to achieve anything. The reason that Daphne was carrying microcrystal and many crew members were practicing it was that microcrystal also gave its users some resistance against the destructive weapons in crystallizer rulings. That was why it was specially selected to be placed on Daphne. Many people who had been studying crystallizer ruins would practice microcrystal. However, because it took too long to practice it, only a few people had made some achievements with the hyper-geno art. Although there were not a lot of people who could go far with microcrystal, many experts and scholars in the expert panel were better at microcrystal, since they had practiced 2 or 3 decades or even longer. From a practical perspective, Jade Fist was definitely the obvious choice, because it could be put into use in 1 to 2 months. However, after some thoughts, Han Sen used his license on microcrystal. The exploitation of a single crystallizer ruins often took years or even decades. Han Sen did not know if he would spend his entire service excavating crystallizer ruins, so it would not hurt to practice microcrystal. After Han Sen chose microcrystal, Wang Hu got the news very soon. But he only snorted contentedly. What's the use of microcrystal at this point? He will not get anywhere in 3 to 5 years. There is no way he could use it. Wang Hu felt Han Sen's choice was too stupid. People who made choice like this were often perfectionists or obsessive. Although the future seemed to be bright, the practical value was so little that it was basically useless. Microcrystal was far less useful than Jade Fist. Han Sen had no idea of what Wang Hu was thinking. After he got his hands on the microcrystal, he started to study it and saw the tutorial for 3 times. After having a brief idea about what it was, Han Sen drank a bottle of Geno solutions designed for microcrystal and started to practice it. Feeling his body cells motivated under the effect of microcrystal, Han Sen felt quite surprised. It was clearly stated in the tutorial that if he could feel something in the beginning, it meant the hyper-geno art was fit for him. However, even so, without 1 to 2 years, he would not see any effects. It was a hyper-geno art that took a long time to practice. If the progress was too great, the body would not be able to undertake the sudden change of the body cells, which would lead his health to collapse. Han Sen watched every single detail according to the tutorial and ran the hyper-geno art through his body entirely. When he was ready to do it for the second time, something suddenly happened. Jadeskin that Han Sen had always been practicing suddenly became active at this point and joined microcrystal. More precisely, it swallowed microcrystal, making microcrystal a part of the coolness it was creating. When Han Sen started to practice Jadeskin, he was too old in age, since the foundation was not laid when he was a boy, and he had practiced the hyper-geno art for a short time. Han Sen was not able to make a big progress with it. Without the help of Geno solutions, until this day, he still was not able to make the first breakthrough with Jadeskin. Han Sen was stuck in a bottleneck and failed to make the breakthrough. However, when he drank the Geno solutions to practice microcrystal, Jadeskin was activated unexpectedly and was pushed to the first breakthrough. Han Sen only had one feeling at this point: cold, piercing and thrilling cold. The cold did not come from the outside but seemed to come from within. It was as if every single inch of his body was giving off the coldness, making Han Sen feel like he was going to turn into an ice statue. He wanted to stop activation of Jadeskin, otherwise wondered if he would be frozen to death. However, Jadeskin was like a wild horse that did not follow his control at all. The cold got worse and worse, making Han Sen become unconscious. "I can't sleep. If I fall asleep, I'm afraid I will not wake up ever." Han Sen knew very well what would happen to someone who fell asleep in the snow, so he was striving to be lucid. However, it did not help a lot. At this point, he could not even move his fingers. Damn it, how come the thermostat is broken at this point? Is God trying to kill me? Han Sen wanted to smash the damned machine, but unfortunately, he could not even move. Suddenly, an idea crossed Han Sen's mind, which made him widen his eyes. No way. There is no such a coincidence. The reason the thermostats did not change only meant the room temperature did not actually drop. The cold I am feeling is very likely just a hallucination rather than a reality. Thinking of that, Han Sen quickly gritted his teeth and told himself, I'm not cold. I'm not cold. Everything is fake. It's just my hallucination. Damn it, it's really cold. Han Sen felt like the psychological suggestion did not really work, because he was actually frozen to death. It felt like his heart was frozen and blood had stopped flowing and became ice. The coldness went to his heart. Gradually, the cold left him, and Han Sen started to feel warm. It was like sunshine in winter, making his trembling body feel better. Although it was not hot, it made him feel so comfortable that he almost moaned. However, Han Sen did not feel happy about it. He became even more worried. He knew that the cold did not go away. The warmth meant he was not far from death. As soon he was fooled by the heat and fell asleep, he would never wake up. When he was discovered by others, he would be a dead body. He tried his best not to fall asleep, but he felt more and more fuzzy. In the end, he could not help but fall asleep. Han Sen did not know how long he had been sleeping. When he woke up again, he felt so comfortable as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. What? I did not die. Han Sen raised his hands incredulously and pinched his cheeks. Feeling the pain, he yelped. Han Sen felt his body was somewhat different. Although he could not tell what was different, the feeling could not be mistaken. Han Sen could not wait to run jade skin in his body, trying to figure out what had happened. The moment he started, he saw his two hands had become transparent like ice or jade. These hands reminded Han Sen of Zhu Longyan's hands the only time he met Zhu Longyan. However, Han Sen's hands were even more fine than Zhu Longyan's. It was hard to believe they were human hands. First breakthrough. I made the first breakthrough in jade skin. Han Sen practiced jade skin in excitement, turning his entire body into jade. Jade skin. This is what jade skin truly meant. I made it. Han Sen could not resist his excitement. Watching his translucent body, he almost laughed out loud. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw his skin became more tender and smooth. However, there was not much of a difference between now and then. His eyes were more watery like gemstones, which made him look quite charming. If I continue this way, I will be more and more like a gigolo. Feeling upset, Han Sen hoped he could look more masculine. However, that was no big deal. There was no need to care about the appearance. Han Sen ran micro crystal again, wanting to make sure that he was still able to practice this hyper geno art. Very soon, Han Sen opened his mouth wide. After practicing micro crystal, he found that micro crystal was just a small part of jade skin. When he used micro crystal, Han Sen felt his body was toughened because the body cells were crystallized, making him look like a statue carved out of crystal. Micro crystal, I achieved it. The hyper geno art that took others 2 to 3 decades to practice was easily achieved by Han Sen. Even Han Sen himself could not believe that was happening. Shortly, Han Sen found that it was not really a fact worth celebrating. The effect of micro crystal was far worse than jade skin after he made the first breakthrough. The only good thing about micro crystal was that now he had an excuse to cover the fact that he had been practicing jade skin. After finishing his task on the warship, Han Sen had some free time again to enter God's sanctuary. Yong Manly had finished recruiting. 80 to 90% of the people living in that area joined Goddess Gang that Han Sen had formed and signed formal contracts. Although Han Sen needed to provide some meat at low costs, it was nothing compared to what he had gained. When he was ready to conquer the spirit shelter, all these people needed to play a part. Yong Manly told Han Sen that the recruitment did not go well initially. Because Uncle King was the first to join the gang, everyone else followed. Han Sen nodded and did not speak. The Nings were expressing kindness to him, but Han Sen did not dare to treat them as friends. He still knew too little about things in the past, so he could not decide whether the Nings were friends or enemies. Now that Goddess Gang is formed, what's your next move? Yong Manly asked Han Sen. She was quite reluctant to call the gang Goddess Gang, because there were less than 10 women in the entire gang, and none of them could be called a goddess. However, Han Sen insisted on the name. Since it was just a name, Yong Manly did not care. She did not know that in Han Sen's eyes, the gang members recruited at this point were all just the help. The goddess gang he was going to formulate was a group of spirit beauties. Wherever he appeared in the future, 3,000 spirit beauties would clear the way for him, which would be a dream coming true. Of course, the condition was that his super body king spirit could make spirits give their allegiance to him. Otherwise, his dream would just be a dream. Not to mention a group, he would not even be able to get a few spirits working for him. Let them gobble up the meat first, and then we will train them and select the best of them to form the backbone of Goddess Gang. Then, we'll go conquer the spirit shelter. Han Sen was waiting for Zero to come and take her to smash the spirit shelter, so he would spend the time to train these people. Young master, if you want to hunt, I know exactly the place that suits the team, suggested Uncle King when he heard Han Sen was going to do that. Han Sen heeded his advice and asked him to lead the way. The team marched toward the glaciers Uncle King was talking about. Although it was an area of glaciers, avalanche or accidents rarely happened. Han Sen did not worry about that. All they had run into on the way was a few ice-armored beasts, so Han Sen did not bother to move. Riding on the back of the golden growler, Han Sen was reading as he ate the jerked bird leg of the evil-blooded condor while watching the team hunt. Han Sen looked through the database on Daphne for information about beast soul glyphs and indeed found something. No one had ever discovered beast soul glyphs in First God's Sanctuary, but the beast soul type started to come up in Second God's Sanctuary and above. In addition, only mutant or sacred blood creatures would produce beast soul glyphs. The functions of beast soul glyphs were very complicated. Each one had its own unique function. In conclusion, a beast soul glyph would give its user a certain ability. For example, there was a kind of bear glyph that could enhance one's strength, and there was a wind beast glyph that would increase the user's speed. Since no one had hunted an evil-blooded condor before, Han Sen was not sure what kind of ability he would get. He had been observing for days and did not discover anything different when using the beast's soul. So, what is the function of the evil-blooded condor glyph? Han Sen could not figure it out and had to put it aside. At this point, Han Sen finally understood how great it was to be a gang leader. Watching his subordinates killing creatures bravely, Han Sen knew that he would eventually gain the better half of their labor. There were not a lot of members in the gang at the moment. In the future, if the Goddess Gang had thousands or tens of thousands of members, he would be able to receive a significant amount of income from his cut of everyday hunting. It was equally beneficial to the gang members. Compared to hunting alone, it was much easier to hunt in a gang. At the same time, the income was equally good or even better. Their safety was also enhanced. Young master, let's stay in this area. If we move further, there might be mutant creatures. Uncle King stopped and said to Han Sen, let's continue. Mutant creatures are even better. Han Sen commanded the team to go forward, because he was not that interested in hunting primitive creatures. Although they were following Han Sen's order, many people started to feel worried, looking left and right for fear that there might really be mutant creatures. The only person able to fight a mutant creature in this place was Uncle King. If others encountered mutant creatures, they were likely to become a meal of the creatures. Although Yang Manly wanted to talk Han Sen out of it, she knew it would not serve any purpose, because Han Sen would not listen to her at all. Yang Manly ended up saying nothing. Uncle King did not argue either, continuing to lead the way. All of a sudden, they heard loud hoofbeat and beast roar. A giant elephant with white fur rushed toward them from afar, leaving one huge footprint after another. All the glaciers seemed to be shaking. Snowflakes were flowing everywhere. White mammoths, someone suddenly exclaimed. The entire group scattered like a mob. Han Sen saw most people were running and only Yang Manly, Uncle King, and a few gang members stayed next to him, summoning beast souls and ready to fight. It was easy to tell that the gang members were all frightened, their hands on their weapons shaking. All other people were running fast, about which Han Sen was not surprised. These people had lost their confidence a long while ago, so it was natural that they reacted this way facing danger. Han Sen had considered them no good in his heart. In the future, he would not waste his time cultivating these people. To the contrary, Zuyu and other young people did not escape and remained on Han Sen's side although they were frightened. Han Sen thought they could be further cultivated to become leaders, commanding the future forces in Goddess Gang. Although they were all quite young and probably had worse physique than the older people who had run away, these were no big deal. Han Sen could easily use large amounts of meat to give them better geno point counts. There was always a way to enhance one's physique and martial arts skills. However, one's character was not something could be cultivated. In Han Sen's eyes, Zuyu and other young people were all valuable assets. Clear, Han Sen yelled, commanding the gang members to step back. He rolled on the back of the golden growler and charged the white mammoth. All the young gang members looked at Han Sen in surprise. As a mutant creature, the white mammoth was a top one. Even someone like Uncle King did not dare to face a white mammoth head-on. But Han Sen simply threw himself at the creature. Watching Han Sen with a grim face, Uncle King murmured to himself in a low voice, "Is he really the descendant of Instructor Han?" Young Manly drew her bowstring and aimed her arrow at an eye of the white mammoth, ready to support Han Sen when necessary. However, the bow and arrow she was using at the moment were still sacred blood beast souls of First God's Sanctuary, which almost did not work at all on a mutant creature in Second God's Sanctuary like the white mammoth. The golden growler was going fast. In terms of size, the golden growler was no smaller than the white mammoth. As the golden growler ran, its body was quickly growing. The moment it was about to clash with the white mammoth, the golden growler was already as large as a hill, even bigger than the mammoth. Compared to the golden growler, the white mammoth suddenly looked mini, like a baby elephant in front of an adult elephant. Boom! The two beasts clashed together. Although the golden growler was bigger than the white mammoth, it was not at any disadvantage, but stepped back as well as the white mammoth. Roar! The golden growler growled reluctantly. It was the absolute king in First God's Sanctuary. No creature could fight it at all. However, it was forced back by a white mammoth, which made the lion very mad. The white mammoth also roared and ran toward the golden growler. Boom! The two huge animals were fighting it out again, making all sorts of horrendous noises. The surrounding glaciers were broken into pieces and there was snow everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The golden growler and the white mammoth became extremely mad at each other, so neither of them intended to step back. They ran into each other hard like two oxen fighting for a cow. The gang members were dumbstruck. They had seen many mounts before, but had never seen a mount that was able to fight the creature. It was simply beyond imagination. A normal mount would not attack at all. However, this giant golden lion mount was somewhat different. The people that had run away saw what was happening and slowed down, looking at the golden growler throwing itself at the white mammoth incredulously. That is a mutant creature. What's the deal of the mount? It's so strong that it could fight the white mammoth. Is that a mutant mount? Even if it is still just a mount and should not be able to fight a creature like this. Han Sen sighed inwardly. After all, the golden growler was just a super creature from First God's Sanctuary. Although it was special, because it was limited to its level, it was not as strong as the white mammoth. Watching the golden growler falling farther behind under the impact from the white mammoth and growling helplessly, Han Sen could not help becoming silent. He was reminded of the large golden growler's fierceness. Between the heaven and earth, no one could stand one blow from its paw. This beast's soul golden growler was indeed too sullen. If the black crystal could really turn the beast souls of First God's Sanctuary into the beast souls of Second God's Sanctuary, I would definitely choose the golden growler to evolve next. Han Sen thought. He did not want to see a great king being a loser. Although he was thinking that, Han Sen decided to make a move. The moment the golden growler clashed with the white mammoth again, Han Sen jumped up from the head of the golden growler and dashed at the white mammoth like a meteor. The physique of the white mammoth was even better than that of golden growler. However, it still had to step back when the golden growler threw itself at him. At this very moment, Han Sen had already reached the mammoth. Holding the cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Han Sen sent himself into the wheel-sized eye of the mammoth. Roar! The white mammoth lifted its front legs. Blood ran into rivers flowing from its eyes. The beast screamed loud. The next moment, the stomach of the white mammoth was suddenly slashed open. A bloody figure came out of it. Boom! The white mammoth quickly fell, splashing ice and snow everywhere. Without looking at the body of the white mammoth, the bloody figure walked to the rest of the team when cleaning the dagger casually. Almost no one was able to forget this moment. The gigantic dead creature and the bloody figure were written into their memory internally. After killing the white mammoth, Han Sen had established his prestige in Goddess Gang. People had officially recognized him as the leader. Many young people even saw him as an idol. The Goddess Gang had become more and more organized. Han Sen was very generous to the members that worked hard, awarding them with lots of meat. Then, Han Sen asked Young Manly to specifically cultivate the young men like Zuyu who dared to risk their lives. Han Sen's arrival brought a revolution to the place. Although they still did not dare to hunt in remote areas or approach the spirit shelter, with Han Sen leading the team, they were able to kill lots of ordinary and primitive creatures at once in the mountains nearby. This gave some hope to the evolvers in this place. Many people who had not entered God's sanctuary in a long time and lost hope returned to the place after hearing the news, wanting to see if the legend was real. It turned out they were ecstatic. The world of ice and snow was no longer silent like before. People were active everywhere. Because Han Sen rarely showed up, few people knew what he looked like. Most people only knew the name Han Sen. More people thought of Han Sen as a legend, a living legend. An evolver who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary for a few months revived a place on his own and inspired lots of desperate people, which could only exist in a legend. Obviously, more people recognized Young Manly, the right-hand woman. Many people assumed that Young Manly was the goddess in Goddess Gang and thought she was Han Sen's lady, the mistress of Goddess Gang. Of course, Young Manly had also heard such assumption. In the beginning, she was shy and angry. However, it was impossible for her to clarify every time. After a while, she was tired of correcting others. On this day, when Han Sen just teleported into God's Sanctuary from the Alliance, someone suddenly ran at him and hugged his thigh full of tears. Zhu Ting. As Han Sen saw who it was, he could not help feeling dazed. He had no idea that he would run into Zhu Ting here. How dare you show your face? You really think I will not kill you, don't you? Han Sen's face became stern. Brother, it is meaningless to live in such a spot. Can I follow you? If I can't, I would rather die. Just kill me. Zhu Ting would not let go of Han Sen's leg. Han Sen chuckled inwardly and thought to himself, this guy is quite unlucky to be assigned here. He must have gone through many hardships. It looks like he's going mad. When did you arrive here? How come I never saw you? So, you want to follow me. But why should I agree to that? Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting with half a smile. No matter what Zhu Ting wanted, Han Sen would like to collect something from him first. Brother, no matter what, I should be much more useful than those ordinary people, right? Zhu Ting blinked and answered. And much more dangerous, Han Sen replied quietly. Didn't Instructor Han mention that my ancestor was also a member of the Secret Service, a colleague of his? Zhu Ting quickly said. I don't know. Han Sen did not want to comment. Give me something solid. If you want to follow me, you must pay up front first, Han Sen said. Zhu Ting said with a sad face, after I came to this damned place, I have gained nothing and lost almost all the beast souls I brought from First God's Sanctuary. Now I am so poor that all I have is money. Do you want money? Name a number and I'll pay you no matter how much. Don't you still have 7 twists? Han Sen said abruptly. Han Sen had always coveted 7 twists from the Chens. Although he could fly with beast soul wings, the speed would be determined by the strength of the beast soul instead of his strength. Therefore, Han Sen was very interested in this technique that could send him in the air using what he got. However, 7 twists was the family secret of the Chens. No outsiders could be taught. With such an opportunity, Han Sen wanted to test if Zhu Ting could teach him 7 twists. Although 7 twists is the family secret of the Chens, there is a way for you to learn. However, since it runs in the family, there is a rule that the secret could not be leaked. If you want to learn, you will have to become a student of my family, said Zhu Ting. Although Zhu Ting did not say no, there was no way that Han Sen would agree to become a student of the Chens, which meant he could not learn the Hyper-Geno art. So, there is no way around that. Han Sen turned around and was ready to leave. Stop, listen to me. Even if I was willing to ignore the rules and teach you 7 twists, all I knew was the first 3 twists anyway. Without the special Geno solutions, there was no way you could succeed in practicing it either. Zhu Ting saw Han Sen was still leaving and said quickly, Brother, hear me out. When I was chased around by the mutant creature a while back, I found a great place which you would definitely be interested in. How about I show you the place? If you think it is interesting, just let me join Goddess Gang. If you think the place is no good, I will no longer bother you. What kind of a good place? Han Sen asked. A nest? Zhu Ting lowered his voice and said to Han Sen. Han Sen looked at him surprised. The fact that Zhu Ting found a nest meant he had found a sacred blood beast soul. What a lucky guy. Take me there first. Han Sen thought about it and said. He was not worried that Zhu Ting might have any tricks up his sleeve. Even if there was a sacred blood creature, Han Sen could protect himself. However, in the case that there was a sacred blood creature or even a super creature in the nest, it would be terribly difficult for him to break the egg. Zhu Ting took Han Sen out of the ice cave and entered the mountains. Han Sen felt they were going too slow and summoned the golden growler, asking Zhu Ting to sit with him. Brother, what a nice ride. Do you want to sell this mount? I could accept any price, Zhu Ting said admiringly, looking at the golden growler. I will not sell this one, but if you want to purchase a beast soul, I do have one. Han Sen suddenly had an idea. The Berserk Ice armored beast soul that he gained the last time was useless to him. If Zhu Ting was willing to pay a high price, Han Sen would like to sell it to him. What beast soul? A mutant one or a sacred blood one? Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen in excitement. A primitive beast soul of ice armored beast, replied Han Sen. Zhu Ting was slightly disappointed, but he still said, well, that is nice as well. It is beast soul armor, relatively strong among primitive beast souls. It is a berserk one, Han Sen added. Zhu Ting suddenly widened his eyes and said, Brother, you got a berserk ice armored beast soul. Among primitive creatures, only one in several dozen could become berserk. and it was even harder to gain the beast soul, which was why a berserk beast soul was much more expensive than the beast soul on the same level. I won't force you to teach me 7 twists since you are not allowed to. But your family must have an S-class footwork designed for evolvers. Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting and said. Zhu Ting suddenly became hesitant and said, well, forget about it. I don't really need a beast soul. Han Sen knew what he meant. A berserk beast soul of ice armored beast was worth $10 million tops after taking into consideration of the scarcity of the beast souls. However, that was too little to trade for an S-class secret footwork. No one would make such a trade. Relax, I'm not trying to trade the berserk beast soul for your footwork. I will pay you an S-class St. Hall license of Evolver level for the footwork. The berserk beast soul could be considered your service fee, Han Sen said with a smile. The Chens have an Evolver footwork treading cloud. If you're interested, I could give up my dignity and get it for you. Tell me about it. What kind of footwork is treading cloud? Han Sen squinted and asked. Zhu Ting demonstrated what it was like, which made Han Sen's eyes light up. Treading cloud was a footwork that emphasized leg skills. After it was practiced successfully, the body cells of one's legs could be enhanced. Treading cloud meant it was so easy to reach the sky after practicing this footwork. Although it was an exaggeration, it showed that the footwork emphasized explosive leg strength. To Han Sen's satisfaction, after practicing treading cloud, although he would not be able to leverage on the air 7 times, he would be able to leverage on the air once. Unlike what Han Sen had invented, this was a perfect leverage. Zhu Ting took Han Sen to find the nest. With the speed of the golden growler, it took them more than half a day to spot layering mountains formulating a life lotus, which was the entrance to the nest. Luckily, there was no creatures nearby. They climbed over the mountains and went down the entrance until they reached the green gold wall. The green gold wall was still intact. No one had entered. Although Zhu Ting found the place, he did not dare to enter. Zhu Ting was smart in that he knew what was within his ability and what was beyond, which was not something everyone knew. After all, men are animals of emotions, so it was hard for them to keep rational all the time. Wait outside. I'll go check it out, Han Sen said to Zhu Ting and broke the green gold wall to enter. The omniscient green light made the large nest a scary space. Oddly shaped cells were everywhere, all intact. There was no way to tell which one had nurtured a creature. Han Sen slowly approached the cells, but because there were too many cells, they were all crammed together. There was no way to go through other than climbing over the cells. Han Sen did not dare to jump onto a cell. Staring at a 20 feet tall oval cell, he slowly walked ahead, feeling uncomfortable as if something was about to get wrong. Roar. When Han Sen was about 30 feet from the cell, it suddenly exploded. A black creature with 2 silver horns and bat wings that looked like a gargoyle suddenly rushed out from the broken cell. Han Sen only glanced at it before he started to run as fast as his legs could carry him. Although he had not fought the creature yet, judging by its speed, Han Sen was sure that the gargoyle was a sacred blood creature with a physique over 100. Han Sen was glad that it was the first thing that caught his eyes. If Han Sen ran into this creature when he had gone deep already, it would be much harder for him to run away. Han Sen only ran a few steps when the gargoyle caught up with him. Its arm as strong as a marble column quickly swung at Han Sen's back. On its claw, each of the nails was more than half a foot long, as sharp as a tungsten dagger. Even a body made of Z-steel would be broken by such nails. Without turning back, Han Sen moved his body like a snake away from the blow of the gargoyle, as if he had eyes on his back. Then Han Sen continued to run in a twisted route. Flapping its wings, the gargoyle was behind Han Sen immediately. However, its blow was useless again. Han Sen was as slippery as an eel, slipping through the gargoyle's arms again and again. Han Sen looked to the direction of the entrance and saw that Zhu Ting had left, faster than a rabbit. Having failed several times, the gargoyle quickly howled as Han Sen was about to run to the narrow path. The silver horns of the gargoyle suddenly glowed and the silver color started to bleed toward the gargoyle's black body. All of a sudden, the gargoyle became a silver statue, which looked strangely glamorous. Damn it, a berserk sacred blood creature, Han Sen exclaimed. The silver gargoyle almost instantaneously appeared behind Han Sen, clawing at Han Sen's head. The speed of the silver gargoyle was so fast that Han Sen had no time to dodge the blow. Although he was trying to use kiting skills as much as possible, in front of the absolute speed, all his efforts were useless. Han Sen gritted his teeth and used Jadeskin. Reaching a hand at the thick arm of the berserk beast, Han Sen was not trying to beat the creature with his force. As the two arms clashed, Han Sen entangled the thick arm of the silver gargoyle like a snake and slid onto its body, perfectly combining ghost haunt and diversion. Han Sen also used the flexibility he gained from practicing Jadeskin to reach this effect. The silver gargoyle tried to catch Hansen, who was hanging on its back, while Hansen had slid down to the gargoyle's crotch and hitting the part hard. Boom! Hansen's jade-like fist hit the gargoyle's crotch hard, making it scream madly. The gargoyle quickly used both hands to claw at Hansen. Hansen turned his body around on the gargoyle's thigh and moved back to its back. Grabbing the gargoyle's wings, Hansen quickly chopped his hand at its neck. Moving around on the gargoyle's body, the gargoyle tried to catch Hansen in madness but kept failing. However, the physique of the berserk silver gargoyle was so strong that even after Hansen used jade skin, he could only make its silver body swell a little. Hansen did not dare to use the cursed wolf dagger because it was not strong enough to break this body, and because holding the dagger would affect Hansen's movements. Hansen even tried to claw at the gargoyle's eyes, but it was equally useless. Its eyes were as tough as its body, made of silver metal. Hansen felt the time, which was less than a minute, was as long as hours. It was not an easy thing to fight the gargoyle this way. Hansen had used his physical and mental power to his limit. Every slight movement was carefully calculated. Both his physical and mental strength was depleted. Even so, Hansen was still facing worse risks. The berserk gargoyle became faster and faster. A few times, its nails had scratched Hansen, making him bleed immediately. Hansen was not shaken at all. He continued to slither on the gargoyle's body like a snake, but his moving range was smaller and smaller. Eventually, the berserk gargoyle pushed Hansen so hard that he had nowhere to go. The gargoyle quickly clawed at Hansen, was right on its body. As the sharp silver nails were about to stab into Hansen's body, Hansen quickly pushed the gargoyle's head and jumped in the air, avoiding its claw. Hansen took the opportunity to run out of the nest. He could still vaguely hear the roaring of the raging silver gargoyle. The physique of the silver gargoyle was so good that Hansen could not kill it at the moment. However, since he had already learned that there was a sacred blood creature in this place, he could always come back when he had enough Geno points. "Brother, you are here. Are you okay?" Zhu Ting was waiting at the entrance, looking down from time to time. "Luckily, I ran out, but I could not kill that thing," Hansen said and started to walk away. "How about me joining Goddess Gang?" Zhu Ting came up to Hansen and asked. "If you want to, I'll permit it," Hansen said casually. He would keep Zhu Ting around for the moment because he was still thinking about 7 twists of the chens. After leaving the nest, Hansen went back to the Alliance and urged Zhu Ting to get the Geno solutions as soon as possible. It was almost time for Zero to return to the God's Sanctuary, so Hansen thought it was time to conquer the Spirit Shelter. However, he would like for everyone of Goddess Gang to join the war against the Spirit Shelter. Otherwise, if he went himself, the gang members would not appreciate the gains they did not fight for that much. Of course, Hansen was going to make sure he will get the Spirit Stone in the shelter. He did not care about anything else that much. After Hansen returned to Daphne, he finished his own task and looked at his future schedule. In 2 days, he would join the cooking team to prepare food. Soldiers could only have food for 5 days out of a month. Normally, they would just take nutrition solutions. However, the expert panel was different. They ate every day, so the existence of the cookhouse was mainly meant for the expert panel. After resting for 2 days, reading and training, it was Hansen's turn to work. Hansen finally understood that the work of the cookhouse was difficult sometimes. Those experts and scholars were very picky about what they ate. According to the rules, each of them shall have 3 dishes and 1 soup per meal, and there must be meat. In addition, several professors in the expert panel could even order their own food, which was a privilege that even Jai Yanren and Chen Xiaoshan did not enjoy. Hansen was not a great cook, so all he could do was to prepare the raw materials and transfer the food to the plates. "You must be the new cookhouse recruit, Hansen. I heard you passed sprint at level 10. A young researcher of the expert panel asked Hansen while he was getting his food. "It was because I have seen it before. It's no big deal," Hansen said casually. "You graduated from Blackhawk?" the young researcher asked. "Yes," Hansen slightly frowned and replied. He glanced at the young researcher, who was about 30 years old and quite good-looking. His lips were thin, which gave him a feminine look. "Not bad. When I was in Alliance Central Military Academy, Blackhawk ranked about 100. I wonder how it's doing now," the young researcher said quietly. Hansen felt the guy's tone was a bit off, squinted and said, "I'm not sure. I did not have many opportunities to see people from Alliance Central Military Academy. I was in an archery tournament against that school though. Alliance Central Military Academy was quite impressive, so it took me some effort to get rid of them and gain the championship," Hansen said casually. He did not want to be nice to people like this. Haha, if you want to brag, there is still a limit. In what kind of tournament can Blackhawk beat Alliance Central Military Academy? Is it a bragging contest? The reply of the researcher made everyone in the expert panel laugh. These researchers mainly came from Alliance Central Military Academy, because there were not many academies that had the major of crystallizer ruins research. Most of the professors that focused on crystallizer culture taught at Alliance Central Military Academy, so the experts and professors in the expert panel were also mostly affiliated to Alliance Central Military Academy. As the graduates of the best military school in the Alliance, they were of course arrogant. Several researchers from the expert panel had also tried Sprint, but none of them passed level X. They all felt quite content when hearing a cookhouse soldier pass level X, because they knew Han Sen was familiar with the system. There was no way Han Sen was as strong as them. This researcher named Tang Xin was very pissed about this, which was why he provoked Han Sen. "I'm so sorry. I have no idea Alliance Central Military Academy is such a big deal. Unfortunately, I have already graduated and could no longer participate in the games. Otherwise, I would be easier on them and make them look better." Han Sen shrugged and said with a smile. As Han Sen said that, many researchers looked to him. Even several professors couldn't help glancing at him. "Okay, so you say you beat Alliance Central Military Academy. So, tell me, where and when did you do that?" Tang Xin snorted and said, because he did not believe Han Sen at all. "I don't remember which game, since it's such a trivial matter for me. You could go search my name, and you will probably see it." Han Sen knocked the spatula on the edge of the plate. "If you don't have anything else to say, please give way to others. They have to eat as well." Tang Xin was a bit upset. Tang Xin gritted his teeth and walked to Professor Lai Mingtang, pleading, "Professor, could you look it up for me to see if he was telling the truth?" On Daphne, ordinary people did not have the access to the Skynet. All they had was an internal database, which was why Tang Xin asked Professor Lai Mingtang to look it up for him. Lai Mingtang thought about it and said, "We are all co-workers, so there's no need to get to the bottom of this. We can just laugh it out." Tang Xin did not want to let it go and said, "Professor, as a graduate from Alliance Central Military Academy, I could not stand vicious words against my alma mater. I must clear it up." All the researchers and cookhouse soldiers looked to the screen. Before long, his face became stern. At that time, almost every media reported the archery tournament between the Emperor and the Monster. It was fair to say that the match was a historic one. The game ended Jingzhou and Alliance Central Military Academy's rule in the league. The nickname of Han Sen, Emperor, was broadcasted in the league by all kinds of media. Any report would reflect how the game went down and how Han Sen performed. The media almost described Han Sen as a godsend archer. Although it was exaggerated, there was no doubt that Han Sen did lead Blackhawk to beat Alliance Central Military Academy, which was the ruler at the time. As Han Sen had said, in that game, Blackhawk was the winner. The researchers suddenly changed their attitude about Han Sen. A cookhouse soldier, even one on Daphne, should not be too good a fighter. Otherwise, he would not end up as a cookhouse soldier. However, no one had expected for Han Sen, the new recruit, to have such a successful past. Being able to be called the strongest person in the entire league was an honor that none of the researchers who graduated from Alliance Central Military Academy had enjoyed, including Tang Xin. After all, when they were at school, they were not the strongest person on campus. Han Sen, I did not realize you were so good when you were at school. The fat squad leader was so happy that he patted Han Sen on the shoulder with his meaty hand. Some researchers had always looked down on ordinary soldiers, and Tang Xin was the worst of them. The fat squad leader was very happy to see his face slapped by Han Sen. I was not that good. It's just the opponent was too weak. Han Sen was not a pushover. Since Tang Xin had tried to bully him, he would punch back as well. Tang Xin's face became purple, the corner of his mouth twitching without making a single sound. He quit lunch and left immediately. Well done, Han Sen. That Tang Xin is such a snob, mean and picky as if he was better than all of us. The guy annoyed the hell out of me. Han Sen, be careful in the future. That Tang Xin is a petty person. You are probably already on his enemy list. Since you were so great in military school and got the rank of major, how come you came here to be a cookhouse soldier? Lai Mingliang couldn't help asking. In fact, my dream is to be a soldier on the warship, even as a cookhouse soldier, which is why I'm here. Han Sen was telling the truth. However, he did not tell the whole truth. He wanted to be a soldier on the warship of Jai Yanren. When Han Sen entered God's sanctuary again, he eventually saw the pretty face of Zero. It seems it's time to conquer the spirit shelter. Han Sen found Young Manly to summon everyone in God is again. Everyone, I decided to set out to conquer the spirit shelter tomorrow and use that shelter as the base of Goddess Gang. If anyone wants to quit, now is the time. I do not want to force you, so I will let you go with no strings attached. Hansen's gaze swept across people's faces. Captain, is it too early for us to conquer the spirit shelter? There is an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter and many mutant creatures. We do not have quite the strength yet to do that. How about we develop our strength a bit further and do that when we have all maxed out on ordinary genopoints and primitive genopoints? In that case, we would have a much better chance. Yes, Captain. We should focus on cultivation now. We have no idea how many mutant creatures there are in the spirit shelter. Hansen glanced at the mob he was leading and said coldly, "Today I am gathering you to tell you my decision. So, all you need to do is to execute it or quit. I do not need your advice. However, there is one thing I must state clearly right now. If you quit at this point, Goddess Gang will never welcome you back. Not now, and definitely not when we have conquered the spirit shelter. It's your own choice to stay or go." Hansen's words brought silence to the scene. Very soon, someone stood out, gritted his teeth and told Hansen, "Sorry, Captain, we do not have enough resources to take down the spirit shelter. I can't risk it with my life. Bring me his contract." Hansen did not answer but asked Young Manly to bring the guy's contract and voided it. With someone being the first, many more stood out to break off their contract and leave the Goddess Gang. Not many people believed that Hansen could really conquer the spirit shelter. There were so many mutant creatures in the spirit shelter, and an aristocrat spirit who was basically immortal. Those were all huge troubles. Before destroying their spirit stones, the spirits were almost immortal in their own shelters. In addition, no one had any idea how many mutant creatures and primitive creatures there were. Goddess Gang had a total of 200 people, and many of them were still lacking in their primitive genopoint count. They could not even fight primitive creatures one-on-one. Spirit Shelter was simply too big a goal. Goddess Gang, which had 200 people, lost the better half of its members soon. Only about 3 dozen of people remained. Hansen was fully prepared in advance. However, he still did not expect to lose so many members. At first glance, most people who stayed were young people like Zuyu. Only a few of them were older. To Hansen's surprise, the middle-aged person who used to throw sarcastic comments at him was still in the team and did not choose to leave. Hansen still remembered that his name was Zheng Guoxing. He came to Second God's Sanctuary 20 years ago as a sacred evolver. However, he did not expect to end up in such shitty place. For 2 decades, he did nothing. When Hansen established Goddess Gang, he joined the gang but did not show too much impressive performance. The next morning, they were missing several people. In the end, including Young Manly, Uncle King, and Zhu Ting, there were 20 people in total. "Let's go." Hansen did not waste his words and commanded everyone to march toward the big mountain where the spirit shelter was located. Watching the young men following Hansen, many people even showed pity. Of course, more people were delighted to witness their departure. They even thought, coming from a prominent family with the respect from Starry Group, Hansen became arrogant. He deserves to die in the spirit shelter. It's a pity though that we are going to lose a good man like Uncle King and those young people. People of worse characters even wished for Hansen to die there and for Young Manly and Zero to return safely so that they would have a chance at the ladies. The 20 people marched toward the spirit shelter in heavy snow and soon disappeared on the vast snow field. Many people thought it was very likely that they were gone forever. The closer they got to the snow mountain, the more nervous they became. Even Uncle King put on a solemn look. Uncle King knew for sure that Hansen was not a stupid man. However, in his eyes, they did not have enough to take down the spirit shelter. If Hansen did not have any backup, they would be taking a huge risk. It would be hard for them to escape death. However, because of the blind trust in the name Han Jingjai, Uncle King did not want to quit. "Are you cold?" In the fluttering snowflakes, Hansen held Zero's hands and warmed them up with his breath. "No." Zero shook her head quietly. Hansen then remembered that Zero had even better physique than he did. There was no way she would fear such weather. "This is the spirit shelter. Are we really going up?" Zhu Ting looked at the big mountain ahead of them and asked again. "Certainly." Hansen urged the golden growler to step on the big mountain first. The rest of them looked at each other and then all followed Hansen uphill. Many of them were walking stiffly with no expression on their face, staring at the spirit shelter that looked like an old castle. The spirit shelter was quiet. Except for the sound of snow falling, there was absolutely no sound. The shelter looked like a lifeless castle with no residents. Uncle King, Zhu Ting, and Young Manly could not help frowning. This was obviously quite abnormal. Creatures in the spirit should have noticed them a long while ago. However, there was no noise at all. The gates of the shelter were open, but no creatures came out of it, which was simply odd. "Wait a second." Hansen commanded the group to stop, summon the Golden Rock Worm King, and commanded it to fly into the gates of the shelter. Very soon, the Golden Rock Worm King returned. The message brought back to Han Sen was that there was nothing in the spirit shelter, not a single creature. Nothing. Han Sen frowned slightly. The situation was clearly out of his expectation. The group marched toward the architecture and looked around vigilantly. However, they found nothing. It was as if the entire spirit shelter was empty. Having reached the destination smoothly, Han Sen pushed open the gates and walked into the hall that looked like a palace. Indeed, there was a spirit stone with an alluring glow set between the eyebrows of a huge statue of deity. Spirit stone. Zuyu and other young men became excited. As long as the spirit stone was destroyed, the spirit would be dead no matter where it was. However, before they even walked to the spirit stone, a figure suddenly appeared from the side of the room. It was an elegant woman dressed like a priest, holding an ice staff in her hand. It was the same aristocrat spirit that Han Sen had seen. "Attention!" yelled Uncle King and summoned his beast souls. Actually, even without Uncle King's wearing, everyone had already summoned their beast souls and looked around vigilantly. The spirit looked at the group of people, smiled coldly, and raised the staff in her hand. Light suddenly covered her body, turning her into an aristocrat fighter in ice armor with red patterns. The staff turned into an ice spear. Roar! Almost immediately, all sorts of creatures came to the empty castle. Hundreds and thousands of ice-armored beasts and other creatures besieged the hall, throwing themselves at the intruders. "Go deeper and destroy the spirit stone," Uncle King exclaimed and charged the statue of deity. However, before he made a move, a dozen creatures suddenly appeared from behind the statue, each of them a mutant creature. There were huge snow wolf and bears, as well as dark bats and all sorts of birds. Those mutant creatures completely blocked the path toward the statue. Also, they were led by the aristocrat spirit. Even Uncle King was shocked and stopped, finding it impossible to destroy the spirit stone directly. Groups of creatures had flooded into the hall from outside. Although they were all primitive creatures, they were so huge in number that even if the group of people wanted to kill their way out, it would take them a long time. In addition, they were in the spirit shelter and the gates had been closed. There was no way for them to go back even if they wanted to. "Human, you will regret that you stole my pet." The cold face of the spirits was emotionless. She pointed at Han Sen with her ice spear. After that sentence, the ice-armored beasts flooded into the hall and threw themselves at the group of people with no fear for death. However, the mutant creatures did not seem to be attacking. All they were doing was to protect the statue of deity. Clearly, they were trying to weaken the group using endless primitive creatures first. The spirit herself walked to Han Sen with her ice spear in hand, wanting to kill Han Sen with her own hands to get her revenge. Everyone else looked pale. They were trapped in this place. They could not run away or destroy the spirit stone. Han Sen did not seem to be worried about the situation at all. He walked to the spirit and said, "You're very smart. I could even call you sly. You have successfully lured us into the trap you have set up." The spirit curled her lips and looked content. She said coldly, "The moment you decided to go against me, your death has been certain. Unfortunately, there is one thing you did wrong," Han Sen continued to say as he walked. "What is it?" Unexpectedly, the spirit asked with her brows knitted. "You should not let me come this far. Your favorite trap is your biggest mistake." Han Sen quickly rushed to the huge statue of deity with the spirit stone like a tornado. The spirit sneered and swept her ice spear at Han Sen, trying to stop him. However, Han Sen did not lower his speed at all. He used great strength with his legs yet put his upper body horizontal. Running forward but almost lying on the ground, Han Sen dodged the attack from the spirit in a weird pose and continued toward the statue at a high speed. The mutant creatures roared loud and threw themselves at Han Sen like demons from hell. Zheng Guoxing watched Han Sen going in the middle of the mutant creatures with a complicated expression. 20 years ago, he was as brave as Han Sen. At that day and age when it was still difficult to hunt a sacred blood creature, he used his diligence, talent, and special privileges coming from his family to max out his sacred genopoints and evolved as a sacred blood evolver in First God's Sanctuary. However, after he entered Second God's Sanctuary, when he was about to realize all his dreams, he found out what a terrible place he ended up at. There was no strong teammates or available beast souls. He needed to risk his life even when trying to kill a primitive creature. At the same time, he must avoid the spirit shelter and large groups of creatures at all times. In the beginning, Zheng Guoxing still fought with some hope. Shortly, he discovered that it was almost impossible to max out on ordinary genopoints in this place, let alone primitive genopoints. It did not mean that Zheng Guoxing was not strong enough to kill an ordinary creature. He was capable of that, but there were only so many types of ordinary creatures. As he ate many of a type, that type no longer provided ordinary genopoints for him. If he wanted to look for other ordinary creatures, he needed to go beyond the spirit shelter, which was something he could not achieve. It was the same case for primitive creatures, which made Zheng Guoxing feel desperate. There was no way he could continue to increase the ordinary and mutant geno points, and he was not able to kill a mutant creature. Zheng Guoxing gave up hope completely. As he lost hope, he spent his days on nothing for 20 years. When Han Sen appeared, Zheng Guoxing felt like he had seen himself 20 years ago, so confident, proud, and arrogant. Subconsciously, Zheng Guoxing tried to say no to Han Sen, like he did to his younger self. However, after Han Sen created one miracle after another, Zheng Guoxing suddenly realized that he wished Han Sen success strongly in his heart, because he saw Han Sen as his younger self. He did not really want to lose or continue to be a loser. He wanted to see someone succeed. That was why Zheng Guoxing joined Goddess Gang. When a lot of people told him to leave, he still followed Han Sen to the spirit shelter. He only wanted to give Han Sen a chance. Maybe he wanted to give himself a chance. Maybe there was miracle in this world. And maybe he could start over again. He was 40 years old. Maybe he was no longer young, but he was not old either. Zheng Guoxing wanted to stand up again, to feel the urge to pursue something with all he got, and to go after his own dream. I am not old yet, Zheng Guoxing told himself. Watching Han Sen throwing himself at the mutant creatures, Zheng Guoxing felt he had gone back to the hot-blooded era, when he was still fearless. At that moment, Zheng Guoxing deeply felt that his blood had not gone cold yet. His heart was still warm. He still wanted to go to the top of all mountains like a man. Kill! Zheng Guoxing roared and wielded his broadsword at an incoming ice-armored beast, beheading the beast immediately. With the roar from Zheng Guoxing, Han Sen also charged the mutant creatures. A red and golden firebird spread its beautiful wings in the hall and brought a pretty aura to everyone's beast souls. People found that the abilities of their beast souls were significantly enhanced, which made it much easier for them to cope with the creatures. Beast soul aura. Is it a sacred blood beast soul aura? Zhu Ting looked to Han Sen in the middle of the mutant creatures in surprise. Unfortunately, Han Sen did not have time to answer him. He threw a sharp gaze at the mutant creatures and aristocrat spirit. Every single object and living creature in the hall was imprinted in his mind. Using his brain power, Han Sen was quickly calculating every single possibility. Shapeshifting into Fairy Queen made his eyesight sharper and made his enemies look slower, giving him enough time to think. Han Sen made a step and turned his entire body into jade. If someone could see his body under his armor, they would certainly appreciate how gorgeous and dedicated it looked. Under the attack of a dozen mutant creatures and the aristocrat spirit, Han Sen was not in a hurry. He looked so calm that it seemed that nothing could affect him. However, if Han Sen's moves were to be observed closely, each and every one of his moves had a strong sense of purpose. No extra movements were made. His entire body was like a highly efficient machine, generating all the power he got. The aristocrat spirit wielded the ice spear, trying to kill Han Sen. A dozen mutant creatures tried to circle him, but Han Sen found the slim chance of survival in a seemingly impossible way, breaking through the block of the mutant creatures and rushing toward the gigantic statue of deity. The aristocrat spirit was both astonished and mad. Unexpectedly, she could not even catch up with Han Sen and had to watch him beating one mutant creature after another. In just a dozen seconds, Han Sen broke the blockage of the mutant creatures and jumped on the shoulder of the statue. The aristocrat spirit could not even catch up with Han Sen, staring blankly at him. Han Sen stood on the shoulder of the statue and took out the spirit stone from the deity's forehead. It all happened so fast that the aristocrat spirit and the gang members had no time to react. When Han Sen got his hands on the spirit stone, he suddenly felt a strange force from his palm, making the spirit stone light up. Ice aristocrat, Snow Charmer, gives you her absolute loyalty and hopes to be your servant. The elegant female spirit suddenly bowed her head and kneeled in front of Han Sen. Han Sen placed the spirit stone on top of the head of the spirit. The stone suddenly became even more bright, whose light almost blinded everyone. When the lights disappeared, both the stone and Snow Charmer were gone. The spirit swore fealty. The rest people watched it happen, astonished. After a long while, they realized what had happened and looked incredulous. God knows how difficult it was to make a spirit swear allegiance. It was not something that could be achieved by violence. It basically all depended on luck. In Han Sen's mind, a spirit stone that looked like a piece of ice decorated with lots of mysterious patterns was floating. In the middle, two strange words Snow Charmer were imprinted. Although Han Sen did not know the language, he somehow knew what it meant. Han-sen summoned the spirit, and the stone suddenly flew out of his mind, turning into her figure. Snow Charmer, kill those mutant creatures, Han-sen thought. Snow Charmer immediately raised her ice spear and moved toward the mutant creatures. Initially, the creatures inside the spirit shelter were following Snow Charmer's command, fearless and regulated. However, when they lost her control, they suddenly became a mob. They lost their cooperation between each other immediately. Although they were still great in number, they no longer had the threat they just did. Snow Charmer wielded her spear and entered the group of mutant creatures. Her fitness was better than normal mutant creatures initially. With her great intelligence and spear skills, she killed her way into the mutant creatures and slaughtered a snow wolf very soon. Snow Charmer killed a mutant creature, Snow-Toothed Wolf. Beast soul of Snow-Toothed Wolf gained. Do you want to withdraw the beast's soul? A voice sounded in Han-sen's mind as Snow Charmer killed the Snow-Toothed Wolf. Withdraw. Han-sen did not feel surprised by that. He had studied how to use a spirit before. According to other people's experience, after he gained the fealty of a spirit, he could withdraw the beast souls that the spirit gained from killing creatures anytime. Equally, he could transfer his beast souls to the spirit. Spirits were loyal subordinates. However, after giving their allegiance to humans, spirits would become integrated with their spirit stones. They would thus lose the ability to come back from death infinitely. If they were killed after they became servants, they would die for real. When the spirits were killed, the beast souls they carried would also disappear. Therefore, one must be careful when giving beast souls to a spirit. Although there were many limitations, the intelligence, skills, and ability to make judgment of spirits made them much better than ordinary beast souls. Especially, spirits had the ability to use beast souls, which meant they could be used like human partners, while beast souls were more like tools. The spear was wielded like a tornado. The lean body of Snow Charmer gave off incredible strength. A snow bear was hunted soon. Snow Charmer killed mutant creature Snow Polar Bear. No beast soul gained. The creatures outside the hall became a mess. They either ran away or defended themselves only, no longer fierce as before. The gang members chased the creatures in the excitement, looking back at Snow Charmer, who looked like Athena admiringly from time to time. She was an aristocrat spirit and so elegant and gorgeous. She was even a great fighter. Which man could see her and say they don't envy Han-sen? Han-sen had already been envisioning the future when he will take a troop formed of all kinds of spirits and rule Second God's sanctuary. Whoever standing in his way would be killed. No one would ever dare to challenge him. The battle only lasted a little over an hour. Lots of creatures ran out of the spirit shelter and many were killed by the humans. Snow Charmer alone killed 4 mutant creatures. Han-sen himself killed 2. However, he did not gain other beast souls other than the wolf. We conquered the aristocrat spirit shelter. Suyu and other young people still thought it was hard to believe, as if they were in a dream. We made it. Many people hugged each other, shouting and jumping up and down. Many among the people who followed Han-sen here almost had a death wish. When they were trapped, they became almost desperate. However, who knows that they would have such an ending? Most of the people were only slightly injured. None was killed. They took down an aristocrat spirit shelter just like that, which must be a miracle. The person who created a miracle was undoubtedly the man who broke the blockage of a dozen mutant creatures and a spirit and took the spirit stone. Brother, will you sell me this spirit? You can ask for any price. Zhu Ting regarded Snow Charmer with his mouth watering. No way. Han-sen turned Zhu Ting down. Of course, Han-sen would keep a spirit like Snow Charmer for himself. Although a spirit was no human, and there was no way she could warm his bed, he would feel happy every time she served him a drink or something. In addition, Snow Charmer was a great help to Han-sen at this point. Zhu Ting did not want to let it go and insisted. How about I give up the S-Class St. Hall license and you trade her for Treading Cloud? No. Han-sen turned him down without even thinking. He had lots of S-Class St. Hall licenses, while needed a spirit like Snow Charmer terribly. The broadsword in Zheng Guoxing's hand was still dripping blood. He looked to Han-sen with a complex look, not sure what he was feeling. For 20 years, he had never been as relaxed as this moment. Young Manly's eyes were focused on Snow Charmer. She envied Han-sen so much. The guy had very good luck as always. It was the first spirit shelter he conquered, and he already gained the fealty of the spirit. Uncle King was squinting. No one knew what he was thinking. However, his look was also quite complicated. Han-sen and the rest took down the aristocrat spirit shelter. Is it true? Of course it's true. Someone had already been there. People of Goddess Gang had already stationed there and carved the words Goddess Gang on the gate. Damn it. 20 people took down the aristocrat shelter. That is so fake. How did they achieve that? No idea. However, there must be many people regretting to death. What do you mean? Regretting what? So many people used to be the members of Goddess Gang. In the end, when Hansen said they were going to conquer the spirit shelter, most people quit. Now that the spirit was taken down, each current member could have a room to themselves and live there for free forever. In addition, they were also given large amount of meat. Do you think those who had left would regret? They must feel so bad. However, Hansen would still recruit people. Goddess Gang only had 20 people at this point, so that it must be hard for them to keep the entire shelter. They will definitely be recruiting. Hansen said that he will admit no one that had left already. It doesn't matter who talks to him. The way he's doing things, many people will be offended. He does not need to be afraid of offending anyone. People of Starry Group had to be respectful to him. He said he would conquer the spirit shelter, and he just did. With such a background and ability, he needs to fear no one. I'll bet all those who had left are regretting to death now. If they want to go to the shelter, they must pay a big protection fee. If they want a room, they must pay very high rent. All of the things they could have enjoyed for free. Meat of evil-blooded condor eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. After eating evil-blooded condor for days, Hansen eventually gained 1 sacred Geno point. However, it was so slow that Hansen simply threw the rest to the Archangel since he was no longer willing to eat the same thing. A huge benefit of having his own gang was that Hansen did not need to fight himself to gain different types of ordinary and primitive creatures. Hansen picked some smaller ordinary and primitive creatures to eat, gaining several ordinary or primitive Geno points every day, which gave him a much faster progress than the bird leg. I will first fill up my ordinary and primitive Geno points. The progress I make in my fitness is quite great. Hansen did not go out for adventures at the time being. He went to God's sanctuary to eat ordinary and primitive meat to gain some Geno points every day and read his books on Daphne the rest of the time. When Daphne finally arrived at the destination, Hansen had already gained 84 ordinary Geno points, 35 primitive Geno points, and 1 sacred Geno point. His basic fitness was already 80 plus. With all kinds of assistance, he could achieve 90 plus for a short amount of time. At this time, Daphne had already arrived at the Crystallizer Ruin. Initially, Hansen thought the so-called Crystallizer Ruin should be an ancient city or base. However, when he saw a real Crystallizer Ruin, he understood how naive he had been. Watching the gigantic planet that looked like a brilliant diamond, Hansen felt more shocked than he could describe. This planet, more than 10 times the size of planet Roka, was the Crystallizer Ruin they were going to explore. All kinds of crystallizer architectures were spread around on the planet. As Hansen was astonished by the glamour and grandeur of the Crystallizer Ruin, he suddenly sensed heat from his chest. Feeling shocked, Hansen quickly reached inside his clothes and grabbed the 9-life cat pendant. Suddenly, he felt like he had grabbed a boiled egg. The 9-life cat was giving off incredible heat. The closer he got to the Crystallizer Ruin, the hotter the pendant became. When Hansen entered the atmosphere of the planet, the pendant was almost scorching. After some preparation, the expert panel, Warframe Department, Explosion Department, and Marines took their equipment and left the warship, beginning their exploration. When the work began, everyone was banned from entering God's sanctuary again. Since the cookhouse did not need to go to the field, Hansen felt quite bored every day. However, since most people on the warship had already landed on the planet, he and Jai Yanran could see each other secretly quite often. Such a huge planet. We have only these people. How long would it take for us to finish the work if we look into one architecture after another? I don't think we could finish it in a century. Hansen felt quite upset when watching the field recordings in Jai Yanran's office. If this went on forever, he would probably stay here for his entire service. Jai Yanran smiled and said, "Who would be so dumb to discover one after another? That way, with these people, it would take us 500 to 1,000 years to finish 1% of the work." Jai Yanran paused and then continued, "Crystallizers had different ranks. Their architectures follow a certain rule. As long as we find one entrance, we could access their treasure. Since the device could not scan the internal structure of the architectures, we must rely on the experts specialized in crystallizer civilization to find the right entrance. Can't we just blast it away?" Hansen asked. The crystal material of their architectures is very unique. Not only is it tough, but it will also expand once blasted. At that time, the internal space would be completely blocked, which would make the excavation work even harder. Jai Yanran drank some water and continued, "This is not the real problem though. Since the experts and professors are here, the entrance could always be located sooner or later. However, if the Crystallizer Ruin is still working, that will truly be challenging." As Hansen was about to ask what kind of challenge there could be, he suddenly heard an explosion. Looking at the live recordings of the field, Hansen saw a red crystal the size of a fist floating next to a crystal wall. The crystal blinked with red light twice and something weird happened. The red crystal quickly expanded and changed its form, turning into the same vehicle as the multifunction excavator that was doing the fieldwork. It quickly rushed toward the original excavator. Bang bang. It only took 2 blows for the crystal excavator to smash the one it imitated. The crystal vehicle headed toward the excavation team. The soldiers in Warframe department quickly turned on their warframes and charged the crystal excavator. Because they did not want to damage the architectures, they refrained from using massive weapons, with only laser guns and swords in their hands. Luckily, the red crystal only imitated a multifunction excavator, so it was soon shot down into pieces, turning into a pool of red liquid that then evaporated. It seems that we are out of luck. This crystallizer ruin is still operating. I'm afraid this task would not be completed that easily, Jai Yanran said with a wry smile. What is that? Han Sen was shocked. It is a defense crystal of crystallizers. The Alliance calls it a simulating crystal. Once scanned by it, it could imitate the shape of anything including mechanics and creatures. However, its texture will still be the same red crystal, so the simulation was not complete, explained Jai Yanran. What an amazing civilization, Han Sen complimented. Very amazing and very dangerous. There are many deadly crystallizer technologies that we don't even know about. We found it. We found the entrance. A surprised voice suddenly came from the live recordings. Han Sen and Jai Yanran quickly looked at the footage and saw Chen Shaoxin and several professors standing in front of an excavated architecture, looking inside, full of surprise. It seems everything is going smooth. I hope we could locate the treasure soon. Jai Yanran felt slightly relieved. However, in the next moment, the holographic image suddenly broke off. Jai Yanran quickly contacted Chen Shaoxin and the rest using Comlink, but there was no answer. Something's wrong. Jai Yanran suddenly became pale and summoned all the officers on the warship. The communications team was trying to reach people in the field. However, they were completely out of touch as if they had disappeared. There were not a lot of people stationing on Daphne to begin with, so even the cookhouse was summoned. Including the medical team, the repair team and the cookhouse, there were only less than 40 people. We must figure out what's happening first, Jai Yanran said with her brows knitted. Several top experts and scholars specialized in crystallizer civilization were in the field. If they were gone for no reasons, Jai Yanran would be facing harsh sanction if she returned without figuring out why. She might even be sent to the military court. In addition, many officers and soldiers including Chen Shaoxin were also on the planet, so Jai Yanran should not go back before taking a look. However, people who were staying on the warship were mostly non-combatants including officers in charge of ship operation, medicine, and cooking. There were very few people that could be deployed. Jai Yanran reviewed all the talents she got on hand and gritted her teeth. I asked for 5 soldiers who is good at Warframe operation to follow me to the field, figuring out what is happening. I'm rather good at Warframe. Let me follow you, Han Sen said quickly. Naturally, he could not stay on the ship while letting Jai Yanran risk her life. In addition, he wanted to figure out why the 9-life cat pendant would react to the crystallizer ruin. The 7 of them quickly left the warship and got on a field truck to go to the excavation site. Because it was not far from the warship, it only took them half an hour to get to the destination. Looking out of the field truck, all sorts of equipment were intact. Nothing was damaged, and there was no evidence of a fight. The only thing broken was the multifunction excavator. Seeing no blood, everyone felt relieved. At least those people were not under attack. Maintain the order. Transferring scanned data. Communications good. All sorts of information kept flashing on the warframes. Some sent from the truck, some from Daphne. Their warframes were also transmitting data back. Although everyone had been highly vigilant, nothing really happened. They reached the entrance the professors found with no trouble. It was a black crystal gate more than 100 feet tall, decorated with lots of complicated patterns. There were dots and circles and lines, as well as some triangular shapes. There were no obvious rules to how they were put together. It looked sort of like the guts of a mechanical clock. Quite mysterious. Captain, shall we go inside to take a look? Lai Lu asked Jai Yanran. Jai Yanran did not answer Lai Lu and felt astonished at the black gate. She quickly said to Han Sen using a private channel. Han Sen, I will take people down and have a look. You stay here. Why? Han Sen knew she must have noticed something. Otherwise, she would not have said that. This is the ruin of some crystallizer royalties, and it's still running. It is too dangerous down there. Since you know nothing about crystallizers, you might trigger some dangerous traps. Just stay here, Jai Yanran said. I will follow you, Han Sen said. This is an order, Jai Yanran said seriously. Your order is not valid on me, Han Sen said softly. Jai Yanran was trying to say something else when she suddenly heard screams from the field truck. All of them quickly looked to the truck and saw the 2 soldiers stationing in the truck had gone out, rushing to them in warframes. What has happened? What has happened? Please report. Please report. Lai Lu tried to ask what had happened through the comlink but found all he could hear was noise of current. Han Sen quickly checked his comlink and found his warframe had lost all communications to Daphne. The system was down. Behind the 2 soldiers, lots of fist-sized red crystal were floating in the air like red light bulbs. With a glance, one could not tell how many there were, but there were at least hundreds or 1,000 of them. Simulating crystal. How come there are so many? Everyone was shocked. No wonder the 2 soldiers started to run. Whoever saw so many simulating crystals would do the same. Previously, Han Sen had already witnessed how powerful a simulating crystal was. As long as it scanned something, it could turn into the exact same thing. If hundreds or thousands of simulating crystals scanned the warframes or field trucks, they would be killed instantaneously facing all those vehicles. In addition, more simulating crystals were coming this way, growing in numbers. Jai Yanran had understood where the expert panel had gone, and she had to repeat their option. The closest simulating crystals had already caught up with the 2 soldiers. With a flash of red light, the crystals flashed at their warframes like a camera and quickly turned into red crystal warframes of the same style. They landed quickly and continued to chase the 2 soldiers. More and more simulating crystals became warframes and joined them. Lai Lu could not help drawing laser guns to attack the red crystal warframes to save his 2 comrades. No, it was too late for Jai Yanran to stop him. Lai Lu's shot made a huge hole in one of the red crystal warframes. However, instantaneously, all the red crystal warframes drew their laser guns and shot in their direction. Boom boom. The warframes of the 2 soldiers closest to the crystals exploded immediately, turning into burning crap iron, while the red crystal warframes were still shooting this way. Retreat into the ruin. Han Sen operated his warframe to go into the black crystal gate. Retreat to the ruin. Immediately, Jai Yanran followed Han Sen and commanded in a clear voice. Lai Lu, whose eyes were bloodshot, gritted his teeth and ordered the other 2 soldiers to retreat into the ruin while covering them by going last. Boom. As Jai Yanran and Han Sen just entered the black crystal gate, they heard a loud noise. The warframe of Lai Lu had already exploded. Seeing the warframe of Lai Lu was shot down, the 2 soldiers shot at the red crystal warframes madly using laser guns. Come inside. Quickly, Jai Yanran exclaimed at the 2 soldiers, but it was too late. Although the 2 soldiers shot down a few red crystal warframes, they were taken out by more simulating crystals. Go! Han Sen exclaimed and used his warframe arm to push Jai Yanran's. Although those people were not his friends yet, Han Sen felt upset seeing fellow humans die. Behind the black crystal gate, there was a crystal path. Jai Yanran led Han Sen to go forward but did not dare to go too fast. The expert panel should have already entered the ruin. If there were any traps, they should have triggered those already. Being yelled at Han Sen, Jai Yanran suddenly understood that and operated her warframe at full speed to go forward. After they ran for several miles, they entered a huge architecture like a shelter. Many paths were interconnected. Where are we going? Jai Yanran took a look, but paths looked identical to each other. She had no idea where they were supposed to go. In addition, the paths were so narrow that the warframes could not pass. Follow me. Han Sen gritted his teeth, came out of the warframe, and turned it into a briefcase. He ran ahead with the warframe in his hand. Jai Yanran copied Han Sen's moves and followed him. As Han Sen just entered the path, he quickly summoned the snow-toothed wolf. A snow wolf suddenly appeared in front of Han Sen. It was a beast soul mount, but Han Sen did not mean to ride on it, only commanding it to go forward. Han Sen planned to use the snow-toothed wolf as a scout. He knew very little about crystallizer ruins. However, since Jai Yanran did not have any idea, he must make a decision, even if he did not know whether his decision was right or not. It sounds quiet now. Let's stop. When reaching something like a bridge, Han Sen looked down and stopped, looking at the weird crystal statues. Jai Yanran listened carefully and indeed heard no sound. She felt relieved and looked to the crystal statues about 50 feet tall each. The statues were made of crystals of different colors. The shapes of them looked rather odd. They were nothing like humans or animals. Those are the deities that crystallizers worshipped. Most crystallizer ruins had statues like these, explained Jai Yanran as she looked around. Han Sen did not seem to be listening but fixed his eyes on one statue. Come out, otherwise I would not be polite. Han Sen squeezed the warframe case in his hand and yelled coldly at the statue. Jai Yanran looked to the statue, feeling puzzled. She did not see anything, but very soon, someone walked from behind the statue. Tang Xin, how are you here? Where is everyone else? Jai Yanran saw who it was and asked with her brows knitted. I don't know. We scattered. Why are you here as well? Tang Xin walked to the two of them as he said, stop, otherwise I will shoot. Han Sen quickly drew his mini laser gun from his waist, pointed it at Tang Xin and said coldly, why should I stop? Tang Xin did not pay Han Sen any mind and continued to approach them. Boom. Without any hesitation, Han Sen shot at Tang Xin's head, taking half of his skull away. Han Sen, what did you do? Jai Yanran was startled, not sure why Han Sen did it. However, Jai Yanran knew Han Sen must have a reason. Although Tang Xin had offended Han Sen before, Jai Yanran knew he was not someone who would commit murder because of a small grudge. Without Han Sen explaining, she saw what was wrong. With half of his skull grown, Tang Xin did not fall immediately but turned around. On Tang Xin's back, a pink crystal the size of a duck egg was set in his muscles. Red crystal hair was growing from the crystal, driven into his entire back like veins, blinking red light as if he got new heart. It looked both weird and sickening. Parasite crystal. Jai Yanran was astonished, quickly drew her gun and aimed at the crystal like Han Sen, ready to shot. Before Jai Yanran shot Tang Xin, a slim hair grew from the crystal and wrapped Tang Xin up entirely like a mummy. Boom boom boom. Jai Yanran and Han Sen shot at the mummy like Tang Xin repeatedly, but to no avail. The laser guns only broke a part of the crystal hair, which quickly grew again. Laser weapons are useless. Use beast souls. They suddenly heard a voice say. Han Sen and Jai Yanran turned back and saw Professor Lai Mingteng and several young researchers coming from a path nearby. It was Lai Mingteng who said that. Before Han Sen summoned his beast souls, someone came from behind Lai Mingteng. He held a beast soul sword and slashed at Tang Xin and the crystal repeatedly, breaking the crystal. A cookhouse soldier does not belong here. Wang, who took back his beast soul sword, stared at Han Sen coldly and said, a cookhouse soldier is also soldier, Han Sen said calmly. If you want to throw your life away, suit yourself, Wang Hu said contemptuously and ignored Han Sen. He walked to Jai Yanran and said, Captain, why are you down here? You should not be here. Professor, what did you find? Jai Yanran ignored Wang Hu and asked Lai Mingteng. Lai Mingteng said, we found the entrance to the ruin and discovered that this is the ruin of crystallizer royalties. However, there were suddenly a huge number of stimulating crystals. Having lost the connection to Daphne, we had to retreat into the ruin. Later on, we were attacked by parasite crystals. Many people were affected. We wandered off in the mess. Where are Chen Xiaoshan and Lin Heifeng? Jai Yanran asked. Lai Mingteng shook his head and said, there were so many soldiers and researchers affected by parasite crystals. It was all a huge mess and I did not notice them. Jai Yanran frowned slightly. What Lai Mingteng said was similar to what she had expected to happen. People scattered in the ruin, so it would be hard for her to find everybody. Professor, do you know the way out? Jai Yanran looked at the surroundings and no longer knew the directions. This architecture of crystallizers looked like a metropolitan built with crystal. It was not easy to find a way out at all. All we need to do is to continue forward. Maybe we will find the treasure very soon, said Wang Hu. Lai Mingteng also said, Captain, since you are already here, and there are a lot of stimulating crystals outside, we could not leave anytime soon. It makes sense for us to take Wang Hu's advice and look around first. If we could locate the treasure, we would be able to finish the task and have some clues as to how we should leave this place. Having studied the crystallizer's civilization diligently, Jai Yanran knew what Lai Mingteng said was correct. However, it was the ruin of a crystallizer royalty. There were only several people without even a surpasser among them, so it was still quite dangerous for them to walk around. However, she did not have other options than to agree to their suggestions and go deeper. Of course, the researchers did not march blindly. Based on their understanding of crystallizer civilization, they could make judgments about which architecture was designed for what. Based on general rules of crystallizer civilization, they could calculate where the treasure was. Although the result was not exactly precise, they had the rough direction correct. Han Sen, stay close to me. Do not go far, Jai Yanran told Han Sen in a low voice. Wang Hu heard Jai Yanran and said to Han Sen sarcastically, Captain, you took a cookhouse soldier down here. Are you trying to protect him, or should he protect you? Wang, please focus on your own job. This is not your concern, Jai Yanran said to Wang Hu coldly. Wang Hu snorted and said nothing. Lai Mingteng quickly tried to mediate. We are in danger now, so we should all work together to find the treasure. The more people we have, the more powerful we are. In addition, Han Sen was also a graduate of a famous military academy. Shortly, another black crystal gate was standing in front of them. also decorated with those complicated patterns. Seeing the black crystal gate and the patterns, Lai Mingteng was overjoyed. He quickly walked to the gate and examined the patterns inch by inch. Fantastic. This place is indeed the ruin of a crystallizer king. Lai Mingteng watched for a while and turned back excitedly. Professor, what do the patterns mean? Although Jai Yanran had done her study, it was impossible for her to understand those patterns. Lai Mingteng explained in excitement, I could only figure out a small part of it. This crystallizer king came from Dia Galaxy. Dia Galaxy, the mother galaxy where crystallizers originated. Jai Yanran looked surprised. Indeed, it is the birthplace of crystallizer civilization, the Lost Galaxy. Lai Mingteng looked exhilarated. Han Sen felt quite confused. He did not understand most part of it. All he knew was that the crystallizer king seemed to be of high rank and possess lots of treasure. Other researchers also looked hyped, as if they had found a gold mine. Han Sen did not understand anything about crystallizer civilization and Dia Galaxy. However, the 9-life cat dependent on his neck was getting hotter and hotter. It seemed that he was approaching something that was affecting it. Under Lai Mingteng's command, the researchers took out their tools and started to prise the black crystal gate. They were very skilled at it. It took them less than half an hour to prise it open. Light suddenly penetrated the gap. Ouch! A researcher that was shone upon by the light screamed and rolled around on the floor. The places on his body exposed to the light became scorched, from his face to his waist. The black mark went deep inside his flesh. Everyone became astonished. They quickly pulled the guy away from the light. Han Sen was also dumbstruck. It only took a little while for the injured places on the researcher to be infected. Someone quickly took out the first aid kit to treat the wound, but it was useless. The researcher passed away very soon. However, Lai Mingteng stared at the light and said excitedly, this is the wandering light of crystals because there were a large number of crystals inside. This might be a historic discovery in the history of crystallizer research. Prepare fast. Whoever had succeeded in practicing microcrystals should follow me inside to look for the treasure. Other people stay here. Professor, you could not go inside. Jai Yanran stopped Lai Mingteng. Why not? Lai Mingteng was dazed. It is too dangerous inside. In addition, a huge discovery like this had to be made under the surveillance of AI according to Alliance laws, said Jai Yanran. Lai Mingteng quickly said, as long as one has succeeded in practicing microcrystal, one could resist the wandering light of crystal. The risk is minimum. Sorry, Professor, we must stick to the rules. The ruin is right here and will not go anywhere. When we go out and gain connections to Daphne, we will come back for it. Professor, I told you long ago that if we didn't get rid of this woman, she would ruin it all for us. Wang Hu and other researchers stood around Han Sen and Jai Yanran with a murderous look on their faces. Wang Hu, you are also a soldier of the Alliance. Aren't you afraid of the sanction by military laws? Jai Yanran exclaimed at Wang Hu. Military laws. Wang Hu smiled contemptuously, summoned a golden beast soul sword and slashed at Han Sen who was next to Jai Yanran. He snorted and said, there is no laws here. Han Sen stayed calm and pulled Jai Yanran back. However, the two other researchers also summoned Beast Soul weapons and attacked them fiercely. A Beast Soul dagger appeared in Jai Yanran's hand, blocking the weapon of one researcher. Han Sen turned his body sideways and dodged a blow from the other researcher. At the same time, he approached the researcher and put Cursed Wolf dagger on his neck. Do not move, unless you want to see him killed. Before Han Sen finished his sentence, Wang Hu threw himself at the researcher in front of Han Sen and cut him in half. Without a stop, the golden sword continued to approach Han Sen. Han Sen's eyes became cold. He raised the Cursed Wolf dagger at the golden sword and quickly stepped back. He did not realize that Wang Hu was so cruel that he did not even care about life and death of one of his own, so Han Sen was a bit slow. Crack! Unexpectedly, the Cursed Wolf dagger was cut off by the golden sword. A cut was made on Han Sen's forehead. Although the cut was not that deep, blood started to flow. You are dead, Wang Hu said coldly. His body generated incredible strength and caught up with Han Sen like a shadow. Making another slash at Han Sen, Wang Hu moved fast and fierce. Han Sen was not affected by the situation. With anger in his eyes, he lamented the loss of the Cursed Wolf dagger. He had not suffered such a loss in a long time. But it is not that easy for you kill me. Han Sen snorted, his heart thumping like thunder. Moving his legs, Han Sen fiercely dodged the sword of Wang Hu and threw a punch at his face. Seeing Han Sen fought Wang Hu with no disadvantage, everyone else was shocked. Wang Hu was an evolver whose fitness was over 100. For Han Sen, a cookhouse soldier, to be his match, it was absolutely astonishing. You indeed have some secrets, Wang Hu snorted and said. Why are you standing there and watch? Kill Jai Yanran right away. The researchers then came back to themselves and attacked Jai Yanran. Although they did not dare to kill her as Wang Hu said, Jai Yanran was in danger and was about to be caught. Han Sen obviously understood what Wang Hu was thinking. With Jai Yanran taken hostage, Wang Hu did not even need to fight Han Sen anymore to beat him. You're a good fighter. However, you are too naive. Han Sen summoned the Spirit Stone. Shortly, an elegant beauty in ice armor appeared next to Jai Yanran, wielding her ice spear and fending off the researchers, saving Jai Yanran from the crisis. Spirit. Is that an aristocrat spirit? The researchers looked surprised. Judging by the ability of this spirit, she was a top aristocrat spirit, which was so rare. With Snow Charmer helping Jai Yanran, the researchers could not approach them anytime soon. Snow Charmer, take Yanran away. Han Sen thought and transferred the Golden Growler and Desert Bird to Snow Charmer. Snow Charmer was a good rider to begin with. On the back of the Golden Growler, she wielded her ice spear and cleared a path among the researchers with the help of Desert Bird. However, before Snow Charmer pulled Jai Yanran on the Golden Growler, a figure suddenly appeared next to Jai Yanran with no warning. A mini laser gun was pointed to Jai Yanran's head. Professor Lai Mingtang. Jai Yanran looked to that person, shocked. Unexpectedly, it was Lai Mingtang. Judging by his speed, Lai was even faster than Wang Hu. It was so hard to imagine that Lai Mingtang, who was the weak and polite scholar, would have such fitness, even stronger than Wang Hu. Wang Hu, stop, Lai Mingtang said calmly. Wang Hu stared at Han Sen coldly and went back to the side of Lai Mingtang. Han Sen did not chase him, staring at Lai Mingtang without speaking. Captain, I do not mean to kill you or become the enemy of the Jis, so I will have to ask you to cooperate for a little while. When we find the treasure, I will let you go, said Lai Mingtang. Then he looked to Han Sen and said, the same applies to you. Be our hostage and I will not kill you. When everything is over, you can leave together with her. Han Sen did not reply but moved fast and dashed to the Black Crystal Gate. Not expecting Han Sen to act this way, Lai Mingtang and Wang Hu were slow in their reaction. Han Sen had disappeared in the Black Crystal Gate. Damn it, that bastard had practiced micro crystal. Seeing Han Sen was not hurt by the light when the expression changed. Doesn't matter, there is only one way going into the core area. He could not go away. Lai Mingtang did not mind it, looked at Jai Yanran, and asked other researchers to lock her up. Zhang and Liu, you two have been rather successful in practicing micro crystal, so you should not fear the wandering light. Follow Wang Hu and me inside. The rest shall wait here. Shouldn't we kill her? Wang Hu glanced at Jai Yanran. It is troublesome to piss off the Jis. In addition, we don't know what is happening inside, so we should make the decision later. If we could not catch Han Sen with her as our hostage, we will have some leverage, Lai Mingtang said calmly, taking his men to enter the Black Crystal Gate. Wang Hu and the other two researchers followed Lai Mingtang, while the rest were watching Jai Yanran. After entering the Black Crystal Gate, Han Sen felt his eyes were prickling. Although there was no sun, the light was so strong that it felt like there were a million magnesium lights. As the light hit his body, Han Sen, who was already using microcrystal, still felt heat on his skin. The light is so strong here that I don't believe they could see anything clearly, Han Sen thought and took out a small mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he summoned the Beetle Knight, which walked into the mirror and walked out as Han Sen. Han Sen hid behind the Black Crystal Gate, controlling his doppelganger to run toward the other end of the tunnel. Shortly, Lai Mingtang and Wang Hu caught up with him. Seeing the doppelganger, they ran after it with no hesitation. Han Sen hid behind the Black Crystal Gate, controlling his doppelganger to run toward the other end of the tunnel. Shortly, Lai Mingtang and Wang Hu caught up with him. Seeing the doppelganger, they ran after it with no hesitation. You are all official researchers in the Alliance. Haven't you thought about the consequences? Jai Yanran frowned at the researchers and said, Consequences? Captain, you are indeed so naive. Do you think we will stay in the Alliance after we succeed? A researcher sneered with contempt. For something inside the crystallizer ruin, you are willing to give up everything in the Alliance without knowing what it is? Jai Yanran asked. At the same time, Jai Yanran understood that these people had a plan since long ago. This was no improvised rebellion. Jai Yanran wanted to ask again, but the researchers stopped talking. One of them slapped some tape on her mouth. You used to be the almighty captain. Well, now you should tread carefully. Otherwise, we would not be polite with you. After he said it, he saw how helpless and beautiful Jai Yanran was, being locked up. Feeling tempted, he wanted to touch her face. Ouch! Momentarily, a figure flashed by, and the entire hand of the researcher was cut off and sent into the air. The researcher held his broken arm and screamed shrilly, It's you. The other researchers saw who it was and became astonished. Who else could it be? Han Sen reached out to cut off the chains on Jai Yanren's body. The researchers quickly took out laser guns, ready to shoot the two of them. However, before they pulled the trigger, an elegant woman appeared behind them. Sweeping her spear, she knocked them all over. Han Sen dashed forward like a wild beast, throwing one punch at each researcher, sending them into a coma without a chance to fight back. How come you are here? Where are Lai Mingtang and the rest? Jai Yanren was overjoyed and surprised, throwing herself into Han Sen's arms. Since you're here, how could I be somewhere else? Han Sen stroked her hair lovingly and continued, they have entered the core area. I don't believe they will come out anytime soon. After feeling thrilled, Jai Yanren walked over to those researchers and woke one of them up. She pointed her laser gun at his head and commanded, answer my questions. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Haha. The researcher only gave her a strange smile. The next moment, blood came out from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. The guy died instantaneously. Han Sen and Jai Yanren were both shocked. All people feared death and would strive for survival if there was the slightest chance. However, this researcher was so resolute that he poisoned himself immediately, which was abnormal. They woke the other researchers up, but the result was all the same. They hid their poison somewhere and ended their lives immediately after they woke up. Strange, it is really strange. These people would not even face death sentence after they returned to the Alliance. They would end up in jail most likely. Since they would have a chance to regain freedom anyway, why would they commit suicide like this? Something must be off. Jai Yanren was shocked, watching the dead bodies of the researchers. Even the coldest assassin could not be as resolute as this. Han Sen reached out and took out everything in the researchers' clothes. Nothing was suspicious. They did not even have many private items. There were basically all tools necessary for the excavation work. However, one thing caught Han Sen's attention. Each of these researchers had a card holder full of different types of crystal cards. Some were memory chips, some were credit cards, some were access cards and work permits. And there were many membership cards of different corporations and shops. However, among all the cards, one seemingly ordinary crystal card caught Han Sen's attention. It looked like an access card, which most people had a few in their life. Access cards like that opened doors to homes or working space. However, each of the researchers carried such a card. Although they were of different color and design, Han Sen still could tell it was the same access card. Because on the back of the access cards there was a hidden image of a red beast with its head and tail connected. It had a look between a cat and a fox. Han Sen was more than familiar with this image of 9-life cat. What do we do now? Jai Yanren suddenly became confused. I want to have a look in the core area again, Han Sen said hesitantly. If you went inside alone, it would be dangerous for Jai Yanren to stay put. Then I will go with you, Jai Yanren said decisively. Did you practice microcrystal? Han Sen looked at Jai Yanren, surprised. I have not practiced microcrystal. However, bone energy of my family makes me immune to the wandering light as well. Jai Yanren was quite proud. Are you sure? Han Sen had no idea what kind of hypergeno art bone energy was, so he confirmed it with Jai Yanren. Otherwise, do you think my family would let me come here? Jai Yanren spit out her tongue and smiled prettily. Entering the black crystal gate, Han Sen felt his eyes were prickling from the blinding light. Jai Yanren gave Han Sen a pair of glasses, which made it much easier for him after putting it on. Inspecting the patterns carved on the tunnel, he still did not understand what they meant. After going through the tunnel, the two reached a corridor with many rooms on the sides. Han Sen took a look and found several rooms had been opened. They carefully looked into several other rooms and found they were all empty. Lai Mingting must have taken what was inside, Jai Yanren said after a while. How do you know there used to be something? Han Sen asked, puzzled. I have studied a lot of materials on crystallizer civilization. Based on the design of these rooms, they should be crystallizers' storage units. Although they did not contain as many crystals as the treasure, items used less often and trophies would be placed here. Jai Yanren pointed to the round holes on the floor of the room and continued, these holes are actually transport tunnels. However, only crystallizers could open them to transport items directly to the storage. Why didn't they open these doors then? Jai Yanren walked up to a closed storage room, observed the patterns on the door and said, I still haven't learned enough about crystallizer culture, so I do not understand well what these patterns mean. But I think they did not open the stores because these patterns symbolize something like danger or warning. Makes sense. Han Sen nodded and followed Jai Yanren. Because Han Sen used the doppelganger of Beetle Knight to lead the group of people inside, he did not have much to worry since it was just a doppelganger. He controlled it to run fast and only stopped when the doppelganger had got rid of those people completely. The doppelganger had already reached something like an underground plaza full of those statues of strange crystallizer deities. At this point, there were many forks on the path. Hansen decided to stop the doppelganger and commanded it to climb up a huge statue and hide in the ears of the statue. Very soon, Hansen saw Lai Mingteng, Wang Hu, and others enter the underground plaza. It seems that he's not afraid of dying here. Researcher Zhang snorted after failing to find Hansen by looking around. He gets to live because he ran fast. If we caught up with him, he would be doomed. If it were me, I would run as well, Wang Hu said quietly. With so many forks, who knows where he went? If we follow a path now, he could return to the entrance without us knowing. That would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Zhang said. After examining the different paths, Lai Mingteng shook his head and said, these paths are no joke. If he enters the wrong one, he would not be able to return alive. Professor, where do these paths lead? Wang Hu frowned and asked. These paths should all lead to the nurseries of crystallizers. At the end of each path, there should be a nursery. Crystallizers pay a lot of attention to their nurseries, so there must be some significant traps. Even surpassers could not guarantee coming back alive, Lai Mingteng explained. Are there really crystallizers inside? Wang Hu asked again. Dead ones, maybe. We have not found any living crystallizers so far, replied Lai Mingteng casually. The access should be under this statue. Come and push it aside. The two researchers quickly turned their warframes on and drove over to push aside the 15 feet tall statue. Indeed, when the statue was moved aside, an entrance was exposed underneath. However, before they had time to look at it, they heard a crackling noise inside the entrance. Lai Mingteng suddenly gasped, "Come back immediately." However, the two researchers did not have time to react when a golden shadow rushed out from the entrance. It was a golden crystal shaped like a 12x12 Rubik's Cube, spinning continuously. For some unknown technology, it was floating in the air. After the golden Rubik's Cube emerged, as the pieces turned, golden lightsabers of a dozen feet long were shot from its core. The golden lightsabers flashed as the Rubik's Cube moved around, cutting the warframe of a researcher into pieces instantly. The other researcher became pale and drew his laser gun to shoot at the Rubik's Cube. Lai Mingteng fished something like a grenade from his clothes and threw it far away. With a distant noise, the golden Rubik's Cube surprisingly left Lai Mingteng alone and rushed toward the noise. Now, Lai Mingteng quickly went down the entrance, and Wang Hu followed hastily. After circling around the spot where the grenade exploded, the Rubik's Cube seemed to know it had been tricked, turned around, went down the entrance, and disappeared from Hansen's sight. Fortunately, I chose to hide here, otherwise when my real body and Yanren arrived here, we might die without even knowing what has happened. As Hansen was deep in his thoughts, he saw something climbing out from the spot of the explosion of the specially made grenade. Hansen glanced at it and was covered in cold sweat. From the gaps of crystal climbed out a little thing green and transparent, looking like a unicorn beetle. Hansen remained still, watching the unicorn beetle made of green crystal climbing out of the gaps made by Lai Mingteng's grenade. The unicorn beetle was the size of a fist. It did not climb fast, and the gap was not wide. It took the beetle some effort to climb to the ground. Compared with the golden Rubik's Cube and simulating crystals, this unicorn beetle was obviously quite clumsy. It was climbing slowly, and it seemed it could not fly either. After climbing for a short distance, the horn of the beetle clashed with a statue. The little thing was so dumb that it did not even know how to turn. Struggling with its feet, it tried to move forward. However, its strength was obviously minimal so that it could not move the statue at all. The beetle looked like a toy car going around in circles. After some observation, Hansen found that this guy was both dumb and weak. It could not be compared to the golden Rubik's Cube at all and did not seem that dangerous. Hansen thought about it and climbed out of the ear of the statue, throwing a crystal near the unicorn beetle. Startled by the sound, the unicorn beetle forgot about the statue it was trying to move, turned around and climbed toward the crystal that had fallen. Shortly, it touched the crystal, which was only slightly bigger than a fist. Using its horn to leverage the crystal, the unicorn beetle only managed to shake the crystal slightly and failed to move it away. Among the stuff manufactured by crystallizers, there is something so useless. Hansen was surprised. He walked over to the unicorn beetle, grabbed its shell and lifted it up. Like a turtle that was lying on its back, the unicorn beetle moved its feet around yet failed to touch anything. Hansen examined the beetle carefully. This pet was carved with the mysterious patterns of crystallizers, similar to the ones on the black crystal gate, looking like the guts of a mechanical watch. Han-sen touched the feet of the unicorn beetle with his finger, which was grabbed by the beetle immediately. However, it did not have much force. Grabbing Han-sen's finger, the unicorn beetle came to the back of his hand. Holding Han-sen's wrist, the beetle chirped at Han-sen twice. Han-sen saw that the beetle was completely useless, so he left it alone and walked to the gaps made by the grenade explosion. Lai Mingteng's grenade must be specially made. It broke the crystal floor and made a foot-long crack. Han-sen looked down the crack and was pleasantly surprised. It was an oval chamber down the crack, with a dozen purple crystals inside it. Han-sen had seen this type of crystals before, which was the one that Jai Yanran had used on him, the crystal that could enhance brain development. Han-sen wanted to go down for those crystals, but he had no tools on him. This was, after all, just a doppelganger. Afraid that the doppelganger would be destroyed by the researchers, Han-sen did not leave any beast souls with it in the first place. With the strength of the Beetle Knight, it was not realistic for him to widen the crack. Han-sen had to stay put and wait for his own body and Jai Yanran to come over. At that time, he would think of some ways to take the crystals out from the chamber underneath. His own body and Jai Yanran were still a bit far away from his doppelganger, so Han-sen the doppelganger sat down and started to play with the unicorn beetle on his hand. This guy looked quite pretty yet incredibly clumsy. It was quite fun to play with it. Han-sen and Jai Yanran followed the doppelganger's route. Han-sen told Jai Yanran about what had happened and took her over. He also described the looks of the unicorn beetle to Jai Yanran, but she did not know what it was either. Her guess was also that it can be a crystallizer's toy or something like that. After seeing his doppelganger, Han-sen seized the unicorn beetle and took the Beetle Knight back to his mind. Products of crystallizers generally have some unique functions. The golden Rubik's Cube you just described was in fact a guard crystal. It could shoot lightsabers that easily slice warframes apart, let alone human bodies. Unless someone was fast enough to escape before it started to use lightsabers, there was no other way to go past it. Seemingly useless stuff like this is indeed quite rare in crystallizer ruins. Jai Yanran observed the unicorn beetle and did not see anything special about it. It is a crystallizer product after all. Even if it is a toy, it is quite unique. I believe I can make some money if I take it back. Looking at the unicorn beetle, all Han-sen could see was dollars. Many collectors are very into crystallizer products. If you find the right person, it could be worth a lot. Jai Yanran nodded and said. Han-sen put the unicorn beetle into a pocket and walked over to the gap. He then turned on his super biological warframe to widen the gap. After 20 minutes, the gap was wide enough for a person to go down, so Han-sen put away the warframe and crawled inside. There was no other things in the room than the purple crystals. In smaller ruins, it would be lucky to find 1 or 2 brain crystals. Sometimes there was none. Even in larger ruins, it would be impressive to find 7 to 8 brain crystals. Human history. The most brain crystals they ever found in a ruin were 100, which shocked the entire alliance. The fact that there were 16 brain crystals in this place was definitely something huge. If you want to take these brain crystals for yourself, you will have to use them right here. Otherwise, they would be spotted in the scanning process before you board Daphne, Jai Yanran told Han-sen, seeing how excited her boyfriend was. Then let's use them. We will each use half. For better, for worse, Han-sen said and split the brain crystals into 2 portions, taking 8 for himself and giving 8 to Jai Yanran. Initially, Jai Yanran did not plan to take the crystals. Listening to Han-sen, she was happy to take the 8 crystals and said, "We could only use 1 in 12 hours, otherwise the extra stimulation to the brains would cause a small problem." Han-sen nodded and put a brain crystal on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt an electric current flowing into his brain and the brain crystal broke. Han-sen put away the rest of the brain crystals and looked to the triangular exit in the center of the room. The space inside the room was spherical. Other than the gap where they came from, the only exit was the triangular tunnel leading downward in the center of the room. Jai Yanran shook her head and said, "In all the materials that I've studied, there is no mentioning of such places. However, there are many unsolved mysteries in crystallizer civilization, so this is normal. Shall we go down and have a look? Maybe there are more brain crystals." Han-sen thought about it and said. Lai Mingteng and Wang Hu had entered the core area. However, the guard crystal had followed them inside. Han-sen had no idea what was happening in the core area, so they might encounter the guard crystal if they followed Lai Mingteng and Wang Hu, which was not ideal. I wonder if it's too risky. Jai Yanran hesitated. It's not risky. Han-sen summoned Snow Charmer and sent her down the triangular tunnel to find out what was inside the other room. Very soon, Hansen made sure that it was an empty room. Hansen hesitated and summoned the Beetle Knight again, making his doppelganger hide inside the statue's ear, watching the entrance from which Lai Mingteng and the rest entered the core area, while he and Jai Yanren entered the other room through the triangular tunnel. After traveling past a dozen spherical rooms, Jai Yanren and Hansen ended up in a normal room. Walls of the room there were lined with black crystal cabinets that had at least hundreds of lockers. There was no telling what was inside. This is the treasure. Jai Yanren saw the black crystal cabinets and became surprised. You're saying this is the treasure. So, the simulating crystals, parasite crystals, and guard crystals are all stored here. Hansen was overjoyed. He did not expect to come to the treasure by accident. These black crystal cabinets are similar to the ones used to store crystals that we had discovered before. However, this room is different from the previous treasure. Also, I'm not sure why the room is connected with those spherical rooms. Therefore, I could not make sure whether this is the real treasure. Jai Yanren was not confident. Let's open one up to find out. Hansen asked Jai Yanren to go back into the previous spherical room and commanded Snow Charmer to open up a square black crystal elkoker. Nothing strange happened. The black crystal locker was empty. There was nothing stored inside. Jai Yanren came back to examine the inner structure of the cabinet and said assertively, "Now I am sure that this is the cabinet that holds the crystals. This should be a treasure, but it seems too small for a royalty ruin. These cabinets could not even be compared to those in some smaller ruins. It does not look like it is designed for a royalty. It's good as long as it is a treasure. Maybe it is the private collection of the royalty." Hansen was excited and asked Snow Charmer to open up other cabinets. However, dozens of cabinets all turned out to be empty, which disappointed Hansen a bit. However, Hansen did not want to accept zero gains, so he commanded Snow Charmer to open up all the cabinets. After she had opened 80 cabinets, she finally saw a twinkling light inside. Hansen was excited and quickly walked up to the cabinet. There was a golden crystal inside the size of a snail. It was over with a complicated cut, which made it look like a brilliant golden diamond. It is a crystal. Hansen did not dare to move and asked Jai Yanren. Jai Yanren nodded and said, "This is an inactive crystal. Judging from the look of it, it should be the Rubik's Cube that you had seen. It will not turn itself on, right?" Hansen was startled. Jai Yanren shook her head and smiled. Definitely not. All the crystals stored in the treasure are dormant until they are activated by crystallizers. However, it is impossible to find a living crystallizer to initiate these crystals. The guard crystals are commonly seen, but normal ruins only have 2x2 or 3x3 Rubik's Cubes. Even in larger ruins, the Rubik's Cubes are mostly 6x6. The 12x12 Rubik's Cube you saw is very rare and of high value for collection and research. If this is also a 12x12 Rubik's Cube, then it is priceless. Hearing Jai Yanren say that, Hansen was overjoyed, took out the golden crystal, and stuffed it in his pocket. He said with a smile, "Then I will put it away first." Jai Yanren knew what he was thinking but did not say anything, just rolling her eyes at him. With the finding of the guard crystal, Hansen was even more motivated. He told Snow Charmer to open up all the remaining cabinets and soon discovered another crystal. It was a white crystal. Hansen looked to his girlfriend, puzzled. This is the memory crystal, containing all the data left by the crystallizers. If one has enough mental power, one could directly sense the content of the crystal. However, humans nowadays could hardly reach that level. They could only get part of the fragmented information in the crystal relying on machines. Since this crystal is left behind by a crystallizer royalty, it might contain important information. If we are all able to translate part of it, maybe our science and technology could have another leap, Jai Yanren explained. "Then I will put it away first." Hansen unapologetically took this memory crystal as well. "Did you hear something?" Hansen suddenly noticed something and looked to Jai Yanren. Jai Yanren shook her head and said, "What did you hear?" As Hansen was about to say something, he suddenly heard something falling. Pink crystals as big as duck eggs started to fall from the triangular tunnel from which they came down. Momentarily, there were 100 pink crystals present. Parasite crystals. Both Jai Yanren and Hansen exclaimed at the same time. Without any hesitation, Hansen took Jai Yanren's hand to run toward the exit of the treasure. Although parasite crystals could be crushed, there were so many of them that even Hansen could not fend them all off since they would grow on human body as long as they touched the skin. The couple rushed out of the treasure and ran for their life in the tunnel that was slightly taller than a person. Countless parasite crystals followed them like ocean waves and filled their sight. The pink crystals were incredibly fast as well. Damn it, where do these parasite crystals come from? How come we did not see them when we entered the place? Hansen was slightly upset. Boom! The snow-toothed wolf which was running in front was suddenly cut in half by a beam of light. It fell heavily on the floor and then disappeared. Rubik's Cube. Hansen saw the 12x12 Rubik's Cube in the next intersection and became pale. This way, Jai Yanran ran into a side path first and Hansen followed her. However, neither the parasite crystals nor the Rubik's Cube was retreating. Both of them followed the couple. Jai Yanran and Hansen ran around several corners and suddenly found themselves in a dead end. There was no way to go. Whatever, Hansen knew it was time to fight for his life. He drew his laser gun and shot at the incoming parasite crystals like crazy. Jai Yanran did exactly the same, shooting at the parasite crystals with her laser gun non-stop. However, the guns were not that useful. After breaking several parasite crystals, more started to go at them. There was simply no end to the crystals. Very soon, a large number of parasite crystals had come close to them and tried to attach to their bodies. Hansen gritted his teeth and threw a grenade before he covered Jai Yanran to hide in the corner. The grenade exploded in the tunnel, smashing lots of parasite crystals. However, Hansen was only using an ordinary grenade. The crystal wall and floor quickly expanded under the impact like foam, filling up the entire tunnel, and almost drowning Hansen and Jai Yanran. "Are you okay?" Hansen tried to move his body, but he was trapped in crystals that were still expanding because of the explosion, which made it hard for him to even turn around. The couple were trapped in a narrow space, so they had to stand hugging each other. There was no additional space at all. "I'm fine," Jai Yanran answered in a soft voice, her cheek on Hansen's chest and her body pressed to his body. Although Hansen enjoyed making out with Jai Yanran, it was obviously more important to run for their lives. The entire tunnel was filled up by the expanding crystals, so there was no way to go out from the way they came from. The only possible exit would be the space behind the dead end, if there were any. As long as they could break this crystal wall, they would still have hope. However, Hansen no longer had any beast soul weapon he could use. He had to run Jadeskin and turn his hands into jade, throwing punches at the crystal wall behind Jai Yanran's back. Bang! Under Hansen's fist, the wall only had a hairline crack. "I have a sacred blood dagger from Second God's Sanctuary. Let me try," Jai Yanran said and summoned her dagger, stabbing at the wall behind her backward. However, Jai Yanran could hardly move her arm, so it was hard for her to put much force into the move. In addition, she had just become an evolver before long, so she did not have great fitness. After stabbing with her dagger a few times, she was only able to leave several shallow white marks on the crystal wall. "I'll do it." Hansen stopped Jai Yanran and punched at the crystal wall again. Hansen had achieved initial success in Yin-Yang Blast. Using the technique of Yin Force, it was not hard for him to make a powerful punch in a short distance. With slight vibration, Hansen's fist punched at the crystal wall with loud bangs. After dozens of punches, the crystal finally cracked. Pieces of crystals started to fall from the crystal wall. Hansen followed up by punching hundreds of times, expanding the cracks. Eventually, the crystal wall was pierced by his fist. "I know that God will not let me die here." Hansen was overjoyed. The crystal wall was only less than an inch thick. He accelerated in punching the wall and quickly expanded the opening to the size that one person could cross through. "Turn around slowly and crawl into the hole." Hansen glanced into the hole and saw a hall. There did not seem to be much stuff inside. Jai Yanran turned around slowly. However, looking at the hole, her eyes suddenly became red. She cried, "Hansen." She sounded like she was crying. Tears filled up her eyes and she grabbed Hansen's hands. The crystal next to the hole was colored red by blood, which was astonishing to look at. And the back of Hansen's hands was completely broken. Breaking the crystal wall with bare hands was something difficult for him even though he had practiced Jadeskin. Holding Hansen's hand, Jai Yanran could not make a complete sentence. Her tears fell like rain. "No worries. It's a small injury. My bones are good. Let's go out first." Hansen smiled and urged Jai Yanran to crawl into the hole. Hansen followed her inside and was astonished by what he saw. The hall was the size of a factory workshop. It was empty inside, but on the ceiling of the hall, red crystals were floating like red stars, blinking with red light. Hansen recognized this type of crystal immediately, which was the simulating crystal. Boom! When the couple just stood up, all the simulating crystals started to flash red lights at them, as if there was a press conference in the hall. Shortly, red crystal humans that looked exactly like Hansen or Jai Yanran fell from the ceiling and ran toward them. Simulating crystals were an impressive creation, which many human scholars called a miracle. It was impossible for a human to become a rock, let alone a gun. However, simulating crystals were beyond their limitations. As crystals, simulating crystals could mimic the characteristics of different matters, which was miraculous and amazing. When turning into mechanics, the simulating crystals were like machines. However, when turning into creatures, they had the features of creatures. In addition, simulating crystals' abilities were similar to the simulated items. As miraculous as it was, the simulating crystal had a fatal flaw, which was that the stronger its target was, the stronger it would be. That meant if the target was not strong enough, the crystals would be weak. Of course, because of the material itself, the simulating crystals would not be too weak. If it was simulating an ant, because of the toughness of the crystal, it was still 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary ant. Currently, the simulating crystals became Han Sen and Jai Yanran. In fact, they acquired the data of their bodies by scanning them. Data could be imitated, but there were certain things that simulating crystals could not imitate, such as the martial arts they practiced, and their understanding of those martial arts. Therefore, when Han Sen saw a large number of simulating crystals turning into Jai Yanran and him, he was not too appalled but became more relaxed. Shortly, Jai Yanran stared her eyes wide, and her jaw dropped. Han Sen threw himself at the group of red crystal humans and beheaded one of them with bare hands. He threw the crystal head on the face of the next red crystal human and smashed its chest with his knee. The entire process was so smooth and unexpected that it was wonderful to watch. As many as the simulating crystals were, all of them were broken up by Han Sen. The red crystal humans did not have any power to fight back, as if they were dogs in front of Han Sen. Jai Yanran did not believe that the rest crystal humans were too weak. After all, the simulating crystals imitated Han Sen and herself. Having the same force, different people would have different applications. It was the same as playing chess. Although all the players had the same number of pieces, an advanced player would play very differently from a beginner. Without a doubt, the percentage of force Han Sen could tap into made him a supermaster, which was why the red crystal humans looked like him but could not fight back at all. With Jai Yanran's background, she had seen a lot of talents, including quite a few surpassers, and demigods were nothing rare in her eyes. However, in terms of the effectiveness of using the force, Han Sen was definitely among the top 5 in evolvers. There was no lady in the world who did not wish her man was the best, and Jai Yanran was no exception. Jai Yanran blushed out of excitement and hugged her man, not knowing what to say. She felt as long as she was around Han Sen, she had nothing to fear and nothing to worry about. Han Sen thought Jai Yanran was worried about him, patted her on her bouncy butts and smiled. Just a few red crystal men. It's going to take way more than that to hurt your husband. No worries. Jai Yanran hugged him tight without speaking or letting go, burying her head in his chest. This is not the right time. Even if you're in the mood, we must find somewhere safe first. Seeing how charming and tempting Jai Yanran was, Han Sen was burning up with passion. I'm in no mood. Jai Yanran blushed and hit Han Sen with her small fist, rolling her eyes at him. Isn't it nice to be young? You have the mood to flirt in such a place. A voice sounded with the worst timing, surprising Han Sen and Jai Yanran. They quickly turned to look. The crystal door on the side of the hall was pushed open. Lai Mingting entered from outside, looking at the couple with a grin. Han Sen looked behind him and did not see Wang Hu. Lai Mingting was injured in multiple places and did not seem to be in good shape. Han Sen, you surprise me. I have only seen 3 people at your age who could use their own strength so effectively. Lai Mingting looked at Han Sen with approval and continued to say, however, this is in a crystallizer royalty ruin. So, from now on, you have to follow my lead. And why is that? Han Sen stared at Lai Mingting coldly and said, for this, what do you think? Lai Mingting said casually, and his skin suddenly turned into gold. Instantaneously, he had a gold body, looking like the Buddha himself. Super Diamond Body. You obtained Super Diamond Body. Han Sen was shocked, watching Lai Mingting with a golden body. I started when I was 3 years old and had spent more than 6 decades practicing it. All I have achieved is initial success, Lai Mingting said quietly, without any intention to brag. What is Super Diamond Body? Han Sen asked, puzzled. The name sounds like some cheeky cartoon he used to watch on the Skynet. Jai Yanran explained, there are numerous hyper-geno arts adapted from ancient martial arts, so there are all kinds of rankings. However, no matter which ranking you see, Super Diamond Body is always in the top 10. Super Diamond Body was adapted from the ancient martial art Indestructible Diamond Body. If you could practice it to the extreme, even plasma cannons could not hurt you. However, it is so hard to practice that 100 years might be just a start. Therefore, not a lot of people dare to try this hyper-geno art. However, once achieving something, one's body would be absolutely peerless among people with the same status. It is not that impressive as the captain said. I have only achieved initial success. If someone has a fitness level above 120, it would be easy for him to break up my body. Lai Mingteng paused and said, in fact, you do not need to be my enemies. I did not mean to take your lives anyway. Otherwise, Captain, you will not be able to live until this moment. In this crystallizer king ruin full of crises, an extra person means extra force. We should all cooperate in order to have a bigger chance at survival. What do you think? Cooperation, yes. However, you must at least tell us about your goal to enter this crystallizer royalty ruin. We do not want to die without knowing why. After consulting his girlfriend, Han Sen said to Lai Mingteng, Captain, you should know that this crystallizer ruin was discovered decades ago. I heard that an interstellar exploration ship found this place. Jai Yanran thought about it and said. Lai Mingteng nodded slightly and said, indeed. The exploration ship found this crystallizer royalty ruin and sent a team to explore it. However, none of them came back. After that, the Alliance sent a warship similar to Daphne here and none of the people came back alive either. Did you know what had happened? Jai Yanran said. No, Lai Mingteng shook his head and said with his eyes glistening. However, my late father was the captain of the exploration ship that discovered the ruin in the first place. After he came here, he never went back. All I want to find is his remains. Professor, you must think we are 3-year-olds. It is so obvious that you and Wang Hu both want something here. Don't tell me that Wang Hu is also looking for his dad's remains, Han Sen said quietly. Lai Mingteng smiled and said, of course, the reason we entered the ruin was also for something the captain of the Alliance warship brought to the ruin. What is it? Han Sen asked. A crystallizer key. Legend has it that as long as you have that key, you could initiate the core of crystallizer ruins and control all the crystals. Lai Mingteng was full of excitement. Can you imagine what would happen if humans could control those magnificent crystallizer technologies? It will make human technology jump ahead 300 years. I'm afraid that the reason you're looking for that crystallizer key is not to enhance human technologies, Han Sen said coldly. Han Sen knew that the so-called exploration ship was actually pirate ships which grabbed the fortunes in the universe that had been overlooked. For Lai Mingteng's father, the captain of an exploration ship was a euphemism of interstellar pirate. I've told you everything you want to know. Choose whether or not you want to cooperate with me. Lai Mingteng did not answer Han Sen's question but said to the couple, one last question, what do you need us for? Han Sen asked. There is an area ahead of us that neither Wang Hu nor I managed to go through. We also lost each other. Unexpectedly, I ran into you guys. I now have an idea. The three of us worked together to pass that area to reach the core of the crystallizer ruin. When we arrive there, you could take the crystals and the treasure, which are what the Alliance wants anyways. And I could take the crystallizer key. What do you think? Lai Mingteng said. Deal. Han Sen had decided on the reply with Jai Yanran minutes ago, so he agreed without hesitation. Shortly, the three of them reached an abyss which looked bottomless and was about several miles wide. It almost looked like the gates to hell. From afar, he could see a fairy-tale-like castle that looked like it was designed for the giants. The castle was connected to their side by a foot-long crystal bridge. It looked like the two sides of the abscess were connected by a thread. Passing this crystal bridge, we could then arrive at the core of the crystallizer royalty ruin, Lai Mingteng said, pointing at the castle far away. Can we fly over? Han Sen said, puzzled. Look above. Lai Mingteng pointed to the ceiling and said. The couple looked above and saw gigantic green crystals were hanging from the ceiling like chandeliers, each over 10 feet wide and very delicate. As gorgeous as they were, Jai Yanran became pale after she saw them. After seeing those green crystals, Jai Yanran started to whisper. There are nest crystals here. How can we possibly walk over there? Jai Yanran asked Lai Mingteng. That is why we need to work together, Lai Mingteng said. Han Sen did not know what the green crystals were for, so he did not speak but listened. After a while, he finally understood why Lai Mingteng and Wang Hu failed to go through. The green crystals that looked like chandeliers were named nest crystals, nurturing lots of mini crystals inside of them. The nest crystals were very sensitive to air circulation. Once air circulated around them, the mini crystals inside would jet out like hail. However, those mini crystals were 1,000 times scarier than hail. Full of spikes, they would start to absorb blood once they touched human skin. Even with super diamond body, Lai Mingteng could not block the mini crystals, so it was definitely not easy to go through. Using flying beast souls to fly across would definitely trigger the nest crystals. The only possible way was to walk slowly over the crystal bridge to reduce the air circulation, so that the nests would not be triggered. The trouble was that even though they could walk on the bridge, that would still generate movements and air circulation, which would still trigger nests. If the nest crystals were triggered, the three persons must work together to avoid being touched by the mini crystals. Lai Mingtang told Jai Yanren and Han Sen how to cope with the mini crystals, and the three of them slowly walked onto the crystal bridge with some distance apart. None of them dared to go too fast. They moved on the bridge like slow motion for fear that they might alert the nest crystals. Initially, Lai Mingtang thought that it was basically impossible to walk through without triggering the crystals. However, the three of them passed the bridge slowly. The nest crystals hanging above were not triggered at all. Strange. Even Lai Mingtang frowned, not knowing why the nest crystals were so calm. Last time when Lai Mingtang came to this place with Wang Hu, they triggered a nest crystal without walking far. In the end, the two of them had to run for their lives separately. Even so, Lai Mingtang still got injured. It is the best if we could refrain from triggering them. Let's go inside, Lai Mingtang said and walked into the castle. Jai Yanren and Han Sen followed up, maintaining some distance from Lai Mingtang. Previously, Lai Mingtang needed them to go over the bridge. However, now that the nest crystals were not triggered, Lai Mingtang might not need them anymore. Han Sen vigilantly followed Lai Mingtang into the castle. The gate was already open. All the corpses looked alive without any hint of drying up. They almost looked like living persons. However, taking a closer look at them, the three could easily tell that they were dead. There were no injuries on any of their bodies. Standing or sitting, they simply died, without any traces of fighting or struggling. However, Lai Mingtang still did not understand how those people died and why their bodies looked exactly like how they were when alive, without any signs of corruption, which was why he did not dare to go over. Han Sen and Jai Yanren were even less tempted to go up. When they were about to ask Lai Mingtang the expert, they suddenly saw someone coming out from a structure inside the castle. With a closer look, Lai Mingtang saw it was Wang Hu and suddenly changed his looks. He asked Wang Hu, "When did you come? Did you find anything?" Wang Hu smiled, reached out his hand and showed Lai Mingtang a red crystal the size of a pigeon egg. "After separating with you, I walked around before I came over, and I have also found the thing." "Fantastic, give me the thing, quickly." Seeing the red crystal, Lai Mingtang looked overjoyed and watched the red crystal zealously. "Okay." Wang Hu walked to Lai Mingtang slowly, quickly handing the crystal to Lai Mingtang. Lai Mingtang was so excited that he reached out to grab the crystal. Unexpectedly, Wang Hu flipped his hand and grabbed the crystal, punching Lai Mingtang in the chest with his other hand. Lai Mingtang was prepared as well. The moment when they made the move, Lai Mingtang's body turned into gold. When Wang Hu hit his chest, the sound was metal hitting metal. "Wang Hu, you should know that you could never hurt my super diamond body," Lai Mingtang exclaimed coldly. "Is that right?" Wang Hu snorted and suddenly threw a grenade. However, Wang Hu did not throw the grenade at Lai Mingtang or the couple, but outside the castle. Hearing the strong explosion and airflow, Han Sen suddenly became pale. The nests on the ceiling almost exploded at the exact same time. All the green mini crystals hidden inside fell out like a dust storm. Very soon, the mini crystals came to them like locusts, not giving them any time to react. "Rot in hell." Wang Hu regarded the three of them coldly, while the mini crystals bypassed his body as if he was not a target at all. Lai Mingtang was shocked, but it was too late to run. All the green mini crystals stuck to his body, from which even his super diamond body could not defend him. Waving his hands like crazy, he did not manage to break many before he was covered in green mini crystals like a beekeeper covered in bees. Han Sen and Jai Yanren were both pale, thinking that it was probably the end of their lives. Since even Lai Mingtang's super diamond body was not effective, it was less likely for them to survive. However, after the mini crystals came over, they also bypassed the couple and did not touch them at all, which made them both surprised and happy. "What?" Seeing the situation, Wang Hu regarded the couple, surprised. "All right then, let me send you to hell myself." Wang Hu summoned his golden beast soul sword and walked directly to Han Sen. Han Sen was staring at the red crystal held in Wang Hu's left hand, not because he could tell something special about the crystal, but because the 9-life cat dependent was reacting to the red crystal. The red crystal looked very similar to the material of the 9-life cat pendant. Without more time for Han Sen to examine the crystal, Wang Hu had already walked up to him. Han Sen stood in front of Jai Yanren and shapeshifted into the fairy queen, running heresy mantra and overload at the same time to achieve his best. "I did not kill you because I did not want Lai Mingtang to find out about my real strength. You think you could beat me with your miserable abilities." Wang Hu snorted with contempt, stabbing his sword at Han Sen. Wang Hu's move was incredibly fast, and his sword reached Han Sen's throat in an instant. His heart thumping, Han Sen fixed his eyes on Wang Hu. Stepping forward instead of going back, he approached Wang Hu like a ghost. Even if Han Sen did everything he could, his fitness was still lacking compared to Wang Hu, who had already passed 100 in fitness. In addition, Wang Hu had a sacred blood sword from Second God's Sanctuary in his hand, while Han Sen had no proper weapon to use, which made it even harder for him to compete with Wang Hu. Han Sen's only chance to win was a close combat. Seeing Han Sen approaching himself, Wang Hu turned his sword around, changing from stabbing to cutting without so much as a pause. There was almost no way for Han Sen to defend himself. Swish! Han Sen was a bit slow at dodging the sword. Watch out, Han Sen. It is Sprocket's sword. Do not let him strike again. Seeing Wang Hu's sword skills, Jai Yanran alarmed Han Sen, appalled. You are indeed someone from the JIS, so knowledgeable that you recognize Sprocket's sword. However, you know that too late. Wang Hu moved his left hand and summoned another beast soul sword. With one sword in each hand, he attacked Han Sen continuously. Han Sen had no way to block the incoming attacks. Wang Hu's sword skills were so incredible that the two swords looked like they were designed to be used together. One sword after another, Wang Hu did not leave any chance for Han Sen to even breathe. The strikes were so tight that they were like two sprockets moving forward with their teeth intertwined with no gaps at all. Since Han Sen evolved to Second God's Sanctuary, he had never met such a strong enemy. There was no way for Han Sen to fight someone with a fitness over 100 and using Sprocket's sword. Summoning her dagger, Jai Yanran wanted to join the fight. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she could not stand there and watch Han Sen getting killed. Don't come over. I got it, Han Sen exclaimed to stop Jai Yanran from coming, staring at the double swords of Wang Hu. No rush. You will both die anyways. Wang Hu's swords were getting faster and faster, his face cold. The kiting skills that Han Sen had put a lot of effort into eventually became handy. With excellent calculation, Han Sen managed to stall Wang Hu. Although he did not have the ability to fight back, Wang Hu's swords were never deadly to him either. Wang Hu couldn't help frowning slightly. Sprocket's sword was one of the best sword skills in making attacks. Once started, it could hardly be stopped by anyone. Since Wang Hu succeeded in practicing Sprocket's sword, even an evolver stronger than himself could hardly survive his double swords. It would be impressive for someone to block 100 or 200 strikes. However, Han Sen's fitness was obviously weaker than Wang Hu, but he had already blocked 300 strikes before Wang Hu could launch a fatal attack. In addition, Wang Hu was starting to feel that it was harder and harder for his blades to hurt Han Sen. Although Han Sen was covered in injuries and blood all over, Wang Hu knew very well that those injuries were not deadly. What was even weirder was that Han Sen's injuries only bled a bit when he just got hurt. But the bleeding stopped very soon, and the injury started to shrink. Han Sen's eyes were emotionless like a well, reflecting all his enemies' moves. Sprocket's sword was indeed very impressive. There was hardly any pause between two strikes. Each strike was carefully designed that once the first strike was made, every strike that followed was unstoppable. Each strike was targeted at a vital part, not leaving the enemy any chance to fight back before killed. However, humans were not machines with sprockets, and the design of Sprocket's sword even gave Han Sen some extra opportunities. When it came to the design in martial arts, Han Sen had never met anyone stronger than Queen, who was a real master. Different from Queen, Wang Hu's sword skills were half fixed and half calculated, which made it more rigid than Queen's kiting skills. If Queen was a real master, then Wang Hu was simply someone with a good set of sword skills. No matter how good a set of sword skills was, it must be rigid with errors. Han Sen's fitness was much worse than Wang Hu's, but Wang Hu started to feel that he was about to lose control. The figure of Han Sen became more and more unpredictable in Wang Hu's eyes, which consumed his confidence and made him feel that it was hard for him to kill Han Sen. Wang Hu was even worried that Han Sen might strike back. Impossible, Wang Hu roared, hitting Han Sen even harder with his swords. However, there was hardly effective. To the contrary, it made it even easier for Han Sen to cope with him. Anger will only cause more mistakes in Wang Hu's sword skills. He could not imagine that he would be forced to defend himself when using Sprocket's sword. Shocked and mad, Wang Hu put the red crystal on his forehead. Then, the red crystal suddenly lit up and shot a beam of red light. As if they were led by the red light, the green mini crystals floating in the air all turned toward Han Sen as if they were commanded by some kind of invisible force. Han Sen was shocked. He had no idea that Wang Hu could actually use the red crystal to control other crystals. Even Han Sen himself did not know why the mini crystals did not approach Jai Yanran and him previously, so he could not think of any way to block the mini crystals. A sea of green mini crystals were already in front of Han Sen's face. Squeak! Suddenly, a low chirp came from Han Sen's pocket. The green mini crystals coming toward Han Sen suddenly froze as if time had stopped. After just a moment, the green mini crystals moved again. However, this time, their target was no longer Han Sen, but Wang Hu with the red crystal in his hand. Wang Hu suddenly became pale, urging the red crystal hastily, but to no avail. The green mini crystals were completely out of control and covered his body instantaneously. Ouch! Wang Hu screamed painfully and rolled around on the floor. However, he soon stopped moving. All of his blood was gone in a second, and his body was dried up. Wang Hu stared his eyes wide, full of despair. Squeak! Han Sen's pocket sounded again. The green mini crystals flew up and returned to their nests in a spiral, fabulous but spooky. Both Han Sen and Jai Yanran were stunned. Han Sen quickly opened his pocket and took out the green crystal unicorn beetle he put there. The unicorn beetle was the same way, lying on Han Sen's hand languidly. It looked as useless as ever, but both Han Sen and Jai Yanran were amazed by it at this point. Without a doubt, the reason that the green mini crystals got rid of Wang Hu's control and sucked him dry was completely this unicorn beetle. Han Sen was quite certain that he and Jai Yanran also needed to thank the unicorn beetle for keeping the green mini crystals away from them earlier. What is this? Han Sen looked at the unicorn beetle in his hand, shocked. Jai Yanran only shook her head. She had never heard of such a thing. It seemed that only crystallizers could control crystals, while crystallizers did not appear in the form of any creatures, let alone a unicorn beetle. However, if this unicorn beetle was not a crystallizer, how could it have controlled all those crystals? Han Sen put the unicorn beetle back to his pocket carefully. No matter what, Han Sen felt he had got himself a treasure. With the unicorn beetle near him, it would be much safer for him to enter any crystallizer ruin. After putting away the unicorn beetle, Han Sen walked to the body of Wang Hu and picked up the red crystal. Taking the red crystal in his hand, the 9-life cat pendant reacted even stronger. However, after Han Sen put the red crystal next to the 9-life cat pendant, nothing strange happened. There is no doubt that this piece of crystal is making the 9-life cat pendant react. But why is that? Han Sen gave it some thought and then put the red crystal on his forehead like Wang Hu did. All of a sudden, Han Sen felt a warm stream flowed into his brain. It felt somewhat like when he used the brain crystal, but it was different in that he did not feel the electric shock, just the warmth. This is strange. How did Wang Hu use this piece of crystal to control other crystals? Han Sen did not find a method to use the red crystal. When Han Sen was in doubt, he suddenly felt the crystal was melting in his hand. Shocked, Han Sen wanted to remove the crystal from his forehead, but the crystal had already turned into liquid, which he could no longer catch. Instantly, the red liquid infiltrated Han Sen's brain, making it hotter and hotter. White vapor started to rise from Han Sen's hair. However, heat like that did not make Han Sen feel uncomfortable. To the contrary, Han Sen felt his brain was never so clear. The effect was even better than when he just used a brain crystal. Very soon, the heat in his brain gradually disappeared. Han Sen did not feel anything special other than a clearer brain. After the crystal was absorbed, the 9-life cat pendant was no longer hot and became an ordinary stone again. Are you okay? Jai Yanran touched Han Sen's forehead, worried. I'm fine. This thing is similar to the brain crystals. How on earth did Wang Hu use it to control the other crystals? Han Sen asked, puzzled. Both Lai Mingtang and Wang Hu are dead, so I'm afraid no one knows the truth anymore. Jai Yanran looked at the bodies of Lai Mingtang and Wang Hu again. The two persons who were elite of the alliance died in this ruin of crystallizer royalty for a strange reason. Han Sen nodded but did not think so himself. Going through the stuff left behind by Lai Mingtang and Wang Hu, Han Sen saw the access card with the 9-life cat image in Wang Hu's card holder as well. To his surprise, Han Sen did not find a similar access card in Lai Mingtang's belongings. Han Sen went through other stuff without finding anything else of value. Han Sen returned everything to its original place, looked inside the castle, but did not go deeper. With this unicorn beetle, we should be able to exit the ruin safely and look for other people trapped here still. Han Sen took Jai Yanran's hand and went back, not wanting to raid the treasure at all. It was mainly because everything would be taken by the alliance once Han Sen returned to Daphne. There was no way he could cheat the scan. What worried Han Sen the most was whether the unicorn beetle would be found. Carrying the unicorn beetle, Han Sen found the other crystals did not dare to approach them at all. The Rubik's Cube, simulating crystals, and parasite crystals would all freeze whenever the unicorn beetle approached. Nothing would attack them proactively. Although Jai Yanran and Han Sen did not recognize the paths, they would not run into any danger with the unicorn beetle. After more than half a day, the two of them eventually met other people who had entered the ruin, including Chen Xiaoshan. After reuniting, the group of people found the entrance where they came from, thanks to the judgment of a professor. After they came out, they did not run into the simulating crystals again and returned to Daphne smoothly. The 2 crystals that Han Sen took back did not escape the scan. But to Han Sen's joy, the unicorn beetle was not discovered. Because of the huge accident during the exploration of this crystallizer ruin, Daphne was asked to go back immediately. It was yet to be determined whether they would be punished. Fortunately, the 2 advanced crystals that Han Sen brought back were submitted to the Alliance by Jai Yanran, which excused her from potential sanction. Being a cookhouse soldier, Han Sen was too unimportant to be liable, so he was fine as well. Horn, come over here. Sitting in his bed, Han Sen was reading a book when he found the uniform beetle was fighting it out with a table leg, trying to knock it over with its horn. Unfortunately, it was so weak that it could not shake the table at all. Han Sen exclaimed at it, but the unicorn beetle did not understand him, still working hard to fight the table. Come back. Although Han Sen knew the unicorn beetle could not understand him, he was too lazy to get out of bed, so he shouted at the beetle again. The unicorn beetle did not mind him. However, its body was suddenly captured by something and started to float toward Han Sen. Han Sen looked at the unicorn beetle in surprise. As he changed his thoughts, the unicorn beetle suddenly lost the support and fell from the air. Han Sen was completely shocked. He tried to focus his mind again on the unicorn beetle, and very soon, it floated again, flying wobbly toward him. Han Sen caught the unicorn beetle with his hand and felt overjoyed. Then he tried to focus his attention on other smaller objects like cups. Indeed, it turned out he could move some smaller objects with his mind. He could make a cup within a range of about 6 feet float. If the object was more far away, it would be beyond his power. Also, he could not lift anything heavy with his mind. Initially, Han Sen was very excited. Later, however, he discovered that this ability was almost useless. The distance requirement was stringent, and the actual force he could use was too weak. It was almost impossible to be used in a fight. The red crystal seemed to have given my brain some revolutionary development. Now I could even use my mind to move things. However, it is still so weak that it is not very useful. Han Sen soon lost interest in his newly gained ability. However, another benefit that the red crystal brought him made Han Sen jump with joy. When Han Sen started to learn the ancient language again after he came back, he found his memory and understanding much better and his progress much faster. Because of the accident in the last mission, everyone on Daphne was forbidden to enter God's sanctuary or use the Skynet. Han Sen had to learn the ancient language all the time. Because his brain had been enhanced, he had made tremendous progress in understanding the ancient language. Han Sen had more and more notes as he read. However, it was a bit boring for him to practice alone. Han Sen decided to fight someone else to test whether what he was thinking was correct. Han Sen chose a random match and was soon matched with a captain. Han Sen checked his opponent out and found it was a tall woman who had used the face blur function. Her ID was Ms. Perfume. In the same time, in the teleport station of planet Roka, King Xuan was also using the holographic trainer to log into the virtual camp, and her ID name was Ms. Perfume. Checking the ID name of her opponent, King Xuan was surprised because the name became quite famous among soldiers after the video of 7 Kill was released. However, she looked at the record of her opponent and found he was a newbie with no win and no loss, so she thought the name should just be a coincidence. Han Sen did not imagine that he would be matched with King Xuan, and King Xuan would never expect to be paired with Han Sen. The 2 old friends went into the contest without knowing anything. Seeing that her opponent was just a newbie, King Xuan did not pay much attention to him. She thought she should be able to finish up pretty fast. However, after the fight began, it was completely unexpected for her. She turned from calm to angry to sullen, almost crying in the end. King Xuan was someone who had seen great talents of various types. However, it was the first time she had encountered such an opponent. A soldier on warship did not attack at all, dodging her attacks all the time. However, when she had used all she got, she still failed to hit her opponent. In addition, to her dismay, she was forced into a dead end by her opponent without her noticing. Obviously, her opponent could have ended the fight with one move, but he did not choose to do that. His toying with her was simply an insult to King Xuan. You will regret this. King Xuan bit her lips, upset. She then used atomic fission in the hyper-geno art called Thunder Knife that she had newly learned as an evolver. Although its name was Thunder Knife, it was not a knife skill, but a hyper-geno art that could change the body cells on one's hands, especially the edge of one's hands, making it as sharp as a blade, crushing everything in its way. Of course, in the virtual camp, this feature could not be embodied fully. However, Thunder Knife could also enhance one's speed greatly, which was rather useful. her hands slashing like thunder. King Xuan was incredibly fast, putting great pressure on Han Sen. Crack! Han Sen did not dodge in time and was hit on his shoulder. His health value suddenly went down by 64%, which showed how powerful King Xuan's strike was. Although it was not a vital part that was injured, Han Sen still lost more than half of his health in one strike. Feeling slightly excited, Han Sen knew it was only in front of a powerful opponent that he could truly test whether what he had learned was useful. Therefore, the stronger his opponent, the happier he would be. However, his health could no longer pull him through a second strike. Han Sen became more careful and started to integrate what he had learned from Dongshuan Sutra to his footwork and movements. In the beginning, he was somewhat green. When King Xuan launched fast attacks using Thunder Knife at him, he was trapped in risky situations multiple times. However, as Han Sen gradually put what he had learned into use, he was surprised to know all the possibilities there were. It was as if he had pushed open the gates to the new world, seeing lots of things that he had never imagined before. Han Sen was more and more immersed in his new discovery. In the beginning, he felt his opponent Ms. Perfume brought him a lot of pressure. But gradually, Han Sen could no longer feel the pressure and became fully committed to mastering the technique mentioned in Dongshuan Sutra. His opponent was not in his eyes. From that moment on, Han Sen's opponent was no longer Ms. Perfume, but his yearning for the new world. In the beginning, King Xuan was very mad, wanting to use whatever she got to beat this damned opponent. However, gradually her anger became surprise and then respect and astonishment. As Han Sen was excited, he found his opponent had stopped attacking. Han Sen looked at her, puzzled, not understanding why she would pause. "May I ask who you are, Chief?" King Xuan saluted to him and asked respectfully. Han Sen's footwork was overwhelming to King Xuan, so she thought he must be a military mogul. "I am no chief, just a soldier," Han Sen replied directly. There was no way King Xuan would believe him, because a soldier could never have such footwork. She had only seen the ability to put incredible pressure on the opponent just using footwork in a couple of masters. It was not a state that one could achieve with just some hyper-geno arts. One must have enough cultivation in martial arts to be so impressive. "Comrade, what is the name of your footwork? Could you teach it to others? You want to learn?" Han Sen was surprised by the request of this female soldier named Ms. Perfume. "Yes," King Xuan nodded. "Obviously, I could teach you that. But it is not a hyper-geno art that belongs to the military, so I could not teach for free." Han Sen thought about it and said, he had only learned a part of it himself so far. Practicing alone, he might not be able to tell his own flaws, just like a chess player could not be as objective as an observer. If this Ms. Perfume was willing to pay the price, Han Sen did not mind teaching her something. It would be nice to experiment on her anyway. Of course, Han Sen would not tell her the complete techniques. "Name your price, comrade." "I will pay as long as I can afford it," King Xuan said hastily. She knew that money could not buy the footwork of her opponent. His accounts and identity would easily be exposed. Staying on Daphne right now, he could not make any face-to-face transactions either. "Let's trade martial art with martial art. For the first class, you could give me the tutorial of the hand skills you just used. We will talk about future classes later. What do you think?" Han Sen suggested to King Xuan, feeling he was asking a lot. Her hand skills were not anything ordinary. By teaching her half an hour, he was asking for a hyper-geno art that was probably an S-class art designed for evolvers. This price was obviously very high. "Okay," King Xuan agreed with no hesitation. King Xuan sent the tutorial of Thunder Knife to Han Sen, and Han Sen started to teach her. Half an hour was a short amount of time. After explaining some techniques and demonstrating, Han Sen asked King Xuan to imitate him twice, and then half an hour was gone. "How should I call you?" After the class, King Xuan felt even more respectful toward Han Sen. Even what he said casually made her feel very inspired. She was more and more convinced that her opponent must be a master. However, she could not guess which military mogul he was. "Call me soldier," Han Sen said casually. He did not want to expose his identity to anyone, and he was not interested in knowing who she was either. In Han Sen's eyes, this wasn't no more than a transaction. "Then I will call you coach in the future." King Xuan firmly believed that he was a master, so she understood that he would like to keep his identity confidential. "That'll do as well." Han Sen added King Xuan as a friend and left the virtual campus. "Han Sen, since you graduated with the rank of major, you should be a sacred blood aristocrat." "Yes, didn't I tell you that before?" Han Sen looked at Liu Mingliang, not sure why he would bring this up. "This might be your opportunity then." Liu Mingliang said with a sigh. Many comrades died on Daphne this time, including guards, the squad leaders of the Warframe department and the demolition team. When we return, many grassroots officers will be promoted for sure. Although you are not in the army for a long time, you graduated from a renowned academy and have the title of Sacred Blood Aristocrat. Therefore, you will definitely have your chance. In a quiet corner, Han Sen called Jai Yanran to ask about this matter. I was just about to tell you this. The upper level will promote some grassroots officers among the original crew members of Daphne. However, I don't want you to become the squad leader of other teams, but prefer if you could be my guard, said Jai Yanran. Guard, so I will be able to follow you anywhere. I love it. Han Sen was overjoyed. Being Jai Yanran's guard, he would have more time to spend with her alone. In addition, as long as she agreed, he would have infinite free time, which was much better than a squad leader. Jai Yanran blushed and said, "You are full of dirty thoughts." "How's that?" Han Sen glanced at her fair skin underneath her sleepwear, and felt an urge to go to her bed right away. Jai Yanran rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, "Although I would like you to be my guard, there are things that I could not choose. I have recommended you as much as I could, but all I earned was an opportunity for you. Whether or not you could end up as my guard is totally up to you." "What opportunity?" Han Sen asked. "I am given 2 guards. One of them is already decided and could not be changed. For the other guard, there are 4 candidates including you. I am not allowed to decide which one of you is to become the guard, so you must fight it out," said Jai Yanran. "Will my opponents be surpassers?" Han Sen blinked and asked. "Not really, they are all evolvers, but one of them is very impressive," Jai Yanran said with a wry smile. "How impressive?" Han Sen frowned and asked. "Same as you, he is a major. However, he is a 40-year-old veteran who has spent about 2 decades in the military." Jai Yanran paused and continued, "You have seen Liamingtang using that hyper-geno art, which cost him 60 years to practice. I will not say anything more than the fact that your opponent had already succeeded in practicing Super Diamond Body. He was serving in Blue Blood Special Force previously, and was called the Tiger of Blue Blood. Of course, his strength was more than just Super Diamond Body. He is almost always among the top 3 evolvers of the military contest, while Wang Hu was not even top 100. Jai Yanran looked quite troubled. Before Daphne reached the human space harbor, a warship sent from the Alliance came to it and investigated everybody separately. This time, Daphne had suffered a great loss, including 2 of the most renowned professors studying crystallizer civilization. Many researchers also died on the planet. The accident was quite severe. Fortunately, the 2 advanced crystals that Han Sen brought back was submitted by Jai Yanran, which was credited by the Alliance. Coupled with the great influence of her family, Jai Yanran was not punished. After all, she was not responsible for the excavation work. After returning to the Alliance, the soldiers on Daphne eventually gained some freedom. Although Daphne would not be on a mission in a short amount of time, the soldiers were not excused. The good news was that they could enter God's sanctuary as they wished. It was more than a month until the military contest started. Han Sen planned to use this amount of time to increase his geno points as much as possible so that he would have a bigger chance at the contest. Returning to Goddess Shelter again, Han Sen found that Yang Manly had done a good job managing the shelter. Many people had already resided in the shelter, which brought Han Sen more money than he thought. Each month, he had an income of more than 10 million. The region was not quite populated, so he would earn even more if there were more people. Zhu Ting had got his hands on Treading Cloud a long time ago. Because Han Sen was absent from God's sanctuary for a long time, it was the first chance Zhu Ting could have given the hyper-geno art to him. After receiving Treading Cloud, Han Sen went to hunt. He still asked Zero to stay in Goddess Shelter. Since she could not gain geno points from eating meat and could not use beast souls either, there was no point for her to go hunting. She could stay in the shelter and defend it when there were creatures attacking the shelter. Han Sen went deep into the glaciers and snow mountains alone. On his way, Han Sen was almost traveling at full speed and bypassed all the creatures he saw. He wanted to kill creatures that were so small that they could be finished in 1 to 2 days in order to increase his geno points rapidly. However, few creatures were of a small size in this area. Having traveled 2 to 3 days in the glaciers and snow mountains, Han Sen eventually saw a smaller creature that he had never eaten before. It was a creature the size of a cat. It looked like a ferret covered in shiny purple fur, eating red fruits growing on a bush at the foot of a snow mountain. Having never seen this kind of creature, Han Sen did not dare to be careless. Making sure there was no other creatures around him, he sneaked to the purple ferret quietly. However, when he was still 100 feet from the purple ferret, it suddenly noticed him. Glancing at him with its purple eyes, it was not scared away, but threw itself at Han Sen fiercely. Han Sen's heart leapt. The speed of the ferret was incredibly fast. It came to Han Sen's face in just a moment. A sacred blood creature. Han Sen was both surprised and overjoyed. The creature's speed was even faster than himself, so there was no doubt that it was a sacred blood creature of second god's sanctuary. Using both heresy mantra and overload, Han Sen stepped out to dodge the purple ferret's attack by a hair. At the same time, he punched at the tiny body of the purple ferret. In the air, the purple ferret twisted its body in an incredible angle and dodged Han Sen's punch, continuing to strike at Han Sen. Having no time to move around, Han Sen was scratched by the ferret. If Han Sen did not avoid the attack, that scratch would gut him. An injury like this was not enough to make Han Sen cringe. He was still very calm, using his footwork to fight the ferret. The strength of the creature was completely beyond Han Sen's imagination. What was worse was that his skin scratch started to bleed purple blood. Obviously, he was poisoned. Since he had practiced Jade Skin, Han Sen was immune to most poisons. After he made the first breakthrough, normal poisons were completely useless on him. The fact that the toxins of this purple ferret were effective on him showed how strong the creature was. Luckily, Jade Skin was still effective. After the purple blood flowed for a while, his blood turned red and the injury started to heal. A man and a ferret were fighting in the snow. The tiny body of the ferret was at an absolute advantage. The animal attacked Han Sen continuously in a fierce way. Unfortunately, most creatures were not that smart like humans. The sacred blood purple ferret had amazing fitness and talent in fighting, but all it was relying on was its instinct. Han Sen used his footwork to its limits. It seemed that he was at a disadvantage, but in fact, he had already had everything under control. Tempting and intimidating, he had forced the purple ferret into a spot that he desired. Dongshuan Sutra was not only effective in footwork, but also in fistfight. The poor sacred blood purple ferret was not intelligent enough to tell Han Sen's hidden calculation. Although it was much faster than him, it was gradually forced into a hopeless state. Very soon, Han Sen threw his fist, which was the color of jade, at the purple ferret, which was between its two moves, and lost its ability to dodge. The yin force penetrated the sacred blood purple ferret's body. Its tiny body flew 50 feet away and fell after crushing a large chunk of glacier. When Han Sen was about to chase after it, it suddenly rolled around on the ground and ran away in the opposite direction. Obviously, this sacred blood purple ferret was severely injured, coughing blood from time to time and slowing down. There was no way Han Sen would let it go. He quickly ran toward the purple ferret. As he was slower than the ferret, he could not catch it momentarily. Because it was injured, the purple ferrets could not get rid of Han Sen either, coughing blood from time to time. If they kept going, even if Han Sen could not catch it, it would die from the injury. Han Sen initially thought he would be able to kill the sacred blood purple ferret in a short amount of time, but he did not realize how strong his fitness was. After chasing for 4 days and 4 nights without any shut-eye, the purple ferrets eventually stopped when Han Sen was about to give up himself. Dragging his tired body next to the purple ferret, Han Sen found it was about to stop breathing. Sacred blood creature ghost pod ferret killed. Beast soul of sacred blood ghost pod ferret gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen had heard the voice that hadn't sounded in a long time. At the same time, the beast soul of a ghost pod ferret was added to his mind. Han Sen was in no mood to check the beast soul of the ghost pod ferret, sitting on the snow immediately, and then lying down. Having chased after the ghost pod ferrets for 4 days and nights without any rest, Han Sen was tired out himself. All he was relying on was his resolution and jade skin. Because he was afraid to attract the attention of other creatures, Han Sen did not dare to use the golden growler mount either. After all, the golden growler was only a super mount from First God's sanctuary. At its biggest state, it might be able to catch up with the ghost pod ferret. However, when it was smaller, its speed would be much worse, so it would not really serve purpose. That was why Han Sen had to chase the ferret on foot. At this point, he did not even want to lift a finger. Having lied on the snow for 2 to 3 hours, Han Sen still felt sore all over, not wanting to stand up. "Hey, friend, are you okay? You could not sleep here. You will die like this." Seeing him from afar, a tall woman pushed Han Sen, who was lying on the snow, and said. Han Sen was indeed too tired. Seeing she was not trying to steal the body of the ferret on the ground, he knew she did not mean him harm, so he did not stand up and just said in a laid-back manner, "Don't mind me. I will not die." Since he had made the first breakthrough in jade skin, Han Sen would not die even when buried in snow, let alone sleeping on snow. "You will die like this." The woman frowned, pulled Han Sen up from the snow, and put him on her back. She lifted the body of the ghost pod ferret with her other hand and said as she walked, "So tired after killing such a small thing. Men are such useless creatures. Let me down. I can walk on my own." Han Sen felt both surprised and amused. This lady probably had nerves as thick as her figure. Relaxed. I will carry you back to the shelter for free, the woman said thoughtlessly. Han-sen was too lazy to move in the first place. After hearing from the woman that there was a human shelter nearby, he decided to rest on her back, letting her carry him to the other side of the snow mountain. The lady was quite tall, almost like a man. It was hard to tell how old she was. Han-sen felt she should not be too old. Her fitness seemed quite ordinary as well. He thought her fitness index was probably less than 30. She should be a mutant evolver who had entered God's sanctuary not long ago, which explained her low fitness level. According to the statistics of the Alliance, 100 ordinary Geno points from second God's sanctuary could increase one's fitness by 8 to 10 points. 100 primitive Geno points could increase one's fitness by 15 to 20. 100 mutant Geno points could increase one's fitness by 25 to 30, and 100 sacred Geno points could increase one's fitness by 40 to 50. Although it was just a rough estimate, and the actual statistics depended on personal situation, it almost always fell in this range. As long as Han-sen maxed out on ordinary Geno points and primitive Geno points, he would be able to increase his fitness index by 30. With his original fitness index of 70, he could break 100 in fitness. For ordinary people, it was not so easy to hit 100 in fitness. Even a sacred evolver started with a fitness level around 30. Even with ordinary, primitive, and mutant Geno points maxed out, a sacred evolver would not be able to reach 100 in fitness index but must gain some sacred Geno points as well. It was even harder for the mutant evolvers. As for primitive evolvers, they were basically cannon fodder in second God's sanctuary. It was hard for them to kill even just an ordinary creature. Obviously, this woman did not have a prominent background. Relying on herself, she probably had as hard a time like Han-sen did when he was first in Steel Armor Shelter. Many people could not even reach 100 in their fitness index for their entire life, which was why they did not dare to go to third God's sanctuary and died of old age in the second. Even there were some people who would risk their life by going to third God's sanctuary without hitting 100 in fitness level. Most of them died from accidents. Only less than 1/1000th would survive. The reason that Han-sen worked hard to lay his foundation in first God's sanctuary was not just to have a good time in second God's sanctuary. In third and fourth God's sanctuary, he would need even stronger fitness in order to just survive. To go far, he must first establish a profound foundation. With a shaky beginning, his road would only become more and more difficult. The woman was obviously a talker. She was very outgoing, chatting with Han-sen while carrying him. By replying to her from time to time, Han-sen soon learned a lot. The woman was named Guantong, 29 years of age. She came to second God's sanctuary 3 or 4 years ago. Fortunately, she had the good luck to end up in a middle-sized shelter which had about 10,000 people without encountering any risks. However, the family of Guantong was quite ordinary, so it was quite hard for herself to evolve with mutant Geno points maxed out. In second God's sanctuary, her life was even more difficult. Until now, she still had not reached 30 in her fitness index. The shelter she was staying at was named Starwheel Shelter, the owner of which was Lai Xinglan. When hearing the admiring tone in Guantong's voice when talking about Lai Xinglan, Han-sen felt rather curious about Lai Xinglan. What he saw surprised him completely. It was not because the shelter was marvelous. In fact, Starwheel Shelter was about the same as Han-sen's Goddess Shelter, so it should also be the shelter of an aristocrat spirit originally. The reason Han-sen was surprised was that surrounding area of Starwheel Shelter was filled with creatures. Giant eagles were snapping at the shelter from the sky. Floods of beasts came toward the walls of the shelter. Dead bodies and blood turned the ground near the shelter into a graveyard. A creature taller than the walls of the shelter was hitting on the crumbling wall with its hammer-like fists, trying to make a huge gap on the wall. The beast roars and human cries and the clashing between blood and fire were the symphony of life and death. Broken body parts could be seen everywhere, from both humans and creatures. On the main battlefield in front of the gate of the shelter, a man wearing snow armor was wielding a long bronze sword, fighting a black ape, a silver two-headed bird, a unicorn beast, and a red serpentine. Fighting 4 creatures alone, he was not at any disadvantage, which made Han-sen quite surprised. The 4 creatures were obviously all sacred blood creatures. The man was able to fight all of them alone, blocking the main attacks of the creatures, which was why the shelter was still standing at this point. However, the current situation was not promising. Everyone knew that if they teleported back to the Alliance at this point, they could never come back here after the creatures occupied the shelter. At that time, they would never be able to teleport back to God's sanctuary again. Behind the creatures, a young lady with silver hair and eyes, and a silver staff in her hand was standing on top of the head of a creature that looked like either a snake or dragon, watching everything happen coldly. Beside the young lady, groups of various creatures launched continuous and fierce attacks at the shelter as she wielded her staff. Either the death of creatures or humans could not change the looks of the young lady. Royal Spirit. Seeing the young lady's look, Han-sen exclaimed inwardly. He did not know whether his luck was good or bad. After all this time, he eventually ended up in a human shelter, which, however, was under the attack of a royal spirit who was controlling more than 7 sacred blood creatures. Obviously, she was not someone easy to deal with. Boom! Guantong threw Han-sen and the body of the ferret on the snow, running toward the shelter down the hill. What are you doing? You are committing suicide by going there now, Han-sen exclaimed at the tall figure of Guantong. We could not lose the shelter. There is no other teleport device nearby. We will all be doomed if we lose the shelter, so I have to go help, Guantong replied without turning her head, rushing into the shelter. Han-sen frowned slightly and cast his glance at the royal spirit. The only way to save the shelter was to kill the royal spirit. Otherwise, groups of creatures would flood in endlessly, and humans would lose the shelter sooner or later. It was almost impossible to see such bloody battles in First God's Sanctuary, so it would be hard for someone who had never experienced this to imagine the scary scenario of creatures attacking a shelter. Even Han-sen, who had witnessed lots of deaths, could not help shivering. All he needed right now was a set of strong bow and arrow. If he had them, he could shoot the royal spirit dead right away, which will lead to the collapse of the creatures. However, he did not have any weapon he could use, not to mention bow and arrow. Thinking of weapons, Han-sen immediately took a look at his mind, which was his Sea of Soul. His newly gained Ghost Pod Ferret Beast Soul was lying there. Han-sen took a look at the Ghost Pod Ferret and became excited. Type of Beast Soul of Sacred Blood Ghost Pod Ferret, weapon. The weapon of the Beast Soul immediately appeared on his hand. 3 purple claws of a foot long suddenly appeared on Han-sen's right hand, gleaming with poison. It looked somewhat like the adamantium claws of Wolverine in X-Men. With these claws, Han-sen suddenly felt he had an opportunity. Approaching the battlefield, he observed the situation quietly. Lots of creatures were guarding the royal spirit, so he probably only had one opportunity if he wanted to launch a sneak attack on the royal spirit. Any tiny mistake would render his efforts in vain. No matter how fast Han-sen wanted to kill her, he had to examine the battlefield carefully first with patience and calculate all the possibilities. Boom! The creature taller than even the wall eventually managed to break the wall open, and a large number of creatures started to enter. People guarding the shelter became desperate and pale. Without the structure protecting them, it would be even harder for them to defend themselves from the creatures. It was almost certain that Starwheel Shelter would fall. Retreat. Everyone teleport out of God's sanctuary immediately, commended Lai Zinglan loudly as he fought for sacred blood creatures. He then wielded his long sword fiercely and killed dozens of creatures ahead of him. Although no one was willing to give up on the shelter, they did not have any choice. Although it might be hard for them to teleport back to God's sanctuary in the future, survival was the first priority. People started to retreat from the shelter in an organized manner. These people were not a mob, which showed the good job their leader did. However, in front of absolute strength, no one had any solutions. The army of the royal spirit was so much stronger than them that no matter how strong Lai Zinglan was, fighting for sacred blood creatures and killing endless mutant and primitive creatures, he could not save the day. All sorts of negative emotions like helplessness, reluctance, anger, and depression weighed heavy on the heart of every single person in Starwheel Shelter. People did not even want to speak. They slowly retreated to the teleport device inside the shelter, speechless. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the foot of the mountain nearby to the silver-haired spirit hiding behind the army of the creatures quickly, giving rise to roars among the creatures. Someone is there. Someone noticed the strange turbulence among the creatures and glanced that way. They suddenly saw a man throwing himself at the royal spirit in the back. There is really a person there. How come he went there? That place is filled with creatures led by the spirit. Is he trying to get himself killed? Idiot, he is trying to kill the royal spirit. How is that even possible? She is the royal spirit with the sacred blood snake and thousands of other creatures guarding her. It would be impossible to approach her. Possible or not, he has balls for going there. I admire him. People who had been feeling depressed couldn't help crying out loud, wishing they were right there with him. Momentarily, that person had already rushed into the thousands of creatures surrounding the spirit, going toward her. Everyone's heart leapt. Even those people who were retreating couldn't help slowing down. Although they did not believe there would be a miracle, they could not help wishing there were one. It is him. Guantong saw who it was and explained. The man throwing himself at the royal spirit was the man who he saved from snow. Watching Han-sen entering the group of creatures, people had complex feelings. The moment when Han-sen threw himself at the royal spirit, the silver-haired spirit had a strange look in her eyes. She waved the staff, and all of a sudden, the sacred blood creatures attacking the shelter turned to attack Han-sen. Stop them. We cannot let them go back. Looking at Han-sen, who was risking his life, Lai Xinglan was determined. He stopped the two-headed bird with his sword and then stood in the way of the other sacred blood creatures that were going back as if he was crazy. At Lai Xinglan's command, the evolvers who were giving up on the shelter immediately joined the fight without even thinking. The other two strong evolvers went back to fight the two sacred blood creatures that were about to turn back. Boom! Lai Xinglan took a hit from the unicorn beast with his bronze sword and fell, leaving a long furrow on the ground. However, he was still holding his sword tight with the blood at the corner of his mouth. No matter who you are, kill the spirit for me please. Spitting blood, Lai Xinglan slashed his sword to stop the red serpentine that was trying to go back. On the other side, Han-sen was already deep in the siege of creatures. After absorbing the red crystal, Han-sen had gained stronger brain power, although the ability to move things was not that useful. The countless details of the entire battlefield were clearly projected in Han-sen's mind, making it easier for him to make a precise judgment. When he made the first step, Han-sen had calculated his route to go forward and all the possibilities on the way, including the reactions of different creatures. Although it could not be 100% accurate, Han-sen knew it was the best route he could have chosen. The evolvers fighting were all paying attention to the figure deep into the creature army, wishing for the impossible to happen. At this point, Han-sen's performance had just begun. The moment he sent himself into the group of creatures, the entire battlefield had become a huge chessboard for Han-sen. Every single creature, including the royal spirit herself, was pieces on the chessboard for Han-sen, and his end goal was to take out the piece represented by the royal spirit. Those fierce creatures were attacking Han-sen, but his eyes were extremely calm. Moving his legs rapidly, he was going forward according to the route he had designed. Tempting, misleading, or killing directly, Han-sen could not be stopped by the group of creatures. In the impossible situation, Han-sen made a possible route which led to the royal spirit. The scenario was incredible in other people's eyes. Thousands of creatures were simply a sea of heads without even a gap. In others' eyes, unless all the creatures were wiped out, it was impossible to approach the royal spirit. However, after Han-sen went there, he moved left and right at an incredible speed. Flashing his right hand, one creature after another were bleeding heavily, and many were beheaded, which was not even the best part. The best part was that initially many creatures were actually in Han-sen's way, but for some reason, they suddenly moved their bodies to let him pass. In the crazy group of beasts, Han-sen was like a butterfly dancing solo. Although he was in a terrible situation, the elegance and beauty of his figure were not affected. In the most incredible way, thousands of gruesome creatures failed to stop Han-sen. Through a huge army, Han-sen managed to go up to the royal spirit's mount, the dragon snake. Boom! The moment Han-sen was in front of the dragon snake, the silver-haired young lady had a cold smile on her face. The rock underneath Han-sen suddenly split. A black gargoyle looking like a ghost emerged from underground, its cold hands grabbing at Han-sen's legs which were right in front of its face. Almost at the same time, the giant dragon snake opened its mouth to swallow Han-sen. Damn it, the spirit is so wicked that she hit a sacred blood gargoyle underneath. That is the end of it. People who had seen some hope suddenly lost faith. Attacked by the sacred blood gargoyle, snapped by the dragon snake, and surrounded by fierce creatures, the person had nowhere to go. Cold light flashed in Han-sen's eyes. He suddenly jumped up, disregarding the gargoyle and throwing himself into the mouth of the giant dragon snake. As Han-sen was about to be swallowed by the dragon snake, his body suddenly paused in the air and rose a couple of feet. Stepping on the snake's nose with his right foot, he rose higher at an incredible speed to the same height as the royal spirit standing on the head of the snake. The royal spirit blinked and moved her staff slightly. Silver light covered her whole body, turning her into a warrior covered in silver armor and her staff into a slim silver sword. Without any expression, her delicate fingers moved, and the slim silver sword was stabbed to Han-sen's forehead like a lightning bolt. Fast, incredibly fast. There was no time for him to react. Behind Han-sen, the sacred blood gargoyle appeared like a phantom, its hands grabbing at Han-sen's legs from behind. The snake also spit out its tongue looking like a trident to hit Han-sen's waist. In other people's eyes, Han-sen was faced with a death trap. However, from Han-sen's perspective, this was his opportunity. All the planning, the careful design, and the performance were for this moment. His heart thumping like thunder, Han Sen used heresy mantra to its full. Overload made his bones squeak. Reed armor appeared on Han Sen's body as the ruby crown appeared on his head. His black short hair became blonde and long, dancing in the air like crazy. His eyes, which were now golden, were completely emotionless. As he shapeshifted into the Fairy Queen, everything became slower in Han Sen's eyes. The sneak attack of the sacred blood gargoyle, the tongue blade of the snake, the slim silver sword of the royal spirit, and the countless creatures throwing themselves at him, all became a holographic image in Han Sen's brain, even the slightest details of which could be learned by him. Without moving away, Han Sen, who was now at his best, thrust his chest to the slim sword of the silver-haired spirit girl without hesitation, letting the sword pierce his chest and approaching the spirit at the same time. They were so close to each other that Han Sen's face was about to touch hers. Han Sen smiled, waving his right hand and cutting the 3 purple claws into the pretty head of the spirit girl. With her incredulous look, her head was cut into 4 parts. Boom! The figure of the spirit girl became twinkles of lights and disappeared. Suddenly, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. Both humans and creatures stopped a beat. All eyes were on the gorgeous figure. The red armor and ruby crown were shining in the sun so bright that people could hardly look at them. The injury on Han Sen's chest had stopped bleeding. Although it was a decision he made at the moment he saw the spirit girl shifting into a warrior, Han Sen executed it perfectly with his peerless control of his body and timing. Although the slim silver sword pierced his body, Han Sen managed to avoid all his inner organs. It stabbed him in the gap between his heart and lung. In addition, his heart was the toughest among all inner organs because of the heresy mantra. It was probably even tougher than his muscles, which was why Han Sen dared to take such a great risk. It looked very scary, but the danger was not so great and the result was great. If it was a normal fight, the spirit might be guarded. Han Sen could not even be her match. Without any special tactics, it would be impossible for him to kill her so fast. Sneak attacks were focused on plots. Without any sacrifice, it would be impossible for someone weaker to beat someone stronger. After Han Sen killed the royal spirit, the army of creatures lost their leadership and became a mess. The evolvers of Starwheel Shelter roared in excitement, attacking proactively instead of defending themselves. Momentarily, the situation was completely reversed. The army of creatures was defeated, scattering around, while the evolvers started to chase the creatures falling behind. Disregarding his injury in the chest, Han Sen launched the strike at the sacred blood gargoyle closest to him. The spirit could resurrect in spirit stone, so there was nothing left for Han Sen. If he could not take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 sacred blood creatures, he would be risking his life for no reason. Being attacked by Han Sen, the sacred blood gargoyle did not manage to run away and had to fight him. Its stone-like hands continued to hit the ghost pod claws, while the claws were only able to leave shallow marks on the gargoyle's skin. However, the blood flowing from those marks gradually turned purple and black. Ghost pod claws were extremely toxic, which almost defeated Jadeskin. Obviously, this gargoyle did not have any ability to cure toxins. Han Sen became overjoyed. The toxins of the ferret stayed on its beast soul weapon, which would be extremely helpful for him to hunt sacred blood creatures in the future. Poison was something very useful, but there were not that many beast souls with this feature. When Han Sen was feeling excited, the gargoyle raised its head and roared. Its stone-like skin suddenly contracted and turned into the color of steel, looking much tougher. Unexpectedly, it became a berserk creature. Clank, clank, clank. Han Sen made 3 strikes in a row and failed to cut Gargoyle's skin. The gargoyle did not linger and ran away immediately. It was not easy for Han Sen to have an opportunity to kill a sacred blood creature, so there was no way he would let it go. Han Sen started to chase the gargoyle as fast as his legs would carry him. Without running too far, he saw the skin of the gargoyle showing a color of purple. Feeling excited, Han Sen knew that the gargoyle was not cured from the toxins earlier, although it became berserk. Now Han Sen were even more driven to chase after the creature. This gargoyle was most likely doomed. Now the only thing Han Sen worried was that if it died of poison, its meat might not be edible anymore. However, Han Sen was not afraid of it either. As long as it did not affect the increase of Geno points, he was fine with it. When the evolvers from the shelter came over, Han Sen had already run far, chasing the gargoyle. Except for Guan Tong, no one knew who Han Sen was. Does everyone know who the friend killing the spirit was? The creatures either run away or got killed. After everything was settled, Lai Zinglin raised his voice and asked. Everyone in the crowd looked to each other, feeling confused. They also would like to know who that person was, saving Starwheel Shelter by killing the spirit alone. His bravery and power to behead the queen among thousands of creatures deeply impressed everyone. Do we have such a strong man in Starwheel Shelter? I don't think I have ever seen him. He seems so young. I want to bear his baby. Won-Tong flushed, failing to make a sound. She wanted to say that she knew Han-sen, but then she found that she did not even know what his name was or where he came from. Although she opened her mouth, she could not say a word. Seeing that no one knew the person, Lai Zinglan did not hesitate to summon his mount, running in the direction where Han-sen went. I must meet such a great character, even just to learn his name. Lai Zinglan urged the horse to run fast. Fortunately, the footprints of the gargoyle were clearly imprinted on the way, pointing the right direction for him. After Han-sen chased the berserk gargoyle on the vast ice field for more than 300 miles, the berserk creature eventually lost its energy because of the poison. Han-sen went up and wielded his claws at it, beheading the creature after more than 100 strikes. He only succeeded because the creature was too weak after being poisoned. Otherwise, even a sacred blood weapon could not cut its skin, which had turned so tough after it became berserk. Berserk sacred blood creature evil gargoyle killed. Beast soul of berserk evil gargoyle gained. Meat inedible. The voice he heard almost made Han-sen laugh out of happiness. Lady Luck was still on his side. After coming to Second God's Sanctuary, he gained a beast soul from each of the 3 sacred blood creatures he had killed. His luck was simply peerless. Evil gargoyle, I wish it is armor. With a weapon and armor, I would not need to worry about anything. Han-sen quickly looked to his sea of soul and saw the evil gargoyle squatting quietly. Type of beast soul of berserk sacred blood evil gargoyle. Glyph. Another glyph. After Han-sen saw it, he was dazed for a while. He still hadn't figured out what was the use of the evil-blooded condor beast soul he gained last time. Unexpectedly, this sacred blood evil gargoyle was also a glyph. Han-sen summoned the evil gargoyle, and a tattoo in the color of tungsten and shape of a ghost suddenly appeared on his body, looking gruesome. After the tattoo emerged, Han-sen saw that the skin all over his body gleamed like tungsten. Han-sen summoned the ghost pod claws to cut at his own arm and heard clanks of metal on metal. His metal-like arm was only left with some white marks, not even broken. Haha, this is great. Fantastic. After cutting a few times, Han-sen saw the result was the same, which made him feel overjoyed. This berserk evil gargoyle glyph was much better than the evil-blooded condor glyph, the use of which was still unclear. This glyph was the equivalence of a terrific defense hyper-geno art. Using this glyph, he could still use beast soul armor, which was quite amazing. Although Han-sen did not gain beast soul armor as he expected, he was even more pleased with the result. He took shelter from the wind and took out the ghost pod ferret in his backpack. He carefully boned and skinned ferret, cleaned it with snow, sliced the tender meat, dipped it in sauce, and put it into his mouth. He was on a vast ice field where not even grass could be spotted, so naturally there was no way to make a fire. Luckily, the meat of the ghost pod ferret was very sweet and tasty, without any foul smell or taste. In fact, it was extremely good with sauces, comparable to sashimi. Meat of ghost pod ferret eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Hearing the voice ringing over and over, Han-sen was very pleased. Roughly speaking, 2 sacred geno points could increase his fitness index by 1 point. If this ferret could give him 10 sacred geno points, his fitness index would be increased by 5. After eating a small part of the ferret, Han-sen suddenly saw a mount coming over the ice field. To his surprise, it was the man who had fought 4 sacred blood creatures in Starwheel Shelter earlier. Han-sen did not know why the man would be here. As he was puzzled, he saw the man examining the spot where Han-sen killed the evil gargoyle, and tracing the footsteps to him. Han-sen suddenly became alert, watching the man run his way. Friend, do not get the wrong idea. I did not mean you harm by tracking you down, but only wanted to make a friend. Seeing Han-sen, Lai Zinglan became happy and told Han-sen why he was here. If you just want to thank me, then it's not necessary, said Han-sen. If I only wanted to thank you, I did not need to chase you for more than 300 miles, Lai Zinglan said in a clear voice. What are you trying to do then? Han-sen looked at Lai Zinglan, feeling curious. It is rare to see someone I like, and I do not want to miss a chance to make a friend, Lai Zinglan said seriously. You can't make someone your friend by talking, said Han-sen after eating another piece of meat. But I first need to know you. If I don't know you, strangers can never become friends. That is true. Lai Zinglan sat down opposite Han-sen, and the two started chatting. After a while, Han-sen felt this person was quite interesting. He was gallant, intelligent, and humorous, the kind of person that easily lets others put their guard down. Although Han-sen was vigilant, he could not help feeling impressed by his knowledge and manner. This man was definitely from a prominent family. Thanks to Lai Xinglan, Han Sen gained a general grasp of the situation at this place. On this ice field, there were as many as 20 or 30 human shelters. However, most of them were shelters taken from squire spirits and knight spirits. There were only 3 shelters that were taken from aristocrat spirits, and each of the 3 shelters was managed by a different person. The 3 persons represented the 3 largest forces on the ice field. Other smaller shelters were almost all under the control of the 3 forces, and Starwheel Shelter, managed by Lai Xinglan, was one of the 3 largest shelters on the ice field. In addition, there was the shelter of the Royal Spirit, blocking the way between the ice field and the lands outside. Although the situation in this place was much better than Han Sen's goddess shelter, it was still a relatively desolate area, not connected to the vast population of humans. Lai Xinglan had always wanted to take down the Royal Spirit shelter and expand the hunting area. Otherwise, the resources in this area would remain limited, which would make it hard for him to max out on sacred Geno points. However, depending on the ability of Starwheel Shelter alone, there was no way they could take down the Royal Spirit shelter. In addition, human shelters on this ice field had been competing against each other for years, so there were lots of grudges between them, making it hard for them to work together to conquer the Royal Spirit shelter. Although Lai Xinglan had been trying to urge all the shelters to unite since he took over the Starwheel shelter, the grudges and hatred that had accumulated for centuries were not that easily resolved. Han Sen admired Lai Xinglan's strategy and way of thinking quite a lot, so he agreed that he would help if Lai Xinglan could persuade the other 2 shelters to conquer the Royal Spirit shelter together. Han Sen knew his own strength very well. Although he had killed the Royal Spirit once, it was a sneak attack, which would only work the first time. Next time, the Royal Spirit would be prepared. If he fought the Royal Spirit one-on-one, face-to-face, he might not be her match. In addition, there were a lot of sacred blood creatures under the Royal Spirit's control. Han Sen could cope with 1 or 2 of them. If there were more, he would have to run for his life. Therefore, there was no way he could conquer the Royal Spirit shelter on his own. If Lai Xinglan could unite the 3 forces to conquer the Royal Spirit shelter, Han Sen would not miss the opportunity to take part in it. Moreover, if he could get the Spirit Stone, he would be able to gain the allegiance of the Royal Spirit for sure, which was the most valuable thing in the Royal Spirit. Han Sen had also learned that the creatures in this area were almost all split up by the 3 large forces. In addition, there were not many creatures in the area to begin with. Therefore, it would be hard for him to hunt other sacred blood creatures. To increase his Geno points in a short amount of time was out of the question. Han Sen thought about it and stopped hunting. He followed Lai Xinglan back to the Starwheel shelter and teleported back to the Alliance using the teleport device inside the shelter. The Ghost Pod Ferret gave him 10 sacred Geno points as he expected. With the 2 sacred Geno points he already had, Han Sen now had 12 sacred Geno points. After making such gains, Han Sen was very satisfied with his trip. Initially, he did not have much hope for hunting an edible sacred blood creature, which was completely a surprise. Since he could not increase his Geno points in a short amount of time, Han Sen decided not to hunt anymore. Before the military contest began, he would like to focus on practicing the techniques written in the Dongshuan Sutra. After the fight against the Royal Spirit, Han Sen had some new understandings of the techniques in the Dongshuan Sutra, which he hoped to reinforce through lots of sparring and practice. Han Sen thought about it and logged into the official Skynet platform of the Alliance. Before he became an Evolver, he could not enter the Evolver section on the official platform, which was why he had chosen to go to Gladiator. Now with the official identity of an Evolver, he could register at the official platform to fight Evolvers from all over the Alliance. In addition, the official platform had a benefit. Although the account information on the official platform was private and protected by law, the marks of aristocracy would show when someone entered the platform. Aristocrats with different titles were most likely matched with opponents with the same title. Han Sen was a sacred blood aristocrat, which would be marked next to his account on the official platform. This way, the majority of his opponents would be sacred blood aristocrats, same as him, and a small part of his opponents would be other people with good records. That meant it was easy for Han Sen to meet master players on this platform, which was why Han Sen gave up Gladiator and chose the official platform instead. When he registered, Han Sen thought about it and used the name of Dollar. However, after he entered the ID name, he saw it already existed. Han Sen then added some words and changed it into I am Dollar, which still could not be used. Han Sen tried a couple of times, but even $9527 was registered as well. Feeling quite upset, Han Sen wrote Kill Dollar in his ID name, which was eventually usable. After entering the virtual platform, in front of Han Sen's chest there was a shiny purple badge in the shape of a shield, which represented the identity of sacred blood aristocrats. Anyone could tell he was a sacred blood aristocrat at first sight, so there were a lot of envious glances cast his way. Although at this day and age, there were much more sacred blood evolvers than there were before, the percentage of sacred blood evolvers was still low. Han Sen chose to be randomly matched and was soon matched with someone. Seeing there was a sacred blood badge on the chest of his opponent as well, Han Sen felt quite pleased. Wang Dongyun checked out his opponent and found the ID name was Kill Dollar. Wang Dongyun curled his lips and felt even more amused when seeing his record was 0 win and 0 loss. Kill Dollar, a newbie like you does not even deserve to be killed by Dollar. Wang Dongyun licked his lips, wondering how he could teach this newbie a lesson to show him he should be more careful with the ID name he used. Dollar was a celebrity, so you could fashion your name after him. But don't take yourself so seriously. Kill Dollar my ass. Wang Dongyun became a sacred blood evolver in recent years as well, so he knew the name of Dollar, who was so famous that it was hard for him not to know. Wang Dongyun was quite a fan of Dollar's, so he was even more upset when seeing this ID. After the fight began, Wang Dongyun did not hesitate to use the explosive punch that he was best at, ready to kill this arrogant newbie that dared to insult Dollar. However, when he threw half a punch, he suddenly saw his opponent throwing a fist at him as well. Although the strike was not that fast, Wang Dongyun had to retreat. Otherwise, before he could hit his opponent, he would be punished first. Taking back his fist sullenly, Wang Dongyun stepped back at the same time, preparing to kick the newbie's ass later. However, after this punch, Wang Dongyun was shocked to find that he never had another opportunity to make an attack. The strikes from his opponent never stopped, making him feel suffocated. He felt he had to dodge or block every punch from his opponent, and there was no opportunity for him to fight back. As he blocked and dodged, Wang Dongyun ended up on the edge of the battlefield without even noticing it. With nowhere to go, he was finished off. Wang Dongyun could not believe that he was not able to make a single punch facing a newbie. Unable to accept this kind of result, he challenged his opponent again quickly. His opponent clicked yes, although Wang Dongyun was trying to take the initiative this time around. He quickly ended up in the same situation as the last time, unable to fight back at all. Wang Dongyun sent an invite again, while his opponent chose to reject him this time. Wang Dongyun insisted, but his opponent had already entered another fight, obviously with a new match. Wang Dongyun searched for the room of his opponent and chose to watch. He would like to see why that person was able to beat him and why in such a strange way. Neither the person's speed nor strength was that great. However, he was beaten completely, which made him feel reluctant to accept. Wang Dongyun checked Kill Dollar's opponent, who was named I Am Sword Master with more than 1,000 wins and 800 losses. Since this person was a veteran on the platform, he was definitely not bad. The moment I Am Sword Master moved, Wang Dongyun knew he was right. This person's sword skills were fierce and fast. Judging by his moves, Wang Dongyun could tell that this person had put a lot of effort into practicing his sword skills. If Wang Dongyun was against this person, he could probably only choose to back off and defend himself under such sword skills. However, the choice of Kill Dollar made Wang Dongyun stare his eyes wide open. Kill Dollar did not go back at all, but went forward, punching at I Am Sword Master. The punch was neither fast nor fierce. In Wang Dongyun's eyes, I Am Sword Master could definitely cut Han Sen with his sword. But I Am Sword Master chose to retreat, dodging the punch from his opponent. Later on, Wang Dongyun felt like he was watching a playback of his own match. I Am Sword Master made the exact same choices as himself, suppressed by Kill Dollar until the last minute, unable to fight back. No way in hell. Wang Dongyun almost jumped up and yelled. He could not understand why I Am Sword Master would choose to retreat in the beginning, nor did he understand how I Am Sword Master lost in the end. From his perspective, there were so many opportunities to fight back. In addition, the punches of Kill Dollar were far from perfect. In fact, they were even quite flawed. If I Am Sword Master was able to take advantage of any of the flaws, he could have turned the situation around, which he failed to do. Maybe I Am Sword Master is too weak. Yes, it is definitely so. Wang Dongyun thought it must be the swordman's problem that he could not utilize any of the flaws. Although his sword skills were impressive, he must not be that intelligent. However, Wang Dongyun completely forgot that he acted exactly the same way. He did not feel he was too weak and did not take his loss too well. I Am Sword Master did not take his loss well either, sending another invite to Kill Dollar. He had the exact same thought as Wang Dongyun. However, Han Sen did not agree to fight him again. He was practicing the techniques in Dongshuan Sutra, so it would make little sense for him to fight someone he had defeated already. What he needed was endless new challenges against opponents using various skills. After launching the sneak attack on the royal spirit, Han Sen had a deeper understanding of the techniques in Dongshuan Sutra. The techniques did not need to be perfect, and there was no victory against overwhelming odds in its true sense. If one beat someone much stronger than oneself, one was merely using one's strength to tackle the stronger person's weakness. How to hit his opponent's weakness with his own strength was Han Sen's main focus at the point. It would be the best if he could be stronger than his opponent. If not, he had to show his strength against his opponent's weakness, making himself the stronger one, which was the correct way to go. What Han Sen was practicing currently was to use calculation to match his strength with his opponent's weakness. Even if his opponent was stronger than him overall, he could be partially stronger and consume his opponent's strength in order to win in the end. Wang Dongyun insisted on watching Han Sen's fights one after another. Soon, he discovered that the reason that I Am Sword Master lost was not because he was weak, but that Kill Dollar was too strong. In a dozen fights, Kill Dollar crushed his opponents in the exact same way, which was so strange that he was about to question destiny. Is he Dollar himself? Wang Dongyun suddenly thought of a question. After Wang Dongyun had thought of it, he could no longer hold it back. Wang Dongyun then recorded all the following fights by Kill Dollar. After Wang Dongyun watched several rounds, Kill Dollar suddenly left the virtual platform. Wang Dongyun then watched what he recorded repeatedly. The more Wang Dongyun watched, the more incredulous he felt. In every fight, Kill Dollar was winning overwhelmingly, leaving his opponent no chance to fight back. This guy is very likely Dollar himself. Wang Dongyun felt more and more excited. Although there were a lot of master fighters and evolvers, he could not think of anyone else other than Dollar who would name himself that. However, Wang Dongyun was not sure whether that was true. He hesitated and uploaded his recordings to the official forum with the title Dollar is back, crushing it all. Because there had not been any news about Dollar in a long time, the video did not attract too much attention in the beginning. However, one person had always been paying attention to the news of Dollar, which was the host Fang Mingquan. Currently, Fang Mingquan was already the top host of Huaxing Station. Almost all the shows he hosted had great ratings. One of his recent programs had a rating over 100 million in the entire alliance for his first episode, which was definitely among the top shows. Compared to his old days, Fang Mingquan was having a great time, enjoying the life as a celebrity. However, Fang Mingquan had never forgotten about Dollar, who made his career, constantly looking for news of Dollar. Unfortunately, Han Sen had not used the identity of Dollar recent years. Even if Fang Mingquan wanted to do something, he could not since he had no news of Dollar at all. This day, Fang Mingquan searched for Dollar on the Skynet as usual, looking for the latest news. As he was searching, Fang Mingquan thought, Dollar, you should have been in the second God's Sanctuary for 2 or 3 years. With what you got, you should have gained a lot of Geno points already. Come on, it's your time. Fang Mingquan suddenly saw the video named Dollar is back, crushing it all, and clicked to watch. In recent years he had seen lots of articles and videos with titles like this. Many of the titles were even more dramatic, such as The Truth About Dollar's Fall, The Mysterious Woman in His Bed, The Mystery of Dollar's Disappearance, A 4-Day-Long Sin, etc. However, none of them had any substantial constant. After watching the video, Fang Mingquan's face suddenly became grim. He was so excited that he was shivering. Although the person in the video used the face blur function and all he could see was his ID name, he had a feeling that this person was Dollar. After watching the video seriously, Fang Mingquan was quite surprised. Indeed, it is Dollar. Even among revolvers, he is the absolute top. I have never seen anything like this. Without any hesitation, Fang Mingquan edited the video into a more solid version, ready to show it during his showtime. Liu, make some arrangements to move the topic today to next episode. Fang Mingquan called his assistant. Liu felt puzzled about why Fang Mingquan would suddenly change the topic, which was something he had prepared for nearly a month. However, Fang Mingquan was so popular these days that even the station master was calling Fang Mingquan brother with a huge grin every time he saw Fang Mingquan. Fang Mingquan was totally authorized to change the topic without asking for approval. Mr. Fang Mingquan, what topic should we focus on in this episode? After making the arrangements, Liu asked Fang Mingquan. Dollar. Fang Mingquan only said one word. Fang Mingquan played the video in his show and announced the return of Dollar with thrilling words, which was a bomb among the evolvers in the alliance. Many people started to discuss about it, given the hundreds of millions of audience Fang Mingquan had. Is it true? Is he really Dollar? His name is Kill Dollar. That is more like Dollar's enemy. These punches are so amazing. How did he do it? Dollar is so handsome, crushing it all. My king, you're eventually back. Please accept my allegiance. I've been waiting for so long. What king? He was not necessarily able to beat Lin Feng when he was unevolved. Not to mention he is now in second god's sanctuary. He has not been there for many years. How strong can he be? There are so many revolvers who could kill him. Fuck off. My dollar is invincible anywhere he goes. What the heck do you know? Do not be so excited. It is obvious whether dollar is strong or not. You can tell from the video that all his opponents were sacred blood aristocrats, but they were all defeated by dollar. Exactly. The strength of my king is beyond doubt. Heck, I wish to see him fight again. After waiting for so long, I see my king again. Dollar, I want to have your baby. Oh, you must be a man. We are not even sure whether he is dollar. No rush. It is the official platform, so we can all go check it out. Just like this, a large number of people flooded into the official platform, and many among them tried to send dollar friend requests. When Hansen logged into the platform again, he heard the notification sounds of friend requests ringing like a fire engine. Hansen took a look and saw tens of millions of friend requests, which shocked him completely. He had no idea what had happened. However, there was no way for him to check all these requests, so he had to change his privacy setting to reject every friend request. Also, he chose not to accept any new friend request, and his world suddenly became quiet. What on earth happened? Hansen looked at the news on the Skynet and found out what had happened. He felt both surprised and amused. In the same time, he felt Fang Mingquan must have some mysterious connection to him, being able to tell he was dollar under such circumstances. Hansen did not mean to explain and chose a random match. The moment he entered the fight, the observers in his room maxed out. There were so many people waiting to watch his fight and they all clicked at the same time. Some had entered the room, while some were told the room was full. The evolver matched with Hansen was completely dazed after he entered the battlefield, seeing how packed the stands were. Wang Sun had no idea what had happened. Although he was a sacred blood evolver and was quite well known for that, he had never had such a treatment. The limit of the audience was several million, which was surprisingly filled up momentarily. What on earth has happened? Did someone find out about my porn collection and report me? No way. Even so, there would not be so many bored people. As Wang Zun was puzzled, the countdown had stopped. After entering the battlefield, Wang Zun saw his opponent and thought, is my opponent some celebrity? Is that why there are so many people watching? Thinking of that, Wang Zun quickly checked his opponent's record, which was only more than 20 fights, 100% wins. He must be a celebrity. This is my opportunity. If I beat him, won't I be famous as well? Wang Zun felt very excited. Without any hesitation, he seized his two broadswords and hit his opponent with all his strength. The broadswords were shaped like crescents, and his broadsword skills had a strong spinning force. It turned out to be the famous Moonblade, an evolver broadsword skill that was very hard to practice. Moonblade required the person who practiced the skills to have a special talent called ambidexterity, which sounded a bit odd. An ordinary person was either left-handed or right-handed. Even with training, one would naturally prefer one hand over the other. Very few people had no preference as a baby, maybe a tenth, zero. Therefore, the rudimentary requirement to practice Moonblade was very high, and only a few people could practice it. However, Moonblade was very powerful. One person using two blades would be as powerful as two persons using blades at the same time. One could even fight two persons at the same time. In one-on-one fights, the person who practiced Moonblade would have the absolute advantage. With the same fitness and martial arts skills, almost no one could beat someone who had practiced Moonblade. Even the opponent was also using double blades. Moonblade would still be much better. Those who came to see Dollar did not expect Dollar to be randomly matched with someone who had practiced Moonblade. However, they soon understood. Dollar himself was a sacred blood aristocrat, so it was impossible for him to be matched with someone weak. Although Dollar was strong, all his opponents were aristocrats among evolvers with great skills. Do you think Dollar will win? There's no need to guess. Dollar will win. I don't think so. Moonblade is not that easy to cope with. In addition, Dollar had only entered second god's sanctuary for 2 to 3 years. I don't believe his Geno point count is too high. There were a lot of discussions among the audience, while Wang Zun had already attacked Hansen with Moonblade. However, his opponent's reaction made Wang Zun pause. He had never met someone trying to attack him first when he was using Moonblade. In addition, his opponent was not using any weapon, attacking at him with bare hands. Heck, don't you dare to look down on me. Your brother will teach you how impressive Moonblade is. Wang Zun added force to the broadswords, trying to kill his opponent in one strike, which would make him really famous. However, before his broadsword fell on Hansen's body, Han Sen moved sideways although Han Sen's hands were going forward. Han Sen's position was so strange that Wang Zun did not know how to react for the time being. This guy is weird. I will take it slow, Wang Zun thought, then took back his weapon and stepped back, trying to figure out what was happening. But he never had a second opportunity. Han Sen's fists flew at him non-stop in a manner similar to Sprocket's sword. The attacks were so tightly arranged that Wang Zun had to protect himself first, without any chance or time to fight back. Boom. Wang Zun failed to make a single strike until the end when he was finished off by Han Sen. Feeling regretted and upset, Wang Zun presented himself for not insisting during his first attack. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like that. Haha. Dollar indeed. Incredible skills. That looked exactly like the video. This is a random match, so there was no way to cheat. My king is so strong. Such incredible fight. Only Dollar could achieve that. The king is after all a king. Who dares to say that he has fallen? Dollar did not pay any attention to the audience and chose to be randomly matched again. As he moved, all the audience chose to be randomly matched as well, wishing to be his opponent. When Han Sen started the fight again, those who were not matched with him became the audience. Momentarily, the room was filled up. This time, Fang Mingqun, who had received the message, also came into the room, broadcasting the fight as he watched. It was just an ordinary fight on the official platform, instead of a match. The two players were even randomly matched. However, the number of the viewers were still rising at an incredible speed. The online viewers had hit 10 million in just a few seconds and was growing still. It seemed that it would take no time for the number to hit 100 million. You did not get into the room either. Yes, there are too many people trying. Haha, when we were in First God's Sanctuary, Dollar was our faith. Now we are all evolvers. The God is still peerless. I really enjoy watch him beating others. Kill Dollar, what an ironic name. Dollar is probably the only person who could kill himself. Look at Dollar's opponent. Well, what a bimbo. She must have had the surgery. Oh my, they are huge. Damn it, those globes. Opposite Han Sen, a tall woman came out. Besides her long legs, her ample breasts were almost out of this world. At first glance, anyone would be attracted to look at her girls. It would take people a while to notice that her other features were pretty as well. Han Sen looked at his opponent and was also immediately attracted by her nice racks. Being a man of cast iron will, he only took a glance before he looked at her profile. Her ID name was Wish I Did Not Understand. Same as Wang Zun, Wish I Did Not Understand was startled. She had no idea about the news of Dollar, so she was not prepared for such a large audience at all. However, none of those chosen to be matched with Han Sen was weak. After slight surprise, Wish I Did Not Understand became calm and positioned to defend herself, waiting for attacks from her opponent. It seemed that she was not nervous at all. Audience of the fight and viewers of Fang Mingqun's show were all surprised by the performance of the large-breasted beauty. Faced with such a situation, it was not easy to stay calm and be herself. Enclosed like a box, this is iron wall boxing of Taishu Wang. Fang Mingqun recognized the woman's skills and explained in excitement. I believe we are all familiar with Taishu Wang, who is a senator and demigod. Iron wall boxing is known as the best self-defense boxing skills in the world. We will have a great show today. When the best attacking skills meet the best defense skills, what would happen? Let's wait and see the fight between the sword and shield. Wow, it turns out that the beauty is one of the Taesus. Look at her boobs. I would surrender the moment I see them. Iron wall boxing is also good. I would kneel before I surrender. I'm afraid Dollar is in trouble this time. Iron wall boxing is very impressive indeed. I have seen it before. An evolver besieged by 6 persons walked out easily with this skill. So good. This is going to be a great show. Seeing the defense skills of the beauty, Han Sen's eyes lit up. After fighting 36 opponents, he had never encountered someone who was good at defense, which intrigued him very much. Without hesitation, Han Sen threw a punch at her. There was no such thing as perfect defense in the world. Similarly, Han Sen's attack could not be flawless. If 2 persons with equal strength were fighting, one would have to beat the other when there was a mistake. Without moving, there was no mistake, which was why whoever threw the first punch could more easily make mistakes and thus lose the fight. Iron wall boxing was more than defense. It was also about fighting back. The beauty understood the logic profoundly, so when she saw Han Sen making the first move abruptly, she felt a bit contempt toward her opponent. Even so, the big-breasted beauty was still quite careful. Since the biggest mistake in defense was carelessness, she would not make such stupid mistakes. The beauty used iron wall boxing skills to block Han Sen's attack. When the 2 fists touched, both of them felt a shock. Han Sen did not earn any advantage, and the strength of the beauty was no weaker than his. Han Sen did not plan to beat her with strength anyways. Her goal was to practice the techniques written in Dongshuan Sutra. To overpower his opponent would do him no good, not to mention the fact that his strength was not better than hers. After one strike, Han Sen's fists were thrown at the beauty endlessly. She uses her fists to block his, only to find the punch a fake one. If one put all one's force into a punch, then it would be difficult for one to take the punch back in the middle or change direction. However, if one was reserving some force in the beginning to control one's arm and fist, one could always easily change the direction of one's attack. This was the application of black and white boxing in an actual fight. Using defense, the beauty thought she had blocked Han Sen's fist, but suddenly found it was a fake move. When their fists touched, Han Sen's fist had already changed direction, hitting her in another place. If it were a different person, the person would not be able to put up defense under such a swift change. However, the beauty stepped out and turned her waist around abruptly to put her arm in front of Han Sen's fist. It turned out that Han Sen's second strike was still a fake move. Without even touching the girl's arm, Han Sen's arm twisted like a snake, hitting her stomach. Iron wall boxing deserved to be called the best skills for defense. The beauty elbowed Han Sen harshly on the fist. However, Han Sen's punch was still a fake move, after which he quickly changed direction again. The ever-changing situation was dazzling to watch. Damn it, Dollar is so good at making fake moves. I could never tell that he was not putting any force into it. I thought he used all his force in the 3 punches. If I were her, I would have died a long time ago. Great offense and great defense. Dollar is in trouble. Excellent iron wall boxing of Taishu. The defense is simply flawless. Great to watch. However, the fact was not as simple as people saw. The beauty was extremely pissed off at this point, feeling her opponent was looking down on her. Her opponent obviously knew that she was good at defense, so he used several fake moves in a row to toy with her, believing that she only knew how to defend herself without fighting back. If just now, the beauty did not pay any mind to his attacks and punched him, he would probably have died by now. However, Han Sen made fake moves consecutively, which fooled her indeed, making her very mad. My family's iron wall boxing is more than just defense. The beauty felt angry, staring at Han Sen's fist closely, ready to finish him off with one punch when he made another fake move. However, what happened next was so insulting that she was about to cry. Han Sen made 18 fake moves consecutively, while the beauty was never sure whether it was actually a fake move, which was why she never fought back. Like this, the beauty was fooled by Han Sen 18 times before she eventually decided to make a move. When Han Sen hit her again, she fought back without any hesitation. Boom. Her face was suddenly full of helplessness, anger, and most of all, frustration. Her eyes were full of tears, which were about to fall. She held back 18 times and was fooled 18 times. When she finally decided to fight back, it turned out that her opponent's strike was a real move. His strike with all his force was naturally faster and fiercer than her reaction. Before her arm was out, she was hit by Han Sen already. Even the audience couldn't help blaming Han Sen for being so cruel. How could you bully a beauty with boobs like these? However, Han Sen did not think of all that. All he wanted to do was to break the defense of iron wall boxing. The defense was so perfect that it was impossible to be tackled head-on. He had to trick his opponent into fighting back using the skills of black and white boxing in order to break her defense. If she was tough enough, staying on the defense side always, then Han Sen would make mistakes sooner or later as the proactive party. After all, making moves was riskier than making no move. When making a move in a prolonged fight, one would always risk making mistakes. If she kept her original strategy, she would have a bigger chance at winning. Once she made a mistake, it was almost impossible for her to maintain the perfect defense. Very soon, the beauty was finished off by Han Sen. In a room, a pretty girl came out of a holographic device, her eyes red with tears. In the end, she couldn't hold it back, and her tears fell on her fair cheeks. Han Sen won every fight he was in for a dozen times. Because many fans were trying to match with him, the better half of his opponents were his fans, among whom a girl even asked for his signature, blushing. This is a virtual platform. There is no way I am able to do that. Han Sen had to log out of the official platform. If he kept going like this, it would not help him at all. The news about Dollar appearing again was spread very fast. Many people were debating whether Kill Dollar was really Dollar himself, and more people were waiting for Dollar on the official platform. Han Sen did not use the platform again. People were checking to see whether he was online 24/7. There was no way to fight normally. Currently, what he needed was tough fight instead of fanfare. Lying on the bed and resting, Han Sen decided to use the military virtual camp the next day instead of the official platform. He could not fall asleep right away, so he dialed Jai Yanren's number. After a while, Jai Yanren picked up. "Are you still busy with work so late?" Han Sen asked. "No, I was on the official platform," said Jai Yanren excitedly. Dollar appeared again with 40+ wings and no loss. "So impressive. I was just watching him fighting, so good. You also went to see Dollar. Are you his fan as well?" Han Sen was dazed, not knowing Jai Yanren was so interested in Dollar. "Yes, I am his fan. Who wouldn't like such a hero? He used to save those kids and fight the Golden Horn Shura so manly." Jai Yanren's face was filled with worship. There were almost hearts in her eyes. "Hey, your boyfriend is still here. This is inappropriate." Han Sen curled his lips and said, "Huh, why are you jealous? Idol is different from boyfriend. I only need to worship my idol from afar. If I got too close to him, I would definitely be disappointed. However, my boyfriend is my dearest person in the world, for whom I would give up everything," she said with a smile. "I'm not that happy to hear this. Can't you worship your boyfriend?" "Your boyfriend is also awesome," Han Sen said reluctantly. "That is different. In my mind, you are the best. However, Dollar is a national hero. I just can't compare the two of you," Jai Yanren said. "Then I'll let you watch your national hero. This ordinary good guy, will go to sleep." Han Sen pretended to be hanging up. "My dear, don't be like this. If you don't like it, I will not watch him anymore. He's definitely a loser compared to my genius." "Forgive me, my genius," Jai Yanren said flirtatiously. Tempted by her looks, Han Sen was enamored. He was not really mad anyways. He was not so bored that he would be jealous of himself. After brushing his teeth, he went to eat something and got ready for his virtual camp fight. However, his comlink suddenly started to ring. Han Sen thought it was Jai Yanren and answered it casually. However, in the holographic image that popped out, Huangfu Pinking appeared. "Huangfu Pinking, how come you have the time today?" Han Sen said casually. They were quite familiar with each other, so he did not bother to go through the greetings. "Do you know that Dollar has appeared again?" Huangfu Pinking said directly. "I believe every evolver knows that," Han Sen said helplessly, spreading his hands. He did not expect the attention he attracted by using an ID name related to Dollar. "You really think that person is Dollar?" Huangfu Pinking said. "I think so," replied Han Sen. "Why?" Huangfu Pinking asked, puzzled. "Instinct," Han Sen said casually, thinking, "That person is me, so of course I know." Huangfu Pinking thought about it and said, "I also feel it is probably true. However, Dollar is making such a huge progress. I wonder which shelter he's at. If you don't know, I would know even less. Right? Why do you look for him? Does Son of Heaven still want to go after him?" Han Sen asked, pretending to be casual. "Although my cousin hates Dollar, he is not so bored. The reason I want to look for him is because the footwork he was using in the fights looked like Heavenly Go." Huangfu Pinking said grimly. "Even if he is using Heavenly Go, what does that have to do with you?" Han Sen asked, puzzled. "Currently, in the Alliance there should be only 2 persons who practice Heavenly Go. One is my grandmother, and the other is the student of my grandmother. Even I did not manage to learn Heavenly Go. If he was really using that, Ares Martial Hall must investigate into that." Hearing Huangfu Pinking out, Han Sen felt puzzled. And then he looked at her and asked, "Is the student of your grandmother that queen from Queen Restaurant?" "How do you know that?" Huangfu Pinking looked at Han Sen, surprised, her breasts moving up and down dramatically. Huangfu Pinkings are the best. Although that girl has huge breasts, their shape was not as perky and perfect as Huangfu Pinking's. Han Sen couldn't help thinking, "I've met Queen on Gladiator before and learned some kiting skills from her. It helped me a lot, but I don't know if that's the Heavenly Go you mentioned," Han Sen said. "Is that true?" Huangfu Pinking was shocked, asking Han Sen to show her the skills he learned hastily. Han Sen only demonstrated what he learned from Queen and did not expose any part of the technique in Dongshuan Sutra. Huangfu Pinking was even more surprised. After she watched Han Sen's demonstration, she looked at Han Sen with a strange look and said, "Queen is a very proud person. Except for my grandparents, she did not care for anybody. Even I was ignored by her constantly. She would not even look at ordinary people. The fact that she would teach you Heavenly Go is simply incredulous, although she did not teach you a lot. Tell me, why is that?" Han Sen told Queen the story in details. The reason he was explaining was to let people know that he learned the footwork from Queen, in case anyone recognized the footwork. Huangfu Pinking was surprised hearing the story. "So that's what has happened. You are indeed a genius for making her treat you differently." "Unfortunately, I have only learned a little bit." Han Sen licked his lips and said, "A little bit is quite nice already. Without the talent, one could not learn anything." Heavenly Go is definitely one of the top 10 Hyper Geno arts, even better than Super Diamond Body. Not everyone has the chance to learn, Hyunfu Pinking said admiringly. Why didn't your grandmother teach you? Han Sen asked her. My grandmother said that my character and talents were not right for Heavenly Go. If I force it, I would probably get myself killed, which is why she did not teach me. In fact, I'm not the only one. No one in my family was taught Heavenly Go. Queen is her only student, Hyunfu Pinking said helplessly. So, I really envy you for having such talent. That's right. If one does not learn the kiting skills well, one would get oneself killed even faster, Han Sen agreed with her. The kiting skills that focused on calculation could easily be manipulated by the opponent if the user had poor abilities, which would cause the user to be killed. For example, when Han Sen was against Queen, if he were to use the kiting skills, he would lose even faster, which was because Queen had better skills in calculation and designing. She was even able to turn Han Sen's calculation against himself. Before he gained better abilities at calculation, Han Sen would rather stand still than use kiting skills in front of Queen if they were fighting for their lives. Oh, I have to go. Talk to you later. It seemed that Hyunfu Pinking suddenly thought of something. She muttered some words out of order before she hung up. Han Sen shrugged helplessly, not knowing what had happened to Hyunfu Pinking. He had never seen her so disorganized before. Ready to go to the military camp, Han Sen suddenly heard a crack in his sea of soul. The blood snail, which had gone through transformation of several months, eventually broke out of the cocoon. Han Sen was suddenly overjoyed. Initially, he thought all the beast souls would finish the upgrade within 1 month. However, all beast souls had different paces. It took several months for the blood snail to finish its upgrade. The upgraded blood snail had different looks from before. It used to have a jade shell and red meat, looking like a snail shell floating on a red cloud. Currently, the entire blood snail had turned red, its shell looking like red crystal. The beast soul seemed to be on fire from afar. Type of beast soul of Berserk Super Blood Snail, Pet Armor. The introduction to the blood snail did not change much. There was only an extra word, Berserk. Han Sen thought about it and went into a training field. He then summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and equipped it with the Super Pet Armor. The red armor turned the Golden Rock Worm King into a red tank with a ferocious and fierce look. Han Sen used 30% of his force to hit the pet. Although the Golden Rock Worm King backed off a little bit, the pet armor was still intact. Han Sen almost jumped with joy, hitting the Golden Rock Worm King again with 60% of his force, and the pet was still fine. Han Sen increased his force gradually, but the Golden Rock Worm King equipped with Super Pet Armor was never injured, like a cockroach that could never be killed. In the end, Han Sen hit the Golden Rock Worm King with all his strength, while he was only able to blow the pet away. With the protection of the Super Pet Armor, the pet was not hurt severely, and the Super Pet Armor only had a dent on it and was not broken. The result made Han Sen feel both surprised and disappointed. The blood snail did not turn into a beast soul of Second God's Sanctuary like the Holy Angel. It seemed that not all the beast souls could evolve like that. The black crystal only turned the blood snail into a Berserk beast soul. However, a Berserk Super Beast Soul from First God's Sanctuary was comparable to a Sacred Blood Beast Soul from Second God's Sanctuary. This was great news to Han Sen. Han Sen suddenly had a thought. If I upgrade a Beast Soul from Second God's Sanctuary, I wonder if it could be turned into a Berserk Beast Soul directly. If that is possible, I will be able to make a huge fortune. For the same Beast Soul, the value of a Berserk one would be several times or several dozen times that of a normal Beast Soul. If he could turn a Beast Soul Berserk, the profit was unimaginable. In addition, if he could turn the Sacred Blood Beast Souls from Second God's Sanctuary into Berserk ones, it would be a great help for Han Sen to hunt super creatures in the future. Of course, what Han Sen was worried about the most was the time it took for the upgrade to take place. The Holy Angel only used a month, while it took several months for the Blood Snail to become Berserk. Han Sen had not yet figured out the rules. Han Sen had no mood to go to the military camp anymore. He immediately went to the teleport device and entered Starwill Shelter. Han Sen was looking for suitable praise on the ice field, but to no avail. In recent days, he had not even run into a mutant creature and had only gained some primitive Geno points. Lai Zinglin was right. The resources on the ice field were not enough to support so many humans to cultivate. In comparison, the mountains around Goddess Shelter had quite a lot of advanced creatures that acted alone. However, the terrain of the mountainous region was not suitable for large-scale hunting because of the potential dangers. If they did not want to risk their lives in the mountains, they had to take down the royal shelter in order to communicate with outside. Otherwise, they had to stay at the spot and rely on the limited resources. Han Sen decided to check out the royal shelter, getting ready for conquering it in the future. After marching for 2 days toward the royal shelter, the evil-blooded condor had already become a berserk beast soul. However, Han Sen still did not know what the glyph should be used for. It was not that easy to tell like the glyph of the gargoyle. Because Han Sen had no other beast souls, he fed the black crystal to the golden growler. He did not have time to make money using the black crystal recently anyways. Running on the ice field, Han Sen was using Treading Cloud on his way. Without 7 twists, he had to settle with Treading Cloud. Luckily, the effect of Treading Cloud was much better than Han Sen had thought. It enhanced his speed and was also quite easy to learn. Han Sen was pleased that it was much better than Sparticle he used. Indeed, the Chens are great at footwork. I wish I could get my hands on 7 twists someday, Han Sen said to himself. A few hundred miles from the royal shelter, Han Sen saw the silver-haired spirit riding the dragon snake on the ice field, followed by groups of creatures. Han Sen had no idea where she was going. Seeing the sacred blood creatures among the groups, Han Sen immediately decided against a sneak attack. Last time, there was Starwheel Shelter as his backup, which he now did not have. If he went there alone, he would most definitely get himself killed. However, on a different note, since the silver-haired spirit had left the shelter, could he take the opportunity to steal her spirit stone from her shelter? Although there were definitely sacred blood creatures guarding the shelter, this was an opportunity nonetheless. Even if the chance was slim, it would not hurt to check it out. After Han Sen arrived at the royal shelter, he was surprised by what he saw. Although he had read about the description of royal shelters, it was simply overwhelming seeing it with his own eyes. It was not even like a castle. It was a huge metropolitan. At first glance, he could not even see the borders. In the sky, huge creatures were flying, and groups of strange birds were hovering. A large number of creatures were going across the shelter, many of which were sacred blood creatures. Even on the lawn in front of the royal shelter, humongous creatures were feeding. Initially, Han Sen imagined that he might be able to sneak into the royal shelter, but with a glance, he knew that he could never sneak inside, and he would have no idea where the spirit stone was even if he did. A stone the size of a fist in a large metropolitan was harder to find than anything else. Unless he had the power to take down the spirit shelter the hard way, it was almost impossible for him to touch the spirit stone. If I could take down such a huge shelter, I would be so rich just by collecting taxes. It would be no worse than a large city. I would not even be able to count the money I could earn. Han Sen became more and more excited. If he could conquer the royal shelter, he would be dominating this region. In addition, he would also have a royal spirit servant. This place was such a treasure. The only thing bothering him was that he did not have the power to take down the place alone. This is not okay. I have to think of a way to urge the other 3 shelters to unite together. It would be good if I earn the allegiance of the royal spirit first. As for this royal shelter, the humans will have to give it to me when I am strong enough. Han Sen thought to himself. He did not dare to hunt in this area. Once noticed by the creatures of the shelter, it would be hard for him even to run away. Han Sen had to go back following the way where he came from. Luckily, Han Sen had hunted a lot of small creatures these days, which gave him quite a few primitive Geno points. Now he had 63 primitive Geno points and 100 ordinary Geno points already. Currently, Han Sen's fitness was around 100. After he used Heresy Mantra and Overload, his strength and speed could easily break 100. Such fitness in Yin-Yang Blast would be enough to beat that tiger of blue blood, right? Han Sen estimated that it was time for the military contest and returned to the Alliance. This military contest was not the one of the entire Alliance soldiers, but just the contest in the Southwest Galaxy where Daphne belonged to. All units in Southwest Galaxy would send contestants. Initially, Blue Blood Special Force was not a part of Southwest Galaxy. Because Jai Yanran was selecting guards, Tiger of Blue Blood chose to give up the contest of the Central Galaxy and came down to Southwest. This made the soldiers ready to take part in the contest in the Southwest Galaxy clench their fists, ready to teach this person a lesson. Blue Blood Special Force was always the best of the best, which got on the nerves of the soldiers of other forces naturally. Now that they had a chance to compare themselves against the best soldier from the Blue Blood Special Force, they definitely wanted to prove how good they were. Actually, we are only here to be onlookers. We are all counting on Zheng Yu's here. I hope that he can beat the Tiger of Blue Blood Special Force and make Southwest Galaxy proud, said the young soldier. Zheng Yu's. Han Sen thought about it, and it seemed he had heard of this name. Zheng Yu's appeared to be one of the other 2 candidates competing for the position of Jai Yanran's guard. After chatting with the young soldier for a while, the warm-up zone suddenly became quiet. Hansen followed everyone's gazes to a huge man who walked over in large steps. Even looking at him made people want to run away. "Tiger of blue blood, Tai," whispered the soldiers from the southwest galaxy. Glancing at the soldiers in the warm-up zone with his black eyes, Tai eventually gazed at a 40-year-old veteran and asked seriously, "You are Zheng Yu's?" "I am," Zheng Yu said and nodded. "Great," Tai replied, and then sat down without saying anything else. After all, he was not from this galaxy and had no friends here, so he was simply resting. Seeing how Tai acted, Hansen knew that he thought nothing of Hansen and the other competitor, and believed that only Zheng Yu's was worthy of his attention. Hansen did not care much. After all, everything was about strength in the end. It would not benefit him if Zheng Yu's or Tai gave him more credit. Very soon, the contest began. The contestants walked in a group into the venue, seeing a sea of soldiers and officers who were the audience. It was quite magnificent to watch. The Southwest Galaxy included 2 main galaxies, Zygli Galaxy and Nansangshuan Galaxy, and 16 smaller galaxies. Only Zygli Galaxy and Nansangshuan Galaxy had a large number of habitable planets. Only 1 or 2 of the 16 smaller galaxies had military bases. Other planets were either uninhabitable or used for mining only. The first event was a test of strength. A strength tester was placed on the venue, looking like a giant drum. The contestants could hit the drum using whatever method they chose, and then the screen on the drum would show the score of the last hit. The higher the score, the better. Although no one would be eliminated because of a bad score, one's final score was the sum of the scores of all events. If in the end, one's final score was not among the top 4, one would not be able to enter the contests for the title of Soldier King. Shortly, in the thunder-like cheers of the soldiers, the first round of the strength test began. The soldier who was called first came up to the stage to strike the drum. Since all the contestants were elites from their respective units, they were all evolvers with fitness over 100. After watching for a while, Hansen noticed that the score was ordinarily between 100 and 105. And there were not any outstanding performances. Although it was a galaxy-wide contest, there was an age limit on the contestants, and some special forces were not allowed in the contest. Very soon, it was Tai's turn. The eyes of all the contestants were focused on him. Even the audience stopped cheering, waiting to see Tai's performance quietly. Under all the attention, Tai was not nervous at all. He simply walked up to the drum and hit it without any additional moves. Boom! A loud sound made people's ears hurt. The number on the screen of the drum changed quickly and ended up on the number 113.7584. Everyone couldn't help gasping. This kind of strength was nerve-wracking among evolvers. A sacred blood evolver only had a fitness index around 30 to begin with in Second God's Sanctuary. With ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points maxed out, a sacred blood evolver could only reach around 90. In order to have a fitness index of 110, one would have to gain at least 40 to 50 sacred geno points. The expressions of all the contestants changed. Zheng Yu's looked grim. This kind of strength was a huge pressure on all of them. From Hansen's perspective, this should not be the best Tai could do. If he used everything he had, he should be able to make the score a bit higher. Later on, it was Zheng Yu's turn. Zheng Yu walked up to the drum, took a deep breath, gave a loud roar, and then hit the drum fiercely. Boom! The screen showed the number 114.2584, giving rise to loud applause from the audience. This number was even better than Tai's, which boosted the morale of the soldiers in the Southwest Galaxy. Zheng Yu did well. On the stands, the chief of the Southwest Galaxy troops nodded and complimented. "Chief, I don't think he is the match of Tai." Zheng Yu had the all he got in his strike, while Tai was still conserving his strength, said the secretary. The chief did not mind it. How much resource did Blue Blood Special Force put into their tiger? And how much resource did Zheng Yu have? The fact that he has such performance is enough to prove his excellence. The chief thought about it and then asked, "How are the other 2 persons?" Major Wang Gang was also an elite from his department, but he is not as good as Zheng Yu's. As for the person recommended by Jai Yanran herself, I have looked him up as well. The secretary looked through his files on his comlink and said, Jai Yanran and Hansen are schoolmates and a couple. Hansen does not have much of a background. Jai Yanran must have pulled some strings for him to go to Daphne. He had been in Second God's Sanctuary less than a year. Being a sacred blood evolver, he had a great foundation. However, according to his registration, he is currently located in a remote small shelter. There are only 2,000 to 3,000 people there, so it should be impossible for him to gain geno points efficiently. I think that Jai Yanran originally wanted for Hansen to be her guard, and only failed because of the pressure from the upper level. So, among the candidates, Hansen should be the least competent, the secretary summarized. The chief nodded. As they were speaking, it was Han Sen's turn. In front of the drum, Han Sen took a deep breath, his heart thumping and his bones squeaking. His punch traveled through the air and hit on the drum. Boom! With a loud noise that hurts people's ears, the number on the screen quickly changed and froze at 111.1111. This number was so neat that it looked like it was faked. Everyone was dazed. Of course, it was not just because the number was needed, but mainly because it was such a good score. Up until this moment, it was the third best. The soldiers started to applaud for Han Sen, because he was one of the Southwest Galaxy. Damn it, what's wrong with the score? It must mean I am going to be single all my life. Han Sen felt quite depressed. He uses his best to see how much he could get and did not expect such a number. Despite the unlucky number, he was quite satisfied with his score. With the score, he could be counted as an elite him on the evolvers. Well done, brother. Are all the cooks on your warship so good? When Han Sen returned to his seat, the young soldier gave him a thumbs up. That's true, but we're not cooks, we are cookhouse soldiers. Han Sen smiled and said. Because of his punch, lots of contestants were impressed by Han Sen. But Taiyi did not even look at Han Sen. Naturally, Taiyi could tell that Han Sen had given all he got with his punch and even tapped into his potentials using Hyper Geno arts. Although his score was good, Taiyi did not think much of him. This Han Sen is not bad. He does know something, the chief said, slightly surprised. The secretary wiped some cold sweat off his forehead. The discrepancy between Han Sen's performance and his investigation was a negligence on his side. Although the chief did not say much, the secretary understood very well that he should not have made such a mistake and the chief would not tolerate such mistakes every time. I'm so sorry, chief. I will reinvestigate right away, the secretary said hastily. No need. This is the best test. Let's wait and see, the chief said quietly. Yes, sir. Although the secretary continued to watch the game, he still quickly looked at the information he found on Han Sen again. The chief could be merciful, but he had to be committed to his duty. Otherwise, there was no need for him to stay on his position, which was utterly dangerous. The second item was Sprint, to Han Sen's surprise. However, this device was tuned to level 10 with a gravity of 100. Without a fitness level of over 100, it would be impossible for someone to run inside, let alone pass all the metal walls. After the game began, soldiers entered the device. However, the result was not great. 8 soldiers had failed at Sprint. None of them finished even a third of it. The gravity of 100 was simply too difficult. Even with the fitness index of 100, one could easily get tired, so it was hard for them to maintain the speed and reflex. Han Sen frowned. This gravity setup was clearly too high. With the fitness level around 100, it would be more sensible to set it at 80 or 90. Even Han Sen himself could not help frowning seeing such a hard test. One soldier tried after another, but they all failed. After the better half of the contestants had failed, it was eventually Taiyi's turn. Although many soldiers from Southwest Galaxy wished Taiyi to lose, they were soon disappointed. Taiyi's muscular body jumped across the metal walls like a robot that was never tired. It looked like he was not bound by gravity at all. Without a single mistake, he kept the same speed and rushed through wall after wall, which made Han Sen gasp with admiration. Taiyi was indeed an impressive figure. Great fitness, sensitive senses, and a perfect judgment of the bigger picture. He seemed that this incredibly difficult sprint could not trap him at all. He really is tough, Han Sen said to himself. In the end, Taiyi finished Sprint perfectly, as if he had done something trivial. He returned to his seat quietly and sat down. The soldiers of Southwest Galaxy all placed their hope on Zheng Yu's who followed. Unfortunately, although Zheng Yu's did everything he could, he fell after going through 70%, which made many soldiers sigh in sadness. Seeing that even Zheng Yu's failed at the test, the soldiers of Southwest Galaxy felt disappointed. Damn it, even Zheng Yu's failed. The tiger of blue blood must be so content, said the young soldier sitting next to Han Sen disappointedly. After he said that, he looked at Han Sen and said, Brother, how about you? Do you think he can do it? We can only count on you right now. Hearing the young soldier, the other contestants were also paying attention to Han Sen's reply. Most soldiers had already failed and there were only a few people left. Han Sen was definitely the biggest hope among the remaining soldiers, so people had naturally placed their hope on him. No problem, Han Sen replied concisely. Between soldiers, there was no need to be humble on the battlefield. You must trust your comrades and make them trust you. Although this was not a battlefield, it was about the honor of Southwest Galaxy. Therefore, Han Sen could not show any cowardice or lack of confidence. Hearing the conversation between Han Sen and the young soldier, Taiyi curled his lips with contempt and did not say much. From Taiyi's perspective, ordinary soldiers were not even comparable to him. Blue Blood's special force was the best of the best, so he was naturally much better than any ordinary soldier. Before he came, Taiyi had investigated a lot into his 3 competitors. Hansen, who entered Daphne using nepotism, was not even an opponent he acknowledged. Even if Hansen's fitness was higher than his expectation, Taiyi still did not think that Hansen had what it takes to be his opponent. A strong fitness only meant that Hansen had been offered lots of meat in God's sanctuary. It was still hard to say whether Hansen had done all the hunting himself. As for sprint, Taiyi did not think Hansen could finish the task. Zhang Yu's failed because of his insufficient vigor. In the strength test, Hansen had to tap into his potentials to get a score of 110. Which meant his fitness should be around 100, which was even worse than Zhang Yu's. How was it possible that Hansen could go through? Therefore, in Taiyi's eyes, Hansen was totally bluffing when he said no problem. The fact that Hansen promised something that he could not accomplish to his comrades made Taiyi look down on him. It was soon Hansen's turn. Hansen ran into the sprint and did not rush to start. He first made some adjustments to his body. His fitness was around 100. With the gravity of 100, he could only walk inside. In order to reach the necessary speed, he must run under the state of overload. In order to go through the entire device, Hansen must allocate his strength reasonably. Otherwise, he might fall because of lack of energy. It would not even matter how well he mastered the system. After Hansen made the adjustments, he took a deep breath slowly and made his first step under everyone's watch. When making the first step, Hansen had actually already calculated all the steps he was going to make in the device, in order to perfectly spend each ounce of his energy without any waste. Going forward on the metal walls at a high speed, Hansen's heart was thumping like a motor and all his bones were slightly squeaking. Hansen's moves were different from any other person's, and also much different from the brutal way that Taiyi passed the device. Hansen's moves were incredibly smooth. It was as smooth as the demonstration video. It felt like Hansen's moves were pre-programmed. Each of his moves and even looks was so reasonable that it was incredulous. Very good. After watching for a while, the chief couldn't help nodding. At Hansen's age, it was incredible that he had such great and accurate control of his body. Many Surpasser officers were watching the game even felt surprised. It was even hard for them to control their bodies like this. It was probably even beyond humans' limit. The level of control was more like it was conducted by AI. Each phone and muscle were moving in the most efficient way possible. The perfection made people feel their scalp was prickling. The secretary felt the same, covered in cold sweat. Mistake, a huge mistake. The investigation and analysis he conducted about Hansen were so far from the truth. It was as if he had investigated into a different person instead of Hansen. Although ordinary soldiers could not understand as much as the officers, they felt very excited and thrilled watching Hansen's smooth moves. Taiyi frowned slightly. Even he was surprised by Hansen's performance. The ability to control the body so delicately was something even he could not achieve. However, Taiyi did not think that Hansen could go through the task by using incredible control. After all, Hansen did not have enough strength to begin with, and techniques were not everything. For example, if someone only had $1, no matter how he saved and allocate the money, he could not buy food for a month using $1. Reasonable allocation could maximize the use of strength, but he first needed to have enough strength to be allocated. After going through half, Hansen was covered in sweat as if he jumped out of water. Even his hair was stuck to his scalp. With abnormal flush on his skin, rising body temperature, and squeaking bones, he felt like he was going to collapse any second. All the soldiers and officers watching Hansen couldn't help cheering for him. Under the state of overload, he still had half of the device to go through. They were afraid he could not last that long. Naturally, Hansen did not think the same. Although the consumption of his energy under the gravity of 100 was even higher than he thought, as long as he wanted to do it, he could still finish. In terms of enhancing one's stamina, there were not many hyper-geno arts that could be compared to Jadeskin in the world. Although Hansen looked like he was about to use up all his strength, for some reason, people felt reassured looking at his expression. People couldn't help but think he was trustworthy and he could last until the end as long as he wished to. It was the special charisma of a soldier, and it could not be described with words. It was nothing but trust. When Hansen finally reached the end, everyone felt relieved and incredibly good. Applause sounded like thunder. Chief, Cookhouse Soldier Hansen has finished the test, waiting for your instruction. Hansen saluted to the officer judging the test. As he moved his arm, sweat fell, reflecting sunlight and the vital energy of youth. At ease. Well done, you could go back to your seat, the officer said with a smile. Seeing Hansen going back, the chief said, very good. Very good indeed. This is more like a soldier from Southwest Galaxy. The secretary, who understood the chief very well, had very different understanding of this short comment. According to what the secretary knew about the chief, if he said good, then it was a great compliment already. If he said very good, it meant the chief appreciated the person a lot. Now that the chief said very good twice, with a strong tone, he must feel so excited inwardly. The secretary rarely heard the chief say something twice, and yet he did. Shooting, warframe operation, disassembling and reassembling the combat machines were the main parts of the military contests. In interstellar wars, science and technology were still the priority. Unless someone could reach the level of surpasser, a soldier could not beat a warframe, let alone large weapons. What Han Sen had learned from school was put into use here. He ended up with a high score on each item, definitely a well-rounded soldier. Although Taiyi was great, Han Sen was not worse than him. In many items, they were each either the first or the second. The two were on quite the same level. All the soldiers felt it was great to watch. As a cookhouse soldier from Southwest Galaxy, Han Sen was able to perform as a close match to the Tiger of Blue Blood Special Force, which earned a great honor for the Southwest Galaxy and left a great impression on the soldiers. Although Zheng Yu's did well in the following items as well, he could not be compared with Han Sen or Taiyi. When the total score was calculated, Han Sen was the first place, beating Taiyi by 0.2, making all the soldiers of Southwest Galaxy cheer. Taiyi did not ignore Han Sen like before, but he still did not think Han Sen was a worthy opponent. Although Han Sen did well, his advantage was mainly in the technical items. It did not mean that Han Sen had better fighting skills than Taiyi. However, the final combat was a one-on-one combat, which would call for real strength, of which Taiyi was very confident. Han Sen did not say anything but tried to recover as much as possible, waiting for the combat for the title of Soldier King. Only the top 4 contestants with the highest scores could participate in the combat. In addition to Han Sen and Taiyi, Zheng Yu and some soldier from an army came to the combat. Wang Gang did not make it to the top floor. The 4 of them were split into 2 groups. The winners of the groups would enter the finals to compete for the championship, while the losers would compete for the 3rd place. The grouping was decided by a draw. Luckily, Han Sen and Taiyi were in the same group, which meant the finals came earlier. It was a great news to Han Sen. He had not fully recovered yet. If he consumed some of his energy in another fight before he met Taiyi, it would be even harder. If I could finish the 3rd phase longevity in Heresy Mantra, I should be able to resolve the issue of the lack of energy. Zheng Yu's fight began first, which gave Han Sen more time to rest. After fighting another soldier for more than half an hour, Zheng Yu won. If Han Sen could beat Taiyi, he would battle Zheng Yu for the title of Southwest Soldier King. It was Han Sen's turn. Han Sen moved around and felt the sore was relieved a lot. He had been using Jade Skin for the past half an hour, relieving his fatigue. It seemed that the effect was quite good. Taiyi walked up, standing opposite Han Sen. Han Sen was tall himself, while Taiyi was a foot taller than him, bringing lots of pressure. However, Han Sen did not feel much. He had seen creatures as tall as skyscrapers and he was never scared, not to mention Taiyi was only a foot taller. When the whistle was blown, Han Sen stepped out and punched at Taiyi's chest. However, Taiyi stood still, looking at Han Sen with contempt. His body turned gold like the Buddha. It was as if he had become a statue. It turned out that Taiyi was trying to use Super Diamond Body to take Han Sen's punch and did not mean to block it at all, which made many soldiers of Southwest Galaxy hiss, pissed by the arrogance of Taiyi. However, Taiyi was not just being arrogant. The reason he was showing such confidence was not because he looked down on his opponent. For Taiyi, it was less important to beat Han Sen. His main goal was to earn the approval of Jai Yanran and the JIS. Otherwise, even if he had become a guard of Jai Yanran's, he would not receive too much attention. Therefore, Taiyi needed to show his strongest side. Even if he could not make Jai Yanran satisfy, he would need to get the approval from the JIS at least. Seeing Taiyi was trying to block his punch with Super Diamond Body, Han Sen was not mad at all, but happy instead. If there was an idiot standing still taking your punch, what was there to be mad about? Han Sen added more force into his punch and hit Taiyi's chest. The clash between the fist and muscle made muffled sounds like metal, making the audience feel shocked. After a series of attacks, Han Sen took back his fists and stepped back. His jade-like fists were already swollen and red, blood even flowed from some spots. However, Taiyi did not even move. The gap between them is so big that there is no way around it. Sigh, Han Sen could not beat Taiyi after all. You can't put it that way. How old is Han Sen? At Taiyi's age, he must be much stronger than Taiyi. Unfortunately, he's too young now. Don't talk about age. Losing is losing. We soldiers from Southwest Galaxy are not sore losers and we did not need excuses. Seeing Taiyi's performance, the secretary was secretly relieved. This time, he made a huge mistake, but luckily, the result was not too different from his prediction. Taiyi would still beat Han Sen, which made the secretary felt much better. If Taiyi was defeated by Han Sen, then his investigation would become a huge joke. Even if the chief did not scold him, the secretary would feel bad himself. What was more important was that this might cost him the trust of the chief. If he could not even do a brief analysis right, would the chief trust him with more important matters in the future? For a secretary, it was dangerous to lose the trust of his supervisor. You seem to be relieved. The chief suddenly turned back and looked at the secretary. No, the secretary was surprised and answered hurriedly. Do you think Han Sen will lose? The chief asked again. The secretary muttered, not sure how to answer. It is not your fault to be mistaken in the investigation. After all, you did not see Han Sen in person. However, if you still failed to make the correct judgments after he saw him, then it could only mean that you still have much to learn. The chief said casually. Chief, you're saying that Han Sen will win. The secretary suddenly became pale, but the chief did not say much more, gazing at the two soldiers on the stage deeply. Did you finish? Seeing Han Sen stepping back, Taiyi said coldly. Yes. Han Sen swung his arms to relieve the prickling of his bones. Having hit Taiyi's a dozen times, his bones were about to be cracked. Super Diamond body was indeed quite frightening. Then it is my turn, Taiyi said and raised his fist, ready to hit Han Sen. I don't think you should make that move, Han Sen said sullenly. Why? Taiyi frowned slightly, not understanding what Han Sen meant. Because you have already lost, Han Sen said seriously to Taiyi. Nonsense. Taiyi snorted and did not deign to speak to Han Sen again, raising his fist at Han Sen. Same as Taiyi, Han Sen stood still against Taiyi's fist. So, Han Sen has also practiced Super Diamond body. That's unlikely. How old is he? Even if he's talented, it is impossible for him to succeed in practicing Super Diamond body. Why is he staying still then? Is he waiting to be punched? Who knows? He just said Taiyi has already lost. So, there must be some reason. The soldiers looked at Han Sen, who was motionless, puzzled. Taiyi's fist was about to hit Han Sen's face, but Han Sen was still standing calmly, as if Taiyi were not trying to attack him. When Taiyi's fist was less than 5 inches from Han Sen's face, everyone's heart was in their throats, and Taiyi suddenly froze. Although Taiyi's fist was only inches away from Han Sen, Taiyi suddenly stopped moving and looked terrified. Very pale and cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. If observed closely, his body was also shivering. I just suggested you not to make that move, but you didn't listen. Now I'm afraid you have to suffer a bit, Han Sen sighed and said. Taiyi was about to say something, but when he just said a word, blood filled his mouth, and his metal body suddenly became pale. The places where Han Sen had hit became red. Taiyi tried hard to punch Han Sen's face, which was right next to his fist, but he only moved an inch before he started to vomit blood. His magnificent body found next to Han Sen's feet, and he failed to stand up again after struggling. Blood came out of his mouth continuously. Strange silence fell on the venue. Everyone looked at this incredulous seeing, feeling shocked. Yin-Yang Blast that Han Sen had practiced for a long time was eventually put into use. Yin-Yang Blast invented by Professor Bai was a method to use strength, and it could be used by people of any status. Han Sen's conversion rate of the Yin Force had reached over 95%. Initially, he thought it might take some extra work to get rid of Taiyi. After all, the Yin Force could not hurt Taiyi when his limbs were hit. Only when Han Sen hit Taiyi where the inner organs were located could Han Sen manage to injure the vulnerable organs. However, unexpectedly, Taiyi was so confident in his fitness and Super Diamond body that Taiyi did not try to block Han Sen's punches at all, which saved Han Sen a lot of trouble. Since it was merely a contest, Han Sen did not have any murderous thoughts. Otherwise, if he hit Taiyi's head, Taiyi would at least become an idiot if he was not killed. However, Taiyi was not to blame for his negligence. In such an interstellar era where efficiency is everything, there were few people willing to spend time and energy to practice the Yin Force. In addition, even fewer people could succeed. No one had imagined that the invincible tiger of blue blood was defeated like that, in such an unimaginable way. Taiyi's choice to let Han Sen hit him was seen as a sign of ignorance and arrogance, while Han Sen became the hero and glory of the Southwestern Galaxy overnight. Many surpassers looked at Han Sen with more respect. The young man who could endure the boredom to practice the Yin Force so well was in no way an ordinary person. His perseverance and insistence were all what it took for people to remember his name. Nowadays, less and less young people are truly dedicated to martial arts. Most people only focus on the skills instead of the arts. That's why they never reach a high level. This Han Sen is very good, looking like a true master. He will have a great future for sure, said the chief with approval. Without any suspense, Han Sen beat Zheng Yu's and became the new Southwest Soldier King. Zheng Yu's was not able to fight back effectively from the beginning to the end. It was as if the two persons were not on the same level at all. In fact, Zheng Yu's was afraid before he even started, terrified by Taiyi's injuries inflicted by Han Sen. Zheng Yu's was too conservative to perform at his usual level. The chief himself personally awarded Han Sen the medal and certificate. Unfortunately, there was no material or monetary reward in the military, which upset Han Sen a little bit. The soldiers who had participated in the contest returned to their troops and told others about how Han Sen beat Taiyi, making the name Han Sen known to almost everyone in the Southwest Galaxy, which was a great honor. "I'm sorry, Captain. I messed up," Taiyi said wryly to the good-looking man sitting next to him, lying on the bed in the hospital. "Kitty cat, don't feel sorry for yourself. A man can only grow in mistakes. If a man had never made a mistake, it only means that he is a dedicated flower that has never seen storms. You are still a kitty cat right now, but after experiencing mistake after mistake, you will become the true tiger of blue blood one day. Mistakes are not bad for you. As long as you have not died yet, those mistakes will nourish you eventually," the good-looking man said with a smile. "Captain, a hunk as strong as Taiyi almost sobbed. To cry after being beaten is not blue blood style." The good-looking man patted Taiyi on the head lovingly. Someone had seen the scene. He would definitely feel weird or even amused. The good-looking man seemed to be in his 20s, much younger than Taiyi. However, Taiyi looked like a child in front of him. However, as weird as it looked, there was a harmony to it. If someone knew the good-looking man, he would not feel weird about it at all. Lu Hui, the captain of Blue Blood Reserve Force, was only 27 years old but has the nickname Devil Captain. The nickname of Taiyi, Tiger of Blue Blood, was in fact from Lu Hui. However, Lu Hui initially called Taiyi Kitty Cat of Blue Blood. Except for Lu Hui, anyone who called Taiyi that would be beaten hard. Then, the other members of the reserve force twisted the name and called Taiyi the Young Tiger, which later became Tiger of Blue Blood when spread wider. Get better and there are worse training waiting for you in the future. Don't think there is no consequence for your loss. After you go back, your training will be doubled, Lu Hui said lightly. "Yes, Captain, I will train harder. Next time, I will not lose to that guy," Taiyi said, gritting his teeth. "He is no longer your opponent. However, it is a nice thought to have. Keep it." Lu Hui smiled and thought of Han Sen. When Han Sen returned to Daphne, he reported to Jai Yanran's office. Just when he entered the office, he smelled fragrance before he saw his girlfriend throwing herself at him. She wrapped her legs around his waist and held his faces with her hand, kissing him passionately. "My dear, you are so great. I love you so much." Jai Yanran did not expect Han Sen to beat Taiyi and gain the post. She excitedly offered her hottest lips, which Han Sen would never turn down. He held her butts with his hands, admiring how plump and bouncy they were. Jai Yanran, who was shy in general but seemed to be in a great mood this time. She even unbuttoned Han Sen's shirt and kissed down his neck. When Han Sen went out of the office with limp legs, he could still hear Jai Yanran's tempting voice. "This is a special reward for you. I love this reward." Han Sen walked as he hung a little song. Before long, he suddenly felt a chill. Han Sen shivered and looked ahead. A woman in military uniform was standing opposite him, looking at Han Sen coldly as if he were an animal. The looks on the woman's face made Han Sen feel she was not looking at a man, or even a human. In her eyes, Han Sen was no different from a cat or dog. If Wendy could be described as a cold soldier, then this woman just seemed like a bloodthirsty killer. Although Han Sen had never seen this woman before, he had this impression already at the first sight. He could not tell why, but he thought this woman was so scary that he would rather beat 10 men like Taiyi before pissing her off. The woman walked straight past Han Sen and surprisingly knocked on Jai Yanran's door. "Who is that woman? How come I have never seen her before?" That night, Jai Yanran was chatting with Han Sen using Kumlink lying on her bed. "That woman is your other guard." Han Sen still remembered that woman and asked casually. "Yes, that is Colonel Annie. She is my new guard. Do not try to flirt with her. She is a surpasser. If you piss her off, I could not stop her," Jai Yanran said, smiling. "My dear wife, what is it that your family do? They're able to get you a surpasser as guard." Han Sen couldn't help asking. Han Sen had never asked about Jai Yanran's family, but he was so surprised this time. Even those captains of interstellar warships will not be so extravagant that they use surpassers as their guards. "Have you been following the news recently?" Jai Yanran did not answer but asked. Not a lot, but I know something. Han Sen would read the news from time to time in case that he knew too little about the society. Have you seen any news related to the JIS? Jai Yanran asked with a smile. News about the JIS? Han Sen thought about it and suddenly stared his eyes wide. You mean the one who entered the election recently? The next morning, Han Sen got up and teleported into God's sanctuary. This time, he did not rush to go hunting. He decided to go to the market of the Starwheel shelter to buy some mutant beast souls. Even if mutant beast souls were not that helpful to him, he could easily elevate them into berserk mutant beast souls with the black crystal to make a lot of money. Such a good deal was not to be missed. Han Sen wandered around in the market of the Starwheel shelter, which was much more bustling than the goddess shelter which belonged to Han Sen. However, mutant beast souls were still hard to find, and there was none of the sacred blood beast souls. Han Sen had his eyes on several mutant beast souls and asked for the price, but most of the owners did not want cash, but to trade for a beast soul on the same level. For the ones sold for cash, Han Sen did not like them as much. 1 out of 100 beast souls would be berserk. So, if Han Sen sold berserk beast souls in large quantities, someone would eventually suspect him, which was why he did not want to sell too many. Currently, Han Sen was looking for a beast soul that could become a dozen or even dozens of times more valuable once it became berserk. Maybe he could even make enough money to purchase a sacred blood beast soul. That was not unlikely. He could not pick and choose sacred blood beast souls, but he could pick some rare mutant beast souls that were highly popular among evolvers. Hello, how much do you want for the mutant snowy wolf? Han Sen asked the owner, pointing at a wolf beast soul that looked like a snowball. Snowy wolves were not rare on the ice field. In fact, there were so many of them that they caused a lot of troubles. On the ice field, you could easily spot hundreds of thousands of snowy wolves wandering around. Although most snowy wolves were primitive creatures, normally speaking, humans could not attack such a large group at all. Some snowy wolves even had a group of 100,000. Trading for beast soul weapon on the same level, better be heavy sword. The owner glanced at Han Sen, lacking the enthusiasm that a seller should have. That was completely normal. After all, he was selling popular stuff which everyone wanted. Because the owner's request was specific, a deal was never made. A dozen minutes before Han Sen came, several people had come by and asked, but there was still no deal. You want to trade for a Saint Hall license? Han Sen did not have beast souls on his hand, so he could only trade with licenses. An S-class license for evolvers. I could pay you extra, but I don't want anything below S-class, the owner said directly. Although the mutant snowy wolf is valuable, it is not quite enough to be traded for an S-class Saint Hall license, right? Han Sen looked at the other mutant beast soul that the owner had. It was a black ape beast soul, 6 to 9 feet tall. Its hair looked like tungsten. The muscles on his chest were so strong that they looked like bulks of iron, looking magnificent. You really have an S-class Saint Hall license. The owner's eyes lit up. He eventually got excited and looked at Han Sen expectantly. What is the type of this mutant beast soul? Han Sen did not answer, but asked, pointing at the black ape. It is a shape-shifting beast soul, violent ape. After shapeshifting, your strength will be enhanced greatly. However, it could only enhance your strength, and would even hurt your flexibility a little bit. Being an honest man, the owner explained both the pros and cons of the mutant violent ape. How much strength can it give me? Han Sen's eyes lit up a little bit. Beast souls with shortcomings would definitely have more outstanding strengths. Pure strength was quite useful to Han Sen. After all, his strength was not quite enough at this point. It was still hard for him to kill sacred blood creatures with strong defense. This depends on your fitness. Normally speaking, the increase should be more than 10 points, the owner pondered and said. Han Sen calculated and found that more than 10 points were quite good. With his current ability, he could easily achieve 120 to 130. If he evolved it into a berserk beast soul, the increase should be higher. 1 S-class evolver Saint Hall license for 2 beast souls of yours. How about that? Han Sen took out a license and showed it to the owner. The ice field was a small region after all. If it were in a more populated area, many people would kill to trade to mutant beast soul for an S-class Saint Hall license. However, in this place, the resources were so limited that the owner was still hesitating about the deal. After pondering for a while, the owner obviously wanted the S-class Saint Hall license very much. He said decisively, okay, let's do it. The deal was completed smoothly, and Han Sen got the mutant snowy wolf and violent ape. When he came to the frozen lake, he found that it was no different from the glaciers. Under his feet was thick ice. Even the thinnest place was 3 to 6 feet thick. There were many people on the frozen lake. Because of the limited resources on the ice field, the frozen lake could be counted as a nice spot to go fishing since mutant creatures could be spotted sometimes. It took some patience to fish there. If he had good luck, it might only take one day for him to catch a mutant creature. If his luck was bad, it would take him more than half a month to catch one. Han-sen did not plan to make the hole himself. He found a hole no longer used, took care of the thin ice that had formulated already, put the bait on the hook and fished in the hole. Han-sen put down his stool and sat down. Wearing the leather mail of Snowy Wolf, he did not feel cold at all. Taking out a textbook of ancient language, Han-sen started to read as he waited for fish to take the bait. "It's you." When Han-sen just sat down for a while, someone who walked past with staff in her hand ran to Han-sen in surprise after seeing him. Han-sen looked up and found it was the tall woman, Guan-tong. "You're also here to fish." Han-sen smiled at Guan-tong. "Thank you for last time." Guan-tong opened her mouth and did not know what to say. "What?" Han-sen was dazed, unable to perceive what he was thanked for. "Thank you for saving Starwheel Shelter," Guan-tong said hastily. "There was a piece of cake. I needed to thank you for carrying me back the other day," Han-sen said with a smile. Guan-tong, who was rather carefree but couldn't help blushing hearing what Han-sen said. She had understood that Han-sen was fine the other day. Different from what she had thought, Han-sen did not need to be saved, while she took him on her back by force. Guan-tong started to fish about 20 feet from Han-sen, while she glanced at Han-sen from time to time as she fished. Han-sen kept reading and did not notice her at all. More than half an hour later, Han-sen, who was reading, felt some movements on the fish line on his hand. Han-sen put down the book in his hands and looked to the boy floating on the water, which was shivering slightly. Han-sen put his finger on the fish line and felt the shiver like a traditional Chinese doctor feeling the pulse. He did not pull immediately. After absorbing the red crystal, Han-sen's brain had much stronger perceptive abilities. From feeling the movements of the fish line, he could picture what was happening under the water in his mind. Han-sen continued to read as he fished. In less than 2 hours, he had caught 4 bluefish and 3 gold anchovies. Although he had not gained any beast souls, his gains were considerable. People next to Han-sen were less lucky. When Han-sen had caught 7 fish already, the luckiest among the others had only caught 2 fish. Guan-tong was obviously less lucky. Like most people, she had got nothing since she came. She was not to be blamed for that. Not everyone had the perceptive ability that Han-sen had. It was normal not to catch anything, otherwise everyone would have come to the frozen lake. "Guan-tong, the fish tastes good. Come here and try it," Han-sen waved to Guan-tong and said. Guan-tong had been there for a long time, but she had caught nothing, which made Han-sen feel a bit sorry for her. In addition, Guan-tong had carried him on her back. Han-sen then told her to share the fish with him, which he could not finish anyway. "I have brought something to eat." Guan-tong felt quite shy, taking out some nutrition solutions from her pocket. "Come here. It is rather boring to eat alone. There is so much food that it would be a waste if we don't finish it," Han-sen said with a smile. As Guan-tong was still hesitating whether she should go over, several people walked to Han-sen. Han-sen glanced at the people who had walked up to him. They didn't have any fishing tools or personal belongings, so they did not seem to be fishing here. "FCK off," Han-sen said coldly. "You have quite a temper, but I'm afraid that you haven't been told who this place belongs to." The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, did not get mad but smiled coldly at Han-sen. They didn't take Han-sen's words seriously at all. "Our boss at Black God Shelter says that half of the gains in the frozen lake must be handed over to the shelter. You have 7 fish here, so I will make it cheaper for you and only take 3 gold anchovies from you." Han-sen had heard that since the frozen lake was near one of the 3 biggest shelters, Black God Shelter, people from Black God Shelter would charge the people who were fishing their fees. Normally speaking, only a primitive fish would be charged, and then the person could fish as long as he wanted to. These people asked for Han-sen's 3 most valuable fish. Obviously, they were jealous of Han-sen's gains and planned to blackmail him. Seeing the middle-aged man reaching for his bag, Han-sen did not speak but stepped on his hand. "Damn it, he dared to attack us." The rest of the people saw Han-sen making a move and quickly summoned their beast souls, striking Han-sen immediately. They were attacking mercilessly, aiming at Han-sen's vital parts. Han-sen's eyes became cold. When other people tried to kill him, of course he would not be soft. When the weapons were about to hit him, he waved his right hand. With the flash of 3 purple lights, all the weapons were cut into pieces, and the 3 people in the front of him were cut in the chest and died immediately. The other 2 people survived luckily because they did not attack as fast. Full of terror, they turned to run away, shouting, "Go away now. People of Black God Shelter are nearby, and they will be here in a minute." Guan-tong ran over and said. Han Sen nodded slightly and said, "You should go as well. Avoid this area for the time being." After parting with Guan Tong, Han Sen left the frozen lake. He did not want to make things worse between him and Black God's shelter, so there was no need for him to look for trouble. However, as Han Sen left the frozen lake, a dozen mounts ran to him and approached him shortly. Obviously, they were targeting him. Among the dozen mounted riders, one was the middle-aged man who had run away. He pointed at Han Sen and yelled. The dozen mounts quickly circled Han Sen. Their leader, a man in black mail with eyes like a hawk's, stared at Han Sen and said coldly, "You killed my men." "They were trying to kill me, so of course I would not choose to be killed," Han Sen said, looking at the man in black mail. The man in black mail quickly summoned a beast soul knife that was narrow and long. He pointed it at Han Sen and said, "No matter why, you killed my men at a place of the Black God's shelter, so you deserve to die." As he spoke, the man quickly slashed the knife at Han Sen. As his claws were about to clash with the long knife of the man in black mail, the long knife unexpectedly disappeared. When it appeared again, it cut Han Sen's chest. Blood started to come out of the injury in Han Sen's chest. Luckily, Han Sen stepped back in time and diverted the majority of the force from the knife. In addition, the gargoyle glyph also made his skin tougher to block the damage. Otherwise, Han Sen would have been gutted by this strike. The knife skills of this man in black mail were very strange, and his fitness was incredible, definitely much tougher than Tai Yi. Han Sen was not killed by the strike, which surprised the man in black mail slightly. However, he did not stop attacking, but slashed at Han Sen again with his knife. Several people in the group also summoned their beast soul weapons to rush at Han Sen. Judging from their speed, they were all evolvers with fitness above 100. Han Sen knew that he could not stay, or else he would definitely die there. Using Heresy Mantra and Overload at the same time, Han Sen quickly stepped away, running. However, the people besieging Han Sen left no place for him to go. Han Sen had to rush at two of them. The two persons cut at Han Sen without hesitation. Han Sen moved left and right like a willow tree in the wind, dodging both their attacks. However, there was no way he could dodge the strike from the man in black mail who was chasing after him. His back became bloody immediately. Han Sen gritted his teeth and stayed silent. He rushed away as fast as his legs would carry him and broke the siege of the two persons, running fast on the ice field. He knew he could not stay. The fitness of the man in black mail was even stronger than his own. In terms of both fitness and knife skills, the man was the top of the top. With the help of the evolvers with fitness levels above 100, Han Sen would definitely die if he chose to stay. "We can't let him leave alive." The man in black mail led the group of people to chase after Han Sen, showing strong desire to get rid of him. The resources on the ice field were so limited that it was completely normal to fight for them. The Black God leader would not tolerate any challenge to his interests or authority, otherwise there was no way he could lead the Black God's shelter. Han Sen had known that the competition for resources was heated, but he did not expect it to be as fierce as this. Han Sen's speed was lower than Black God's to begin with. Without any place to hide on the ice field, there was no way he could run away like this. If there were no other evolvers, he could try to fight Black God, risking his life. However, under the circumstances, he could only try to run away. Turning quickly, Han Sen ran toward the frozen lake again. Seeing Black God approaching him, Han Sen jumped inside one of the ice holes and disappeared. "Guard the ice holes nearby. I don't believe he will not come out," Black God commanded coldly. The temperature of the water in the frozen lake was incredibly low. Even someone with a fitness level above 100 could not last long under the water. In addition, Han Sen could not breathe under the water, which was why Black God believed that Han Sen could not stay longer than 5 minutes under the water before he appeared in other ice holes. At that time, even if Han Sen wanted to fight again, he would be almost frozen to death, which would make Black God kill him more easily. Han Sen was swimming underneath the ice. Some fish creatures would approach to attack him from time to time, which were all hit senseless by Han Sen's fist. None of them dared to approach him again. The reason that Han Sen did not kill those fish was that he was afraid the bodies of the fish would float to the surface, which would expose his location under the water. The frozen lake was huge after all. If he swam further away and climbed up, he could naturally escape successfully. After Han Sen swam for a while, he felt there was something wrong with the current. The current behind him seemed to be moving. He turned around and found a silver creature that looked like an eel, which rushed toward him like a torpedo. The silver body as wide as a bucket stirred up the water, which made Han Sen roll around before he stabilized himself. The eel turned around and rushed to Han Sen again. Han-sen thought it was not the way to go, so he moved sideways to dodge the eel and did his claws into its silver scales. As if he were climbing a tree, Han-sen wrapped his arms and legs around the eel's body. No matter how the eel rolled, Han-sen stuck to the creature. Although the claws were berserk, which made it tougher than ordinary sacred blood weapons, it only pierced the eel's body by 2 inches. The eel was so strong that it was definitely a sacred blood creature. In the water, Han-sen was not its match at all. He closed his eyes and held the eel tightly as it rolled. With the toxins on the claws, the eel shouldn't be able to survive too long. The eel rolled so hard that it was incredibly fast in the lake. Han-sen stayed on the eel for a long while and felt something was wrong. The eel turned out to be swimming deeper and deeper. Han-sen did not know how deep the lake was, but the pressure became higher and higher. Even with his fitness and snowy wolf mail, he still felt terrible from the pressure. Is it possible that this guy is immune to the poison? As Han-sen was feeling depressed, he suddenly felt emptiness below his feet and fell. The first thought Han-sen had was that the eel had jumped out of the water. However, he denied the thought immediately. He was falling down from the water and did not go up for it at all. Han-sen quickly opened his eyes to look, and what he saw made him feel dazed. Thump! Han-sen and the eel fell on the crystal-like floor. Luckily, Han-sen acted fast enough to flip himself up on the eel's back, making the eel take the impact. Having left the water, the eel wiggled like a snake on the crystal-like floor. However, the places injured by the claws on its body had become purple and black, easily to be spotted on its silver body. Han-sen did not think too much and cut the eel with the claws like crazy, making injury after injury on the silver body. The eel struggled to fight back, but it was very much poisoned. Having left the water, it soon left the ability to struggle and lied motionless on the floor. Sacred blood creature silver eel killed. Beast soul of silver eel gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han-sen was excited. However, he did not look at the body of the killed creature. Looking straight ahead, Han-sen felt incredulous. Han-sen did not know whether Atlantis, the legendary city, was real. However, this place shocked him no less than finding Atlantis. A gigantic sailboat was sitting at the bottom of the lake. Water avoided the sailboat and formed a spherical space under the water. Han-sen and the silver eel fell on the left of the boat. Standing on the boat, Han-sen looked like an ant. This sailboat was a dozen times bigger than Daphne. However, it looked too ancient to be a spacecraft. As far as Han-sen could see, there was no gaps on the material of the boat. It looks like it was carved out from an entire piece of crystal. Such a huge project was only possible in the Alliance. In the God's Sanctuary, there were no available mechanics, and it was impossible to be carved out by hand. Judging from the huge silver oars, humans should not be able to manipulate this boat. As Han-sen was dazed, he suddenly heard noises from the mysterious crystal boat. Looking to the direction of the noise, Han-sen saw something coming out of the chambers of the boat. With the gleaming of golden light, Han-sen's eyes were even prickly. The thing gradually appeared in his sight, and what he saw first was a crab pincer, followed by the body of a golden crab. It slowly climbed down the rope. Seeing where the golden crab was going, Han-sen originally thought it was targeting himself. However, the golden crab quickly rushed to the dead body of the silver eel. Damn it, this guy wants to steal my food. Don't you know that I am famous for being petty? Han-sen bristled. Disregarding his injuries, Han-sen waved his claws at the golden crab. The golden crab was naturally much larger than ordinary crabs. However, it was not too big among creatures, about the size of a jeep. Like ordinary crabs, it could only climb sideways. Creatures with flaws like this were Han-sen's favorite. He went to the back of the crab and clawed at the golden shell. Ding! The seemingly clumsy body of the golden crab suddenly bounced, facing Han-sen with its head. The golden pincer blocked Han-sen's claws. Feeling a huge force, Han-sen's right hand started to bleed. His entire arm was numb, and he couldn't help stepping back a dozen steps before he could stable himself. Moving all its 8 claws, the golden crab moved sideways toward Han-sen quickly in an incredibly nimble way. What kind of crab is this? So weird. Han-sen turned back and ran around the crystal sailboat. Since the golden crab was incredibly fast and strong, Han-sen found he could not take care of the creature at all. Running after Han-sen for several laps, the golden crab failed to catch up with him and became so upset that it kept making noises with its pincer. Because Han-sen was so good at his footwork, although he was slower than the golden crab, he could leverage the crystal sailboat as an obstruction to get rid of the golden crab. As Han-sen was pondering what kind of tricks he needed to adopt to take care of this golden crab, the crab suddenly gave up chasing him and ran toward the body of the silver eel. I wonder if this guy eats the toxic meat of the silver eel, will it be poisoned as well? Although Han Sen had this thought, the meat of the silver eel would be wasted if the golden crab was immune to the toxins. Thinking that, Han Sen ran to launch a sneak attack against the golden crab from its back, trying to stop it from eating the silver eel. Han Sen and the crab were both trapped in a dilemma. The golden crab could not catch up with Han Sen, nor could it eat the eel peacefully. They kept fighting and none of them was able to take any advantage. Guarding the body of the silver eel, the golden crab faced Han Sen, no longer wanting to chase him. However, it did not dare to turn around to eat the meat either. With the golden crab next to him, Han Sen stared at the creature. Neither of the two knew how to proceed. Han Sen observed the golden crab carefully, wishing to find its weaknesses. If it were an ordinary crab, the links and gaps between its shells should be its weakness. However, this golden crab was obviously somewhat different. The links between its shells were of a deeper golden color. Although the links were narrow, he could tell that they were even tougher than the shells. As for gaps, the golden crab did not have any. It was as if the crab was made of a piece of gold. As Han Sen was feeling depressed, he suddenly saw the golden crab waving its pincer at him. Han Sen thought it was about to attack again, and then found it did not move. It was waving its pincer to Han Sen. The act did not look like a provocation or an assault but seemed to be a come here between humans. Han Sen thought he was mistaken, rubbed his eyes, and found it was still waving like that. Big crab, you are not a flirty girl. There is no use for you to tempt me like this. Han Sen did not know what the golden crab wanted, so of course he could not approach it. Han Sen simply yelled at the crab. Han Sen did not know whether the golden crab understood himself, but it most likely did not. After Han Sen said that, the golden crab turned around and pointed at the silver eel's body with its pincer, and then pointed to Han Sen. Han Sen saw the golden crab making gestures, not understanding what it meant. He was so confused that he was full of questions. At this point, Han Sen only regretted that he had never learned the language of the crab. Otherwise, he might be able to chat with this crab to see what was it that it wanted. The golden crab made the gestures again and again, repeating its moves. It was blowing bubbles from time to time, seeming to be very anxious, wishing it could speak to Han Sen. Han Sen watched for a while and felt his talent in learning the crab language was indeed lacking. However, he suddenly thought of one thing, which was the fact that he still had the spirit snow charmer. Although she had lost the ability to control other creatures after it gave Han Sen her allegiance, she had been the master of creatures once, so she might understood what the crab was talking about. Summoning Snow Charmer, Han Sen pointed at the golden crab making the gestures and asked her, "Snow Charmer, do you know its language?" "No," Snow Charmer answered decisively. Han Sen was suddenly very disappointed. Since even Snow Charmer did not understand the crab language, it was impossible for himself to know what it was trying to say. "However, I do know what it means," Snow Charmer continued to say. "What does it want to say?" Han Sen was excited and asked Snow Charmer. Snow Charmer said quietly, "Its gesture is quite obvious. It wants to split the body of the silver eel with you." Han Sen was dazed. Looking at the gestures of the golden crab, he felt it was true. The golden crab made a gesture in the middle of the silver eel's body, and then pointed to both sides and Han Sen. It seemed to be saying Han Sen could pick one side. Han Sen blushed. Such a simple gesture, yet he was unable to understand it. How foolish. Han Sen quickly took Snow Charmer back. Making his servant see his foolish side, Han Sen felt quite embarrassed. "Half is no, 2/3 mine," Han Sen gestured as he spoke, sounding like an alien. However, this time the golden crab was the one who was confused. It stared at Han Sen with bubbles coming out of its mouth and even scratched its head with its pincer like a person. Seeing that the golden crab did not understand him, Han Sen did not dare to approach the body either. He had to gesture to the golden crab to ask it to step aside repeatedly. Luckily, this gesture was easy to be understood. The golden crab moved aside and stared at Han Sen in suspicion. Han Sen gestured it to move aside a bit further, and so it did. After a couple of times, Han Sen made sure that the distance between the golden crab and the silver eel was safe to him. He then walked next to the silver eel's body, gesturing at 2/3 of the body like the golden crab. He then pointed the smaller part and then the golden crab, the larger part and then himself. The golden crab seemed to be understanding this time. As it shook its pincer, it moved its claws and returned to the eel. Han Sen felt scared and stepped back quickly, but the golden crab did not mean to chase after him. It gestured on the body again, meaning it insisted on half and half. Han Sen could not believe that he would bargain with a crab at this place with gestures. And this golden crab looked like an older lady bargaining in the farmer's market, not willing to sacrifice anything. The man and the crab discussed for a while and finally reached an agreement. Hansen could take about 3/5, while the golden crab was to take 2/5. Eat as you want. I wish you the bloody crab would be poisoned to death. Hansen cut the body of the silver eel according to the proportion they had agreed through gestures. Seeing the golden crab taking its part with its pincer, Hansen cursed inwardly. Hansen was afraid that the crab might snatch his part after it finished its own, so he summoned the angel, feeding the remaining silver eel to her. The archangel was the main force to help him hunt super creatures, so it was essential to Hansen that she transform again. Sacred blood meat was not a waste on her. In addition, this silver eel was as thick as a bucket and more than 30 feet long. Hansen's part was about 18 feet long. It was too much for him to eat up, while the archangel was eating with ease. Her mouth moving non-stop, she was not affected by the toxins at all. The silver eel disappeared quickly. Hansen then had the time to look at the beast soul of the silver eel. Hansen felt he was a bit too lucky recently. As long as he hunted a sacred blood creature, he would gain a beast soul, which even scared Hansen himself a little bit. Type of beast soul of sacred blood silver eel, water mount. Water mount. Hansen became overjoyed. He was just wondering how he could come back to this place again. After all, humans could not stay in the water for a long time, and this place was so deep in the water. Hansen was not sure whether he was able to dive so deep himself. With the silver eel mount, it would be easy for him to come down. The only shortcoming of the beast's soul was that it could not be used on the land. However, that did not trouble Hansen at all. He had the golden growler on the land and did not need anything else. As the archangel was enjoying the needs of the silver eel, Hansen checked the crystal sailboat out and climbed to the deck. The sailboat was so big and carved out of crystal. However, nothing could be seen inside the boat, which made him feel quite weird. The golden crab had disappeared in a cabin, so Hansen wanted to see whether there was other stuff in the cabin. However, before he came to the entrance, the golden crab suddenly rushed out, waving the pincer fiercely at Hansen. "Buddy, don't be so nervous. I am only looking around and do not mean you harm." Hansen stepped back and said with a smile, seeing that the golden crab was just guarding the entrance and did not chase him. However, the golden crab did not know what he was talking about, threatening him against approaching with its pincer. The more reluctant the golden crab was, the more Hansen wanted to see what was in the cabin. However, he looked at the entire crystal sailboat and found that entrance was the only one. Since it was guarded by the golden crab, there was no way that Hansen could enter. "How come you are not poisoned?" Hansen became upset, as he was not able to see what was inside the boat. He tried to stick his head up and look. Hansen was no match of the golden crab, so he had to retreat temporarily to think of another way. Currently, Hansen was very curious about the thing inside the crystal boat and was not in a rush to leave. In addition, he wondered if those people from Black God's shelter were still guarding outside, so it was unnecessary for him to go out of the water. "When I go out, I will definitely try to wipe out Black God's shelter." Hansen decided that as long as Black God's shelter was still there, his grudge would never disappear. In addition, Goddess Shelter was surrounded by ocean in 3 directions. In order to develop, it must expand to the ice field, which meant he must have his own place here. Now that Black God did him a service by becoming his enemy, Hansen would not be polite with him. Hansen had heard from Lai Zinglan that Black God was the strongest among the 3 forces on the ice field with the most resources. Lai Zinglan and the other force could only be its match when they united, maintaining the balance between the 3. Previously, when Starwheel Shelter was under the attack of spirits and the other shelter was distracted, Black God Shelter did not try to help. They probably wanted to unite the entire ice field after Starwheel Shelter was wiped out. It was not easy to conquer Black God Shelter, obviously. Blood God himself was stronger than Hansen, so he was very likely someone that had almost maxed out on sacred Geno points. His fitness index should be more than 120. In addition, Hansen was deterred by the knife skills of Black God. Up until this moment, Hansen still failed to understand how the strike disappeared, and if he did not understand it, he would suffer again when faced with Black God. "If I could not beat him, I would rob him." Black God's shelter has such a large territory that I don't believe they could guard all the places if I attacked one by one. Hansen made up his mind to take care of the Black God territory when he got out. When he returned to the lower level of the boat, he saw that the Archangel had almost finished the body of the silver eel, with only a head left. Hansen had a thought and stopped the Archangel from her feast, taking her back into his Sea of Soul. Hansen looked around and hanged the head of the silver eel on a rope in front of the ship and hid on the right flank of the ship himself. After waiting for several hours, he indeed saw the golden crab sneaking out. However, because there was only a single rope, the crab could not climb up with its claws. It had to jump up to reach the head of the eel with its pincer. Seeing that the golden crab having left the crystal, Han Sen secretly climbed onto the deck and sneaked into the cabin. When the golden crab was under the silver eel, it jumped twice but did not catch the head of the silver eel. Han Sen felt content secretly. He had calculated the height of the jump of the crab, and he deliberately made it hard for it to reach. However, the crab would not give up either. This way, he had enough time. Standing in front of the entrance, Han Sen looked inside the cabin. It was a hall inside. Everything was carved out of crystal, looking very delicate and beautiful. In the middle of the hall, the crystal table was placed. Han Sen originally thought it was a table, but when he entered, he found it was no table, but a crystal treasure box with the crystal lock on the outside. However, the lock was not locked, so it was not really effective. Is there some kind of treasure of the pirate or curse of the phantom boat? Han Sen suddenly felt hesitant. Greed and curiosity eventually beat his logic. Han Sen heard the noise of the head of the silver eel falling and knew that the golden crab would return very soon. He gritted his teeth, summoned Snow Charmer, stood next to the cabin door, and asked Snow Charmer to open the crystal box. The spirit was absolutely loyal to her master. After hearing the command, she took off the lock and lifted the lid of the box. Seeing nothing dangerous had happened, Han Sen quickly walked up to the crystal treasure box and had a look. In the treasure box there was a woman, whose lower body was a fishtail. Her upper body was naked and pale, with 2 scallops covering her boobs. Her long blue hair fell like a waterfall, and her ears were blue fins, looking pretty but weird. Is this thing a mermaid? Han Sen looked at the woman inside the treasure box and saw 2 other things next to her. One was a staff shaped like blue coral, and the other was a shiny gemstone. Spirit staff, spirit stone. Is this mermaid-like creature a spirit? Han Sen saw what the 2 items were and looked to the mermaid in the box, surprised. According to the logic, once the shelter was conquered, the spirit had no way to run away. It could either choose to give its allegiance or destroy itself together with the spirit stone. How come this mermaid-like spirit was placed in this box? Suddenly, a thought made Han Sen's eyes lit up. The sailboat does not look like it was made by humans. Is it possible that this crystal sailboat is in fact a shelter? With the noise outside, Han Sen knew the golden crab seemed to be back. He quickly grabbed the spirit stone. If the mermaid was really a spirit, as long as Han Sen grabbed the spirit stone, the spirit must be his. Just when Han Sen put his hands on the spirit stone, the golden crab had rushed into the hall. After it saw Han Sen, it became furious, rushing toward him waving its pincer. He took the spirit stone in his hand and ran around the hall. He used the techniques in Dongxuan Sutra and ran from the golden crab using the pillars and other stuff as obstructions. Han Sen and the crab were running inside the crystal boat, and there was nothing the golden crab could do to Han Sen. When Han Sen ran, he suddenly heard a noise. Where the noise came from was the box that trapped the mermaid's spirit. When he turned around to look, he saw the mermaid had sat up. Her white hands rubbed her eyes and then stretched. It looked like she had slept well. After the mermaid woke up, she saw Han Sen and the spirit stone in his hand. Her blue eyes were suddenly dazed, and she froze for a while. The golden crab was still chasing after Han Sen. When Han Sen was about to continue to run, he suddenly saw the mermaid taking up the staff and pointing it to the golden crab. The golden crab went to the side immediately and did not chase Han Sen anymore. The mermaid went out of the crystal box with the staff in her hand. When she walked, a piece of wave moved under her fishtail, supporting her to go forward. The mermaid went up to Han Sen, bowed to him with a hand on her right chest, and then she said, "Mermaid Princess wishes to give her master her pure soul and become his loyal servant." Mermaid Princess. This mermaid is a royal spirit. Han Sen heard her words and became overjoyed. He did not expect a mishap had come a blessing. Just by wandering around under the water, he had gained a royal spirit. There were 2 types of royal spirits. One was princess and the other was prince. Han Sen did not hesitate and put the spirit stone on her forehead. In blue light, the spirit stone and the mermaid became one. They both became a light that entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Mermaid Princess, royal spirit. She is indeed a royal spirit. Han Sen checked the information of the princess. Although he had expected it, he still became overjoyed. After the mermaid princess became Han Sen's, the golden crab suddenly became fierce again. It was no longer bound by the spirit and rushed to Han Sen again. Han Sen ran out of the cabin to dodge the attack of the golden crab. He made it all the way under the crystal boat and the golden crab then gave up its chase. Han Sen moved further away from the boat and summoned the mermaid princess. He then commanded her, "Get rid of the annoying crab." Since it was a royal spirit, then her ability should be the equivalence of a sacred blood creature. With her unique intelligence, she should be able to be the match of the crab even if she could not kill it. However, the mermaid did not move at Han Sen's command. She took a deep breath, her ample breasts under white scallops shivered, and she said, "Master, I don't have the ability to kill it." Han Sen felt dazed and looked at her. "Are you not a royal spirit? Even if you could not kill the crab, you should be able to fight it." "Sorry, master, I am not a fighting spirit. I do not have the ability to fight," said the mermaid princess. "Then what is your ability?" Han Sen asked curiously. He had heard about the non-combatant spirits, which were rather rare. However, that was mainly because the spirits that humans gained were limited in general. "I could operate the crystal palace." The mermaid princess pointed at the crystal sailboat. "How would that be useful?" Han Sen looked at the mermaid princess, dazed. The ability of this royal spirit was just to operate a boat. Han Sen could not think of what use it would serve. The crystal palace shelter is indestructible internally. It could sail to any place in the water, and it could go to the bottom of the sea. Except for the fact that it could not leave the water, Crystal Palace could reach anywhere. Mermaid Princess was obviously upset about Han Sen questioning her ability. Han Sen thought about it and reckoned that this ability was rather nice. Since the boat was a royal shelter, Han Sen now had a moving castle on the ocean with Mermaid Princess. He could go hunting without any efforts, which would solve the issue of the lack of creatures. Thinking it was a nice thing to have, Han Sen commanded the Mermaid Princess again. "Okay, get the Crystal Palace over here right now." "Sorry, master, I could not," the spirit said helplessly. "How come you could not do that either? Didn't you just say that you could operate the Crystal Palace?" Han Sen looked at the spirit in suspicion. "I must be sitting on the operating seat of the Crystal Palace to control it," answered Mermaid Princess. Han Sen became somewhat depressed. The golden crab was guarding the cabin, so it did not make sense for him to rush inside. In addition, God knows whether there were more impressive creatures inside. Forget it. When I think of a way to kill the crab, I will take back the Crystal Palace. Han Sen gave up the thought of taking the sailboat by force. Other people did not have Mermaid Princess anyway, so they could not take the sailboat away even if they had discovered it. At a remote corner of the frozen lake, Han Sen made an ice hole from underneath the water and climbed out. He shook off the water on his body and quickly left the lake for the ice field, seeing no one was around. Han Sen wanted to go to Starwheel Shelter to ask Lai Xinglan about the detailed information of Black God's shelter. Only when he had more information about his enemy could he hit his enemy harder. Especially, Han Sen must find out about Black God's knife skills. Han Sen wanted to go to Starwheel Shelter to ask Lai Xinglan about the detailed information of Black God's shelter. Only when he had more information about his enemy could he hit his enemy harder. Especially, Han Sen must find out about Black God's knife skills. Lai Xinglan was very glad to see Han Sen visiting him. Hearing Han Sen explaining his conflict with Black God, he frowned and said, "Black God is more and more arrogant and wanton." Lai Xinglan explained the background of Black God in details to Han Sen, which made Han Sen frown slightly. The family of Black God was quite ordinary, but he was working for a force in the Alliance, which made it almost impossible for Han Sen to kill him in the Alliance. Among all the shelters, he was the strongest on the ice field. In addition, every month he provided a large sum of income to the force in the Alliance, which gave him strong support. It was not easy to take him down. As for the knife skills of Black God, all Lai Xinglan knew was that it was called Tornado Knife. He did not know how it worked either. Lai Xinglan only knew that when Black God made the move, the knife would disappear for a moment, as if it was teleported. Of course, Black God was merely an evolver, so he could not have the ability to make the knife teleport. There must be some special techniques that they did not know of. Tornado Knife, it sounds familiar somehow. Han Sen felt he had heard about the name somewhere. Thinking about it, Han Sen then remembered that Tang Zhenliu had once said that one of his knife skills was Tornado Knife. However, from what Han Sen could remember, Tang Zhenliu did not have the ability to make his weapon disappear. Would this Black God be related to Tang Zhenliu? Han Sen was determined to ask Tang Zhenliu first when he went back, to figure out what Tornado Knife was about. After he returned to the Alliance, Han Sen asked Jai Yanran to get him the number of Tang Zhenliu in the military. Han Sen then contacted Tang Zhenliu. "Han Sen, how does it feel to be a soldier?" Tang Zhenliu asked Han Sen, smiling. "I don't feel much," Han Sen shrugged and said. He was telling the truth. Although he was now Jai Yanran's guard, the actual guard was Annie, so Han Sen was merely a declaration. In fact, no one expected that Han Sen could protect Jai Yanran as an evolver. His position was required by Jai Yanran herself, and initially her guard was only Annie. However, since Annie had arrived, Han Sen had a lot less time to spend with Jai Yanran. That woman was following Jai Yanran almost 24/7, which made Han Sen very mad about it, even questioning whether she was a lesbian in love with Jai Yanran. Haha, your life is great. With the beauty on your side, it is not like an ordinary service. You are completely on vacation with your girl. Lin Feng and I are having a terrible time. We are either training or fighting the Shura, almost losing our lives several times, said Tang Zhenliu, feeling upset. How come you guys are at the front? Han Sen asked, puzzled. With the background of Tang Zhenliu and Lin Feng, it should be easy for them to stay in the back, but they were serving in the front. It is completely Lin Feng's idea. He said only by doing this can we exercise ourselves. He must stay in this hell and the wars are so frequent that I have almost gone mad. Although Tang Zhenliu said that, he was smiling. Han Sen looked at Tang Zhenliu carefully and found he had much darker skin than before. He also looked tougher with an injury that had not cured on his forehead, looking more like a man. Tang Zhenliu explained briefly what was happening on his side. Lin Feng and he were Warframe soldiers, and on their planet, humans and Shura were coexisting, fighting for the mines. However, because of the location of the planet, no one could take the entire planet. Both forces had armies on the planet and they fought once in a while. When they had finished chatting, Han Sen then asked about Black God and Tornado Knife. After hearing Han Sen's words, Tang Zhenliu hit the table madly and said coldly, damn it. Han Sen, if you have the chance, kill the bastard for me. Han Sen was surprised to see Tang Zhenliu being so excited, so he asked Tang Zhenliu what had happened. Tang Zhenliu told Han Sen that Tornado Knife was originally one of the family secrets of the Tangs. Later on, due to some incidents in the family, Tornado Knife was robbed by others, which was a huge shame for the family. Then I could act freely. Han Sen was initially afraid that there might be some kind of connection between Black God and Tang Zhenliu, which might be awkward in the future. At this point, he was completely relaxed. Kill him, and I will treat you to drinks. Do not worry about people supporting Black God. If you could kill him, I will take care of those people. Tang Zhenliu told Han Sen about the core secret of Tornado Knife, wishing Han Sen could get rid of Tang Zhenliu, giving his family justice. After hearing Tang Zhenliu's explanation, Han Sen understood why it looked like Black God's knife had disappeared. In fact, it did not truly disappear. Just because the Tornado Knife was so fast, it felt like it had disappeared. The speed was not continuous, but a temporary effect in the attack. In a short amount of time, the speed of the knife increased greatly, making the high speed even higher, causing a visual illusion. In fact, the knife seen by the eyes was the shadow of the knife. The real knife had already changed its location. Although Han Sen had understood the mechanism of Tornado Knife, it was still very difficult to tackle it. At that kind of speed, even if he knew what was happening, it would be useless if he could not follow the knife. With Han Sen's eyesight, he could not even see the knife, so even if he knew the knife was elsewhere, he could not block it. Tang Zhenliu did not have enough speed and strength in the past, so he did not achieve the same effect as Black God. Currently, if he used the skills, he would not be worse than Black God. Do you have time tomorrow? Tang Zhenliu asked Han Sen. Yes, replied Han Sen. Okay then. You go to the virtual camp tomorrow and I will spar with you. Today I have something else, so I must leave now. Tang Zhenliu was a decisive person, so he directly hung up. Han Sen knew that Tang Zhenliu was going to spar with him using Tornado Knife, which was great news to Han Sen. The next day, Han Sen logged into the virtual camp at the time agreed with Tang Zhenliu. According to the ID name that Tang Zhenliu told him, Han Sen added him as a friend. Tang Zhenliu accepted Han Sen's request and invited him to enter the room, changing the setting to no audience allowed. Tornado Knife was one of the secrets of Tang Zhenliu's family. Although it was leaked once, the secret shall still be kept. Tang Zhenliu demonstrated for Han Sen in a slower speed than normal. In addition, he told Han Sen about the keys of the Tornado Knife in slow motion, which could not be seen by outsiders. The front was different from the back. Because Tang Zhenliu could not make much time every day, he was sacrificing his limited resting time and sparing 1 hour a day. Therefore, the two did not speak at all and went directly into the fight. Tang Zhenliu slashed at Han Sen with his weapon, and Han Sen tried to block it. When the two weapons were about to clash, Tang Zhenliu's weapon weirdly disappeared at Han Sen's side. When it appeared again, it was already on Han Sen's chest. Although Han Sen could use his footwork to dodge the strike, it would not be meaningful at all. If he could not block the strike up front, the best Han Sen could do was not to lose. If he could not beat Black God, it would mean nothing to Han Sen. Han Sen did not continue to dodge Tang Zhenliu's strikes, taking the strike directly and feeling the rhythm of the skills. Again, Han Sen waved his weapon again, attacking Tang Zhenliu one more time. Although Tang Zhenliu had explained the key to the skills, Han Sen still felt it was difficult to predict the tornado knife in actual fight. It was mainly because the speed of the weapon was so fast that Han Sen could only stop it by attacking Tang Zhenliu. The best he could do was mutual destruction, and most of the time, Han Sen was killed off directly. Neither of them could predict the other. However, because Tornado Knife was fast enough, Tang Zhenliu was able to cut Han Sen earlier, which Han Sen had no solution to cope with. Again. 1 hour had soon passed, but the result was not that great. When Tang Zhenliu was using all he got, Han Sen still could not block Tornado Knife. There is a unique way to use force in my family, which is integrated in Tornado Knife. It allows the speed to be incredibly high momentarily. At the same fitness level, one is unlikely to block Tornado Knife. In addition, Black God is even stronger than you. If you want to beat him, you can only rely on your footwork and wait for him to expose his weaknesses. Otherwise, it is hard for you to win. I am only sparring with you to get you familiar with the rhythm and attacking range of Tornado Knife, so that you will have more information when you face him again, Tang Zhenliu said and quickly left the virtual camp. Han Sen knew that Tang Zhenliu was right. If it was the one-on-one, Han Sen could use his footwork to deal with Black God, and it will not be easy for Black God to beat him. However, that way, he will only have an opportunity when Black God made a mistake, which meant handing the initiative to Black God, which Han Sen could not accept. In addition, the Black God's shelter was huge, so Han Sen would never have an opportunity to fight Black God one-on-one. Black God would definitely be surrounded by other evolvers. In order to kill Black God, Han Sen had to block Tornado Knife up front. So fast, how shall I block it? Han Sen thought to himself but did not have any conclusion. Beep beep. As Han Sen was thinking, he suddenly heard a call on the virtual camp. He took a look and saw it was from Ms. Perfume. Han Sen chose to accept, and Ms. Perfume suddenly appeared in front of Han Sen. She looked at Han Sen and asked, "Coach, do you have time to teach me? I have several questions about last session that I want to ask you. I'm afraid today is not a good time." Han Sen shook his head. He was thinking what the solution to Tornado Knife was and was in no mood to teach Ms. Perfume. King Xuan was slightly disappointed. She had waited for a long time to see Soldier on the warship again, but she did not have the opportunity to ask him questions. Naturally, she was let down. When King Xuan was about to say goodbye, she suddenly heard Han Sen asked, "Do you practice fast sword or knife?" "Yes, but I am not that good at it," King Xuan answered hastily. Atomic fission that she practiced was great in both strength and perseverance. That was why her techniques were all quite balanced. There were no extreme techniques. Then, if you encounter someone who is much faster than you, what will you do? Han Sen did not truly want to ask her, but only voiced his concern. King Xuan thought about it and said, "Avoid it with my footwork and then find the perfect opportunity." King Xuan thought he was using questions to teach her and felt quite happy inwardly, not daring to take Han Sen's question lightly. "If you could not dodge and have to fight it out with your opponent, what then?" Han Sen asked again. "If we are fighting for life and death, the faster one will definitely win. If I am not faster than my opponent, and I could only enhance my strength," King Xuan said after serious consideration. "Why strength?" Han Sen looked at her in surprise. He initially thought King Xuan would say to increase her defense. King Xuan thought Han Sen was testing her, so she organized her words and said, "If one is fast, then his strength must not be too strong. If I am strong enough, I will not die from his strike. However, my strike will kill him. That is a method. Although what you said might work, it is not the answer I want." Han Sen shook his head with a wry smile. This method would not work against Tornado Knife. The strength of Black God was stronger than Han Sen's to begin with. Even if they trade one strike for the other, Han Sen would be the one who suffered more. "I am not smart enough. Please instruct me, coach." King Xuan could not think of a way to win when her opponent was faster than her. Han Sen wanted to say he did not know, but when he saw Miss Perfume, Han Sen suddenly thought of one thing. Last time, when he was teaching her, he was explaining the techniques in Dongshuan Sutra. At that time, he explained several techniques that he was practicing. However, thinking of those techniques, Han Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. It was not about those techniques, but about some other words in Dongshuan Sutra. The other words were also included in the parts of Dongshua Sutra that Han Sen had already translated. It was related to what Han Sen had learned about footwork, but Han Sen was not able to perceive it fully. However, thinking back, Han Sen felt he suddenly understood those words. He invited Ms. Perfume to fight and said to her, "Come on, use all you got to attack me at full speed." King Xuan was overjoyed, thinking Han Sen was trying to teach her. She did not save any energy and cut at Han Sen with Thunder Knife at full speed. Han Sen had been practicing Thunder Knife as well recently, so he was quite familiar with the skill. When Qin Xuan just raised her hand before the skill was launched, she felt she had to stop. If Qin Xuan continued her attack by force, her arm would hit Han Sen's hand blade. Qin Xuan took back her hand and was ready to attack again, but the result was the same. Han Sen's hand was again placed at a spot that made her feel very uncomfortable. Qin Xuan had changed the way to attack 7 to 8 times, but she was never able to make a complete strike. All of her strikes were forced to change in the middle, which made her feel so uncomfortable that she almost wanted to vomit blood. This way, Qin Xuan was even more respectful toward Han Sen, believing more firmly that Han Sen was a martial arts master and some incredible figure in the military. I understand. Coach, you are saying that even if my opponent is fast enough, as long as there is space and distance, I could stay still to fight his moves and buy myself time using space and distance so as to react. Qin Xuan said happily. It is not completely like that. You do not understand. If you practice more, you will naturally understand it in the future. Han Sen was very happy, and he did not mean to put Qin Xuan down. Qin Xuan was right, he did buy some time using the distance. However, this amount of time was not enough for him to beat the opponent. The key to win was the word block. In ancient times, there was a strategy in wars called attacking Y to save Zhao, which meant attacking the opponent in his vital parts to make him give up the original target. This technique was also called no-kill. The aim of this technique was not to kill the enemy, but to force the enemy to take defensive position. As long as the enemy turned from attacking to defending, then Han Sen could use his footwork. Since the enemy no longer had the ability to attack, it was just a matter of time to beat him. In order to use the blocking technique well, Han Sen must first figure out the importance of each moves, which meant he needed to understand the strengths and weaknesses of his opponent. For example, Han Sen himself had also practiced Thunder Knife, so he knew what the positions that Qin Xuan had to defend herself were. If Qin Xuan uses a different technique that Han Sen was not familiar with, the effect would not be as good. Currently, what was beneficial to Han Sen was that Tang Zhenliu, who had the same level at using Tornado Knife, was his sparring partner. All he needed to do was to fully understand Tornado Knife, and then he could reach the effect that Tang could not attack him at all. Thinking of that, Han Sen wished that he could fight Tang Zhenliu right away so as to familiarize himself with Tornado Knife. However, unfortunately, Tang Zhenliu had too many tasks in the front, so he only had limited time every day. When he was in the middle of a project, he did not have time at all. Even so, Tang Zhenliu was astonished by Han Sen's performance. Initially, he only wanted for Han Sen to avoid the attacks when Han Sen got familiar with the knife skills. However, Han Sen was trying to block the attacks altogether. Tang Zhenliu originally thought that was something couldn't be achieved. It was a family secret, and he knew very well how strong the techniques were, which were impossible to block. However, the more he sparred with Han Sen, the more he doubted his own thought. When facing Han Sen, Tang Zhenliu felt harder and harder to make his moves. He felt like he was trapped in a barbed cage. Whenever he tried to reach out his arm, he would be stabbed. And when he was trying to reach out his legs, his thighs would be hurt. The more he fought Han Sen, the more painful Tang Zhenliu felt. He almost wanted to drop his weapon. Weirdo. You and Lin Feng are both weirdos. Finally, one day, Tang Zhenliu could not take it anymore. He threw his weapon away and exclaimed madly at Han Sen. Han Sen knew that his blocking skills were quite good now. Although it might not work against other skills, it will definitely function when it came to Tornado Knife. All he needed to do was practice more in order to beat Black God. This time, you better not give me the chance. Han Sen was thinking how he could get rid of Black God the bastard. Tang Zhenliu was feeling quite glad. Luckily, his family had more secrets than Tornado Knife. Otherwise, in the future, he did not need to fight Han Sen again and could simply call him Grandpa. In the meantime, Tang Zhenliu swore to himself that he would never use his family skills again in front of Han Sen. Han Sen asked Tang Zhenliu to practice with him a few more days. In the end, Tang Zhenliu had become the one who was tortured. He could not make his moves, and he was beaten miserably by Han Sen. Currently, Han Sen was very confident to face Tornado Knife. However, he was not sure whether Black God had practiced other impressive skills. In addition, Black God had many master fighters that it was almost impossible to kill him without a perfect opportunity. If I could not kill you, I must gain some profits first. After learning from Lai Xinglan the recent moves of Black God, Han Sen squinted his eyes. At this time of the year, because of the ocean currents or other causes, on the beach of Ice River where there were normally no creatures at all would witness the arrival of a large number of snakefish. They came to the beach from the ocean for unknown reason. Most snakefish were primitive creatures. However, if the cluster of fish was huge enough, there might be mutant and sacred blood snakefish among them. The beach of the ice river was the territory of Black God's shelter. Every year, tens of thousands of snakefish would climb up from the ocean. They could always harvest several mutant snakefish and a sacred blood snakefish king. This was one of the fixed benefits of Black God's shelter. At this time of the year, Black God would summon a large number of people to come to the beach to hunt snakefish. Han-sen arrived at the ice river early. However, he did not go hunting, but dug an ice cave that only one person could fit in at a quarter of the beach. He then hid in the cave and piled up snow on the outside. No matter how hard Black God fought, he could not predict that someone would be hiding in the ice cave for several days. After the large cluster of snakefish had come to the shore, he led people to clear up the place and did not find Han-sen. Han-sen was hiding inside the ice cave, biting the meat jerky as he observed the situation from the gap he kept deliberately. A large number of snakefish started to climb out of the ice river and reach the beach covered in ice. More and more fish arrived, yet no one knew what they were trying to do. More than 1,000 people had gathered from the Black God's shelter, hunting the snakefish that had arrived. Snakefish looked like sea snakes. In fact, different from snakes, they did not have fangs or any teeth. Because they were covered in slime, weapons would easily slide on their skin. If one was entangled by the creature, its sharp scales on the stomach could even break one's bones. Ordinary people did not have the conditions to kill them. Only a large force like Black God could organize some new people to hunt snakefish together. Because the sacred blood snakefish king had not appeared, the strong evolvers with a fitness level above 100 including Black God himself did not make a move. All they did was to lead thousands of evolvers to hunt the creatures on the beach. There were 2 to 3 days from the snakefish arriving at the shore until they returned to the ocean, so Han-sen was in no rush. The cold inside the ice cave did not have much of an effect on him. However, he was uncomfortable crawling and had to use jade skin to make himself feel better since he could not move. Luckily, the second day since the snakefish came to the shore, Han-sen heard exclaims among the crowd. The dark red snakefish was a bit more than 6 feet long. Standing on top of the wall, it had a pair of fins or wings on the back of its head. As the fins moved, it made a weird noise. The sacred blood snakefish king had eventually arrived. Han-sen suddenly became excited, observing the condition on the outside. Once he had an opportunity, he would go ahead and catch the snakefish king. He had even planned the route to escape. After the snakefish king appeared, the other snakefish became even crazier, rushing to the floor. The advanced fighters at Black God's shelter eventually moved. 5 or 6 evolvers with fitness above 100 killed their way toward the fish king, led by Black God. Other people continued to guard their own positions, killing the other snakefish. They did not look nervous at all. Obviously, they were quite experienced. Black God and his fellows rushed out, and primitive snakefish could not block their way at all. Very soon, they were approaching the snakefish king. Snakefish king issued a strange squeak and bounced itself into the air. Its fins moving, it flew in the sky like a bird. Its little wings were too small. On the back of its head, they looked like a pair of ears that were slightly bigger. Unexpectedly, it could fly with the wings. Black God and the rest were besieging the fish king. As they hit it with their weapons obviously slid off. They could not kill the creature in a short amount of time. The snakefish king was 100 times more slimy than an eel. Even sacred blood beast's soul sword would slide off its body, not leaving any marks. Even Black God's tornado knife did not work on it, which made Han-sen feel quite surprised. If they could not hurt the snakefish king, how did Black God and the rest kill it in the past years? Those people did not use any special method but attacked the snakefish king together while killing the primitive snakefish that were approaching them. After watching for a while, Han-sen could guess what they were trying to do. Although that snakefish king could fly, obviously it could not last long in the air since it took more than the little wings to fly. The first time when it was flying, it could maintain about 15 minutes in the air. However, gradually, it could last shorter and shorter in the air and had to land. In the air, he did not have any point of force application. However, when it was on the land, there were points of force application. When the weapons cut it again, they would not slide off that easily. After watching for more than half an hour, Han-sen noticed that the snakefish king was weaker and weaker. He knew that it was his opportunity, took away the snow on the outside, and climbed out of the ice cave. Currently, it was the key moment for him to hunt the snakefish king. Everyone was doing their best to hunt the snakefish, and no one had extra energy to look at other people. In addition, they had already cleared the space and blocked the way to the beach, so there was no way they could expect an outsider present. Han-sen got inside the group of thousands of people, and no one found he was an outsider. Han-sen killed several snakefish casually and gradually approached. Black God and the rest had already circled the snakefish king in different directions, for fear that it might escape into the ocean. It was harder and harder for the Snake Fish King to fly. It looked like it was about to be dead. Once it lost the ability to fly and could only wiggle on the ground, it would be easily killed. Han Sen gradually approached Black God and his mates, focusing his eyes on their moves. Han Sen thought, this is a good opportunity. If I could kill Black God here, then Black God's shelter would have no leader, which would make it much easier for me to conquer the shelter. Initially, Han Sen only wanted to steal the Snake Fish King. Now that he had an opportunity to assassinate Black God, he would not let it go. Han Sen focused on Black God first. Very soon, the Fish King could no longer fly. Black God was overjoyed, found an opportunity, and rushed to cut it in half. Brother, watch out. When Black God was about to make a strike, he suddenly heard his friend calling him and felt ominous. Black God was indeed quite impressive and decisive. The moment he heard the voice, he directly fell forward. However, it was still a bit too late. He felt a burning pain on his back. It seemed that the armor on his back and his muscles were slashed open by sharp weapons. Han Sen felt it was a shame. Black God and the top evolvers were a bit too far from the crowd. When he approached them, he was still discovered by an evolver opposite him, who warned Black God in time. With his claws, he did not kill Black God this time. Black God fell to the ground and rolled a dozen feet away, holding back the pain on his back. The 5 evolvers with fitness level above 100 came to Han Sen. Han Sen did not linger. His strike did not kill Black God, so he knew that he had lost his opportunity. He rushed to the Snake Fish King directly, using the claws to cut off its head. Taking up the creature's body, Han Sen ran toward the ice river. Sacred blood creature Snake Fish King killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. The evolvers tried to stop Han Sen, but Han Sen swayed left and right, zigzagging among 3 persons momentarily. He ran past 5 persons non-stop. When Black God got up, holding back his pain, Han Sen had already gone. It is that asshole. He's not dead yet. Kill him for me. Black God saw what Han Sen looked like, recognized him, and yelled to the evolvers in surprise and madness. The evolvers quickly caught up with Han Sen. However, Han Sen directly jumped into the ice river. A giant silver eel appeared underneath his feet. The giant silver eel broke the ice on the river and was 100 feet away instantaneously, leaving Black God and his friends appalled on the land. Black God, I am taking some of the interests today. Next time I see you I will kill you. Han Sen said loudly and rolled the silver eel away. You are dead. I will kill you definitely. Kill you. Black God was so mad that he was standing, cursing at Han Sen's direction. When he scolded Han Sen, he moved his back, which made his injury so painful that his face became grim. Black God became very mad. Not only was he almost killed by a sneak attack, but his sacred blood Snake Fish King was stolen. In addition, the one who did all that was someone who he thought had died underneath the frozen lake. Han Sen disregarded what Black God did and rode the silver eel away, landing at a remote location. He summoned Meowth and rode Meowth away from the territory of Black God's shelter. La la la, la la la, I am a barbecue master. Han Sen barbecued the snake fish that he had skinned on the convenient stove he brought with him and hummed a little song happily. It was not easy to get his hands on such a sacred blood creature. This sacred blood snake fish king would give him 8 or 9 sacred geno points at least. What was more important was that this creature was stolen from Black God, which made Han Sen feel it was extra tasty. Just by smelling the fragrance of the barbecue, he could not stop his mouth from watering. Unfortunately, they only come to the shore once a year. Before the barbecue was done, Han Sen saw a man coming his way in the snow outside. Black God's guys are here. Han Sen was surprised, glanced that way, and it did not look like it. If it were the people from Black God's shelter, they should be more than one person. The person walked closer and Han Sen saw what he looked like. Out of Han Sen's expectation, he knew the man. Although they were not familiar with each other, he had a deeper impression of him. The grandson of Senator Yi Dongmu. When Han Sen participated in the contest of First God's Sanctuary using Dollar's identity, Han Sen beat Yi Dongmu to become top 10. And the Fairy Queen was his reward for being one of the chosen. After that, he had never heard the news about Yi Dongmu again. Unexpectedly, Han Sen ran into the person here. Yi Dongmu walked directly opposite Han Sen. He looked at the barbecue on the stove and placed a fox-like red creature on the snow. Pointing to the barbecue, he asked, I want to trade this mutant creature for your barbecue. Will you do it? No, Han Sen rejected directly, thinking, you think I'm an idiot. A mutant creature for my sacred blood creature. Yi Dongmu could not help frowning, checking Han Sen out again. Because he had not had anything cooked in so long, he wanted to trade the mutant creature he hunted for the barbecue, which was unexpectedly turned down by the other person. Can I borrow your stove? Name your price. Idongmu could not tell where Han Sen was from, so he did not mind the answer. Idongmu pointed to Han Sen's stove said, "The stove is quite cheap. Just use it." Han Sen smiled and said. Idongmu did not say anything but summoned a dagger to clean up the fox-like creature. Cutting off a piece of meat, he started to make the barbecue. The two persons did not converse much but barbecued respectively. When Han Sen barbecue was about ready, he took a bite and felt it was so tasty. The grease melted in his mouth. So nice. Idongmu had been working hard to cultivate, trying to enhance his martial arts skills and clear his name that was belittled by Dollar. He often spent several months every time he came to the god's sanctuary, and sometimes even more than half a year. On the ice field, all he could eat what was raw meat. Even if he was made of iron, his stomach would no longer take it. How long have you spent in God's sanctuary? Idongmu asked Han Sen. Not long, just a few days. Han Sen said. Have you heard about Dollar recently? Idongmu had spent about 6 months in the god's sanctuary this time. He had been hunting alone all the time and did not have any news from the outside. Han Sen was dazed, as he did not expect that was what Idongmu would ask. He thought about it and said, I heard that there was someone named Kill Dollar on the official platform. He had won consecutively. Some people said he was Dollar himself, and I wondered if that was true. Tell me about the details, Idongmu said immediately. I have only heard about it. No one knows whether Kill Dollar's actual Dollar, and I will be the last one to tell. It must be him. Except for him, no one could be that good, Idongmu said assertively. Han Sen was embarrassed inwardly. There were definitely evolvers who could be as good. He just had not met a truly good opponent. I want to hunt a sacred blood creature and need an assistant. Come with me. I will spare you 10% of the meat after I succeed. 20%. Han Sen blinked and doubled the price. Let's go. Idongmu did not bargain and asked Han Sen to go with him. Han Sen liked people like this a lot. Rich people who did not care about the price and only cared to be happy are the best. Following Idongmu eastward on the ice field, Han Sen reached the snow-capped mountains in less than 2 days. If he were to go back to Goddess Shelter, he must cross this region. However, because of the terrain, it was not easy to pass this region. Furthermore, if he encountered sacred blood creatures, it was too dangerous to fight on the mountains without the ability to fly. If he were not careful, he would fall into deep valleys. The reason that Lai Zinglun and Black God would try to conquer the royal shelter before they expand to the mountainous region was because of the terrain, which was unsuitable for large-scale fights. You are not trying to enter the mountains to hunt sacred blood creatures? Han Sen asked Idongmu, surprised. Relax, there is no risks. I'm only asking you to lure the creature out for me. The rest is my job. That creature had suffered in my hands, so it would not dare to come out if I were there, Idongmu said quietly. Han Sen did not say anything more and followed Idongmu into the snow-capped mountains. Like Idongmu said, he did not go deep into the mountains, but stopped after climbing one mountain. Just walk around ahead of me. When the creature had come out, run in my direction. Idongmu dug a hole in the snow and lay down, asking Han Sen to bury him with the snow. Han Sen knew that like himself, Idongmu was also an assassin. He did not say much and followed Idongmu's instruction, walking around in the valley ahead of him. Looking around, all he could see was continuous snow-capped mountains. There were no creatures, let alone sacred blood creatures. What creatures would be here? Han Sen looked for a while and did not spot any creatures. As Han Sen became impatient, he suddenly heard hoofbeat. From afar, he saw a donkey-like creature with a pair of antlers running from behind a mountain. Its hooves were rather wide, which prevented it from being trapped in the snow. It ran toward Han Sen quickly, faster and faster. There is a creature indeed. Han Sen did not know whether this one was the one that Idongmu was talking about. He turned around to run toward where Idongmu was hiding. The creature looked like it could fly, running fast on the snow. Luckily, Han Sen was close to where Idongmu was hiding and soon reached him. The creature followed Han Sen and approached him quickly. Idongmu quickly emerged from underneath the snow, appearing under the stomach of the creature, stabbing his dagger into its stomach, making a long cut. The creature was bleeding on its stomach. Forgetting about Han Sen, it neighed, turned around and ran. However, Idongmu would never let it go. Catching up with it, he cut the creature repeatedly. The creature finally fell on the floor quietly. Good skills, good footwork. Han Sen couldn't help complimenting. Idongmu had made great progress in these years indeed. In addition, he was in Second God's Sanctuary several years earlier, so he had improved his Geno points greatly. If it were Dollar, he would have killed the creature with the first strike. I am not good enough, Idongmu said seriously. Han Sen felt very embarrassed inwardly. Idongmu was simply obsessed. It should have been several years since Idongmu saw him. So, there was no way Yi Dongmu knew what level Han Sen was on. It was completely his own illusion. Is that the sacred blood creature that you were talking about? Han Sen walked up to the creature and asked, puzzled. Although this creature ran fast, it did not look like a sacred blood creature judging from its fitness. Yi Dongmu shook his head. Not this one. This is a mutant creature. Yi Dongmu then paused and said, this is good as well. We will use this body as the bait. That creature would come out smelling the blood. You can stay here and make a barbecue out of this mutant creature. Yi Dongmu then dug another hole and hid himself again. Brother, you do not need to work so hard. How about we continue after eating something together? Asked Han Sen. No need. If it were dollar, he would have done even better. Yi Dongmu said seriously and urged Han Sen to bury him up. Han Sen did not know what to say. Even he felt somewhat embarrassed. He did not feel he was as good as Yi Dongmu had described. Han Sen buried Yi Dongmu up again, dissecting the mutant creature's body. Han Sen thought it was a bit too big for him to eat. He then summoned Meowth to offer him the food. Meowth bit the body of the mutant creature excitedly. As for Archangel, she did not care to eat mutant meat at all, not wanting to come out. Han Sen took out a piece of barbecued snakefish king, eating while squatting. He soon heard the voice telling him the increase of sacred Geno points. Seeing that Han Sen was feeding mutant meat to his pet, Yi Dongmu frowned slightly. This behavior was a bit too extravagant. Even Yi Dongmu himself had never done that before. After all, the resources on this ice field were so limited that Yi Dongmu had not even filled up his mutant Geno points yet. After Han Sen had just taken a few bites, he heard loud hoofbeat behind the mountain again. Meowth that was eating suddenly bristled. It bared its teeth toward the direction of the noise and growled fiercely. Han Sen stared at the direction of the snow-capped mountain, and soon saw a creature that looked like a triceratops rushing out from behind the mountain. Its horn looked like a silver awl and its skin looked like iron. The moment the triceratops came out, Han Sen felt dazed. Han Sen wondered if Yi Dongmu was dumb. Such a large creature weighed at least a dozen tons. It would take more than a year for someone to eat it. What use would it be even if he killed it? But then Han Sen thought, Yi Dongmu was probably just trying to gain the beast's soul. The meat was not that important to him. Han Sen felt a bit upset. However, it would not be a waste if he got the meat. He would not eat himself, but he could feed Archangel. Han Sen took Meowth and ran back. He did not need to move a finger anyway. With 20% of the meat, he could feed Archangel happily. That triceratops had rushed to the location of the body of the mutant creature. Without a pause, it still came toward Han Sen. Yi Dongmu, who was buried in the snow, suddenly came out of the pit, stabbing his dagger at the stomach of the triceratops. The skin of the triceratops was much thicker than that of the mutant creature. The dagger of Yi Dongmu disappeared in the skin of the triceratops, yet no blood came out. Only black leather and white fat was cut open. The triceratops tried to get rid of Yi Dongmu under its stomach. However, Yi Dongmu moved up its body and came to its back like a gecko, stabbing its back fiercely. The triceratops roared and stamped like crazy, trying to take Yi Dongmu down. However, Yi Dongmu stuck himself so closely to the creature that he would not fall. Han Sen found a remote spot and sat down, caressing the head of Meowth, and enjoying his barbecue as well as the performance of Yi Dongmu. Bravo! I will give you 9.9 for this move. When seeing an excellent move, Han Sen could not help sharing. Yi Dongmu was so upset. The skin of the triceratops was so thick and tough that only a little blood came out when he had stabbed the creature multiple times. On the other hand, the triceratops seemed to have infinite strength. Jumping and wiggling, it almost got rid of Yi Dongmu several times. He had to hold the creature tied with both hands and stick close to it. There was no chance for him to touch the dagger again. However, Han Sen was enjoying the show, applauding when seeing something good. Come and help me. Yi Dongmu could not last any longer and yelled to Han Sen. That is not okay. We had an agreement. You give me 20% of the meat and all I need to do is to lure the sacred blood creature out. I will not mind other businesses. Han Sen shook his head and said, if this creature runs away, you will get nothing, Yi Dongmu exclaimed again. If you want me to make a move, that is fine. However, that way, we could not split the meat like this. I must have 60% of the meat. 20% is my reward for leading it out, and the other 40% is what I should have for collaborating with you to kill it. Han Sen counted his fingers and said, 60% is fine. You help me kill it, and you can take 60% of the meat. Yi Dongmu was in no mood to bargain with Han Sen. His main goal was to try to gain the beast's soul. The meat was less important. Okay, that's a deal. Han Sen then stood up, summoned his claws and walked toward the triceratops. Help me to distract it from the side. Seeing Han Sen approaching, Yi Dongmu quickly said. However, Han Sen did not pay any attention to him. He walked directly to face the Triceratops. The Triceratops noticed Han Sen and rushed to him with its eyes red. It almost looks like a locomotive at full speed, incredibly scary. Han Sen was still walking toward the Triceratops at a normal speed. The moment it was about to clash with the Triceratops, Han Sen's body suddenly leaned back. The Triceratops rushed over Han Sen's body. Han Sen was lying in the gap between its legs. The Triceratops went ahead but did not hurt Han Sen at all. Han Sen dusted off the snow on his body and got up. The Triceratops screamed with blood coming out of its stomach. It wiggled and fell to the ground with a thump. It struggled several times but failed to get up again. Lee Dong-woo jumped off the back of the Triceratops, observed the struggling creature carefully, and saw 3 marks on its stomach that went through its entire body. Obviously, they were left by Han Sen when he brushed by the creature. Lee Dong-woo stared at Han Sen for a long while. He did not expect that the random person he met was such a master. He knew the impressive figures on the ice field, so he did not pay too much attention to Han Sen when he first saw Han Sen. However, Han Sen's strike made Lee Dong-woo feel utterly surprised. If you do not move fast, it will die, Han Sen noted Lee Dong-woo. Normally speaking, under these circumstances, Han Sen would abide by the agreement. Since he had agreed to help Lee Dong-woo kill the creature and he had 60% of the meat, he did not need to be greedy about the potential beast's soul. Lee Dong-woo did not say anything and stabbed his dagger into the jaw of the Triceratops, ending its life with several strikes. Whether Lee Dong-woo had gained a beast's soul. However, he did not have any special expression after killing the creature. Walking up to Han Sen, he said, "You're good. Just average. I just broke 100, Han Sen said casually. I know the locations of some other sacred blood creatures living alone. How about we continue to cooperate in the future?" Lee Dong-woo said seriously. "That's okay. However, if it were a long-term cooperation, we could not split like this," Han Sen smiled and said. "We will split the meat half and half. The beast's soul will depend on our own luck." The fact that Lee Dong-woo said that showed he reckoned that Han Sen was stronger than himself. Otherwise, because he provided the location, he should have taken 10% more. Okay, Han Sen agreed. It would take Han Sen some time to find sacred blood creatures, and he would not necessarily be able to kill those creatures alone. Lee Dong-woo will provide him with the location of the sacred blood creatures and he could take half of the gains. There was nothing wrong about that. "Let's split up the sacred blood meat first." Han Sen pointed to the body of the Triceratops and said, "You can have all of it. You have poison on the weapon, so the meat has already been contaminated. Even if I take it, I will not dare to eat it," Lee Dong-woo said calmly. "Thank you then." Han Sen summoned the angel, asking her to eat the Triceratops up. Humanoid pet. What is the level of it? Lee Dong-woo stared at the archangel. With his background, he had never got a chance to have a humanoid pet. Sacred blood, Han Sen said casually. Lee Dong-woo stared at the angel eating the Triceratops, feeling dazed. It was very hard for him to imagine that the angel who looked like a little girl would be able to consume the better half of the meat of the Triceratops in a little while and did not seem to be stopping anytime soon. He turned back and looked at Han Sen, seeing Han Sen was eating his leftover barbecue. Lee Dong-woo's expression became more complicated. As the descendant of a senator, he was someone who had seen a lot. However, he had never seen someone like Han Sen who fed a humanoid sacred blood pet with all his sacred blood meat since he entered Second God's Sanctuary. The resources on the ice field were extremely limited. Although this creature was big in size, it was a sacred blood creature nonetheless. Feeding it all to the pet made even Lee Dong-woo cringe. At this point, Lee Dong-woo had to reassess Han Sen. Strong, wanton, and careless. Even Lee Dong-woo felt puzzled about the background of Han Sen. "It is about time. I must return to the Alliance now. Let's meet next time." After the Archangel finished eating the Triceratops, Han Sen directly said goodbye. Although as long as Jai Yanran did not call him, he was idle and had infinite free time. He'd still go back from time to time in case Jai Yanran got worried. "I will return to the Alliance as well. Let's go together." Although Lee Dong-woo did not need to go back to the Alliance, he wanted to find out about Han Sen's background and who he was. The two persons teleported back to the Alliance from Starwheel Shelter. Lee Dong-woo immediately looked up all the information about Han Sen. The name Han Sen being real was out of Lee Dong-woo's expectation. After looking up Han Sen's materials, Lee Dong-woo felt quite strange. Judging from Han Sen's background, he was such an ordinary guy that it did not match his achievements at all. From his information, the biggest difference in Han Sen's life was his girlfriend Jai Yanran. However, although the Jis were an incredibly prominent family, Han Sen only knew Jai Yanran after he went to the military academy. Before that, he did not receive any help from the Jis. Even now, the Jis had not been helping Han Sen. Before Jai Yanran married the guy, the Jis had no reason to help him. Whether she would marry Han Sen was still unknown. Aside from that, Yi Dongwoo felt incredible reading about Han Sen's growth. Yi Dongwoo thought if he were Han Sen, he would never have achieved what Han Sen had. In addition, according to the information, Han Sen had entered Second God's Sanctuary for less than a year. The fact that he had such fitness on the ice field with limited resources made Yi Dongwoo feel incredulous. How did he do it? Yi Dongwoo couldn't help frowning. Han Sen returned to Daphne, trying to meet Jai Yanran. However, at the door, he was blocked by Annie. "We are both guards. Why are you minding my business?" Han Sen was very upset with Annie. Since she had come, he did not have much chance to be alone with Jai Yanran. "Because I said no," Annie stayed cold and said, "What if I must go inside?" Han Sen was mad, asking Annie coldly, "You can try." Annie looked at Han Sen indifferently, as if she were looking at a dead man. Han Sen immediately wanted to go inside by force. Just because she was a surpasser, Annie was being incredibly arrogant, which pissed him off. The doors of Jai Yanran's office suddenly opened and Jai Yanran came out from inside. She held Han Sen's hand and said to Annie, "Colonel Annie, he is also my guard. He has the right to see me at any time." "I'm sorry, Miss Jai. The order I got was to protect your safety 100%, ruling out all the unsafe elements," Annie said calmly. "Please, Captain. This is in the military," Jai Yanran said, a bit upset. Annie did not speak again, but she looked the same, not taking Jai Yanran's words seriously. Jai Yanran did not say anything more and pulled Han Sen into her office. "Do not have any conflict with her in the future. She will kill you," Jai Yanran said helplessly to Han Sen. "A guard can be so arrogant, disrespecting your words," Han Sen said. "Technically speaking, she is my guard. However, I do not deserve to have a guard like that with my current position. She was arranged by that person in my family. In fact, she only listens to him and my words are basically useless," Jai Yanran said helplessly, leaning against Han Sen. "However, she is also doing it for my safety, so do not provoke her in the future." Han Sen nodded. He also knew that Jai Yanran's safety depended on Annie. It was impossible for her to count on him as her guard since he was away all the time. When Han Sen left Jai Yanran's room, it was already nighttime. Annie was still guarding the door. Judging by her position, it seemed she had not even moved in the past couple of hours. "Men like you are a shame to all soldiers." When Han Sen just stepped out of the room, he suddenly heard Annie saying coldly, "Are you talking about me?" Han Sen turned around, stared at Annie and asked, "The most disgusting are men who live off women like you," Annie said to Han Sen, disgusted. Han Sen looked Annie up and down for several minutes, but he said nothing. "What are you looking at?" Annie felt uncomfortable under his gaze and exclaimed coldly, "With the professional judgment of someone who lives off women, I can tell you that you do not have what it takes for a man to live off you. You will probably die alone," Han Sen said seriously. "You," Annie was shivering in anger. "You think you are so good because you are a surpasser. If I were a surpasser, I could kill you with one strike. Do you believe that?" Han Sen curled his lips and said, "I will wait for you to become a surpasser and see how you kill me with one strike." Annie's face became blue. However, she was not someone good at talking. She was so angry that she could say nothing. In fact, there was a reason for Annie to hate Han Sen so much. Because her dad died early, she was raised by a single parent. Later on, Annie's mother found a boyfriend, who initially treated both Annie and her mother well. He had nice temper and worked hard. Even Annie as a little girl thought he was a good man and called him father. Who knows that the man was not only a gigolo, but also a fraud. A couple of days before he was about to marry Annie's mother, he took away all their belongings, which made life very hard for Annie and her mother. She grew to loathe this type of man very much. Furthermore, Han Sen came to Daphne and became Jai Yanran's guard because of nepotism. Coupled with what Annie had heard at the gist, she hated Han Sen very much. "You do not have to wait until the future. If you dare to play with me, I can prove it to you how weak you are if we are of the same status," said Han Sen, curling his lips. "What do you want?" Annie thought Han Sen wanted her to suppress her strength to fight him. Annie did not mind that. Even if she had to lower her strength, she believed she could beat Han Sen completely. "Let's go to the training room," Han Sen said and walked toward the training room. "Now is not the time." Annie did not move, but said coldly, "What? Are you afraid?" Han Sen looked at her sarcastically. Annie ignored it and said, "Now I still have to work. I will see you at the training room in 3 hours. "Okay, I will wait for you." Han Sen appreciated this quality about her very much. She was indeed a good soldier, loyal to her duties. Han Sen returned to his room and caught the unicorn beetle which was going around everywhere. Without eating or drinking, it did not starve. Han Sen tried to feed it with different things, but it was not interested in any food. Han Sen wondered how it kept itself alive. At the agreed time, when Han Sen reached the training room, he saw that Annie had changed from uniform to a white combat suit. "Let's begin," she said coldly, seeing Han Sen coming in. "What do you want?" Han Sen stood outside and did not enter. "Don't you want me to suppress my strength to fight you? Are you afraid now?" Annie said with contempt. "Sister, when have I said that? I am no idiot. Even if you suppress your own strength, your eyesight and reflex are not something that could be reduced. I am not foolish, so why would I ask for that?" Han Sen curled his lips. "Then what do you want?" Annie frowned. "We have both learned military boxing, right?" Han Sen said. "What if I have?" Annie asked. "If you have learned it, that's easy. Let's do it the civilized way. I name a move and then you can name a move. We will both use the techniques from voter boxing only. If that fair?" Han Sen said. "The way of combat is focused on the reflex and flexibility. If we are talking about the moves, how can we decide who is the winner?" "Moving the lips is no fun," said Annie frowning. "Just tell me if you dare to do it. If you do not dare, you can leave now and stay out of my way in the future," Han Sen said contemptuously. "Okay, I will see what tricks you have up your sleeves." Annie did not believe that Han Sen would win using the same military boxing. "Lady first, you go." Han Sen felt relaxed, as he was fully confident. Talking about the moves, he would definitely win. All other elements were ruled out and only the moves matter. It was like playing Go. Although the pieces were the same, the method to calculate was different. In order to win, the strategy was key, which was what Han Sen was good at. Strength, speed, and reflex were less important. Although Annie was surpasser, a civilized fight like this one wiped clean all her advantages. On the other hand, Han Sen, who was good at calculation, had an advantage. Head punch. Annie thought about it and said a move of attacking. Sideway punches, left of your ribs, Han Sen answered quickly. Backward elbow, turning to the left to attack your neck. Annie felt slightly uncomfortable. She had never tried to make the move mentally and had to think for a while before she said anything. The two persons exchanged 30 moves and then Annie felt something was wrong. She found herself trapped in a dangerous situation. Although the moves were all the same, Annie felt it was hard for her to attack. When 14 moves were exchanged, she could no longer think of a way to dodge Han Sen's attacks. "You lost," Han Sen said contentedly. "This is just talking. If it were in a real fight, you could never have done that," Annie said, unwilling to accept her failure. "That is okay. We can act out what we had just said. However, this time, neither of us shall use force. We will just act out what we had said." Han Sen walked up to Annie and said, "Okay." Annie did not believe that. However, when the two persons were sparring like Han Sen had just explained, Annie did not have anywhere to dodge when it came to the 39th move. Unless he used speed and strength beyond Han Sen, she would lose for sure. "How about that? Are you convinced?" Han Sen glanced at Annie and said, "This is the first time for me to do this. I'm not like you who is all talk." Annie was not convinced. She did not believe that she would be inferior to Han Sen. "That's fine. We can do it again. I will beat you until you are convinced." Han Sen curled his lips and said, "Okay, but we will both speak and act out this time." Annie thought she lost to Han Sen because she was not good at imagination. "Okay," Han Sen smiled and said. Acting out was not the important part. As long as no strength was involved, then Annie would not still be inferior to him. After all, everyone had a specialty, and Han Sen's was calculation. Annie seemed to be the type that were good at violent moves. The fight began again. However, the result was no different from last time. This time, she lost even faster. She could no longer continue after the 35th move. "Are you convinced?" Han Sen asked again. "No." Annie bit her lips, unable to accept the fact that she was inferior to Han Sen. There was no way she was now the match of a man who lived off a woman. "Then let's do it again," Han Sen grinned and said. Annie was looking for trouble herself, so he had no reason not to give it to her. Annie was someone stubborn. They fought for more than 30 times and she did not win even once. Lost, and lost. She did not even make it to the 40th move once. Although she did not use strength and her energy was not consumed, she became pale and sweaty on her forehead. She did not understand why she would lose to Han Sen again and again using the same moves only with different order, not to mention in such a miserable way. Initially, she thought as long as she was familiar with this way of fighting, she could turn the situation around. All her previous losses were just because she was not used to it. However, the fact was cruel. Whether or not she knew the way of fighting well, she lost equally. Annie found that she was so weak in front of Han Sen just based on the moves in martial arts. This man who she despised seemed to be exceptionally good in this regard. Now Annie had understood she was no match to Han Sen in this respect. Do we need to continue? Han-sen smiled at Annie. It is no wonder that you want because you have studied these trivial matters. However, if it were a real fight, there is no way you could beat me. Annie knew that she had lost, but she would not admit it. Then let's fight for real, Han-sen said abruptly. You really dare to fight me? Annie was dazed. She did not believe that Han-sen dared to fight her. In terms of real fighting abilities, Han-sen was quite weak compared to her. Yes, but hands only. Han-sen smiled. Han-sen explained himself. What he was talking about was to play red hand. If she were to fight him, Han-sen might not even be able to survive 2 or 3 strikes from Annie. Okay. After hearing Han-sen's explanation, Annie agreed without hesitation. The fact that she was not able to use her strength just now made her feel quite sullen. Although there were many limitations in terms of playing red hands, she could use her own speed and strength to punish Han-sen slightly in order to avenge herself. Annie did not believe that she would still lose to Han-sen when she could use her own strength and speed. That could never happen. You made the first move just now, so it is my turn this time, right? Han-sen asked Annie. She did not say anything but put her right hand above Han-sen's right hand. She did not believe that Han-sen could beat her with his speed. Did you know why you lost just now? Han-sen asked her suddenly. Why? Slap. Annie was still preoccupied with the fact that she had lost to Han-sen. When Han-sen mentioned it, she was distracted immediately. When she was about to ask why, Han-sen's hand had already hit hers. You are shameless. Annie gritted teeth, wanting to kill Han-sen immediately. The game is all about tricks. If they are not allowed, you should say that earlier. Tell me, are tricks allowed? Han-sen asked, smiling. As you slap. When Annie just said 2 words, she was hit on her hand again. Staring at Han-sen with her eyes wide, she almost looked like a tigress that was about to swallow Han-sen. Han-sen played red hands with Annie from the very beginning. It would be hard for him to hit her even with his sneak attack skills, considering her reflex and speed as a surpasser. However, because Han-sen had already broken the piece of her mind earlier, she could no longer treat the game normally, which was why he was able to affect her state of mind and hit her unexpectedly. At this point, Annie's mind had become a mess. She was watching out for Han-sen at any moment. However, the more she did that, the easier it was for her to be hit. Slap, slap, slap. Annie stared her eyes wide, watching Han-sen as if she had seen a ghost. She was both sullen and angry. There was no way she could understand why she would not be able to dodge Han-sen's strikes based on her speed. She hated Han-sen's shamelessness and wickedness even more, which distracted her each time so much that she could not focus on dodging his strikes. As the stone was tossed into a well, there was bound to be ripple. The amazing fact about human mind was that sometimes you knew what the right thing to do was, but you could not control your own temper and thoughts. Annie knew that she should calm down and stay away from Han-sen's provocation. However, she was so upset at this point that Han-sen's smiles made her feel incredibly angry. There was no way she could calm down. Slap, slap, slap. Annie was hit again and again. She could not tolerate Han-sen's words. Boom. All of a sudden, electricity boomed on Annie's body, turning her into a burning light bulb. She hit the table with her palm and turned the table into ashes. Han-sen looked at Annie, appalled. He was terrified. The strength of a surpasser was so scary that it was beyond imagination. If it were him that Annie attacked, Han-sen would probably become ashes as well. Fortunately, it was in the alliance, so there was no way Annie would lay a finger on him no matter how mad she was. Watching Annie was so mad that she was shivering and sparkling. Han-sen said with a smile, "You want to hit me because you lost." Staring Han-sen for a long while, lights disappeared on Annie's body. Without saying anything, she turned around and left. She was afraid that she might not be able to resist the urge to kill Han-sen if she said one more word to him. Asshole, bastard, shameless. Annie did not go back to her room but went to the virtual camp directly. She vented her madness in the virtual camp like crazy. Seeing the alloy table that had turned into ashes, Han-sen could not help spitting his tongue. He decided not to provoke that woman killer. If she disregarded anything and hit him, Han-sen could not survive a strike from her at all. Surpasser is so scary. They are not human anymore. Although Han-sen said that, he looked forward to becoming a surpasser even more. After eating the entire Snakefish King, Han-sen had gained 9 sacred Geno points, and currently, he had 21 sacred Geno points already. When Han-sen was trying to find Idongmu to hunt sacred blood creatures together, he failed to find him. Without other sacred blood creatures to hunt, Han-sen thought of the crab again. Although the shell of the golden crab was hard, Han-sen had practiced the yin force and could penetrate its shell. Maybe he could kill it after all. The key was his strength. If he did not have enough strength, that was fine as well. Han-sen decided to dive into the Crystal Palace first, hunt some primitive fish creatures at the bottom of the lake, and fill up his primitive geno points. Hunting fish creatures at the bottom of the lake was much easier than fishing. Hansen returned to the bottom of the frozen lake again. With the silver eel this time, it was easy for him to come to the Crystal Palace. The golden crab climbed out after hearing the noise. When it saw it was Hansen, it quickly went back to the cabin, disregarding what Hansen was doing outside. It never went out again. Hansen did not provoke the crab but looked at the fish creatures that were swimming at the bottom of the lake. He thought to himself, when I have the Crystal Palace to myself, I will never worry about creature resources because I can go to the deep ocean to hunt. Since the Crystal Palace was indestructible, Hansen was not afraid to encounter scary creatures at the bottom of the sea. He could always hide in the cabin. The most important thing at this moment was to control this Crystal Palace. Otherwise, he could go nowhere. Standing on the deck, Hansen felt like he was in an aquarium. Above his head, all kinds of fish creatures were swimming around. However, because there was no glass, Hansen could reach into the water to touch them. After waiting for a while, when seeing a golden anchovy swimming nearby, Hansen reached out immediately and grabbed it into the shelter. The golden anchovy suddenly fell on the floor. Without water, it had lost almost all its abilities to fight. All he could do was to jump and try to go back to the water. However, Hansen would never give him the opportunity and trampled it to death. Primitive creature golden anchovy killed. Beast soul of golden anchovy gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points randomly. For the dozen days, Snow Charmer had hunted a lot of primitive creatures. Since Hansen could not finish all the food himself, he piled the food up, wanting to sell it after he got out. Who knows that the golden crab was so shameless that it came to take some every day, treating Hansen's place as its kitchen. Damn you, crab. I must get straight with you today. Hansen had tolerated its behaviors for days and felt he should be on the same level as the golden crab in terms of fitness. So, he planned to try to kill it, getting the Crystal Palace back. As usual, the golden crab came to Hansen to steal the meat again. When it turned away, Hansen used his claws to hit the crab's shell. The golden crab quickly reacted. It threw away the 2 fish it had taken. Flipping itself around, it shot its pincer at Hansen's claws. Ding! The pincer hit the claws and sounded like metal. Hansen stepped back 3 times before he could stabilize himself. The golden crab also fell back. They were about on the same level judging from this round. Seeing that his strength was no weaker than the golden crab, Hansen felt overjoyed and waved his claws again. However, this time, Hansen did not hit the golden crab head on, but walked around it using kiting skills. Very soon, Hansen found an opportunity to hit the crab hard on its shell. However, the claws only left 3 shallow marks on the golden shell and did not crush it. So hard, after fighting for more than half an hour, Hansen made several hits on the golden crab, but only shallow marks were left. The crab was not hurt for real. Hansen took his claws back and decided to use his fists to fight the golden crab. When hitting the golden crab, he secretly used the yin force. However, since the yin force only penetrates 3 to 4 inches, Hansen could not really hurt the crab if he was hitting at the wrong spot. Boom! Hansen found an opportunity to hit the golden crab on its head. Suddenly, he saw the golden crab wobbling as if it were drunk. Hansen was overjoyed, going up to hit its head hard. The golden crab seemed to be dizzy from the hit. Its strikes were no longer organized or forceful. For several punches, Hansen had hit the head of the golden crab repeatedly. The yin force went deep, and the golden crab became even more dizzy. It could no longer stand straight and fell on the floor. Hitting madly on the crab shell with his fists, Hansen sent yin force into its head. Gradually, it stopped moving. Sacred blood creature Golden Pincer King killed. Beast soul of Golden Pincer King gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hearing the voice at last, Hansen felt overjoyed. He quickly checked the type of the beast soul of the Golden Pincer King. Type of beast soul of sacred blood creature Golden Pincer King. Armor. Hansen summoned the beast soul and golden armor suddenly appeared on his body, covering him up completely. He looked lean and strong, full of power. At first sight, this armor and the black beetle armor were very similar. They were both golden armor that covered the whole body. However, their shapes were slightly different. The helmet of the Pincer King armor was clearly a golden crab. Eventually I have a sacred blood armor again. In the future, I will use the black crystal to turn it into a berserk sacred blood beast soul. At that time, I think not even sacred blood weapons could hurt it. Hansen was very happy. He was used to having sacred blood armor with him. When he came to Second God's Sanctuary, he had always wanted his armor, and this was his dream coming true. Putting the armor on, Hansen climbed on the boat and walked slowly into the cabin. After passing the hall, there were corridors and rooms inside everywhere. He did not encounter any other creature. However, Han Sen could not find where the operating room was, so he had to summon Mermaid Princess. Mermaid Princess guided Han Sen's way, and they soon reached the operating room, which was on the upper level of the crystal sailboat. Seeing the crystal rudder, Mermaid Princess cheered and grabbed it. The moment she grabbed the crystal rudder, Han Sen felt the entire crystal sailboat was vibrating, making squeaking noises. Looking from the crystal window ahead of him, Han Sen saw the weather was flowing and the sails rose. The entire sailboat was rising slowly. "My dear master, where do you want to go?" Mermaid Princess looked at Han Sen, excited. The three sails rose at the same time. The mysterious and gorgeous crystal sailboat slowly rose from the bottom of the lake and floated in the water in a magical way, looking magnificent. "My girl, march toward the ocean." Han Sen was incredibly excited. This crystal sailboat was much better than a submarine. It was an interstellar warship in the water. "Master, do you want to go above the surface?" asked Mermaid Princess. "No, let's march on the bottom." Naturally, Han Sen would not let the crystal sailboat to go up to look for trouble. "Yes, master," replied Mermaid Princess and turned the rudder in her hand. The giant crystal sailboat suddenly sailed toward the ocean, following the channel connecting the lake and the ocean. The scenery at the bottom of the sea was indeed incredible. Han Sen saw a region of shellfish, which piled up like small mountains for hundreds of miles. All kinds of corals were colorful and glamorous. Clusters of fish were playing games in millions in the ocean. Giant monsters that looked like dragons were passing by, making one's heart tremble. Luckily, the Crystal Palace was indestructible. Otherwise, if it were hit by the horrendous beast, it would be ruined before long. Boom boom. A dual-headed turtle that looked like a hill hit the Crystal Palace several times before it went away slowly. The number of the creatures inside the ocean was beyond Han Sen's imagination. However, he did not know what the status of those creatures was. He could not hunt as he wished for that reason. In addition, Han Sen wanted to check out first what the ocean had to offer. All kinds of sea creatures that he had never seen before were swimming. From afar, he seemed to see a red river flowing on the bottom of the sea. However, when he approached it, he found it was formulated by numerous red-shelled prawns, each as thick as a motorcycle. The creatures in the ocean were much more than the land. They were beyond Han Sen's imagination. Many of them Han Sen has never heard of before. Humans did not have the ability to hunt creatures in the ocean yet. This might be the first time for humans to hunt creatures in deep sea. However, because most of the sea creatures were huge in size, Han Sen did not rush to hunt. He mainly came to check out the resources nearby first. After traveling for a few more days and eating many sea creatures, Han Sen had gained a dozen mutant geno points, making his mutant geno points as many as 33. This day, he saw from afar that in the deep ocean, there was a huge city that looks like a gigantic beast crawling on the bottom of the sea. An underwater shelter. Han Sen glanced at it from afar and commanded the Crystal Palace to turn around, not daring to approach the shelter. Judging by the size of the shelter, it was at least a royal shelter. Han Sen was alone at this point and he was under the water as well. There was no way he could conquer the royal shelter. Because the royal shelter had blocked the way of the Crystal Palace, Han Sen could only try to sail to the side. However, the water became more and more shallow and it eventually reached the shore. Han Sen glanced at the shore from afar and found many humans, out of his expectation. There was a castle next to the shore, which should be a human shelter, to Han Sen's joy. The ice field was surrounded by ocean and blocked from other places by the royal shelter. There was no way for the ice field to contact the outside. However, now Han Sen could drive the Crystal Palace and come out from the bottom of the sea. This was a great business route. If he used it well, it was easy to make money. Parking the Crystal Palace at the bottom of the sea, Han Sen rode the silver eel to go out. He swam to the shore and planned to ask where he was at. However, when he approached the shore, he found it was different from he had imagined. The reason for there to be so many people was that they were trying to conquer the shelter on the shore. In front of the shelter, there were many creatures that looked like porcupines covered in spikes, which could be shot like arrows. The humans charged several times but failed to break into the rain of spikes. Many people ended up getting hurt. In front of the group of porcupines, a giant 9 feet tall covered in black iron armor ran into the army of humans on a huge boar, holding a tower shield in one hand and a double axe in the other. There was no one among the humans who could do anything to him. The human evolver, who looked quite fit and should have a fitness over 100, was slashing a long broadsword at the giant. However, all the strikes were blocked by the tower shield of the giant warrior, who was not hurt. With the rampage of the huge boar, no one could stop the double axe in the giant's hand. Han Sen took a look at it and felt surprised. This seemed to be an aristocrat shelter, so the giant warrior should be an aristocrat spirit. The injuries were heavy in human army. As they were hesitating whether they should retreat, they suddenly saw a golden figure rushing toward the spirit shelter at an incredible speed. The group of porcupines bristled and shot spikes at the golden figure. A rain of spikes was flying toward him. Many people were nervous as they watched. They had suffered a lot from the spikes and knew how good they were. Even mutant armor could not fully block their penetration. There were at least 1,000 spikes shooting at the golden figure. The man will very likely be killed in the end. However, the golden figure did not stop at all and rushed into the spikes. The spikes hit him like a storm, making noises continuously. All the spikes that touched the golden figure were flicked away or broken, yet the golden figure was not hurt at all. He was still charging toward the spirit shelter at a high speed. Round after round of spikes did not affect the golden figure at all. The golden figure soon went into the porcupines. As he moved, he killed several porcupines already. The porcupines guarding the shelter suddenly became a mess, while the golden figure had rushed into the spirit shelter. Everything happened so fast. When the golden figure disappeared in the shelter, the army of humans then realized what had happened. As the porcupines were disorganized, humans started to charge with all they got. The spirit warrior riding the boar chased after him like crazy, but it was too late. When the spirit warrior came to the hall, the golden figure had already walked out of the hall, with a glowing gem in his hand. Thump! When the spirit warrior came to the golden figure, he did not launch a suicidal attack toward the man as people expected. Surprisingly, it kneeled in front of the golden figure. Mad Shield is willing to give his master the purest soul, follow his master all his life, and never betray his master. Everyone felt astonished, seeing this incredible scene. It was so rare that a spirit would offer his allegiance. In addition, one should beat the spirit before the spirit offered his allegiance. However, the golden figure did not even fight the spirit warrior, yet the spirit gave his allegiance already. The chance that this would happen was probably less than 1 out of 10,000. Seeing the golden figure placing the spirit stone on the forehead of the spirit, people were almost blinded by the strong light of the stone. Then, both the spirit and spirit stone disappeared. Obviously, they had been taken back by their master. After the spirit was gone, the creatures in the shelter became a mess. The giant boar, which was the spirit's mount, roared and charged the golden figure. However, the golden figure did not try to dodge at all. The moment when the giant boar had come to his face, his fists covered in golden armor hit the boar. Facing the giant creature that were rushing over like armored vehicles, the golden figure simply took back his fist casually, while the giant boar suddenly had blood coming out of all the holes on its body, dying at the feet of the golden figure. Strong, he's too strong. Everybody gasped. Just now, when they were fighting outside, the humans had seen how strong the giant mount was. Even evolvers with a fitness index more than 100 could not face it head-on. However, the creature was killed by the golden figure with one strike. Dollar, he must be Dollar. Dollar is among us, someone suddenly exclaimed, making people having a chill. Yes, the golden armor, the invincible attitude. Who else could it be other than Dollar? Damn it, it turns out Dollar is here. Dollar is simply invincible, even in Second God's Sanctuary. Dollar, I love you. With Dollar here, we will never be afraid of the creatures. That punch is so badass. Han Sen did not stay at all. After killing the boar, he jumped to the top of the palace and quickly left the shelter. He was basically stealing other people's spirit and felt too ashamed to stay. In terms of defense, Mad Shield was definitely the equivalence of a sacred blood creature. If it were not for the fact that the ghost pod claws were berserk, ordinary sacred blood weapons would be even less threatening to him. Unfortunately, he is not a pretty woman's spirit. Han Sen felt ashamed. Initially, he wanted to form a gang full of pretty spirits. However, spirits were so rare that he might as well recruit some male spirits first. In the future, the Crystal Palace needed a lot of help on board in order to gain a huge amount of sea creatures. However, Han Sen did not want to recruit too many humans, but preferred his own spirits. As he was thinking how he should make use of his current resources, he suddenly heard a crack in his Sea of Soul, which made Han Sen feel happy. He looked to his Sea of Soul and saw the light cocoon of the golden growler had broken. The golden growler that was all golden and shiny came out of the cocoon. It seemed that its body had turned into gold completely, like a gold statue, looking much stronger. Berserk Super Creature Golden Growler Mount. The Berserk Golden Growler had enhanced greatly in both speed and strength. It could even be compared to the Sacred Blood mounts in Second God's Sanctuary. In addition, its ability to change size was something that an ordinary Sacred Blood mount did not have. As he fed the black crystal to his beast souls, Han Sen ordered Mermaid Princess to take the Crystal Palace to the ice field. Because the resources were rich near Yellowstone Sea, beast souls were relatively cheap in that area. If he wanted to sell his beast souls, he should go back to Goddess Shelter to get a good price. His journey was quite smooth. The Goddess Shelter was surrounded by the ocean in 3 directions. Therefore, it was easy to get to the sea near the shelter. He did not encounter other shelters under the water, and he saved himself the trouble of traveling through the mountainous region. On his way back, Han Sen hunted a large number of primitive creatures and some mutant creatures he found in the water, put them on the back of the golden growler, and returned to Goddess Shelter. When people in the shelter saw the golden growler and mountain of meat, they were all surprised. There were less and less creatures that they could hunt nearby, so they had never imagined a scene like this. Hearing the news, young Manly also came by. Seeing the huge pile of creatures, she was also dazed. Manly, count the meat and you can decide how to sell them. Han Sen then transferred all the primitive beast souls and mutant beast souls he had gained to young Manly, asking her to sell them all. Young Manly saw the dozens of beast souls that Han Sen transferred to her, many of which were not only mutant, but also berserk, which made her feel quite incredulous. Where did you get the meat and beast souls? Young Manly looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. I hunted them from the sea. Han Sen knew that the creatures looked like they were from the ocean and there was no way he could hide it. The sea. Young Manly became even more surprised. It was much harder to hunt in the sea than on the land. I'm such a guy that could kill the tiger on the mountain and dragon in the sea. Isn't it absolutely normal for me to be able to hunt in the ocean? No need to look at me like that, Han Sen smiled and said. Young Manly did not want to smile. Although Han Sen was joking, she understood that the difficulty of the task was no joke. How did he achieve that? Young Manly felt it was more and more difficult for her to understand Han Sen. When she was in First God's Sanctuary, she felt Han Sen was inferior to Dollar. However, after they met in Second God's Sanctuary, what Han Sen did astonished her every time. At this moment, young Manly no longer had the thought she first had. She only felt it was more and more difficult for her to know Han Sen. She did not know what kind of guy he was. Han Sen, aren't you interested in the ancient language? An expert in that area has come recently. If you're interested, you could go see him. Hearing Jai Yanran's words, Han Sen was immediately excited. He quickly asked, which ancient language expert? Why would we have one here? Jai Yanran smiled and said, Professor Zhu is very talented in linguistics. Also, he is quite a celebrity in the Alliance. Besides ancient language, he has studied a lot of languages from other species. If he is famous, will he ignore me if I just go see him? Asked Han Sen. I don't think so. The management asked him to come over to teach us some knowledge about crystallizers. You could go and have a look first. Han Sen was naturally very interested in the ancient language. He now could read everything in Dongshuan Sutra, but it did not mean he could understand them. Han Sen still did not understand many parts and he did not want to practice the martial arts before he understood what was going on. When it was time for the lecture of Professor Zhu, Han Sen went to attend. The language of crystallizer was too complicated. In other words, they were not even words, but more like images. All sorts of complicated lines were put together to make an image that looked like the inner structure of a machine. It was indeed very difficult to learn the meaning. Even with Han Sen's brain which had been strengthened, he felt it was difficult to memorize those images. The other soldiers felt even more painful. When they went to the lecture, they felt like they were not understanding anything. Although it was very difficult to learn, Han Sen was still paying attention to the lecture and tried to memorize. After Professor Zhu's lecture, Han Sen quickly walked to the professor and saluted to him. Professor Zhu, I have a question regarding other languages that I want to ask you. I wonder if you have the time. Professor Zhu was a general in terms of military ranks, which was much higher than Han Sen's. However, Professor Zhu did not have any power. Is it about the crystallizers? Tell me about it. Professor Zhu was quite easygoing. I want to ask you something about the ancient language of the Alliance, Han Sen said. Professor Zhu looked Han Sen up and down in surprise and asked, You have studied the ancient language. Currently, although the Alliance did not put less emphasis on liberal arts, many young people were more willing to spend time on practicing hyper-geno arts. After all, that would bring them direct benefits. Professor Zhu did not know whether Han Sen had really learned the ancient language or he was just trying to kiss the professor's ass. I have studied a little bit. However, I have many confusions and there are not enough materials for me to clear them, said Han Sen. All right, it is about lunchtime. Let's work together and we can chat in the cafeteria. Professor Zhu was not arrogant at all. If Han Sen was indeed interested in the ancient language, Professor Zhu would like to answer his questions. After chatting with Professor Zhu for a long while, Han Sen felt he was inspired. The materials he got from Professor Zhu were also a great help to him. For the things that he couldn't understand before, he had managed to perceive them after reading Professor Zhu's materials. After that, when he read Dongshuan Sutra again, he had many new understandings. Although there were still places that he did not understand, he had a more profound grasp of the text. If he could practice well, he could make his force to penetrate a large object. It was a bit exaggerating to say he could hit the bull behind the mountain, but it would not be difficult for him to penetrate through a steel plate of several feet thick. When he had rested for more than 10 days, eating golden crab every day in the shelter, he had eventually finished eating the crab and gained 7 sacred Geno points. Currently, Han Sen had 28 sacred Geno points. Han Sen, Super Body, King Spirit. Status, Evolver. Lifespan, 300. Requirement for next evolution, 100 Geno points. Geno points owned, Ordinary Geno points 100, Primitive Geno points 100, Mutant Geno points 43, Sacred Geno points 28. Checking his progress, Han Sen felt the number was quite good for someone who had entered Second God's Sanctuary for less than a year. Currently, Han Sen's fitness index had definitely passed 120. It took a test for him to find out the exact number. Anyway, he was much stronger than Tiger of Blue Blood in the past now. I will go kill the Berserk Gargoyle first. Han Sen entered God's Sanctuary again, making up his mind to go to the nest. Sacred blood beast souls were still very attractive in Han Sen's eyes. In addition, the beast souls from the eggs were normally very good and of rare types. When Han Sen was at the nest again, he summoned all his beast souls. For the time he spent in the Alliance, the Golden Pincer King had already been evolved into a Berserk Sacred Blood Beast Soul, and the golden armor looked even better at this point. The Gargoyle Glyph had also been summoned. The Desert Bird was hovering over his head, enhancing all the beast souls further. Han Sen felt he had enough strength to blow up a planet. Of course, that was only an illusion. The Silver Berserk Gargoyle quickly rushed toward him. Han Sen did not dodge this time, blocking the gargoyle's arm with his ghost pod claws. Bang! The claws in the arm of the gargoyle suddenly clashed, leaving a new long injury on the gargoyle's arm. Silver blood suddenly started to flow. Han Sen stepped half a step back. His strength was no weaker than this berserk creature. The gargoyle roared fiercely, trying to grab Han Sen with its claws, its nails looking like silver daggers. Han Sen was not weaker than it in terms of either strength or speed. In addition, his footwork was much better than the creature's, so there was no way Han Sen would let it grab him. As he swayed, not only had he dodged the attacks, but he had also managed to leave scratches on the gargoyle, making it bleed. The gargoyle roared angrily, but it could do nothing to Han Sen. It could not even touch Han Sen's body because Han Sen's kiting skills were so good. As Han Sen was feeling content, the gargoyle suddenly scratched at him. Just when he dodged the attack, the arms of the gargoyle suddenly gained 2 inches and still clawed at him. The 10 nails looking like silver daggers suddenly hit Han Sen's armor. Ding! The sound of metal made people's ear hurt. However, the nails that looked like daggers did not manage to penetrate the armor, but only left some shallow marks on it. Han Sen was more than surprised. Berserk Golden Armor and Berserk Gargoyle Glyph combined, the defense was incredibly strong. Even the Berserk Gargoyle did not manage to hurt him. This strike gave Han Sen more confidence. He took back the ghost pod claws and hit the gargoyle with his fists. Boom boom. His fists were thrown, and legs were dancing. His fists hit gargoyle, making it step back continuously. The gargoyle was overpowered by Han Sen and killed by Han Sen in the end using the Yin Force. Berserk Sacred Blood Creature Inferno Gargoyle killed. No beast soul gained. Meat inedible. Han Sen was dazed. It was the first time he encountered such a result. There was no beast soul or meat. Luckily, Han Sen did not mind. There was an egg, which 100% would produce a Sacred Blood Beast Soul. In his hand, it was the same as a Berserk Sacred Blood Beast Soul. What Sacred Blood Beast Soul should it be? I would prefer a pair of wings, or a Beast Soul add-on like the Devil Sword. Han Sen climbed up the cells carefully, looking inside. There were many cells at this place. However, as he went deeper, he did not see any other creatures. It seemed that the gargoyle was the only creature there. Is there not an egg? Han Sen became a bit worried. Luckily, very soon he saw the egg, making him feel relieved. Walking up to the egg, Han Sen broke it with the claws and heard the familiar voice, producing Beast Soul. Han Sen saw a piece of fog coming out of the egg, which gradually became a Beast Soul in front of him. The Beast Soul looked like it was made of tungsten. It looked like a tiger or a panther. With a horn looking like a lightning bolt, the creature had wings on its back. As it blinked, it looked incredibly fierce. The Beast Soul turned into a light, entering Han Sen's Sea of Soul. He suddenly heard a voice. Beast Soul produced. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Nightmare gained. Han Sen quickly looked at the information of Nightmare and saw it was a flying beast soul. He summoned Nightmare and suddenly had a huge pair of tungsten devil wings on his back, looking rather cool. Han Sen tried its speed and found it was much faster than the sacred blood wings from First God's Sanctuary indeed. He almost reached the exit of the nest immediately. Haha, I can fly again eventually. Han Sen was overjoyed. With the ability to fly, it would be easier for him to do a lot of things. The sacred blood wings should be fast enough in Second God's Sanctuary. Without hesitation, Han Sen fed the black crystal to Nightmare. Berserk sacred blood wings should be the fastest humans had ever seen in Second God's Sanctuary. With Nightmare wings, unless he had encountered a super creature, Han Sen could be the king of Second God's Sanctuary. It will be even better if I have sacred blood bow and arrow. Then, I could go back to the top and look down on the entire Second God's Sanctuary. Han Sen felt it was a pity that the sacred blood bow and arrow beast souls were hard to find. He came to the Starwheel shelter again. Han Sen, I eventually found you. I have made an agreement with Black God and Philip. We will attack the royal shelter in a couple of days. Come and help me, will you? Wise England said excitedly. I am afraid I have to let you down. I am the enemy of Black God, so it should be inconvenient for me to go with you. Han Sen smiled and said, You are the one who injured Black God and stole the Snakefish King. Wise England suddenly remembered, looking at Han Sen in surprise. It is no other than me. I don't think we should go together. When you started the fight, I will join you at that time, Han Sen said. That'll do. However, you must stay careful. At that time, all the advanced fighters in Black God's shelter would be there. If Black God did anything to harm you, it would be hard for you to escape. I am in charge of attacking from the west. You could go to my side. Wise England pondered and said, Who is the one in charge of attacking the main gate? Han Sen asked. Black God is the strongest, so he's doing that. After Han Sen asked about a few more details, he got up to leave. However, he had made up his mind to go to the main gate where Black God would be. The three forces launched a united strike against the royal shelter after 2 days. Black God's shelter was in charge of attacking the main gate of the royal shelter. From afar, Han Sen saw groups of creatures rushing out of the royal shelter, fighting against human evolvers. Black God took a dozen evolvers who had a fitness level above 100, trying to go inside the shelter. However, they were soon stopped by sacred blood creatures. In the other 2 directions, humans were also stopped by creatures. Fighting could be heard everywhere, while the silver-haired spirit girl was standing on top of the wall of the shelter, looking at everything coldly, not planning to move a finger. Han Sen eventually witnessed a large-scale fight. Han Sen could not see clearly what was going on with Wise England and Philip. However, against a dozen evolvers with a fitness level above 100, nearly 20 sacred blood creatures had rushed out of the royal shelter, blocking the attacks from Black God's shelter completely. This was obviously not everything the royal shelter had got. There were definitely more sacred blood creatures inside the shelter, fighting against enemies from the other 2 directions. This royal shelter was incredibly strong. One man could never take down a large royal shelter like this one. Han Sen felt quite impressed. Without uniting the forces on the ice field, an individual could never conquer shelter like this unless he had the strength of a super creature. Giant snakes as long as 300 feet, huge beasts that looks like titans, black winged beasts, and birds flying in the sky. The whole battlefield was a mess. The scene was 100 times more impressive than a movie. It was equally magnificent as an interstellar war. Black God was better at commanding than Han Sen thought. In addition, the majority of the evolvers had been through service, so they were no strangers to fighting together. When they were besieging creatures, they collaborated well. In fact, the casualties were not huge. In addition, some were weaker evolvers would be in charge of logistics. Once someone was hurt, he would be sent out of the battlefield immediately. Not a lot of people died. This Black God is quite impressive. He is able to command such a large-scale war. Quite talented, Han Sen thought to himself. However, an enemy was an enemy no matter how good he was. Although the royal spirit was strong, it started to fall. It seemed that it could not withstand the attacks from all 3 forces for a long time. However, the silver-haired spirit did not plan to attack. She was watching the entire battlefield coldly on top of the wall, moving her staff once in a while, commanding the creatures to fight. If this continues, the shelter will be conquered if the silver-haired spirit did not have other creatures to help her, Han Sen thought to himself. As Han Sen was thinking, he saw the silver-haired spirit living the war. However, he did not join the battlefield, but went back to the shelter. Han Sen was surprised by her move. Currently, the fight had gone into a very fierce stage. The army of the creatures were at a disadvantage. If they lost her command, wouldn't they lose even sooner? When Han Sen was feeling puzzled, he suddenly saw the earth started to shake on the battlefield in front of the shelter. Many stones were broken, and silver beetles started to come out like waves. Where the silver beetles passed, the bodies of both humans and creatures were eaten up completely, making one's scalp prickle. More and more gaps started to appear on the land, and numerous silver beetles came out. All of a sudden, the entire battlefield was a mess. Both humans and creatures were rushing to run for their lives. No one had any intention to continue the fight. Humans and creatures that were fighting against each other a minute ago started to escape together. It was hard to imagine that they were fighting for life and death just now. Even the huge snake and the giant beast were running as fast as they could. It seemed that they were very scared of the silver beetles. Han Sen was also rather scared. However, after careful observation, he found that the individual of the silver beetles was not that strong. They were slightly stronger than primitive creatures, but weaker than mutant creatures. However, there were so many of them and their mouth were really sharp. Even sacred blood creatures had their weaknesses, so it was painful for them to have a silver beetle inside their body. However, Han Sen felt his opportunity had come. The strength of the silver beetles was only their number and sharp mouths. In fact, their strength was not too impressive. However, wearing the golden armor and gargoyle glyph, Han Sen could completely block out the silver beetles. In addition, he was covered all over, so there was no gap where the silver beetles could approach him. Although the silver beetles chased humans away, the creatures were also chased away. Taking advantage of the mess, he could enter the royal spirit and maybe there was a chance for him to get the spirit stone. Han Sen summoned his armor and glyph, sneaking into the shelter in the mess. Just when he approached the battlefield, waves of silver beetles had come to him, drowning Han Sen with their little bodies. Han Sen felt the crackling outside his armor as the silver beetle was trying to bite his armor. However, because of the double berserk sacred blood beast souls, even their sharp mouths could not hurt the armor at all. Han Sen felt reassured and marched toward the royal spirit in the sea of beetles. Under the cover of the silver beetles, no one was able to notice him. Outside the royal spirit, Han Sen jumped over the wall and entered the royal spirit that looked like a cosmopolitan. The majority of the creatures had been scared away by the silver beetles. There were obviously less creatures in the royal shelter, but their number was still astonishing. There were no silver beetles inside the shelter, but a lot of creatures rushed to Han Sen. Han Sen did not linger but spread his nightmare wings, dodging the majority of the creatures and went toward the spirit girl. The weird birds and black-winged beasts in the sky came toward Han Sen. Han Sen flapped his wings and dodged the block of the beasts and birds like a butterfly, thanks to the speed of the berserk sacred blood wings. He quickly reached where the spirit girl was standing. The spirit girl had already come to a large ancient architecture. Feeling the turmoil in the sky, she looked back standing on the stairs. Seeing Han Sen who was in the sky, her silver pupils contracted. Even he was covered in armor, the silver-haired girl still recognized Han Sen who had once killed her. She was not depending on her eyesight, but her scent that she left on Han Sen's body when he killed her. Her face turned cold. The silver-haired girl waved her staff and the birds and beasts rushed to Han Sen. A dual-headed silver bird and a black bull with wings also rushed to him. Han Sen did not mind ordinary birds and beasts, because they were much slower and weaker than Han Sen. Han Sen could kill them as he wanted. However, the silver bird and flying bull were obviously both sacred blood creatures. They blocked Han Sen's way among other creatures. After doing that, the silver-haired spirit girl did not mind Han Sen anymore and continued to go inside the mysterious architecture. After the spirit girl went inside the architecture, two identical black snakes were climbing on the columns at the gate, flicking out their tongues. Han Sen had seen one of the black snake before. As time when the spirits were attacking the Starwheel shelter, she brought that black snake, which was also a sacred blood creature. How come there are so many sacred blood creatures in this royal shelter? Han Sen frowned. Not all the royal shelters had a large number of sacred blood creatures. The number of sacred blood creatures in a royal shelter depended on the size of the shelter, the number of sacred blood creatures nearby, and the spirit's ability. In terms of both size and number of sacred blood creatures, this royal shelter was exceptional, which showed how strong the silver-haired girl was. To go back or forward was an impending decision that Han Sen must make. There were so many creatures here that Han Sen could not be trapped. Once he was trapped, he could never escape again. In just 1 second, Han Sen had decided. He had already entered the shelter, so it was the perfect opportunity, and he had no reason to go out. If the three forces could not take down this royal shelter when they united, since most sacred blood creatures were not even inside the shelter at this point, He would never have an opportunity to try again if he missed this opportunity. With his eyes cold, Han Sen was calculating all the moves and trajectories of the creatures he was seeing. In his mind there was a holographic image and a route that would take him inside the ancient architecture. Boom! Flapping his wings, Han Sen made a dive, avoiding the silver bird and flying bull. However, because he went slower, many creatures on the floor started to jump at him, throwing themselves at Han Sen, who was flying low. Remaining calm, Han Sen landed on an architecture. When he flew, he avoided the snaps of the creatures on the land and flew up again. In the sky, the dual-headed silver bird and other creatures rushed over again. Han Sen landed again, changing his position continuously and dodging the attacks from different creatures, going toward the ancient and mysterious architecture like crazy. There was no way to block him. Han Sen moved quickly among the architectures, flying up from time to time. He perfectly used the space between the architectures and the creatures themselves, going to the ancient architecture at last. The creatures were always a bit too late, not formulating any threat to Han Sen. That included the two sacred blood creatures, because they never stopped Han Sen. However, because he was using the terrain and the creatures, Han Sen did not go straight but made a huge circle in order to arrive at the ancient architecture. The two black snakes had come down from the giant columns, blocking the closed stone gate. They opened their mouths and issued screams at Han Sen, bearing their frightening fans, looking rather scary. Han Sen did not pause and went up the stairs, rushing at the two black snakes. Behind him were all kinds of fierce creatures, looking like ghosts from hell. They followed Han Sen and tried to take him down. The mouth of the two black snakes looked like the dark gates toward hell. Their fangs were each longer than 3 feet, dripping disgusting venom, blocking Han Sen's way. Han Sen no longer saw a way out. There were only the two snakes. However, he did not mean to stop at all, but speeded up. With her heart thumping like a drum and blood boiling, every inch of his muscles was motivated. Stepping out, Han Sen almost immediately rushed inside the mouth of one of the black snakes. Crack! The black snake quickly closed its mouth, trying to swallow Han Sen like that. However, blood suddenly spilled, and its snakeskin was ripped from inside. Blood and the golden figure both came out. The 3 purple lightning bolts shone. Boom! Han Sen rushed out of the stomach of the snake and hit the giant stone gate of the ancient building, smashing one of the doors and going inside without hesitation. The inside of the ancient architecture looked like a temple, full of mysterious symbols and statues of deities. Inside the temple, a statue of ghost more than 100 feet tall stood like a demon. Between the brows of the ghost there was a silver gem about the size of a fist, which should be the spirit stone of the silver-haired girl. Under the statue, the silver-haired girl had changed into her fighting state. Her perfect body covered in silver armor, she looked lean and delicate with a perfect curve. Holding the silver slim sword, the girl had cold light in her eyes, staring at Han Sen. Han Sen quickly rushed toward the girl. Initially, he thought the sacred blood creatures would chase him inside, but they were all guarding outside the architecture, and none entered the gate. Han Sen was overjoyed. Just coping with the silver-haired spirit girl was much easier for him. In addition, he had killed her once. Even if he could not kill her this time, it would be easy for him to get the spirit stone. Seeing Han Sen was approaching the statue, the silver-haired girl exclaimed coldly and slashed her silver sword at Han Sen's throat. Han Sen was astonished. Last time, he deliberately took the strike that went through his body, so it did not matter how fast her sword was, since Han Sen did not want to dodge at all. However, as she cut his throat this time, he would be beheaded if he did not dodge, which could never happen. Fighting the silver-haired girl face to face, Han Sen felt how fast her sword was. Stepping back, Han Sen raised the ghost-pawed claws to block her strike and managed to save himself. Ding! The silver sword and the ghost-pawed claws clashed, making noise of metal. Feeling a huge force, Han Sen could not help stepping back. Her strength was even a bit stronger than his. After the strike, the silver-haired girl did not stop her attacks. Like silver lightning bolts, she continued to hit Han Sen with her sword, forcing him to defend himself with no chance to fight back. After taking a dozen strikes, Han Sen felt the sword was so fast and unpredictable that he could only go back and could not even leave. Same as her sword, the girl had incredibly fast footwork as well. She followed Han Sen like a shadow, not giving him any chance to breathe. Ding ding ding. Although Han Sen had blocked all the strikes from the girl, his berserk ghost-pawed claws were chipped by the slim sword of hers. Han Sen's arm was also numb. Until this moment had Han Sen realized how lucky he was to kill the silver-haired girl last time. If he did not surprise her by taking this sword with his body and take advantage of her carelessness, he would never have had any chance. After all, Han Sen had much worse fitness at that time. He was at a disadvantage facing the silver-haired girl this time still, which meant he would have suffered even more last time if it were not for his scheme. It seemed that the silver-haired girl hated Han Sen to his guts. She did not conserve any energy, forcing Han Sen to step back with her sword. Changing his footwork and using kiting skills, Han Sen was not the match of the silver-haired girl because he did not know any advanced claws skills. He was merely using the claws at a knife with blade storm. If it were not for the good footwork that Han Sen had, he would have been killed by her a long time ago. Even with his footwork, Han Sen was still hit so hard that he could not fight back. The sword skills of the silver-haired girl were excellent. She almost became one with her sword, crossing the sky like a lightning bolt. She was so fast that her figure became a blur. As the sword was about to reach Han Sen's face, Han Sen did not have his claws in place in time, so he could no longer block his strike. That's it. Han Sen gritted his teeth and summoned Mad Shield, putting him in front of Han Sen to bear the strike from the silver-haired girl. Han Sen quickly rushed to the giant statue and went for the spirit stone, no longer lingering. Ding! Han Sen heard steel being ripped apart. The tower shield of Mad Shield was cut deeply by the silver-haired girl, almost breaking in half. Han Sen wanted to take back Mad Shield, but the sword of the girl was too fast indeed. Before he took Mad Shield back, another flash flew across. Crack! This time, the tower shield was cut in half for real. The slim sword cut to the tall figure of Mad Shield like a lightning bolt. With a flash, there was a line added to the body of Mad Shield. Boom! The body of Mad Shield fell into two halves. The spirit was killed like that, not having any time to regret the loss of the aristocrat spirit that he had gained not long ago. Han Sen ran toward the statue at full speed. Treading cloud, Han Sen had eventually put the footwork into use. Running like wind, Han Sen rushed to the statue like a tornado. However, the silver-haired girl was not slower than him at all, but even faster. Catching up with him momentarily, she stepped her sword at Han Sen's back. Without turning back, a golden worm covered in red armor appeared behind Han Sen, blocking the girl's sword, while Han Sen jumped up and spread the nightmare wings, throwing himself at the sparkling spirit stone between the statue's brows. Ding ding ding. The three strikes cut the golden rock worm king consecutively, and the red armor was cut deeply. Even the shell of the worm king was broken. Golden blood started to flow. Luckily, the pet armor that had become a berserk super beast soul was much harder than the tower shield, so the golden rock worm king was not killed after taking 3 strikes. Han Sen took back the golden rock worm king. The spirit stone was right in front of him. Even if the silver-haired girl came at this moment, there was no time for her to stop him from taking the stone. However, when Han Sen's fingers were about to touch the spirit stone, he suddenly felt a strong anxiety. His back was covered in cold sweat. Something's wrong. As Han Sen felt that, he saw a golden figure coming from behind the giant head of the statue. At the same time, a gold sword went to Han Sen's chest. That sword was so fast and Han Sen was so close that there was no time for him to dodge. Whoosh! The golden sword pierced the golden armor into his chest. Han Sen then saw the person who stabbed him. It was a girl with wavy blonde hair and golden eyes covered in golden armor, holding a golden slim sword. Except for the fact that everything was golden on her body, the girl looked almost identical to the silver-haired girl. They were almost like 2 dolls made from the same mold, only with different colors of their armor and hair. Boom! The blonde girl kicked Han Sen down to the floor. Han Sen fell hard and saw that on the back of the statue there was another face. The statue was two-faced, and between the eyebrows of the face and the back, there was another spirit stone, which was golden and shiny. Twin spirits. Han Sen eventually understood why the silver-haired girl would be so relaxed to fight Han Sen alone, not asking the creatures to hit him, because that was unnecessary. The spirit shelter was in fact a rare double spirit shelter. In addition to the silver-haired girl, there was a similarly good blonde girl. Han Sen could not even get rid of the silver-haired girl, let alone 2 girls. Without any hesitation, the moment when Han Sen fell to the ground, he got up and brushed toward the outside. Motivating his body and cracking his bones, Han Sen pushed his potentials to his limit. The silver-haired girl and blonde girl did not mean to let him go. The 2 beautiful but deadly figures rushed toward Han Sen like to lightning bolts. Blood spilled like rain. Han Sen had used the kiting skills to his limit. However, all he could do was to avoid his vital parts. The silver and golden slim sword continued to leave one injury after another on his body. The sword skills of the blonde girl and silver-haired girl were compatible. They complement each other and were much stronger when used alone. Han Sen did not even want to fight anymore. He had miscalculated from the very beginning, so he did not have a chance to win again. All he could do was to go out as fast as he could in order to survive. With blood covering his body, Han Sen was extremely lucid. His eyes cold, he quickly calculated every possibly as fast as he could. Han Sen only had one goal. Under the attack of both royal spirits, he did not any chance to get the spirit stone again. Every step he made was traded with his injury. Every step was carefully designed, but it could not save him from being hurt. At this point, Han Sen had no other ways than trading injuries for his life. When he reached at the stone gate, he was covered in a lot of blood already. At this point, Han Sen could only celebrate the fact that he had both the armor and the glyph. Otherwise, even if he had practiced Jade Skin, he would have died a million times. The effect of the armor and glyph blocked the majority of the force on the swords of the girls. When the swords hit him, the remaining force was less than 30%, only leaving shallow marks on him. The flying bull fiercely threw itself at Han Sen, charging Han Sen with its horns. However, the next second, a huge golden creature fell from the sky, smashing all the creatures nearby. Rush out! Han Sen threw himself onto the back of the golden growler, which was the size of a hill, and roared, grabbing his hair. The golden growler routed and ran into the group of creatures like crazy, getting rid of the creatures and marching toward the main gate. As a super mount, the golden growler was no weaker than a sacred blood mount of Second God's Sanctuary after becoming berserk. In addition, its giant body was extremely fast. Every step it made was more than 300 feet. Even with the speed of the silver-haired girl, she could not catch up with it. In addition, most creatures were like ants in front of the golden growler, unable to block its way. Even so, numerous creatures still threw themselves at the mount, biting at it and making it bleed. As the golden blood was spilled, the golden growler rolled in pain. As Han Sen killed the creatures that threw themselves at him, birds and flying beasts were charging him from the sky. With blood and dead bodies of creatures everywhere, it was incredibly violent. Boom! Han Sen was hit hard on his head. It was the beak of the two-headed silver bird. Although Han Sen's helmet was not broken, it was so painful that Han Sen screamed and almost fell from the golden growler. The golden growler had God knows how many creatures on its body. Bleeding everywhere, golden growler was still the king of First God's Sanctuary. With a roar, it fiercely jumped up into the sky like a hill. When it fell, several palaces were smashed and there was almost an earthquake in the future royal shelter. A lot of creatures were killed and the majority of the creatures on its body were shaken down. Han Sen grabbed the golden hair of the mount and managed to stay on top. The golden growler got up and ran toward the main gate again. Groups of creatures came up to it. Fight, fight, fight. It was the first time for Han Sen to be trapped in such a hard battle. He had no idea how many creatures he had killed. His hand became numb, but more creatures kept coming at him. A mile from the main gate, the golden growler roared and fell to the ground, smashing the earth. It was covered in golden blood and its skin was broken everywhere by numerous creatures. One of its paws no longer looked intact, bearing bones. It was incredible that the mount had lasted so long. Han Sen took back the golden growler and spread his wings, flying outside the shelter. However, all the bird creatures and flying beasts were coming at him already, especially the flying bull, diving at him with its horns like spears. Without the protection of the golden growler, Han Sen knew that he could not be stopped again. Seeing the two-headed silver bird chasing him from the back, Han Sen gritted his teeth and charged the flying bull. A black lightning bolt and a golden lightning bolt clashed. When Han Sen's head was about to hit the horns, he suddenly contracted his wings and flipped in the sky, putting his legs forward, clipping the neck of the bull, and bowed to hit the bull's stomach hard. Boom! The ghost pod claws stepped into the stomach of the black bull with fierce force. Han Sen pulled hard and blood was spilled. A scream sounded, and the magnificent body of the bull fell to the ground. Han Sen stepped on the back of the black bull and summoned his wings, rushing out of the shelter. Boom! Hearing a loud object fall, Han Sen then heard the voice. Sacred blood creature Inferno Bull killed. Beast soul of Inferno Bull gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points. However, Han Sen had no time to mind those. Like a butterfly covered in blood, he broke the blockage of the flying creatures and came out of the royal shelter. Seeing Han Sen going out of the shelter, the silver-haired girl looked mad. However, there was nothing she could do. Under these circumstances, the men still managed to leave the shelter, so there were no other methods that she could adopt. Back to the Crystal Palace, Han Sen treated his wounds as he thought about the twin spirits that he ran into. Han Sen did not regret at all. All he could think about at this point was how to take the twin spirits for himself. He wanted them so much. Rare twin spirits, both royal. They were so scarce. Coupled with their strength and beauty, it was a gift from heaven. I must have them, Han Sen thought, feeling resentful. However, the twin spirits were so powerful and had so many sacred blood creatures. When Hansen entered the shelter, only several sacred blood creatures were guarding the shelter. If it were any other time, there should be at least 3 to 4 dozen sacred blood creatures inside. So, it was very unlikely for him to go inside again. However, that did not make Hansen give up his greedy thought. He was determined to have the twin spirits, so no matter how hard it was, he will have them. In order to have them, I must first have the ability to beat them and get the 2 spirit stones. The sacred blood creatures were not that frightening. After all, they were not intelligent. There is always a way to cope with them. However, the spirit sisters are very clever and powerful. If I am not able to beat them, I can never have the spirit stones. Hansen thought back on their sword skills. Hansen had taken countless strikes from the sisters. He had at least 100 to 200 injuries on his body. With his experience to fight the silver-haired girl, Hansen had learned their sword skills. Give me some time, and I will come up with a solution for sure. Hansen was certain that he had this ability. Sacred Blood Inferno Bull, Shapeshifting Beast Soul. Hansen looked at his new beast soul with a touch of hesitation. He did not expect it to be a Sacred Blood Shapeshifting Beast Soul. Too bad it was not a humanoid beast soul. Once it transformed, it could only be able to battle with its Inferno Bull's appearance. Hansen was not really interested in this type of shapeshifting beast soul, but an Inferno Bull had the ability to fly. A beast soul like this would sell for a high price, and if he used black crystals to evolve it into a berserk beast soul, its selling price would be even higher. If there's a humanoid shapeshifting beast soul, the chances of beating the twin spirit in battle will be much higher. Hansen thought to himself. Although the Fairy Queen's ability in the second God's Sanctuary was close to that of the beast soul, she was prone to a particular weakness. When she was shapeshifted, she could no longer wear armor. If that happened, Hansen's defenses would be too low. He had no hope of withstanding attacks from the creatures from the second God's Sanctuary. This entire situation had yet to yield a solution. While he healed the wounds he had incurred, he also tried to think how he might crack the twin spirit's sword skills. Hansen decided to learn a Hyper-Geno art to withstand their sword skills. Because of this, he went to the St. Hall community in the military base to find the Hyper-Geno art he desired. The twin spirit's sword skills relied entirely on speed, so there were many ways to overcome their flurry of attacks. One could use speed to beat their own speed, but another could enable a high defense to withstand each hit. Hansen had seen many evolvers' Hyper-Geno arts, but none had satisfied him. The military's St. Hall community, compared to the St. Hall community ordinary people could visit, offered a far wider variety of Hyper-Geno art. After Hansen read the introduction, he found a species of the Hyper-Geno art that made him feel optimistic. This was a joint strike sword skill called duel, one that required 2 people. That meant that 2 people were needed to practice the sword skill. Hansen thought about this for a moment. If each person was able to use one sword, it would be incredibly difficult for them to block the twin spirits' dual blades. With their speed, it would not matter how fast Hansen's sword was, it would be extremely difficult for him to be faster than the twin spirit. If he wanted to beat them, Hansen would require 2 swords. Therefore, Hansen selected duel for its double strike sword skill. If this was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to use both hands to cast such a sword skill. But Hansen possessed the necessary talent of both hands. His hands weren't classed separately, as they were both considered primary, and the fortitude of his mind allowed for perfect individual control. He could use a different sword skill in each hand. He only needed to slightly modify the operation of the dual skill. Hansen noticed that the skills that required 2 people were completely different to one person wielding 2 blades. To complete this sword skill, it was nearly impossible for one person to do it solo. After all, if there were 2 people, they could strike from different positions. Being alone and using both hands, your position and angle was limited. So a lot of the moves in the dual blade sword skill were impossible to perform with 2 hands. But Hansen was not a person who gave up easily, and he could not think of any other ways he could defeat the twin spirit in battle. He was still set on making big changes to the dual sword skill. Today Hansen had visited the shelter again. Lai Xinglun was there and found him, wearing a strange facial expression. Hansen, I found a humanoid sacred blood-fused transfigured beast soul. Lai Xinglun's tone of voice was also somewhat strange. It is a sacred blood class Snow Lady beast soul. The abilities of the Snow Lady beast soul are quite special. It does not increase one's strength, just one's speed. It also has the ability to reduce one's temperature, but that seems rather useless to me. It would most likely just become a problem. I don't think it's worth trading a Berserk beast soul for a Snow Lady beast soul. Plus, you had argued with Black God before, Lai Xinglun said severely. Did you say that it was me who wanted to trade? Han Sen asked. No, I only said that it was a friend. Lai Xinglun shook his head as he spoke. Han Sen thought for a moment about what to say, then said, that's okay. Feel free to tell him it's me who wants to trade. If he is willing, tell him to come here so we can complete the transaction. It was time to trade with Black God. Black God had brought people with him to the Starwheel shelter. He noticed that Han Sen's eyes were a little cold, but of this he made no mention. Han Sen, you dare gamble with me. Perhaps now we can settle our grudge. What do you want? Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows in response. You and I engage in battle. Regardless of who wins or loses, our grudge can be settled. Black God looked at Han Sen and continued, of course, if you do lose, you must leave behind the Snow Lady Beast's soul. If I lose, however, I can leave behind the Inferno Bull Beast's soul. Lai Xinglun frowned and said, Black God, we only want to exchange beast souls on this day. Nothing else. I am merely suggesting a solution to our grudge. It is entirely up to him if he wants to partake in my idea. If he does not dare to engage me in battle, that is fine, Black God said sternly. What if I do not wish to gamble? Han Sen looked at Black God as he asked. If you do not wish to settle our prolonged dispute, then you will become my enemy, and I do not go soft on those I deem to be my enemy. The few people who had accompanied Black God now summoned their beast souls. Black God, this is the Starwheel shelter. This is not Black God's shelter. Lai Xinglun's eyes went cold, and he summoned a few leaders from the Starwheel shelter to push back against Black God's people. Lai Xinglun, do you really want to offend me on the behalf of a person who doesn't even matter? Black God looked at Lai Xinglun sternly. Han Sen saved me when the Starwheel shelter was in crisis. He is my savior, no one can do him any harm before me. Lai Xinglun said these words directly. Black God's emotion began to change, the atmosphere inside the shelter growing tense. It was like a room that was packed to the brim with explosives, where the presence of a single spark would be enough to ignite the volatile atmosphere. It is okay to have a one-on-one, but the beast souls that we gamble must be held onto by Lai Xinglun. Han Sen said all of a sudden. That is no problem. Black God agreed to the terms, as he knew all about Lai Xinglun's identity. He knew he was not the sort to accept the beast souls and make a run for it. There was also the fact that Black God's purpose there was not merely to win a beast soul, he wanted Han Sen's life. Han Sen had stolen the Snakefish King in the past and used a poison dagger to hurt him. This had almost taken Black God's life, and was the cause of the anger that he could never find it in himself to swallow. When they arrived at the plaza, Han Sen and Black God handed their beast souls over to Lai Xinglun. Please, Black God said, as he went onto the stage of the plaza, staring at Han Sen as he went. Ever since he had taken control of Black God's shelter, he had never been put at such a disadvantage. If he had the opportunity, he would relish killing Han Sen immediately. This time, he did not want only the return of his beast soul, he wanted his life back too. Black God was highly confident in his tornado knife skill. He had battled with Han Sen once before, so he thought he knew the extent of his abilities. That is why the idea of combating on stage intimidated Han Sen. Word of the bet between Black God and Han Sen spread quickly, and drew quite the crowd to the Starwheel shelter to observe it firsthand. Lai Xinglun began to feel hopeless. If Han Sen did not agree to the bet, he could still protect Han Sen and keep him safe inside the Starwheel shelter. But if Black God managed to kill Han Sen, then there was nothing he could do but to adhere to the terms of the wager and provide the beast souls all to Black God. Once Han Sen was on stage, Black God no longer felt no desire to exchange words with him. He wanted to bite into Han Sen's flesh with a savage ferocity. He summoned the Black Beast Soul Knife and started swiping at Han Sen with fierce desire. Black God took a step back and dodged the ghost pawed claws. He took up his stance with the knife again and attempted to attack, but he had only raised his weapon halfway when he realized he couldn't do what he had planned. As before, if he opened himself up with a wide attack, his waist would be exposed to the fury of the ghost pawed claws. Coincidence? Black God was stricken with worry, unable to believe what was happening. Nor could he believe that someone could so effectively block his tornado knife skill. Black God took a step back and attacked again, his face distorted into an ugly grimace. The people watching were already shocked. Those outside as well inside the arena could see quite clearly everything that was happening. The famous knife skill of Black God was utterly useless against Han Sen. Tornado knife skill seemed to have all of a sudden become a total joke. Black God could not even draw his knife out, so there was no way he could attempt to attack twice as fast. Black God had never appeared so lame, so feeble as at this very moment. Hopeless, he felt hopeless. Black God was suddenly overwhelmed with the fear that he was going to die, and that his bladder would give way if he couldn't reach a bathroom in time. Even the few observers from Black God's shelter were shocked at what they were seeing. They were close to being unable to believe their eyes. They clearly knew the strength and extent of Black God's power, and the ferocity of his tornado knife's skill ought to have made him unbeatable in the ice fields. How could it be suppressed in the way they were seeing? Where did this guy come from? Their faces were bursting with surprise. If Black God was already closed to submission, they would end up in a far worse condition if they were to go on stage. 2 or 3 hits would probably be enough to end their lives. Having returned to the goddess' shelter, Hansen delivered the flesh to young man Lai. He had been planning on venturing forward now to the alliance, but young man Lai told him that Zero had not been eating enough recently, and she hadn't eaten at all in the past few days. Why are you not eating? Is the food here not to your liking? When Hansen caught sight of Zero, she was sitting by a window of the tower. She watched the falling snow outside, seemingly lost in a blissful reverie. Zero shook her head and said, I am not hungry. You are not God, how can you not be hungry? Come, tell me what you would like to eat and I shall make it for you. Hansen gently cuffed her head as he spoke. Can you take me with you the next time you leave? Zero turned gazing at Hansen when she spoke, showing her wide eyes. Sure. Hansen hesitated for a moment. Zero's identity was rather mystical, and he did not want her to know much about who he was. But thinking of her, without any family, he was probably the only person she had a true connection with. He felt sorry for her and so did not wish to reject her. Zero's face finally took on a smile. Although it was merely a raising of the lips, it would melt the heart of anyone who saw it. Come, let us eat first. Tell me what you would like, and I shall make it. I'm not bluffing when I tell you that my cooking skills cannot be below those of a 3-rank restaurant's chef. Hansen tugged at her to eat something. Hansen was bluffing. In truth, his cooking abilities were quite poor. The extent of his abilities spread to cooking stews and grilling meat. If the food he wanted to eat could not be prepared and served through either of those methods, then he would simply eat it raw. He brought Zero into the Crystal Palace, and they searched for a lonely deep-sea mutant creature together. They also tried to figure out the dual sword skill. While Hansen was content to freely travel in the nearby area, he did not dare to enter the shelter that resided on the seabed there. The boat had been sailing for a few days when Hansen saw a jellyfish that lit up like a giant lantern. Coursing through the water with great energy, it looked beautiful. It seems as if there are many jellyfish in the sea, but most of them are in a group. It's rare to find one that is content to remain alone. Let us see if we can hunt it. Hansen thought about what to do, and then summoned golden armor and a glyph. He then left the Crystal Palace and swam towards the jellyfish. Though there were no other creatures around him, Hansen was wearing armor and a glyph for protection. Even if the jellyfish was of the sacred blood class, Hansen had the power to protect himself. It would not be difficult for him to escape and return to the Crystal Palace if he needed. It was different being in the sea. Due to the flow of water, when Hansen was swimming, it was possible for his presence to be detected by other creatures fairly quickly. But the jellyfish that looked like a giant lantern seemed now to be moving quite slowly, remaining where it was, then rising up and down in the water. It seemed as if it did not notice Hansen closing in on it. That jellyfish looks so stupid, there is no way it could be a high-class creature. Hansen approached the jellyfish but did not summon the ghost pod claws. He simply got close and punched the semicircular body of the jellyfish. The ghost pod claws were poisonous. Although Hansen was not afraid of poison, the taste of the afflicted creature would be tainted by the substance. He therefore opted to use Yin force to punch the jellyfish to death. It would taste better when they barbecued it later. He felt as if his fist had punched through a mound of mud. He lost all strength, and the Yin force no longer worked. He wanted to bring his fist back, which was still lodged in the body of the jellyfish, but he realized that the creature was holding on from the inside and not letting him go. No matter what direction he pulled, the jellyfish followed and remained stuck to him. The jellyfish's tentacles then encircled Hansen and tied him up. He felt electricity surge from the jellyfish, making his body convulse and cramp. Unable to control himself, his mouth opened to gulp in the seawater. What the hell is this? Hansen was shocked, literally and figuratively. He clamped down to withstand the electricity that surged into him, and then summoned the ghost pod claws to slash wildly at the jellyfish. But the ghost pod claws went straight through the gelatinous skin and became lodged inside the creature as well. Hansen was taken aback. This jellyfish was like a living mound of viscous syrup. All slashes and punches were useless against it, as they would have no effect and his foe would maintain its grasp on him no matter what. Hansen was holding back the cramps caused by the surging electricity, and desperately wanted to return to the Crystal Palace as soon as he could. But the jellyfish continued to attack, attaching itself all over Hansen. Already, half of Han Sen's body had been consumed by the jellyfish, and the rest was sure to follow. This was the first time Han Sen had come across such a terrifying creature, and his heart was overcome with dread. His mind raced, trying to think of a way to escape his terrible predicament. Suddenly, in the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow that was swimming towards him from the Crystal Palace. Han Sen took another look, and saw Zero swimming his way. In his surprise, he wanted to shout and tell Zero to stay back, but being in the water made this impossible. Zero was swimming swiftly towards Han Sen and came to his side. He reached out again with his hands, attempting to push the jellyfish away from him. No, Han Sen screamed in his heart, but it was no use. Zero was now caught by the jellyfish, just as Han Sen had been. More electric currents surged into his body and his body continued to convulse with spasms. It felt as if he would become charcoal any second now. Han Sen withstood the pain and desperately tried to think of a way that he could save himself and Zero. But he then noticed Zero's eyes flashing with a strange purple light. Her black pupils were now beaming purple, and the color spread to consume her black hair, too. Little purple horns appeared from the top of her head. All of a sudden, she became the royal Shura that Han Sen had once seen during their first encounter. Zero, who had taken on the appearance of a Shura, used her hands to tear the jellyfish apart. The creature, which was like mud, seemed to have lost its power under Zero's counter-offensive. As though it had been struck by a Goliath knife, the monster was split into two halves. Han Sen was shocked by what he saw. When Zero was in this form, it was quite difficult to believe how much power she possessed. Even the monstrous jellyfish could not withstand the power stemming from her small, delicate hands. In a moment, she cleared Han Sen's body from the vine-like tentacles that had imprisoned him. Then she quickly hauled him back to the Crystal Palace. They both hurriedly emerged from the water. Zero quickly got back on board and lay down on the floor. The color of her now purple hair began to fade and return to black, as the horns that had appeared on her head shrank and disappeared. All of a sudden, she looked like a typical human female once again. Han Sen quickly went to check on her. He noticed that she had passed out but was free from any serious injuries. After the incident with the jellyfish, Han Sen did not dare go hunting in the deep sea by himself. He salvaged the jellyfish's corpse and cooked it so that he could understand where it had come from. It turned out that it was a sacred blood class red demon jellyfish, and it increased Han Sen's sacred Geno point score by 8. Upon returning to the Alliance, Han Sen carefully investigated his puzzle a great deal, but he could not unearth anything that would give him any greater understanding of Zero's status. Humans are human, Shuras are Shura. Although they shared similar attributes in terms of appearance, they were two separate species. It was impossible for someone to be both a Shura and a human. Han Sen even looked into the information alongside a biologist. The biologist proved to him that the genes separating Shuras and humans were far too different to be compatible, or for even a hybrid to be birthed. Even if it was an artificial culture, it was impossible for a crossbreed between a human and a Shura to emerge, too. So, how would you best define Zero and the peculiarities of her situation? Han Sen thought about it deeply but could not come to any remote conclusion. Han Sen was also curious about the 9-life cat tattoo on Zero's back. Sen, can you come with me please? Han Sen had been scouring various outlets of information when Jai Yanran knocked the door and entered the room. Of course, where are we going? Han Sen was surprised when he looked at Jai Yanran. This was because Jai Yanran rarely came to Han Sen's room, and usually resorted to contacting him only through a communicator. If Jai Yanran was willing to come straight to his room, it had to be a matter of some importance. Therefore, Han Sen did not question her motive for coming and promptly agreed to go with her. Tomorrow, I am going to an exchange event. I was hoping that you could accompany me. What exchange event? How do I best explain this? It is a semi-private exchange event. The people who take part in this event are young, like me. Jai Yanran spoke slowly, detailing her explanation with great care. It's not some dating event, is it? Han Sen blinked his eyes. Jai Yanran took offense and said, use your mind. That has nothing to do with it. It really is just some exchange event. But you see, the people who are there will be special. And so too will the goods on offer be. I hope you will be able to accompany me, as I am sure it will help you in the future. Could you tell me what sort of exchange event it is? Han Sen asked, now curious. Jai Yanran also told Han Sen that at the exchange event, he was sure to meet someone familiar. Who? Han Sen asked, curiously. Wang Mengmeng from the Wang family. I have heard she's quite fond of you. Jai Yanran giggled while saying this to Han Sen, and she looked at him with devious eyes. Mengmeng only treats me like a big brother, and I treat her like a little sister in return. You know that, don't you? Han Sen felt a little surprised, because he knew that Wang Mengmeng was not an ordinary person. He had not expected her to be a future inheritor of the Kai Gong, however. Jai Yanran spoke a word that Han Sen was quite familiar with, Kai Gong. Only the hyper-geno arts that had been modified by Kai Gong could be used to maintain control of the powers of the universe. According to what Jai Yanran told Han Sen, some high-level Kai Gong hyper-geno arts did not require celestial being modifications for use. Even when humans are children, they are able to use Kai Gong to observe the power of the universe. The Jai family is the clan that owned Kai Gong. There were however 3 other families that were gifted in the same way. Each family inherited Kai Gong from the same lineage and heritage. All that was different was the family name. Jai, Lin, Wang, Zhu. Jai Yanran spoke these 4 surnames to Han Sen, and it made his heart leap in his chest. Killing of Zhu Longyan had given him the ice skin skill. Once he had gained it, he had kept an eye on anyone possessing the surname Zhu, but he was never able to glean much information regarding big individuals that belonged to that family. Now, all of a sudden, he heard the surname Zhu spoken aloud to him, and his face changed. Han Sen really wanted to ask who the Zhu family were, and also ask whether they possessed a special skill called ice skin. But he kept his question back, for now. Yanran, that must be your boyfriend. A woman of similar age to Jai Yanran approached. She looked over Han Sen as she spoke. The genes of the Jai family were strong. It was fair to say that each and every member of the family was pretty, and this woman was no exception. In fact, she looked quite beautiful. That being said, she didn't look as fresh and spotless as Jai Yanran. Yes, Kinku. Jai Yanran confessed to her. If she had brought Han Sen here, that meant that she had no intention of hiding his identity. Jai Kinku had only asked to make polite conversation. She had no real interest in Han Sen. Yanran, this is my boyfriend, Zhu Yang. Today he is here as a representative of the Zhu family, who has come to talk about the Jade Heart Sutra. While Jai Kinku said this, her eyebrows were raised boisterously. Jai Yanran then spoke to Jai Kinku for a while, who continued to gush praise over how delightful and amazing Zhu Yang was while paying no attention to Han Sen. Jai Yanran felt displeased at her behavior and thought of an excuse to leave them. My cousin's urge to compete with me has never been quelled. Now she has a boyfriend from the Zhu family. She is so full of herself, Jai Yanran quietly explained to Han Sen. Is that something to be proud of? Han Sen feigned surprise as he asked this. Jai Yanran pursed her lips and said, I suppose it isn't something to be particularly proud about, but if he can go on stage and talk about the sutra, he must be a figure of some importance in these 4 families. Following this, Jai Yanran began saying unfavorable things about the people on stage. Then she quietly said, every time at an exchange event, each family will select a few specific people to give a speech up there. If you are selected to go up there, you must be the best of who that family can provide. Then you should go up there, Han Sen laughed. Jai Yanran rolled her eyes then replied, when my father was young, he was always up there discussing sutras. Unfortunately, I did not carry the flame of his talent. My qualifications aren't particularly outstanding. Thus I lack the necessities required to be chosen to go up there. Who said that? If I had a say, I'd be telling everyone that you were the most qualified to go up there. Once you were up there, you wouldn't have to talk or speak. You could just sit there, and the people that saw you would see the true meaning of beauty. Then they would know the answer to everything. That would be better than making some boring speech, wouldn't it? Han Sen's flirtation was strong. Jai Yanran's hands were squeezing Han Sen's waist, as her face lit up with the light of 1,000 smiles. The Zhu family always think highly of themselves. They believe themselves better than any other family. Did you not see Zhu Yang's eyes rise to breach the stratosphere? Because the 4 of our families come from the same bloodline, the Zhu family likes to present themselves as the primary lineage. They also possess the most secrets and enigmas that outsiders to their blood can never be made privy to, Jai Yanran explained. What secrets? Han Sen's heart began to skip. The Frost Sutra, Jai Yanran replied. Han Sen sighed in relief, having worried she might say jade skin. Jai Yanran then quickly added, but the Frost Sutra is not easy to learn. Only a few people in the entirety of recorded history have been able to practice what it teaches. The Zhu family in recent times, however, have been trying to turn the Frost Sutra into a hypogeno art, so all of the family can learn it. I heard that they have been seeing results in the past few years, and that it has been modified into a hypogeno art called Jadeskin. But that said, no one has seen anyone from the Zhu family cast it. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought, so it is true, Zhu Longyan does indeed belong to this family. The first woman who came out to talk was called Lin Yy. He could not tell her age, but she looked so elegant that his eyes felt refreshed just from looking at her. Her whole body was like silky jade, and even her hair possessed a halo of sparkling cleanliness. The third world view she spoke of was a classic in Kaigong. It was supposed to be a proper speech, but all she did was stand on stage and discuss her own opinions on the subject. She did not even read out the sutra. According to what Lin YY said, Kaigong was just another hyper-geno art. It just wasn't like the ordinary types, being designed for humans to maximize the potential of their genes instead. It was a hyper-geno art that could absorb the power of the universe. After Lin YY concluded her talk about third world view, Han Sen was still eager to hear more. After Lin YY, it was time for Zui Yang to give his speech. He went on stage and began to talk about Ice Heart, a subject which he could discuss with great thoroughness. Through a combination of modern science and a shelter gene system, Han Sen was able to learn a great deal about it. This Ice Heart seemed quite familiar. After hearing Zui Yang's speech, although Han Sen did not fully learn Ice Heart, his understanding of it had undoubtedly reached another level. A total of 13 people would give speeches out of the 4 families. Each would make a speech each day for 3 days. This meant 39 Kaigongs learned greatly through the speeches on stage. Unfortunately, each individual's commentary and personal review colored each on-stage discussion. None of them touched upon the original codexes and how to learn them. Although Jai Yanran felt it strange that Han Sen was so interested in the discussions, it made her happy, all the same. It was nice to see Han Sen so engrossed in learning Kaigong, as it would make it easier for him to learn the Jai family's Kaigong in the future. Dongsu Sutra, I can finally learn it. Although I have only got the basics, according to what they have been saying, I should now be able to learn how to open the gene lock. Lin Feng, come and sit with us. Zui Yang smiled and gestured to Lin Feng to join him. Once the speech was over, everyone was discussing what they had seen. But there were too many people, so it was impossible for the discussions to include everyone. Usually, a discussion group only comprised around half a dozen people. People with similar levels tended to group together. Those who were allowed on stage were considered leaders of their generation. Usually, they gathered in a few groups to discuss certain subjects together. The sutra that Lin Feng spoke about was the best. Even Zui Yang, who frequently looked down on others, considered him an important character. This was why he felt compelled to invite him over. I'm sorry, I have a few old friends waiting for me elsewhere that I need to catch up with. Maybe next time. Lin Feng rejected Zui Yang and Jai King Q. Zui Yang's face changed. The Zhu family had always been a proud family, and to have his own personal invitation be rejected by Lin Feng upset him. Lin Feng cared little for Zui Yang's reaction. He simply turned around and walked off in another direction. Many people were looking at Lin Feng as he did this, and they were interested to see which circle he would be joining. Under everyone's curious eyes, Lin Feng went to sit beside a man who was strange to them. The two of them acted quite naturally, not troubling to greet each other formally. It appeared that they were quite close. Many were quite shocked, as most had no idea who that person was that Lin Feng was with. Zui Yang and Jai King Q, seeing who it was, both grimaced. Lin Feng had gone to sit with Han Sen. At that moment, murmurs arose from the crowd about who that curious man was. While most were unaware of who he was, many did recognize Jai Yanran. Although she was born into a wondrous family, her talents weren't exceptional by any means. It actually seemed as if Lin Feng wasn't there for Jai Yanran either. He really had just sat down and started talking with the unknown fellow. I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Feng smiled, for he had noticed Han Sen in the crowd some time ago. Alas, he had had to wait until all the speeches were over before he could join him. I could say the same. Han Sen poured Lin Feng a drink. Without a toasting of glasses, he immediately had a swig. The two of them then began chatting casually. Even Jai Yanran was surprised to see Han Sen and Lin Feng with each other. She had no idea the two had such a relationship, one that seemed healthy and positive. Little Feng Feng, are these friends of yours? Another person now appeared, uninvited. She sat next to Lin Feng and put her arms around him as she laughed. Han Sen looked at the person who had called Lin Feng Little Feng Feng and saw that it was in fact Lin YY, who had given her speech about third world view. Lin YY was unbelievably elegant, and her entire presence and being felt radiant. Although she was restrained, Han Sen could feel the enormous power that emanated from within her. I am Lin Feng's big sister, Lin YY. You can call me Sister YY. Han Sen caught sight of Lin Feng's emotionless face, but still, he smiled and shook Lin YY's hand. With a sweet voice, he said, Sister YY. Lin Feng's forehead was already full of creases, but Lin YY was very happy to look at him in such a condition. She said, Little Feng Feng, your friend is far more interesting than you. Jai Yanran sweetly called her Sister YY, but in her heart she felt taken aback. Watching the four of them talk amongst each other, Zui Yang and Jai King Q were unable to come in and join the conversation. Zui Yang looked around and then said aloud, Lin Feng's Kaigong is quite excellent, and you are Lin Feng's best friend by the looks of things. I can only assume you are learning Kaigong as well. How about you and I duel? The people around Han Sen suddenly turned to look at Zui Yang. Jai King Q quickly supported her boyfriend's proposal and commented, to sit here is really quite boring. We should definitely show off Yanren's boyfriend to everyone. Jai King Q did not believe Han Sen had even a remote possibility of beating Zui Yang in a duel. Everyone in the Zhu family had an elite status, and in Jai King Q's heart, only Lin Feng could possibly come close to rivaling the level of Zui Yang out of the four families. If you want to have a duel, fight against me. Lin YY squinted her eyes but smiled with the radiance of flowers. Zui Yang frowned. Although he was confident of his own abilities, it would still going to take some time before he was close to becoming a surpasser. There was no way he could compete with Lin YY, who was close to becoming one herself. Sister YY, let the man do his thing. We are just pretty girls who shouldn't let them take advantage of us. Jai King Q smiled. Which family are you from? Do you not know who the boss is around here? Who do you think you are calling me sister? Are you not aware that I am Lin Feng's aunt? Judging from our comparative, familial tiers and ties, you should be calling me aunt. Are you silly or merely ignorant of the rules? Lin YY really was a little demon girl, and her temper could change in an instant. In a second, her warm face and composure turned ice cold. Jai King Q's face suddenly became bright red as she blushed hugely, then felt like she wanted to dig a hole and hide. She heard Jai Yanren call Lin YY sister, which is why she thought she could do the same. It did sound friendlier, after all. Lin YY had already become sick and tired of Zui Yang and Jai King Q, and so had no desire to be polite to them. After seeing Jai King Q be humiliated in this fashion, Zui Yang's face wholly changed. From his body came a frosty wind and biting chill, and an angry force swirled inside him. Everyone looking upon him turned cold. I told you, if you want to fight, you pick it with me. Lin YY cared little for his behavior, and she had already stood up and got ready to compete. It was normal to witness duels take place during an exchange event, but what was happening here wasn't normal. Sister YY, allow me. She was right in saying you are a beautiful woman, but to battle with a little child would mean you are stooping to his low level. Han Sen now stood up, smiling at Lin YY. Lin YY was shocked. She looked at Lin Feng, who nodded to her, and she then sat back down on the sofa. She said, Little Sen Sen, I will be watching you. The reason why Lin YY stood up for Han Sen was because she had seen that Zui Yang only get angry with Han Sen over Lin Feng's friendliness towards him. Otherwise, she would not be helping a person she had just met. Now Lin YY was actually surprised to see Han Sen stand up for himself. Jai Yanren was feeling nervous as she watched Han Sen and Zui Yang depart for the battleground. Although Han Sen was a talented battler, he was going up against someone from the Zhu family, so her anxiety was fully justified. The Zhu family, although they weren't very famous, were always full of pride and confidence in themselves. They were even quite arrogant, but the skills the Zhu family possessed were powerful and justified their self-regard. Little Feng Feng, can Little Sen Sen actually beat him? Lin YY could tell that Zui Yang was a formidable opponent and extremely talented. But she had no clue what to expect from Han Sen, a person she had just met. Lin Feng quietly replied, I don't know, but when he goes against those in his tier, he never loses. After Lin Feng said that, it wasn't only Lin YY who looked surprised. All the other families were shocked, too. They did not expect Lin Feng to say something like that in such confidence, and their view of Han Sen now changed instantly. When Han Sen went on stage, he calmly looked at his opponent Zui Yang. He had survived many life or death trials and experiences, and he cared little what he felt were trivial matters. As such, he was rarely angered by unpleasant words that might be spoken to him. But he really wanted to see if Zui Yang had learnt ice skin and to see if it was any different to the one he had. If the ice skin he possessed was discovered, he would undoubtedly become a personal enemy of the Zhu family. Before such a thing could come to be, it would be best to gauge their power first. Zui Yang stood upon the battlefield, and the chill in his eyes solidified. His skin was like ice, and a frigid wind blew from his eyes. His whole body looked strange, as if he personified the entire concept of cold. He looked like a demon composed of ice, and the chill air that surrounded him frightened those that saw him. Many of the people who saw him took a step back. You strike first. If I go first, you will not be given the opportunity to fight back. Zui Yang looked at Han Sen coldly. Little Feng Feng, is Little Sen Sen going to make it? Although this Zui Yan is rather annoying, His ice skills are truly powerful. Lin YY looked at Zui Yan, who was like an ancient iceberg, and couldn't help herself from asking once again. He should be fine. Lin Feng merely smiled, not seeming to display the slightest hint of agitation. Although it had been a long time since he had last seen Han Sen, he had been informed of Han Sen's recent endeavors by Tang Zhenliu. Based on what he had heard, he did not think Zui Yang would be able to beat him. Han Sen didn't seem to do anything except watch. He couldn't tell whether or not Zui Yang's ice skin was better than his or not. Because of this, he did not hold back. In a flash, his body began to shine and crystallize. Little Sen Sen is quite good. Has he managed to learn nano crystal at this age? Lin YY was taken aback. No matter how he looked, Han Sen was still only around 20 years old. To learn nano crystal at such a young age was impressive because it generally took decades to learn it through a hyper-geno art. The talent he possessed was quite surprising. He actually learned nano crystal. This man really is something. This can't be real. How old is he? How has he learned nano crystal? Yes, nano crystal is a lower tier Kai Gong, but his talents are scarily good to have already learned it by his age. People from across the 4 families were discussing with ravenous interest the events unfolding before them. There was a man who looked quite similar to Zui Yang sitting in a corner and coldly looking at the stage, devoid of emotion. Zui Quang, your brother is an opponent in this battle. Next to this cold-looking man, a bookwormish sort explained the situation. The only opponents that the Zhu family have are other members of the Zhu family, Zui Quang said, not much caring for what the other person said. His confidence was enough to suffocate those in his presence. Really? The bookwormish man smiled but said nothing more. Han Sen did not say anything. He just raised his fist and threw a punch, trying his hardest, knowing that ice skin was highly powerful. When going against the Zhu family, he did not dare to underestimate the talents of his enemy. In each attack, he gave his all. His heart was jumping and thumping like an overactive generator, and the body that looked like crystal was annihilating the atmosphere around him. The sound of crackles, bursts, and bangs erupted from the air being pummeled near the human machine. 2 fists collided, and the air at their meeting thundered. The air was swirling all about in distress, but neither of the fighters moved. The punch resounded with a boom. But after a second, Zui Yang's face changed. Blood dribbled from the corner of his lips. Everyone was aghast at the sight. No one would have expected one punch to injure Zui Yang. Han Sen's eyes were still icy cold, and the fist was still pushing through Zui Yang's defenses. Han Sen was like a crystal demon, suppressing his every attack. Now a barrage of fists came his way, and though he desperately tried to dodge them, every thrown fist found its target. The scary shadow was like an ancient demon, and he had the power to instill fear in all who saw him. The smile had quickly vanished from Jai King Q's face. She did not expect Zui Yang to get beaten by Han Sen, let alone beaten so harshly. He was injured from the first punch, and after that had no chance to fight back. The hits kept coming until his defeat. And now, blood leaked from multiple orifices. Zui Yang was still screaming, but none of his attacks could match up to his cries. Jai Yanran was delighted. Although she had known Han Sen was very strong, even she hadn't believed that he had the power to beat someone from the Zhu family so ferociously. Wow, that is so strong. Where did this guy even come from? He can't be from a Kai Gong family. Is nano crystal really that powerful? Can it really suppress ice skin like that? Awesome. That is so awesome. The Jai family has an amazing addition. Zui Quang's eyes changed. He said 2 words, yin force. This is an extremely powerful yin force. To have a yin force be practiced to such a terrifying degree, I am not sure any evolver can rival him. The bookworm said. Zui Quang said, then said nothing more. As he looked at Han Sen, a murderous glint entered his eyes. Boom. Zui Yang hopelessly accepted another punch. He felt his organs being pummeled and then felt as if his heart was ready to explode. He screamed again. His body began shining and to expand in size. All of a sudden, he had taken on the appearance of a red-eyed monster. After this, all of his attacks had kept being suppressed by Han Sen. He had opted to use a beast soul. Many people despised Zui Yang's new tactic, but he was desperate. If he did not want to concede, his final hope was in the summoning of a beast soul. Zui Yang, through the addition of a beast soul, had increased his power by a great magnitude. His eyes were still incredibly cold, and he raised a fist towards Han Sen. Because his power had increased, the fist was able to teleport in front of Han Sen and prepare to sucker punch him with great force. This rage-fueled fist could not even be seen by the audience. Fists collided in quick succession, but Zui Yang, who who had already transformed with the aid of a beast soul, was only beaten back further. Blood gushed from his nose, mouth and ears. Everyone watching this was highly surprised. Zui Yang was already using a beast soul and yet he was still being beaten badly. To everyone's disbelief, Zui Yang had already been pushed to the edge of the arena. His mouth was agape in rage and his face contorted to a look that refused to concede. But he just could not stand his ground against Han Sen's fists. His body was like an ice demon, but then another punch hit him. He went flying off the stage. Crash! Zui Yang was furious and his organs had received significant damage. Little Sen, you are really good. Lin YY smiled and patted him on the shoulder. It was only because that guy was so weak, Han Sen replied casually, but that was the truth. The Zhu family was definitely not as strong as he had thought. After the exchange event ended, they went inside the airship. The bookwormish man looked shocked at Zui Kwang and said, "You did not do anything to Han Sen? That's not your style." Zui Kwang's jaw was sharp like a blade. His eyes were black like onyx and just as cold. His long hair casually flowed down his shoulders. It was still tidy, and each strand was refined like ice. That was an exchange event. What difference does it make if I go out there and beat him up? He had hurt my family. Beating him up would be too small a punishment. Help me check which shelter he comes from, Zui Kwang said. His face displayed no emotion, and his manner could run chills down the hardiest of spines. Your luck is bad. He is in the ice field bordering the North Ice Sea. That place is too isolated. You would have to cross a great amount of large, barren landscapes to reach there. There are many spirit shelters. That's fine by me, Zui Kwang replied. Then, he stepped inside a teleporter. After Han Sen returned, he immediately started to learn the Dongsu Sutra. He was already a beginner in the practice, but that was all. It was still going to take him a long time to pass the first entrance and open his first gene lock. In the exchange event, Han Sen had received many benefits. According to the Kaigong that Lin YY discussed, Han Sen had to look back to the ice skin skill. He realized he should have already have opened his first gene lock. According to what Han Sen had heard, if he had learnt the first tier, then he should have unlocked the first gene lock. But Han Sen did not feel any different or special following his opening of the gene lock. This was unlike the tales of others who had opened their first gene lock. Zui Yang's ice skin had not even gone past the first tier, but his usage had already yielded large amounts of frost air. It seemed as if Zui Yang had managed to break through the first tier, which would allow him to control the power of ice. Is it because I did not use the Geno solution produced exclusively for ice skin? Han Sen asked himself. This was just one idea to pass through his mind. Although he did not have the power to control ice, he was still satisfied with his ice skin, particularly in the way it would reinforce his genes. Now that he had learnt the basics of the Dongsu Sutra, he was confident about learning it in its entirety. Han Sen closed his eyes. His blood coursed through his body exactly as he wanted it to, and the cells in his body made happy noises. Even if it was for just a second, Han Sen's body was crystal clear, like jade. A pleasant scent permeated the air around him. The sound of his breathing was divine, coming in and out of his nose. The blood flow in Han Sen's body steadily accelerated. It was as if his entire body had become a magnet, and a sparkling light was being drawn into his body. The cells in his body possessed a strange strength that made him feel as if he was just a baby again. Inhaling fresh air and exhaling dirty air, his body became more and more transparent. The fresh scent of life now grew stronger, too. One circle had been completed. Han Sen opened his eyes. His black eyes looked around, and he was overwhelmed by a blissful, magical feeling. The pleasant-smelling aura of his body began to leave. He felt as if he was ready to fly and launch straight towards the heavens. It really is a Kaigong for break through the vacuum, and yet it is just a beginner skill. I already feel as if I've been reborn. The cells in my body can freely breathe by themselves. No longer do I have to be afraid of running out of oxygen in deep waters. Han Sen's heart was overwhelmed with joy. With this power, he could finally hunt creatures under the sea without fear of drowning. Han Sen had always needed a hyper-geno art for underwater fighting. To fight in the water was completely different to fighting on land. The effects of water pressure and resistances were considerable. The shift in the effectiveness of certain land hyper-geno arts to how they performed in the water likewise very acute. Han Sen had many S-class licenses of the Saint Hall, so spending one more did not concern him much. And now here he was, arriving in the Saint Hall to purchase an additional hyper-geno art. Humans found it hard to hunt creatures in the water, so there were not many underwater-based hyper-geno art to select from. Han Sen's choices were strictly limited. Out of the 8 underwater ones available, He picked one S-Class licensed Hyper-Geno art. He did not dwell on the purchase too much and quickly bought it outright. Han-sen had picked the S-Class licensed Hyper-Geno art called Tide. It was a water-based skill that allowed its user to draw power from the surrounding water itself and so amplify their own powers. Although it did not sound particularly special, Tide's amplified power was nothing to be sniffy about. After he drank the exclusive Geno solution for Tide, Han-sen returned to the shelter and drove the Crystal Palace into the sea so he could practice his new ability. Han-sen spent most of his time practicing Tide, but for the Dongshuan Sutra, he decided to only practice one cycle each day. That practice itself only took 2 minutes. This wasn't because Han-sen did not want to continue, it was because after one cycle, his body was already filled to the brim with power. Practicing further would not deliver any more benefits. Han-sen guessed it was because his body had not yet reached the status of a celestial being. There was a limit to how much his body could take. He wasn't sure if it was because he had learnt the Dongshuan Sutra, but whenever he was in the water now, he felt no resistance. He was like a water fairy. I need to find a sacred blood creature out in the sea so I can test my abilities on it. Han-sen's exhilaration was unbridled. A large band of sea bugs now caught Han-sen's attention, and they shone purple as they winded their course across the seabed. What are these little creatures? He summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and suited it up in armor. The Golden Rock Worm King's defenses were now almost up to the level of a sacred blood creature hailing from the second shelter. This was the perfect opportunity to test out its abilities and resiliencies. If they were to meet a sacred blood creature out there, the Golden Rock Worm King was definitely sturdy enough not to die too quickly. Han-sen could have the Golden Rock Worm King retreat whenever he chose. The Golden Rock Worm King had its battle mode initiated, and it dove out into the dark waters. Before it could get close to the sea bugs, the target of its venture had already taken heed of its approach. The spikes that shone purple now discharged a violet solution of some sort. All of a sudden, the water of the area became a thick and murky purple. When the Golden Rock Worm King touched this purple emulsion, the super pet armor corroded instantly. Understanding what is happening, Han-sen quickly recalled the Golden Rock Worm King. Whoa, those are some powerful sea bugs. Han-sen summoned his own armor and glyph, and then reached out to touch the purple liquid himself. Fortunately, the purple fluids could not corrode his own armor. Han-sen did not hesitate. He was almost like a shark, homing in on the urchin-looking sea bugs. The sea bugs seemed to feel even more threatened, and so they squirted out more of their corrosive purple toxin. The water began turning black and Han-sen struggled to see anything. Luckily, he could outpace the sea bugs he was after. He sprinted in front of one and quickly waved his ghost pod claws to kill it. Mutant creature hunted, poison spike sea bug. The beast's soul was not acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random amount of mutant Geno points, between 0 and 10. Han-sen was shocked. If the sea bugs were mutant creatures, that meant there was a many thousands of them in front of him. It was rare to see so many mutant creatures together on land. The value of what he had stumbled onto was difficult to comprehend. Consumed with excitement, Han-sen was overwhelmed at the number of mutant creatures he could now freely hunt. The likelihood of obtaining the beast's soul of a sea bug was all but guaranteed, as a beast's soul was sure to drop from the thousands of mutant creatures that stretched out before him. Han-sen immediately swam out to kill as many sea bugs as he could. Like a swarm of angry wasps, they all tried to spray their toxic liquid to deter their attacker. As he came near, they also tried to put their thorns into him directly. Under the buff provided by the double berserk sacred blood beast's soul, the mutant sea bugs had no chance of piercing his golden armor. Their poison was useless against him. Han-sen casually attacked and slew a fair number of sea bugs. But the poison spike sea bugs had their own form of intelligence. After Han-sen had killed a dozen of them, they noticed their inability to compete their hunter, and they all tried to escape. Panicking, they tried to swim as far away from Han-sen as they could. Han-sen had not yet acquired the beast's soul he was looking for, so he was not planning on letting them get away so easily. He fervently chased them and fiercely swung his ghost pod claws. With each swing, the satisfying sound of a fresh kill struck his eardrums. Mutant creature hunted, poison spike sea bug. The beast's soul has been acquired. Han-sen's heart was delighted at obtaining a new beast's soul. He tried to push his luck and kill a few more to collect another, but in the corner of his vision he saw a giant poison spike sea bug headed in his direction. This sea bug was like a hot air balloon, and it shone out of the darkness of the sea like a renegade neutron star. Its brightness made it impossible for Han-sen to open his eyes at all. A sacred blood creature. Han-sen was not alarmed and instead was feeling happy. He had been looking for a sacred blood creature to train upon, after all. Now, with a poisonous sea bug king appearing right before him, Han Sen considered it the best thing ever. He did not remain idle and swam quickly towards the poisonous sea bug king. However, he noticed that its body strangely appeared to be shrinking. A new dark liquid was emitted from its large spikes. This substance made the entire water glow in a bright purple haze. When Han Sen's golden armor touched the purple water, it was as if it had been plunged into a vat of powerful acid. White foam enveloped the armor, and bubbles frothed angrily all around it, as if it was being violently corroded away. A large regiment of mutant poisonous sea bugs came to surround the sea bug king, seemingly attracted to the purple mixture. They consumed the nectar of their master and began to shine in likeness to the king, surrounding it like a net of stars. Han Sen was slightly taken aback by the quick turn of events and held off from attacking the mutant sea bug king. He turned around to escape the purple cloud. The poisonous sea bug did not chase after Han Sen. Instead, it stayed put, discharging more and more of its purple fluids. After a short while, it looked as though the entire sea had turned purple. Han Sen did not dare remain still, and to hasten his passage he rode on the back of a silver eel. With an armful of slain mutant sea bugs, he returned to the Crystal Palace. The sacred blood creature was too much for him. Mutant poisonous sea bug beast soul, spiky shield type. Han Sen summoned his new beast soul. It was like a small, round shield that was adorned with a large number of spikes. Its size was like that of a frying pan. Being an armed shield type, it could be equipped and used like a buckler. The purple spikes obviously contained the poison. Although he saw it could effectively corrode metal and armor, he wasn't yet sure whether it could corrode the body of a living thing. Han Sen thought about preparing a few sea bugs to eat, but he noticed that the bodies of the dead sea bugs had turned purple. After poking them with his finger, he felt them burn his skin, and that surely rendered the sea bugs inedible. Han Sen lobbed the bodies away, disappointed. He wasn't going to risk eating tainted meat like that. What if it corroded his stomach? With no food, he wasn't satisfied returning just yet. He ordered the mermaid princess to keep driving the Crystal Palace under the sea. At the very least, he wanted to hunt some form of a sacred blood creature. Han Sen then caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a bull walking across the seabed. Its body was pitch black, and it had the scales of a lizard, but its figure was unmistakably that of a bull. The creature also appeared to be walking alone, with no other creature nearby. The creature was quite pleasant to look at, and was the first of its kind Han Sen had seen. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.